Looking down on the proud village of Konohagakure, a single young man remarked, "What a quiet night, I haven't seen the likes of those for a long time. And to think I called this place my home, what a sad thought. Oh, sorry I probably confused you. No, I'm not an old man. I just speak like that sometimes. Why am I here, you ask? You want to hear my story then? Hold on. Are you sure? It's not a fairy tale with a happy ending. Okay, but don't say I didn't warn you." He replied, "My name is Uzumaki Naruto, or my real name, that is. Very few people know me by that name. Most call me Jin Kasaragi, or Rattlesnake. Jin Kasaragi is my cover name, and why Rattlesnake? That's because I'm a traitor and slimy cunning son of a bitch. Nice self-esteem, you say? Maybe, but I'm a realist, and what I just said is a fact. I may not like it, but saying otherwise will be just lying to myself, and that's what I call stupid." Naruto closed his eyes and relished the sensation of the gentle wind blowing in his face. He said, "Ah, wonderful night indeed. Where was I? Oh yes. Why would I need a cover name, you ask? Well, it's because the young man exclaimed. "I guess we'll have to start from the beginning. You see, it all started from my imbecile of a father." Rewind. 13 years in the past. No Sato, Konohagakure. "Rarrrrrrgghhh, roared a formidable demonic beast. "Stop this monster," cried a few shinobi from Konoha. Another person said, "Avoid allowing him to reach the village. Wait for Hokage-sama to arrive." How honorable. People risking their lives to defend their homes and loved ones. Isn't it touching? Yes, for the first 6 years at least, that's what I believed. But more on that later. Let's check in on the one those ninjas were relying on first. Oh, he's right there. Concerned Namikaze Minato said, "Kushina, how are you?" The woman responded, "Cough, I'm fine, in spite of her bleeding wounds. But what should we do, Minato?" Reluctantly, the yellow flash of Konoha uttered the words, "I conceal the demon in our child, but that will kill me." Kushina begged, "Wait. There must be another way. I don't want to lose you." "Another way," Minato whispered. "Yes, there is one. I'll need your help for this. We will use the remains of our chakra to seal this beast in both Naruto and Tsubaki. This way no one will die, but, the woman asked. "The yin-yang seal. The process will split Kyuubi's energy in 2 parts. So one of our children will get the light side, and the other must bear the dark," said Yondaime Hokage. "That bitch who once referred to me as her child always desired a girl. You know who she picked as a sacrifice." He said, I can't lose Tsubaki, Kushina. Naruto will bear the dark side." Minato scowled. Yes, he desired a son, but his greatest love was Kushina. He said, "I understand, dear. Now, on 3, 1, 2. They both screamed. 3, Fuinjutsu, demonic bind seal. Kyuubi then roared in desperation. "What a shame. I just went for a walk." The couple slammed their hands into the children's stomachs and yelled, "Demonic split. Once more. Yin-yang seal." "It's done, we did it," Minato uttered as she passed out. Kushina did the same, whispering, "I love you." Oh, how adorable. Parents defending their kids. They did that to keep their fucking village safe, but that is a lie. By the way, there I am, cute, eh? Regardless, people are free to say whatever they want, but I am aware of the reality of what transpired next. The following day. Konohagakure, Chambers of the Council. Kill the demon. Let's get started. No, my beloved father is still alive. Here he is with his fucking wife, holding her fucking daughter. Yes, I have noticed that I use a lot of fucking words. However, there is no other word I can use to describe their family. You might wonder why I mentioned their family. Inuzuka Sume screamed in rage, "Kill this monster. I lost my husband to this beast." It's really that easy. You see, my beloved father claimed to have sealed 9-tailed demon fox in me. A newborn orphan. After conferring with his beloved wife. Orphan, indeed. Is this truly that shocking? Not in my opinion. My father always listened to his wife and was a brazen idiot. Consequently, he claimed to have sealed Kyuubi within me, and me alone. Obviously, he accidentally neglected to mention his beloved daughter's other half. Nara Shikaku began, "We all lost someone, Sume, but there's no reason to kill an innocent child." Yamanaka Inoichi said, "I have to agree with Shikaku on this one. Child committed no sins. He should not be killed." Akamichi Choza added, "I agree. Don't give it any thought. The reason for this is that he always did as his friends did. An elderly man with an eye and arm bandaged said, I have a suggestion. The head of the Root Anbu division is a man named Danzo. Can you guess what he recommended? Give the boy to me. I will raise a perfect weapon for Konoha from him. Ding, ding, ding. Take a piece of candy off the shelf. According to Sandame Hokage, I will not allow this. Good old G-san. He couldn't help but feel sorry for a newborn who was defenseless. He is trusting, too trusting, in my opinion. However, I suppose I still owe him one because his choice saved my life. At least for that moment. No, I'm just shitting you. I don't care about him at all. Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed, this child has saved all of your ungrateful lives, and you want to kill him for it? Well, that was enough for Daddy. Yes, he disowned me. However, he also couldn't stand to see his own son killed right in front of him. To Sarutobi's relief and the indignation of the majority of the council, Minato declared, killing is out of question. Silence. He abruptly cut off irate cries. We cannot kill him. If we do that, Kyuubi will be released again. Well, that put an end to those old fools. Had he been telling the truth? How am I supposed to know? On that front, I've never attempted to experiment. Then I see only two solutions, Hiruzen added. Are there anyone who wishes to adopt the boy? One more guess? I see. Then the only solution is that he will go to the orphanage. You made another guess, however, I can now laugh when I think back on it, even though I was not laughing at the time. Time flies. After 4 years, take that, you loser, I was punched in the face by a freak. You might wonder why I didn't punch him back. What if he had been 6 years older? As he made fun of my fallen form, he said, lying in dirt serves you well. I pleaded in desperation. Why are you hitting me? What did I ever do to you? In desperation. Why? That's because I've been abused like that before by this guy. Naturally, Daddy stated that killing me was not an option, but he made no mention of bruises or broken bones. Yes, as soon as I was able to walk, I started getting beaten. Now that everyone wanted a turn, I could be hit simply because. The bully retorted, hey, everyone's beating you. I want to as well. Yes, the law was passed by good old G-san, preventing anyone from informing the younger generation about my issue. However, it didn't stop idiots like that one from beating me up because they could. Naturally, no one was watching out for me, and G-san could only spend that much time with me. At best, once a week, but beatings happened every day. They always found me, no matter how hard I tried to hide. They always catch up to me when I try to run. I must never have understood why they did that. Remember how G-san's law also affected me. But I was curious about something. They always healed within a few hours after hitting me and breaking my arms, legs, or ribs. I'll be like a new person after a good nap, isn't that cool? But I wasn't particularly impressed by that. I recovered more quickly the more they struck me. Day by day, my wounds began to heal more quickly. My arm was once broken by someone. I nearly didn't experience that at all. I simply shook my fractured arm to realign the bone, and a moment later, my arm was fine. You believe in a miracle? Oh, you ought to be more aware. Such things do not exist in this world. However, that was insufficient just once. It is 2:24. No Sato Konohagakure. A dim alleyway. With tears streaming down my cheeks, I begged, please, just let me die already. You think it's pathetic? I could see you with a kunai in your chest, your arms crucified, and your legs amputated. The most pitiful moment of my life. The assailant snarled in a somewhat feminine voice, let you die? You took away my husband, you can't suffer enough. Then she arrived, my angel. Looking into the alley, a middle-aged woman cried out, what is, oh my God. TCH. My assailant spit at me before fleeing. A stranger approached me and felt my pulse. Still alive. I have to hurry, she said, cradling me in her tender embrace before sprinting to the hospital. You will always have a place in my heart, Makoto-san. You are so lovely, she came to save me. Uchiha Makoto shouted, someone, help, and slammed her shoulder against the hospital door. Quickly, this boy needs immediate treatment. The medics rushed to her, but they stopped when they saw my face. A medic responded, we have maintenance problems right now, ma'am. Yes, exactly, I'm a Hokage, too. What a bunch of bitches. In any case, they will eventually receive theirs. Makoto squinted her eyes. I suggest you stop that right now, unless you want to have problems with the Uchiha clan. She said. The woman added and activated her Sharingan for insurance, saying, I know who this boy is, and I think you do too. Now I ask you to stop that and get with the treatment already. Medic's gaze expanded. Oh of course, Uchiha-sama, sorry I didn't recognize you. Right this way. My lovely, lovely Makoto-san. I have a reason to live because of you. To me, nobody cared about this useless boy, who was despised by all. After 20 minutes. How is he? Inquired the matriarch of Uchiha. The doctor flipped through a few pages of his diary. I'm sorry Makoto-sama, but the boy lost a large amount of blood. We need immediate transplantation and our reserves are empty. Oh my goodness, and my nindo is to never break my word. Hurry up. Why wouldn't the largest military settlement in all of Shinobi nations have some extra blood? Even as a joke, that's not enjoyable enough. Her eyes narrowed and she cried, then use mine. But Makoto-sama, are you sure? This boy is. The woman yelled, I know exactly who this boy is. She went inside and added, prepare the room for transplantation. The only woman I ever fell in love with, Makoto-san, you have my undying love. Time flies. The following morning. I groaned as I gradually came to. Where am I? A nice female voice answered, you're in a hospital, young one. My eyelids instantly lifted. Yes, I was a little jittery at the time. I let out a terrified cry, please don't hurt me. Oh my god, Makoto pondered, how did they harm him? I hid under a blanket as she approached and began to tremble in terror. It was pitiful. As softly as ever, the woman said, calm down, boy. She smiled as she gave me a hug and added, I'm not going to hurt you. I consent to going through that state 30 more times just to see that smile again. It's such a lovely smile. Incredulous, I said, you're not gonna hurt me? Naturally, I was beaten by everyone before, so I reasoned that this woman should be different. Of course not, she said, her smile unwavering. How can someone hurt such a cute little boy? My eyes went wide with surprise. Cute, me? In her introduction, she said, of course, I'm Makoto. I said absolutely nothing. A few seconds later, she said, what is your name? Naruto. Then I realized something, threw away the blanket, and discovered my legs in the ideal position. Huh? I questioned, perplexed. Makoto said joyfully, oh yes, you sure regenerate fast. You even could regenerate removed limbs after one night. That's amazing. I blushed for the first time then. I've never received praise for anything in my life. In a suggestive tone, she said, what do you say we get out of here and go get something to eat? Naruto exclaimed, ramen? The woman gave a shrug. All right, let it be ramen. She obviously felt bad about saying that. I ate ramen like fire eats paper back then. After a while, Makoto remarked, well, this is where I live. I questioned in wonder, this is your house? It's so cool. Thank you, Naruto. You know, if you need something, my doors are always open for you. It goes without saying that I spent several hours standing motionless. I was told by that woman that I could visit her again. However, I learned something that day, namely, the desire to keep someone close to me safe. I eventually understood, but it took some time. She shielded me from everyone's hits, but they could still hit her. And I couldn't allow that to occur. For me, a worthless child, Makoto-san gave up her money, time, and blood. I then tragically realized that we would never be able to see one another again. To protect her, this was required. For at least a year, I consistently kept my word and agreed with myself on that one. Then it began to occur. Time flies. After a year. I leapt to my knees in shock. It was exhaustion that embraced me at last. I asked myself, what is happening to me? Naturally, I never got it. How was I able to? I never had a mirror to look in, and nobody was interested in noticing. I had to break my word for the first time because I needed help and there was only one person I could turn to. Makoto's residence continued to knock. Coming, came the sound of her lovely voice from behind the door. Yes, who is, Naruto? What happened? You, however, she was unable to speak after seeing my eyes. There was no use asking more questions. She was already aware of my problems. She yelled, come in, quickly, and dragged me in. Not that I wanted to, but I never had the strength to resist. My first words were, Makoto-san, I don't understand. I see everything so clear now, but my body is so weak, what's wrong with me? After sitting me on a couch, she joined herself. She answered, nothing's wrong with you, Naruto. It just seems like you acquired something through my blood. My eyes got big. Really, Makoto became red-eyed. My family's Dujutsu, Sharingan. And it's in the third form already. How did you manage to do that? It's unheard of that a 5-year-old child could possess the third stage. I gazed at her with perplexed Sharingan eyes, each containing 3 tomos. I don't know. It just suddenly started and I started to see things clearer with every passing day, but my body started to weaken and I can't even stand straight right now. She furrowed her lovely eyebrows. Then when did it start? About 2 weeks after I met you, Makoto-san. I responded. How would I know? Her expression changed from one of concentration to one of shock. But that's not possible. If what you say is true, then you lived with activated Sharingan for almost a year. No wonder it evolved. I said, is that bad? Not bad, but how were you even able to stay unconscious? I don't know, was my honest response. She said, no matter, you need to deactivate it, now. AAA. How? She clarified, try to withdraw chakra from your eyes. What? She thought, oh, he has no idea what the chakra is. Try to relax your eyes. Feel something flowing in them and try to stop that flow. That was simpler to understand, so I tried to follow instructions while closing my eyes. She let out a sigh of relief as my eyelids opened. To which Makoto replied, thank God. You must have ridiculous amount of chakra to survive that long with activated Sharingan. I said, what's chakra? Chakra is a combination of spiritual energy and body energy. Every human have some amount of chakra, but only a trained shinobi can use it as a weapon, the woman clarified. I blinked, my blue eyes gleaming. Are you a shinobi, Makoto-san? I am, was her response. Why? I want to be a shinobi like you, can you teach me? She pondered for a moment. I can refuse, of course, but he has no one and can be a great ninja with the ability to hold activated Sharingan for nearly a year. Furthermore, the woman concluded, I don't really have anything to do other than cook. Sure, why not? Yada. I was thus preparing to become a shinobi. I went over to her house every day. She taught me how to fight and use a shuriken and kunai every day. It was a great life. The only drawback was that I got to see her family's remains. First up was Fugaku, Makoto-san's spouse. Naturally, he was aware of my special condition right away. That made him very hostile to my presence in his home. Although I didn't care about his thoughts at all, Makoto-san was upset by his pouting, and if there was anything I detested at the time, it was seeing her unhappy. Remember when I said, back then, I detest practically everything now. Next were her sons, Itachi and Sasuke. Like his father, Sasuke became very irritated with me, but for a different reason. Sasuke didn't like me for taking his mother's attention, and Fugaku didn't like Kyuubi. He made every effort to get rid of me because, well, jealousy can be dangerous. However, he didn't really succeed. What could one boy do to me that no one else had done before, considering I had withstood years of abuse? But Itachi hardly ever talked to me, and when he did, it was only to say hello. The problem is that I frequently noticed his eyes on me. Every time Itachi was around and I wasn't looking at him, it felt like he was staring at me. I initially believed that he wanted to harm me by doing what everyone else did. However, he never did. I realized what it was, curiosity, much later. He was unable to comprehend why I am picking things up so quickly. Oh, I forgot. Makoto-san claimed that I could only ever show my Sharingan to her for some reason. She was the most significant person in my life, and I will be damned if I don't follow her instructions, even though I couldn't understand why at the time. Why did I say that she was my most significant individual? I know it sounds like a cliché, but guess what? Time flies. 1.5 years later, the district of Uchiha. The hidden village of Leaf was already dark, and, oh, here I am. I was running as fast as I could back to where I felt like I belonged. By Makoto-san's side. I assumed she would call off today's training because it was already late, but I still had to hear it from her gorgeous lips. Indeed, lovely. Nothing was more beautiful to me, even though I was only a young child. You ask, why am I so late? That's because I enrolled in the academy after Makoto-san advised me to. I thought it was really dumb. I didn't give a shit about Konoha history because I already understood everything they taught. I didn't care about Konoha at all. My sole motivation for becoming a shinobi was to constantly defend Makoto-san, which is why I have failed. I still don't understand why we were detained in the academy for so long that day, but I believe it was his fault. As I entered the Uchiha district, I questioned, why isn't there any light? Did something happen? I realized exactly what had happened when I turned the corner. Numerous dead bodies were present. It was fairly obvious that they were dead, so I didn't need to check. They were all Uchihas, and I knew it. I knew even then what I would eventually discover, but I couldn't give up, not right now. It was time for me to see. I cried out in terror, "Makoto-san," and ran to her house. There were more dead bodies on the ground, but I didn't care about them. At the time, nobody mattered to me, not even myself. The sole individual who did so was. I yelled, "Makoto-san," and rushed into her home. My limbs and torso were covered in blood and dirt. Why? I stumbled a few times during my mindless run and stumbled over a dead body. I made a huge mistake by not caring about that. I saw it when I rushed through another door, stupid little boy. No, I muttered. My beloved Makoto-san was lying beneath her husband's lifeless body. No, I yelled again and hurled myself in her direction. I grabbed Fugaku's body and hurled it through a wall while screaming in desperation. Naturally, I had no idea where that kind of power originated. That night, I didn't really care. All I was concerned about was. I knelt down in front of her and put her head in my lap, saying, Makoto-san, I've never seen her face look like this before. She was always grinning when we were together. No, I muttered once more. I noticed no response. Her body was cold. No, please. Open your eyes. Smile at me like you always do. Just once. I'll do anything. Anything, in other words. KH. I gritted my teeth and gasped. My mind was filled with rage. Who did this? I vowed at that moment to track down the perpetrator. I'll track him down and hold him accountable, and he'll cover the cost. Abruptly, I heard a different voice. To-san, Ka-san. Sasuke's voice was familiar to me. He couldn't do that, of course. Do you really think I could think clearly back then? He was too weak, and besides, he spent the entire day with me in the academy. To-san. Ka. I yelled, you, and slammed his throat against a wall. I pulled out a kunai and got ready to deliver my judgment, saying, you did this, I will kill you. From the street, I heard a voice I recognized. That wasn't him. A low growl came out of my throat. After essentially knocking Sasuke out with a punch to the face, I fled the house. I found him there. Itachi. I let out a furious scream. You did this? His response was as composed as ever. Indeed I did. I'll kill you. How foolish I was. Itachi was a far more accomplished and formidable shinobi, and he had a sword. Don't laugh, though. His choice to play with me gave me a weapon and saved my life. Itachi opened his eyes slowly. Mangekyo Sharingan. The world abruptly turned red and black, and my eyes widened. I was taught genjutsu by Makoto-san, particularly Sharingan-related genjutsu, but I never understood it until that day. He didn't say anything, but he didn't need to. The next thing I witnessed was Itachi murdering his own relatives. I subsequently questioned why he showed me that. Then I realized. He believed that I intended to murder him in order to wipe out his clan. What a fool. I didn't give a damn about those idiots. I wanted them gone, if nothing else. In any case, the majority of them hated me. In addition, I would have been Makoto-san's only companion if they had left. Itachi, however, was unaware of that. I didn't care as he went on to demonstrate to me how he had ruined his family. I once even grinned. He should have shown his stupid brother that he missed the target. But when he attempted to show me the final piece, my expression changed from one of smiles to one of horror. Itachi stood with his sword raised over Makoto-san and her worthless husband, who were seated there. I muttered, no, and Itachi's sword began to slowly descend. No. What came next? 2 items. Both of us were flung out of Itachi's genjutsu as blood spurted from my eyes. Itachi dropped to one knee and clutched the left side of his face, asking incredulously, how? I later discovered that the caster suffers significant damage when they break out of Tsukiyomi. When I looked at him with my bloody eyes, his eyes widened even more. I can appreciate his astonishment. I got that power just like that, or so he believed, after he had to kill his best friend and undergo innumerable trainings. He actually stole more from me than any murder of a best friend could. If it could have brought her back, I would have killed 100 best friends. Itachi tightened his jaw. I was a thorn in his plans, of course. With his sword drawn, he was ready to defeat me, but all of a sudden. He gave me a final glare before vanishing in a cloud of smoke, saying, I didn't understand why at first, but I finally understood. Voices. I cried in terror. I need to get out of here. I did, but how? I made my way into the sewers by crawling. As I lay exhausted on the chilly sewer floor, I questioned, no, how could this happen? Itachi, I will kill him, whatever it takes. My mind was filled with rage once more, but my body was unable to handle the strain. My eyelids gradually closed, and I started to travel through the dream world, or so I believed. It was still a sewer when I opened my eyes, but a little different. I decided to investigate this sewer since I was no longer exhausted. I was quite familiar with the first one, so I decided to explore. You know, I had to hide somewhere. But what I discovered wasn't particularly thrilling. Behind them was a huge gate and a pair of enormous red eyes that were glowing, but I was unable to feel afraid. She took away all of the reasons I was afraid. The voice boomed suddenly, come closer, boy. What the hell? Despite my thoughts, I moved closer, only to have a big claw break out of the cage and attack me. I didn't even twitch an eye. Why do you ask? To put it simply, I saw it all. Cutting, stabbing, slashing. Nothing new there. My wound was much deeper than the mere physical discomfort. The voice boomed, I want to kill you, once more. To tear you to shreds and devour you, but this seal. I replied stoically, shut up. His eyes were staring at me as if I were a mere insect, and I didn't give a damn who it was. From his perspective, that might be the case, but me? I detested that appearance. That's how everyone looked at me. Well, never again. Ho, you are a brave one. It will be, I said. Shut your mouth, I snarled, and I used my power. My power. For the first time in my life, she gave me power. I am. Impossible. How can you have that cursed power? Mangekyo Sharingan was burning in my eyes, and I was furious. At last, I was prepared to talk. Answer my questions. Pause a little. Yes. Who are you? Nine-tailed demon fox. I arched an eyebrow. I thought you were killed. Kyuubi said, I cannot be killed. So your father tore my soul in 2 pieces and sealed it in you and your sister. What a shocker of the millennium that was. I always believed I was an orphan, but according to this demon, I also have a sister. I must have believed him for some reason, most likely because I had authority over him. I inquired, and who my father is? Namikaze Minato, Yondaime Hokage. I let out a gasp. What? That wasn't feasible, or at least that's what I believed. Why would Yondaime Hokage, a renowned and esteemed figure, abandon his own son? In addition, Tsubaki, this girl, needed to be checked. So then Namikaze Tsubaki is my sister? Yes. You said he sealed you in both of us. Why would he discard me? He believed you were holding the dark part of me. I knitted my brows. And, is that true? Demon said, no, my soul might be divided, but not my energy or personality. Then I laughed darkly, doing something I never thought I could do. My first sarcasm was, Namikaze Minato, my idol. Sacrificing his son and throwing him away, what a hero. So he sealed the other half in my sister. The answer was, no. Confusion gripped me as I asked, what do you mean no? You just said it yourself. Then I must have misspeak before. It was actually your mother who sealed a part of me in your sister, and it was not a half. What do you mean? Your mother was very low on chakra, so she couldn't do the sealing technique properly. The demon went on. Your father, however, could. Because of that occasion, my soul wasn't split in 2 similar halves like it was intended. You received about 3/4 of my power, while your sister got only 1. This was a statement rather than a question. So you're the reason I was beaten. You're the reason I was hated and despised. However. Yes. I answered, but wait a second, if you were sealed in both of us, why I'm the only one who was treated like that? Why I'm the only one who was cast out? The demon said, they said you were the only Jinchuriki. What? Jinchuriki? Kyuubi clarified, the power of human sacrifice. In other words, a human who was sacrificed to seal a demon. I see, my mind was racing with anger once more. So they sacrificed both of us, but my sister got the spoils and I got the shit. Pretty much. Charming, all right. I understand the part about my biological family. Tell me what you know about Mangekyo Sharingan. Not too much. Your eyes hold great power, but it's not complete, Kyuubi responded. I questioned, what do you mean by that? Your eyesight will start failing with the use of that power. To cancel that effect, you must transplant your close relative's eyes into yourself. Relative, was what I whispered. I don't have a Uchiha relative, but, Mikoto-san, her blood is flowing through my veins. It'll do. I glanced back at Kyuubi and said, take Mikoto-san's eyes. I hope she will find that in herself to forgive me. Listen carefully, demon. From this day on you are my slave. Your power is my power. My wishes are your wishes. I understand. That was just another sarcasm. Good, remember that well and we might even become friends, don't think about it. Time flies. After a week. Konohagakure Cemetery, the funeral of the Uchiha clan. Today we gathered here to say our final words for our fallen friends. The priest began. What is this? A voice asked abruptly as the monk spoke. It was Sasuke Uchiha. Someone said, "What's wrong, Sasuke-kun?" He said, "My mother, where is her body?" Yes, the coffin of Uchiha Makoto was empty, somewhere along the border of Fire Country. I said, "I'm sorry I did that, in front of a single grave that I had constructed myself. But I had to. That was a funeral of your clan. Everyone there wanted to give their honors to Uchihas. You're not a faceless Uchiha to me, Makoto-san. They do not deserve for you to be near them, and you do not deserve to stay in that rotten village." I made the grave in a forest clearing and watched it in silence. Trees did not obstruct sunlight, and the circle was flawless. It resembled the circle of God. I closed my eyes and sighed, yes. This place is perfect for you, Makoto-san. No wars, no ninjas, no death. It's so quiet here, I even want to stay, I sighed. But I can't, not right now. Please forgive me for what I did, and for what I will have to do. I knelt in front of her final resting place after saying those words. You were everything for me, and your son took you away. You will probably be angry, Makoto-san. But I will find Uchiha Itachi, I will find your son. No, he's not worthy to be your son. I am the only one worthy of that title. And I will prove it when I find and kill Ni-san. I have to kill him. Nothing will stand in my way. Yes, those were the words of a dejected child, but I had grown up. My mind is still clouded by vengeance, and it won't go away until Ni-san is dead. But what could I do then? Itachi had those eyes, and I wasn't a shinobi. To make that eye transplant, I therefore required a doctor and a trainer. Luckily for me, I discovered both. How do you ask? I guess I forgot to bring it up again. The Uchiha massacre was a real event, and Sasuke was the only one who survived. Furthermore, who did he last see? You predicted it. It was me, Konoha's favorite demon. Indeed. Yes, Itachi vanished. However, the council said that I could simply take his body and hide it somewhere. Hell, by their standards, I could even eat it. It was much more fun to charge me again, but I believe they knew the truth. Guess what, then? You are speaking with the world's first 6-year-old SSS-ranked criminal. Funny. Do you want to laugh? I later learned that the bounty was larger and that there was only one other man with the same rank. Who? Of course, my beloved father. I apologize. I got distracted once more. Philosophy appeals to me because it allows me to retell my life's narrative. In any case, I was forced to leave the country because I was the murderer of the Uchiha clan. Luckily for me, Ricefield Country was the next land I entered. Does that sound familiar? Time flies. One more week has passed. Country of rice fields. After a week of non-stop searching, I only came across a few thugs and bandits. I also looked for a doctor, but nobody could perform such a challenging procedure. Then one day, I was abruptly stopped when I heard a voice say, "If you will join us, then Orochimaru-sama will give you power." When I turned the corner, I saw two groups of people facing one another. They must be a shinobi based on their equipment, I thought. On one side, a large man said, "We don't need his help." Most likely the leader, I said. "Our clan will rise again without anyone's help," the same large man continued. Albino, on the other side, turned around and stoically exclaimed, "Suit yourself." I felt angry at the time. That speech pattern was really Ni-san-like. Someone yelled, "Wait," and the albino halted. A young man who was single said, "I will accompany you." "Arashi Ni-chan," cried the young girl with the orange hair. He answered, "I'm sorry, Sasama, but I will do anything for my clan." "Very well," said albino. He turned around again and said, "Follow me." Arashi and 3 other people followed. I whispered, "This is my chance." I yelled, "Wait a second," and the albino stopped once more. He said, "Who are you?" I answered, "My name is not important. Recall that I am a horrible criminal with an SSS ranking." "All right. What do you want?" "I want to meet this Orochimaru of yours," I said. Albino's gaze grew strained. He said, "That's Orochimaru-sama for you," in a perilous tone. "And he has no need in useless garbage." "I'm useless." I pondered. "Why do you think I'm useless?" With his usual stoicism, Albino responded, "You are small and insignificant." Yes, that guy really annoyed me. With my eyes closed, I said, "You want to see my significance? Very well, Mangekyo Sharingan?" The world around Albino changed color and shifted, and his eyes widened. What is this?" he asked, looking around frantically for something. As I appeared in front of him, I said, "That is my usefulness. For the next 48 hours you will watch your dear Orochimaru-sama die before your very eyes." I did it there. This idiot saw his master die in every manner I could think of, from being stabbed by a sword to being devoured by Kyuubi. Albino cried out, "Ah," before collapsing to his knees and gripping his head. The girl with the red hair said, "Kimimaro, what happened? You talked and then you fell." Kimimaro's gaze expanded. It only took a single second. He could easily kill me, but why? He is interested in meeting Orochimaru-sama, yes. With difficulty, Albino stood up and said, "All right. I will lead you to Orochimaru-sama." I said, "Excellent," and followed. The lair of Orochimaru. "Ah, Kimimaro-kun," Orochimaru's voice sounded out of the shadows. Or, at the very least, I assumed it was Orochimaru. A pair of eyes with slits in place of pupils declared, "You have returned. What do you have to report?" But rather than reporting, this Kimimaro jumped in front of Orochimaru and me, obstructing our eye contact. It's not a bad idea. He simply forgot that I can get rid of him in just 1 second. Orochimaru asked wryly, "What is the meaning of this, Kimimaro?" "This boy," Albino began. "He possesses some strange power." That caught Orochimaru's eye. "Oh, what kind of power?" He called it, Mangekyo Sharingan. It was that. With a furious look on his face, Orochimaru leapt from his chair and surveyed the room. He cried out, Where is this boy?" I said, "Right here," and moved into the light. Orochimaru then attempted to use some jutsu, which revealed my demise. However, he was not pleased with the outcome. "Ha ha 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 ha." I chuckled out loud. My death? I experienced worse things than death every day. Orochimaru moistened his mouth. He said, "How fascinating. So, child, why did you come to me?" "I want to offer my servitude and something else in exchange for 2 things, I said. Orochimaru inquired, "And what those things are?" His smile was on the verge of tearing his face in 2, "I promise." "I want you to train me in shinobi arts," with excitement, he said, "and second one?" I pulled out a vial with 2 eyes in it and said, "That's actually connected with what I'm offering. You transplant these eyes to me. That is my condition." Snake Man inquired even more enthusiastically, "Oh, and what are you offering?" "After transplantation you can have mine. I won't have a use for them anymore." "Deal," shouted Orochimaru. "You will not regret this, my boy." "I know, however, you will." He did, but it was later. I began training under one of the renowned Sanins at this point, doing some shady work in lieu of breaks. I needed to learn how to properly end life because I wanted to kill. This work wasn't too difficult. I killed some wanted criminals, made a bounty hunter almost every time, and paid Orochimaru some cash for my stay. Actually, I began to enjoy that way of life so much that I ended up becoming a wanted criminal once more. This time, only a rank and under Jin Kasaragi's name. Training with Orochimaru was hell, I must admit, but you asked the wrong person what hell is. Since I am the devil's favorite demon, hell felt like home to me. In any case, I learned a few things about my adversary while I was staying with the pedophile. I apologize. I meant Orochimaru-sensei. Itachi apparently joined an organization called Akatsuki. Before Itachi arrived, Orochimaru was a member of this organization. Although Old Snake never mentions it, I assume he attempted and was unsuccessful in taking Itachi's body. Give me a candy if my guess is correct. My objectives were now clear. I needed to learn as much as I could about Akatsuki. I know their headquarters is in Omegacure, but I'm not strong enough for that kind of operation yet. However, my waiting time is over. Finish the flashback. With a sigh, I combed my straight blonde hair. Oh, did I also forget to mention that? Apologies. Only 2 people were aware that my true name was Uzumaki Naruto, you see. I'm going to fix 2 mistakes in the near future. Orochimaru, who performed my plastic surgery, and myself. Yes, in addition to helping me with my eyes, good old Orochi also helped me get rid of those irksome whisker lines. Jin Kasaragi can be created by applying hair gel and dressing in high-end clothing. In case you were wondering how he found out who I was, the answer is that it was a coincidence. The story goes like this. I simply wandered around the dungeon, discovered a three-pronged kunai, threw it, and... You see, Hiraishin, Daddy's favorite jutsu, was created to be used exclusively by his biological family. He never counted his own kunais, though. It makes sense why a few of them ended up at Orochimaru's hideout and eventually in my possession. This worthless idiot did something right for once. That's about it, huh? What has brought me to Konoha? Remember what I said about being a slimy son of a bitch and a traitor? The same was true of Orochimaru. I never intended to remain faithful to him, or to anyone, really. You know what I did? That's exactly what happened. I gave him my eyes, took his Akatsuki ring, and fled. Konoha, I said with a malevolent grin. Let's see what you can do when you are prey. Ikuzi, Yukienisa. No Sato Konohagakure. A random street. Oh, Konoha, so serene. It's nice to be here when nobody recognizes you. Suddenly, our blonde hero was surrounded by a dozen shinobi wearing leaf headbands. Or perhaps not. One of them said, Jin Kasaragi, Hokage-sama has ordered us to escort you to him. If you resist, we are permitted to use force. Dismissively, Naruto waved his hands in front of his face. Easy there, Konoha-san. I will comply, lead the way. The same man gave a nod. Very well, follow me. All went according to plan. No Sato Konohagakure, the Hokage Tower. Damn paperwork, mumbled Namikaze Minato. I feel like going to war once again. Hokage-sama, suddenly, one of the Anbu members showed up. Jin Kasaragi is here. Minato squinted her eyes. Very well, bring him in. With a nod, the Anbu vanished in a cloud of smoke. Naruto opened the door and stepped inside 3 seconds later. It's not surprising that nothing has changed. Konoha is known for never altering anything as long as it functions properly. The Jinchuriki greeted him cheerfully, saying, Good day, Hokage-sama. However, his anger was simmering deep inside. I trained hard on it, so I have to persevere. I will not be deterred by my anger. You wanted to see me? Now is the time to act. Daddy gave his son a scowl. He said, Indeed I did. I want to know why an A-ranked criminal is in my village. With a beaming smile, Naruto exclaimed, Oh, the reason is quite simple, I want to join your forces. The Hokage's eyebrows went up. Say what? Jin wiped the smile from his face and turned to face his father stoically, saying, Didn't work that way, let's try another. He stated solemnly, I said I want to join Konoha ranks. Minato questioned, and why would you want that? Better yet, why would I allow that? Naruto grinned. I appreciate you asking, it would be much more difficult if you didn't. I have information for you. What kind of information? A matter of life and death. Minato squinted her eyes. And how did you acquire it? I have my ways, Naruto said, maintaining the same indifferent expression. Are you interested in it? Yes. What do you have? Naruto forced himself not to smile. In a few months' time your village will be attacked. His gaze expanded. Typical response, exactly what I anticipated. Who the attackers are? Jin gave a headshake. No deal. My request comes first. The Hokage snarled. Very well, I'll accept you in my ranks, however you should understand that I can't let you be any more than a genin, even counting your accomplishments as a freelancer. Yes, a freelancer. I was right to keep my loyalty to Orochimaru a secret, but it's a huge plus that he made me a genin. A real slowdown would have occurred if he had made me at least a chunin, as I had hoped. Thank heavens he's a cocky idiot. Naruto suppressed another smirk and said, Of course, Hokage-sama. I understand. Yes, he was meant to appear dejected. Now tell me everything you know about that attack. Damn it. Despite my best efforts to suppress it, a stupid smirk still appeared on my face. Well, there's nothing to lose right now. I know it is going to happen during the next Chunin exam, which should be held in this village. Hokage's face took on a contemplative expression. And who are the attackers? Jin gave a shrug. The initiator is the Hidden Sound Village. Minato slept. Hey, I dare those fools to try. In response, Naruto said, They know. That's why they are currently searching for an ally. I don't know who it is, but my bet is on Hidden Sand. Daddy's eyebrows went up. Suna. But why? They're our allies. He's becoming so dumb that it's getting on my nerves. That's exactly why. Naruto said, a little irate. Besides, you intercepted most of their missions for the past 2 years. Suna's financial income decreased greatly. If you're looking for a traitor, Suna's your place. Yondaime gave a nod. Yes, I get it now, Naruto found it very difficult to resist slapping his forehead and rolling his eyes at this moment. Yes, he did understand. Following my thorough analysis for him. How could this moron even be my father and a relative? Minato went on, very well, Jin Kasaragi. As of now, you are rightful genin of Konohagakure. Jin nibbled on his lip. You know why, don't you? He handed his son a forehead protector, which Naruto tied around his waist. Here's your headband. Wear it with pride, he said. This was Naruto's way of expressing where exactly he had his father's pride, but the older blonde didn't understand. Be tomorrow in the academy for your team placement. With a nod, Naruto departed. As he left the office, he thought, now that went smoothly. Minato yelled, you go. As I was leaving, the purple-haired Anbu woman said, hi, Hokage-sama. Minato ordered, keep an eye on this boy. He's not called Rattlesnake for nothing. Yugo exclaimed, acknowledged, and vanished in a cloud of smoke. When she departed, Minato said, what do you think, Kakashi? Through the window entered a lone Konoha Junin wearing a mask. He started, a bad decision, sensei. What were you thinking by sending her of all people to watch for him? Don't you remember her? Minato's eyes narrowed as she said, that's exactly why. Yugo is a professional soldier, an Anbu member. If she can't keep her personal issues away from her work, then she has no place among Anbu ranks. The following morning, Naruto sat up on his hotel bed and stretched, saying, damn, I knew I forgot something. Later, I'll need to talk to Daddy. However, I now had other urgent issues, specifically being assigned to a Genin's team. Naruto halted his tirade, saying, it's absurd. I can kick the shit out of Orochimaru, and I have to pretend. Hold on a minute. Why in the world must I act like this? They're already aware of my identity. It goes without saying that I will not use my Mangekyo or call forth snakes in public. However, I can definitely show off my swordsmanship. I do enjoy that. The blonde Jinchuriki hurriedly got up, changed into his pricey attire, and departed. Once more, I won't go into detail about his attire. It is an exact replica of that of real Jin Kasaragi. As he left the hotel, he thought, but the room still needs to be done, so after this pointless placement I'm heading straight into this fool's office again. Konoha's streets were unusually crowded, with people running everywhere, but mostly in the same direction as Naruto, so they didn't obstruct his path. As Naruto approached a store, he thought, I wonder where they're going. He whispered, Higurashi Weapon Shop. I don't need weapons, the Jinchuriki said, pausing 2 paces later. Fuck, I do. After saying that, he went back inside. Naruto already had everything spectacular, so it wasn't like he needed anything like that. He just forgot ordinary tools. It was a basic weapon shop, nothing special. He walked closer, thinking, where is? Ah, there's that girl behind the counter. Hello, I want. Iya. With delight, the girl answered. Naruto had to acknowledge that he hadn't been as shocked since first seeing Orochimaru's lab. What? Reluctantly, he asked. Why you're Jin Kasaragi? The girl said, pointing at him with her trembling finger, she shouted. Naruto raised an eyebrow and thought, how the fuck did she know? You know me? I certainly do. You're the 3rd strongest swordsman in all of Shinobi nations, she said. The blonde thought, huh? I never knew that. And who are 1st and 2nd? Hoshigaki Kisame is the 1st, and Momochi Zabuza is the 2nd. I know they are stronger, but you are still my favorite, she said, displaying some posters to him. Oh my god, she has stars in her eyes. Naruto stepped back. Can you show it to me, please? She inquired. What do you show? Naruto raised an eyebrow in response. Yuki-Anisa, the girl answered. After giving it some thought, Naruto said, sure, why not? Then a cross of ice materialized from the floor, and he grabbed it with his left hand, breaking the ice and revealing a stunning katana in a blue sheath. It's really lovely. With excitement, she said, may I touch it? The swordsman thought, she's starting to irritate me, but maybe there's a way to make everyone happy. Naruto lifted his glowing hand and ran his palm over her cheek. You can, of course, but first, could you tell me your name? Oh, I see, it's nice to meet you. My name is Tenten. She blushed angrily in response. Fantastic. Let's say Tenten. What about a bargain? I'll teach you one of my unique methods if you give me a kunai pouch for free. Agree. She squealed in delight and ran for his kunai pouch. Here, Tenten came back as fast as she had fled. It contained 20 kunais. Show me now. Naruto laughed and grabbed a weapon holster, saying, excellent. Hishoken. When he waved his hand, a big blade of ice became lodged in the wall of the store. Squeal! Tenten cried out again, will it remain that way? No, no, Blonde clarified, it will melt in a few hours. By the way, could you tell me the location of the Shinobi Academy? You're going there? She asked, her eyes widening. She inquired. Naruto said stoically, yes. May I inquire why? Sure. I'm going to be placed on a genin team, Naruto shrugged. But why? You are definitely not a genin, Tenten said. Naruto tried to sound disappointed as he replied, tell that to the Hokage. Wait, so you intend to remain in the village? Well yes, woo-hoo. Are you trying to find a girlfriend? She yelled. With a raised eyebrow, Naruto said, girlfriend? Hell no, but still. Not right now. She pouted. Naruto said, oh, don't be sad. Maybe later I will. Excellent. Her eyes glowed once more. Great, Jin thought, she'll follow my instructions now. Well, I'll see you later. Goodbye. Naruto departed after Tenten waved. Sato Konohagakure Shinobi Academy. Where is the class of Iruka? As I moved through the hallways, I asked myself. He heard a voice from one of the classes all of a sudden. So today we will repeat Henge no Jutsu and, Naruto opened the door a little and said, pardon me. However, could you tell me where Iruka-sensei's class is? You have to be the new pupil that Hokage-sama mentioned to me, right? Come on in, Shunin said. Do you have Iruka-sensei? Naruto inquired. Indeed I am, and you are. Hold on. Did you just inform me that I'm a new student? The blonde interrupted. Yeah. Hokage-sama also instructed me to give you this. Iruka grabbed a letter off his desk and gave it to Naruto. Reluctantly, Jinchuriki picked up a piece of paper and read it. Kasaragi-kun. Hello. I apologize for any confusion, but I kind of enrolled you as a student because I forgot to mention that team placement won't take place until next month. Enjoy. Yandaime Hokage of Konohagakure no Sato, Namikaze Minato. In his hand, Naruto shredded the letter. He thought angrily, he played a prank on me, son of a bitch. Well, we'll see who will laugh in the end. Jin answered, I understand. Then welcome and take whatever seat you wish. With a sigh, Naruto looked around the classroom for the first time. Oh, you must be joking with me. In addition to Uchiha Sasuke, his adorable sister Tsubaki was seated beside him. Trying not to be angry, Naruto thought, imbecile, couldn't he appoint another class? As he ascended the stairs, he saw that every girl he looked at had a deep flush. What's up with them? He didn't understand at first, of course. Teiwa was the only woman he had ever had experience with, and she's the only one who will blush in hell. Yes, she's swearing like a drunk carpenter, but after Naruto unintentionally revealed that he was a virgin, guess what she did? And she continued to do it until the day he left. You might wonder if Naruto regrets it, but the answer is no. It was one of the greatest experiences he has ever had. So these little girls have a crush on me already. I sure work fast, and, what the fuck? He thought, I don't even understand why someone would push girls away. It can be both pleasant and useful as well. What had happened? Naruto glanced at his sister, who also blushed. He bit his lip to contain his laughter and said, my own sister has a thing for me, of course. She doesn't know, to her I'm just Jin Kasaragi, a pretty boy in costlier clothes. Naruto walked to the farthest row and sat down in an empty seat after thinking that, but he was surprised to see that one Uchiha Sasuke, who was now wearing a deep scowl, had noticed Tsubaki's blush from Naruto's well hand. Iruka-sensei. When Naruto had already taken a seat, he yelled, why was he assigned to a graduation class? For just 1.5 months, he has no chance of catching up. Iruka rubbed his chin, Sasuke's right. I hate to say it, have you? Raising his hand, Naruto cut him off, asking, did Hokage-sama say something about me? No. Jin raised his newly acquired forehead protector and said, well, first of all, my name is Jin Kasaragi, and I'm a genin already. So you were abandoned? Sasuke remarked, drawing a few snickers, tch, what a loser. Naruto smirked and thought, what a pitiful attempt to incite anger. No, Mr. Big Mouth. I am here because I decided to end my career as a freelancer. I was not left behind, as a matter of fact I never even had anyone to leave me behind. Of course, that was a lie, but they never needed to know that. What, independent contractor? A boy asked, holding a dog on his head. Jin clarified, being a freelancer meant that I always worked alone. His eyes widened in realization as he said, "Wait a second," Iruka said thoughtfully. "Jin Kasaragi. I heard this name somewhere." Jin Kasaragi, also known as Rattlesnake, an A-ranked criminal? The whole class let out a gasp, and Naruto grinned contentedly. "I'm honored that you heard about me, he answered. "I know you, of course. The entire Hunter Nin department was fighting for the right to be sent after you when," Iruka remarked with a hint of rage. Naruto pointed at his teacher. "Let's put the past behind us and focus on the future, shall we?" He said as innocently as he could, which was not much. "I had clashes with Konoha forces before, but it was just business, nothing personal." Iruka responded, "Very well. I feel like I need some fresh air, so what do you think about practicing taijutsu?" "Hey, sensei," reverberated throughout the space. Iruka gave the order, "Then follow me to the training ground," and turned to leave. Pupils rose from their chairs and began to follow. Naruto thought, "I guess I'll follow," and followed suit. All of a sudden, "Kasaragi-kun." Naruto looked over and saw a blonde girl standing there. "Well, what is it?" did he ask. "Well, were you a criminal after all?" she inquired. He used a different tone when he said, "Yes, I was. I want everyone to think my mercenary days are over," he said. "Oh, wonderful." She gave a sheepish smile and nodded. Seeing that nearly everyone was listening to their conversation, Naruto added, "Nothing great in that. I did many things I regret." "Excellent," he said. "Well, I apologize. By the way, my name is Ino. Yamanaka Ino," she said, flashing her flawless smile. He winked at her and said, "Jin Kasaragi, pleasure to meet you." "So she has more guts than everyone." Red in the face, Ino said, "Sasuke-kun never did that." "The training grounds at Konohagakure. Let's begin with light spars, then." "You're first, Kiba and Choji," Iruka said. Two boys faced each other in a battle stance after nodding. Sitting beneath a tree, Naruto thought, boring. "Well, Naruto, get happy. It's like you have a free vacation." "Kasaragi-san." The Jinchuriki slowly looked up and saw, wait, there was another Jinchuriki. Yes, his beloved sister was standing there, looking grave. "Sure, may I assist you?" did he ask. "Yes, you can." Namikaze Tsubaki answered. "Jin Kasaragi, I also know you. Additionally, I would like to know what agreement you reached with Hokage-sama in order to join our shinobi ranks." Naruto grinned and said, "You mean your father by Hokage-sama? Perhaps because of Kyuubi? Snap out of it, damn it," Jin asked, causing her to flinch. It was also a frightening thought, but he had to recognize that she had grown up nicely. Long red hair, deep blue eyes, straight legs, a nice figure, and even C-cup breasts. Jin mentally slapped himself for that. Astonished, "I am also aware of you, Namikaze Tsubaki-san. If your opinion of me is limited by knowledge about my father, then," she said, her eyes narrowing. "I said that I know about you, and not that I actually know you." Naruto interrupted her with a low laugh, "Nonsense." He got up and moved closer, making her take an unconscious step back. "I wouldn't mind though," Jin said, his face inches from hers. "As for my deal with Hokage-sama, I can't tell you that, but the information I presented was important enough for him to forget about our past relations. In addition, you can always ask him yourself, can't you?" he said, stroking her cheek with his right thumb. Tsubaki stood with her mouth trembling and her eyes wide. "Breath, damn it," she told herself, but it didn't work. "I need to lean back and..." Her heart skipped a beat when his finger touched her cheek. What is going on with me? I can't, anymore." She began to lean closer after that, and when they were only an inch apart. "I'd like to battle Jin Kasaragi." They both stopped what they were doing when someone yelled. Jin remarked before moving away from his sister and entering the box. What was I thinking? I was about to kiss that man," Tsubaki said, touching her lips. "He wanted to fight me," someone said. Naruto inquired. "Yes, I did." Naruto turned to find Uchiha Sasuke furious. Jinchuriki asked, "What's his problem?" And Sasuke responded almost instantly, glaring at Tsubaki, who was still gazing into space, and frowning even harder. "Oh ho! So Sasuke-chan has it for my sister. Now that's a nice turn of events." "Still pointless," said the blonde. "What do you say?" Sasuke yelled fiercely. "I stated that it is useless. You have nothing remarkable about you, and you are not my enemy." With one arm on his hip, Naruto retorted, "Fighting you will not benefit me in any way. Sasuke was the best of their year, and this guy says it will be useless to fight him. A group of kids stood in awe. With his fists clenched, Uchiha said, "Fight me." With a sigh, Naruto said, "Iruka-san, I have to let you know that I fight with one-hit kill combos. Therefore, I'm not technically a very good sparring partner." Well, Iruka said, "Pale. Enough." Sasuke shouted, "Here I come, fight or not." He pulled out a kunai and lunged at the ex-criminal after saying that. "How stupid." Naruto shook his head, then lifted his right hand and gestured toward Sasuke, saying, "Hishoken." A huge blade of ice flew at Uchiha, and his eyes grew wide. "Damn. I can't dodge," he thought as he attempted to slow down. Abruptly. Collision. Oh. The purple-haired Kunoichi who landed between him and Sasuke and successfully broke his ice blade with her sword caused Naruto to raise an eyebrow. "Kasaragi Jin. What do you think you're doing, attacking Konoha citizens?" she began. "Well, you saw it all. He attacked first," Naruto said with a laugh. The Kunoichi gritted her teeth and replied, "TCH. Secondly, it wasn't for him, it was for you." "What?" "My attack," Jin clarified, "I only used it to identify you. I saw that you were watching me, so." "When did you notice?" She pondered. "When I left the hotel." "He knew the entire time," she said, her eyes widening, "but why then?" "But that doesn't matter." Naruto went on, "Because after few hours I sensed your killing intent directed towards me, so I decided to check." "What should I check?" "You certainly pose a lot of queries." "Excellent. Blocking my Hishoken is challenging, even for experienced veterans. I think you have seen that attack before, though, because you were able to stop it halfway to its target. You're that girl, aren't you? I didn't see Konoha very often, especially when she was surrounded by ninjas of your level." Her eyes widened as he said, "The only one I spared that day." "Stop talking." She attacked and screamed. Naruto swiftly called forth Yukianisa and blocked the blow, saying, "HN. So much rage, were they your friends?" With a mocking tone, he asked. "I told you to stop talking," she sobbed and launched another assault. Naturally, kids kept a safe distance from all of this. Iruka performed his duties effectively. "You murdered them." "My whole team." Naruto ducked as she swung her sword diagonally. "You simply blocked my path. Nothing personal." The Jinchuriki answered, "You would have done the same, face it." Yugo halted her advance and said, "That might be the case, but I had to see my friends perish." With a shrug, Jin said, "You could always look away." "Stop talking." She shouted and swung her sword at him once more, saying, "I trained for 2 years to beat you, and..." He completed her sentence for her, saying, "Didn't do a very good job." Fubuki. The sword flew from Kunoichi's grasp as the Jinchuriki made a very fast cut. Oh. After stumbling backwards and glancing at her fallen sword, Yugo did something Naruto never thought she was capable of. She fell to her knees and threw away her mask. "Why?" Quietly, she whispered. "Why?" Naruto inquired. "What prevented you from killing me too?" Jinchuriki's eyebrows shot upwards. Her question wasn't the reason. "Oh my mind is going to blow up," he thought. What should I do? Threat? Insult? Stoic response? Be a jerk? Be a robot? What should I do? Yes, of course, that would do nicely. Jin approached Yugo and knelt down next to him, keeping that thought in mind. He put his hand on her chin as he had done numerous times before, thinking, I hope this works. For some reason, this action of his always worked well with females. Gazing directly into her eyes, Naruto remarked, I just couldn't bring myself to do it. After all, I'm only a human. He adored the stunned expression she was giving him at the moment. I lost many things in my life as well, he went on, things that can never ever be replaced. His anger began to rise as the image of Itachi flashed through his mind, but he quickly suppressed it. Jinchuriki got up and held out his arm to her, saying, but I moved on, trying to find a new purpose. Perhaps you ought to follow suit. Your friends would definitely want you to do that. Yugo was still in disbelief after hearing this man's confession. The man she had long detested, but perhaps he was not as she had assumed. She reluctantly accepted his hand and let him help her up. There you have it, Jin grinned and exclaimed. Well, Anbu-san, is everything okay? Iruka approached and inquired. Picking up her sword, Yugo answered, why yes, everything's in order. Naruto abruptly remarked, not a bad style by the way. Just work on your left side's defense. Kunoichi put her mask back on and said, why yeah, Jin? Yes. I'm grateful. I endured this hatred for a very long time and... You may stop, Naruto said, interrupting her with a raised arm. More than anybody, he added in his mind, but hatred by itself won't solve anything. I know what it's like to have only hatred inside you. It will only end up destroying you. She said, I see, thanks again, and vanished in a cloud of smoke. Naruto turned to his classmates and said, well, that went well. Anyone else want to spar? Iruka responded, no, I think that's enough for today, and began to make her way back to the classroom. Well, Jin thought smirkingly, am I good or am I good? Returning to the classroom. Once more, Naruto sat in the farthest row, away from everyone, whether he liked it or not. Jin-kun? Naruto looked around. Indeed, Tsubaki-san? Please, just Tsubaki. And may I sit here, please? His sister inquired. I guess not. Then it began. Every other girl leapt from her seat and began vying for the last spot in the row, specifically Naruto's right. Yamanaka Ino ultimately prevailed in the battle. Boys began whispering to each other during this time, and despite the cries, Naruto heard something along the lines of, she never sat with everyone but Sasuke. Looking at the Uchiha, Naruto questioned, what is this all about? Now, let's talk about the looks that can kill. In fact, Sasuke was glaring at him with such hatred that Naruto began to question where it was coming from. Say, what's wrong with him? Jin inquired. Tsubaki began, but was cut off. Kasaragi-kun, he's probably envious that I'm seated beside you, Ino nearly yelled. No, I suppose it's because you remind Sasuke of someone, Tsubaki said, rolling her eyes. Someone? Naruto said, raising an eyebrow. Yes, she said, nodding. A boy was a student of ours at the academy 6 years ago. Uzumaki Naruto was his name. Naruto's heart skipped a beat when he heard his true name, and? The red-haired girl said, and at the end of our first year he killed Sasuke's entire family, the whole Uchiha clan. Trying not to laugh, Naruto said, do you think that's true? How could a young boy ruin a clan of shinobi? That is absurd. She gave a nod. That's what I thought, until they told us the truth. The reality? Tsubaki answered, yes, about Naruto, and what was inside of him. Jin thought, so they finally found out my furry little secret, and what was inside him. He had a demon sealed in him, 9-tailed demon fox, she said, hesitating. Naruto gave a nod. I understand, and, how did this boy end up? Who gives a damn? Naruto glared at Ino as she answered, probably died somewhere. No, Tsubaki said, but I believe he's still alive somewhere. That caught Jin's attention now, and why do you think that? A girl with red hair sighed. The reports on him never came, but he was not a bad person, a person who won't want revenge. Naruto thought, oh, how wrong you are, and why is that? She paused and said, I saw how the villagers treat him a few times, and they beat him really hard. Most likely due to their knowledge of Kyuubi. However, he was right there the following day. The girl pointed to the seat she had been using before, grinning broadly. My day was always brightened by that smile. Just looking at it made me want to smile and put my troubles aside. Is she serious? Raised Naruto's eyebrows. Tsubaki paused once more before continuing, but Sasuke. He thinks Naruto killed his family and will stop at nothing to get revenge. I still don't think he could kill anyone. I therefore sit there every day and attempt to persuade him otherwise. So why are you seated here at this moment? Jin inquired. The red-haired girl retorted, because of what you did to that Kunoichi. You killed her friends, but she found the strength to forgive, and Sasuke. He just comes and talks to me when his emotions get the better of him, but he remains the same. Perhaps now, after all these years, he will finally see what I have been trying to explain to him. Naruto cut him off, saying, wait a second, why are you telling things to me? Because maybe you'll help me change his way, Tsubaki grinned. Why would I do that, too? She smiled broadly. Perhaps because I'll ask politely. After grinning, Naruto said, I won't promise anything, but, well, anything is possible. Tsubaki's eyes widened abruptly. What? Naruto inquired. She said, that was Naruto's favorite line. For real? Funny, I never knew that, the boy said, raising an eyebrow. 2 weeks and a month later. Tsubaki told Naruto, I still feel nervous, as they made their way to the academy. On this day, which was both the last exam day and the last day of Naruto's torture, he did, in a way, enjoy talking to his sister. In fact, she was the only person he spoke to. Of course, there was also the youngest Uchiha, who never waited and insisted on learning how to wield a sword. Naruto asked why he wanted to learn, and Sasuke replied, "You know what, he needed that power to kill that man." Naturally, Naruto burst out laughing, and Sasuke insisted that Jin teach him how to murder Naruto. He must have been unaware that Naruto and Jin were actually the same person. Another issue was his fangirls. He had never faced such a bothersome challenge in his life until Tsubaki saved the day. She told them to literally fuck off, which they did, surprisingly, that is, back to Uchiha. In actuality, that was the one thing that permanently removed her from Naruto's to kill list. At Tsubaki's statement, Naruto retorted, "Don't be. You know all these pointless jutsu like the back of your palm. Hokage himself and Enbu trained you in taijutsu. Hell, if you put in enough effort, you might be able to kick my ass." Her face lit up at that. "Thank you. I know it's just the stress of the situation, not my doubts, but I already feel better. Additionally, I wouldn't mind whopping your ass." Tisk, tisk, tisk. Language, Namikaze-sama. Naruto laughed. "If your father overheard you speaking in such a manner, how would he react?" She grinned more broadly and said, "He would agree with me and suggest a better way to do it." "It hurts. And you don't feel sorry for me? You are neither little nor old," she responded, "as for pity, nah, but I do have something else for you." Jin's eyebrows went up. "Really? What is it?" The next thing he knew, Tsubaki had shoved him against the wall of an alleyway. "How much do you really want to know the answer to that question?" She smirked as she pressed herself against him and asked. "My fucking sister is about to." "You know what, to hell with it, be honest with yourself, Naruto. She's beyond hot and you wanted to do her from the first." "Well, second day in the academy." Jin thought, "Holy shit. Is she going to do what I think she's going to do?" Finally matching her expression, he said, "Badly enough." Tsubaki put her hands around his head and permanently ended their distance after whispering, "Well then, just an inch from his mouth, let me satisfy you with my answer." She was clearly a natural, but Naruto could tell this was her first kiss of that type as he watched with fascination as her eyes sparkled when their lips finally met. Jin thought, "Haha, I'm kissing my sister, and she doesn't even know that," but for now, he put his arms around her waist, saying, "Let's just enjoy the sensation. But I want to see her face when she does, ha 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 ha." After a few seconds, Tsubaki finally disconnected to catch his breath. Her comment was, "Wow, and that was just supposed to be a good luck kiss." With a sly smile, Naruto said, "I don't know about you," before picking her up and switching places, "but that wasn't enough for me." The girl opened her mouth eagerly for his tongue to enter, and she unconsciously wrapped her right leg around him as well as her arms, but she was only able to say a quiet, "Jin," before her lips were attacked again. When they parted again, he said, "Just so you know, I can do much more than a good luck kisses." Tsubaki attempted to say, but Naruto jerked away and walked out of the alleyway. "The bastard, he knows I won't be able to think about the exams at all." Tsubaki nearly screamed at the moment. "Are you coming? They won't start later just because you're Hokage's daughter?" Jin inquired. Redhead answered, "TCH," and followed. The Konoha Academy. Iruka began, "As you know, your graduation exams are today. Prepare yourself and good luck. We'll begin with a written exam." "Relax," Naruto said as he got up and walked out of the classroom. "What?" Tsubaki questioned bewilderedly, "Aren't you going to do this?" Naruto gave her a wink and said, "No, remember that I have a headband already?" She gave him a fierce look. "See you." After saying that, he shut the door. After 3 hours. "Damn, I can't calm myself," Tsubaki continued to tremble. Naruto sat next to her and said, "Calm down." He was let back inside after the written exam was finished. "You beat the living hell out of Duck Ass himself and answered every question correctly." When he mentioned Duck Ass, Tsubaki and a few others burst out laughing. "Cease that. You stupid jerk, I'm not worried about the exams," she retorted. "This useless waste of time is finally over," Naruto grinned. As Hyuga Hinata walked in holding a headband, he thought, "I wonder what team I will be placed in." He mumbled in shock, "Well, I'll be damned. That's probably the only thing she did right in her worthless life." "What?" Tsubaki inquired. "I never thought she will be able to pass these exams." "Why not?" "Because we are killers, Tsubaki," Jin sighed. "You're training to be one, and I already am. Do you really think she'll be able to kill anyone?" he asked. But she's so nice," the red-headed person scowled. "She can remain this nice in her home," replied Naruto. "The world is a dangerous place and sometimes you have to kill, or you will be the one who gets killed. You're right. She concurred. So why is she here? I mean. The blonde cut in, it's because she's a Hyuga. Not just a Hyuga, but the clan's heiress. Do you believe that they can prevent her from becoming a ninja? They would prefer that she die, and for some reason, I think that's the case right now. You really think they forced her to become a shinobi, so she could die in action? Tsubaki asked, his eyes widening. Jin sighed. You are aware that the Hyugas began referring to themselves as Konoha's strongest clan, following the death of Uchihas. I'm glad I'm an orphan when I consider that clan would prefer to have no heir than a weak one. Yes. By the way, you never told me about your family, the girl began. It's only right that you are aware of mine. The smirking Naruto said, life isn't fair at all. Why you? Iruka called out, Namikaze Tsubaki. The girl got up from her chair and gave Naruto a dagger-like glare. For everyone in the classroom to hear, she declared, this isn't over. Naruto simply grinned back, then put his head on his hand and peered out the window. What a lovely day it is, he thought, but Tsubaki interrupted him. What the devil? He leaned back, bewildered. You've just arrived. Redhead shrugged. I made a bunshin as they instructed, and now look at me. She displayed her new headband to him. A bunshin? Damn, this village is useless, Naruto said. Well, I suppose it's time to congratulate them, did he ask? Maybe, was her cunning response, after 20 minutes. When it was all over, Iruka began. Well, I have to say, you're the best class in my career. Others chuckled as Naruto replied, in any case, attend your team placement tomorrow. I wish you luck. After saying that, he departed. Well, let's go. Outside. Today, the academy's courtyard was bustling with parents congratulating their kids and, of course. Well, at last, my little princess has become a ninja. With his daughter in his arms, Namikaze Minato said. Tsubaki wanted Jin or Naruto to encounter her mother at last, but he quickly excused himself and walked off the academy grounds. The apartment of Naruto gasped and sprayed his face with water. Damn, that sure was close. Tsubaki's mother also came to congratulate her daughter, so what were you asking? He whispered to himself, I don't really care about daddy, but this bitch is going down. He hesitated. However, Ni-san comes first. I should probably go to bed early because I have no idea what tomorrow will bring. The apartment of Naruto. Yuwa. Naruto stretched while sitting up on his bed. He said and paused, what a wonderful feeling. It's almost like when I was back in Otto. Hold on a minute. What was I doing in Otto every night? He reflected to himself. Sounded close by, validating his concerns. Don't tell me. He lifted the blanket gingerly and peered beneath it. Yep, jackpot. Tsubaki grinned contentedly as she mumbled, Jin, while she was sleeping. Hey, my own sister was messed up by me. Life is good, even though I'm the worst son of a bitch. Naruto leaned back and pondered. However, how did this happen? A flashback, Naruto said. Finally, damn it. As he got ready to go to sleep. I thought this academy shit will never end. Still, everything is according to plan for now, so I shouldn't push my luck. The genin put his hands behind his head and lay down on his bed. A genin, huh? If Orochimaru knew, he would most likely be laughing right now. Well, he is only laughing until we cross paths again. The only other person who is aware that I am Uzumaki Naruto is him. Nobody should know, so I really need to fix that one. When I see him, I'll know. He sat up abruptly on his bed as his eyes widened in realization. Fuck, Konoha and its fucking teamwork are so awesome. I completely forgot that I would be assigned to a team. If my team and I happen to run into Orochimaru, it will be disastrous. He will undoubtedly find out who I am. I'll be compromised then. The only way I can think of is to kill off my team as well and try to blame Orochimaru, but if I go back by myself, Hokage will definitely become suspicious. Jin reclined and pounded his fist against the bed. With a crazy expression on his face, he exclaimed, damn it. Well, I guess I'll have to stay clear of this pedophile for a while. After all, he means nothing. Ni-san is what's important. Then. First, knock, then knock. Naruto got to his feet and said, huh? Who can it be at this hour? Knock. Knock, knock. He opened the door and said, I'm coming. Tsubaki. Hi, Jin-kun, the girl exclaimed, extremely flushed. What are you doing here at this hour? Won't your father look for you? According to Tsubaki, no, he won't. I told him I can't get a sleep, so I'm gonna go train. Naruto's eyebrow went up. And he bought it? Apparently, can I come in? Jin moved to the side. He shut the door behind her as she entered, saying, sure, go ahead. Make yourself at home, though I guess this little room of mine can hardly compare to Hokage Mansion. Tsubaki sat down on the bed and giggled. Your guess is quite right, my bathroom is bigger. Naruto gave a derisive bow. Well sorry, Namikaze-sama, that my humble apartment cannot meet your accommodations. He went on after she stopped laughing. So, what can I help you with? The girl's blush intensified. I don't know how to ask. Naruto cut him off, saying, try with your mouth. Tsubaki swallowed and got to his feet. She then approached Naruto and kissed him. Yes, I guess I'll try that, she said. Mercenary's eyes grew a little wider. When I told her to try with her mouth, I didn't mean that precisely, but what the devil? Keeping that in mind, he put his arms around the girl's lower back and drew her in. Tsubaki melted into the kiss, moaning into his mouth, Ino was right, it feels great. So, Naruto began as they separated to catch their breath. You just wanted a good night kiss? The redhead shook her head and bit her bottom lip. Naruto raised an eyebrow and said, no, what then? She paused before saying, oh no, why is it suddenly so difficult? I want. You want what? She yelled, I want you, damn it, before hastily covering her mouth with both hands. Incredulously, Naruto questioned, you want me? You want me in that way? Tsubaki simply nodded, unable to find the right words. Hey, I'm the target of my sister's sex request. He examined her from head to toe, wondering what she should do. She's hot, man. It also makes me think of Tayuya. Even though I don't give a damn about our blood relationship, I still feel strange. Jin, is that really what you want? She gave another nod. Naruto let out a sigh. Well, I don't mind, but why now though? Tomorrow is team placement, and... She cut in, that's exactly because, father said that it is very unlikely for the two of us to be placed on one team, so, You thought you won't get another chance soon? Jin responded. Yes. That and what? Tsubaki cast a downward glance. Genin missions are mostly safe, but even one of them can end in death. I don't really think I will die, but no one is safe from accidents, right? And if worst came to worst, I don't want to die without experiencing, well, you know. Don't do this, she's your sister, said the chibi angel Naruto, who materialized on the right shoulder of the real Naruto. As he appeared on the left shoulder, chibi devil Naruto exclaimed, go ahead. Fuck this horny red-haired bitch's brains out. She's begging for it anyway, besides, you want it just as much. No, think about morality, Angel went on. Fuck morality. There is a hot girl in front of you, begging for it. Go nail her, the devil responded. Angel insisted, don't, she is your family, I've had enough, said the devil, Mangekyo Sharingan. H. Angel cried out, completely engulfed in black flames that, in a matter of seconds, turned him into a heap of garbage. Now that this idiot has left, fetch, the devil said, gesturing to the girl. Naruto smiled malevolently. Well, God is my witness. I didn't mean to do that. As he launched himself onto his sister, he thought. The only thing Tsubaki could do was gasp before his tongue got into her throat. This kiss was different from the others. They were kind and considerate, but this one was all lust and desire. She also preferred it more. Yondaime Hokage's daughter was overcome by passion. She lost interest in everything except the boy. No, the man who was kissing her at the moment. Tsubaki gasped a little when Naruto grabbed her butt, then picked her up and laid her down on his bed. Tsubaki already sensed it. Jin began to play with her erect nipples, causing her underwear to get wet and sending chills down her spine. She understood it, and it appears that her Kyuubi part also understood it. She needed it, and she needed it now. Tsubaki's nails slightly grew larger, and her eyes briefly turned red without Naruto noticing. Before Naruto knew it, his t-shirt had been ripped to pieces. Holy SHT, Mercenary's eyes were a little wide as he thought, I really like Tayuya. She said, Jin, I can't hold back anymore, I need it, please. Naruto grinned. Well, she herself requested it. After giving it some thought, he began taking off her clothing. Holy. Yes, if he had thought his sister was attractive before, she was sexier now that she was bare-chested. You're gorgeous, Naruto said. Jin. Tsubaki leaned over her and gazed at him with stars in her eyes. She voluntarily spread her legs for him. He muttered, "This is your first time, right?" The girl nodded, "Uh-huh." Naruto muttered again, "Then I suppose I must warn that it will probably hurt a little." Already in her ear this time. "It's okay," she said, putting her arms around him. "I'll gladly bear any pain to be with you." Naruto's gaze expanded. "Wow, that was hot, I thought," he said, and then. Tsubaki exclaimed, "Ah," as Naruto used all of his strength to enter her and rob her of her virginity. He said, "Are you okay?" She quickly said, "Yes, yes." But Jin saw that she was still biting her lip and that her nails were still painfully digging into his back. "I just need a second." Naruto said calmly, "Take your time, don't push yourself." I think I'm okay now, sure?" "Uh-huh." "Well then." Naruto stepped back a little before re-entering her. Ah. Ah. Tsubaki cried out once more, this time with delight. "What is, ah?" Naruto nearly arrived at that moment after glancing at her groaning face. "Gosh, she's hot right now," Tsubaki called out, "Jin," so that everyone in the village could hear. "This is wonderful. I feel so good." Naruto had to acknowledge that he felt good too. Fuck, this is how she differs from Tayuya. She's tight, man. She was a virgin just a few minutes ago, so it makes sense. Tsubaki's head arched back as he accelerated his pace. "Jin, more, please don't stop," she begged, encircling him with her legs. "Like hell, I'll stop right here." Naruto tightened his thrusts even more as he pondered. In between groans, the girl muttered, I feel strange, something is coming. I can feel it, Jin, hold me tighter." Naruto grunted, "Goo, she just feels too good," he thought as he pushed hard into her. The first time Tsubaki experienced an orgasm, she let out a loud cry, "Jin." The wonderful sensation she was feeling caused her small but developed body to twitch violently. Evidently, Naruto found that sufficient as well. He whispered, Sorry, Tsubaki," before drawing her nearer and launching his rather large load deep into her quivering womb. The blissful feeling didn't last long, and when it did, Naruto landed on top of Tsubaki. However, he quickly turned over so she could rest on his chest. "Huff, huff, Jin, that was," she heard Naruto say, "incredible, yeah." "True, but why did you say sorry right before you?" "Well," the young lady responded. Naruto began, but took a moment to think. "You dummy, perhaps because you're my sister. I hope it doesn't turn out badly because, after all, I did come inside her." "Well?" asked Tsubaki. "Well, it's just I thought I should apologize for not being able to last any longer," he said. "Please purchase it." The crimson head grinned. "I see, well if you're this sorry, then I just have let you do this again." Naruto's eyebrow went up. "We've got team placement tomorrow, you know." The girl grinned more broadly. "Consider this an order, Kasaragi-kun." Naruto returned the grin. "As you wish, Namikaze-sama." Kaya. Finish the flashback. "Dude, she's really hungry for a virgin," Jin thought, looking at the clock. "Good job, team placement." Tsubaki muttered, 5 more minutes, Daddy," as Naruto gave her a gentle shoulder shake. "How often do you sleep in your father's bed, by the way?" a recognizable voice inquired. Her voice was familiar, but it wasn't her father's. Kya. Sharply, she sat up on the bed and said, "Jin-kun?" "Well, at least you remember my name." Naruto smiled and said, "Do you remember anything else?" The girl's eyes instantly widened in recognition. "Oh my," she said softly, her face flushed so red that she could have made Hinata jealous. We did this, all night?" "Well, you just kept shouting, more, and, don't stop, so well, you get the idea," Naruto shrugged. "I tried to stop and get some sleep." "Cease that." Tsubaki gave him a gentle shoulder slap. "Do you recall today's events?" did he ask. The girl rubbed her temples and muttered, "Team placing, shit, team placing," abruptly, she yelled. What's the matter?" startled, Naruto asked. "My forehead protector was left at home, and yesterday evening, I departed from home. And, damn it, father," Naruto understood now. "Shit indeed, okay, I'll tell you what, I'll help you on this one, but you have to agree with everything I say." Nodding, Tsubaki said, "You got it," she said as she began getting dressed. "The Hokage mansion, young lady, where in the name of Shodem-sama have you been all night? And what the hell are you doing here, Kasaragi?" screamed an enraged Namikaze Minato at his daughter. Tsubaki began, You see father, but Naruto cut her off. I apologize, Hokage-sama. I suppose it's my fault, he confessed remorsefully. At that, the girl's eyes grew wide. No, Dad. This is not related to him. Stop talking, Tsubaki. You've already let me down enough. Go on, Kasaragi. Well, I found Tsubaki-san on the training ground yesterday evening, Naruto said, nodding. She appeared to have trained herself to become unconscious. Is that true, young lady? Minato asked his daughter. Tsubaki's brows twitched momentarily. Jin's voice replayed in his mind, you have to agree with everything I say. Yeah, I simply continued to train very hard, she remarked. I guess my energy just ran out at some point. I see. Kasaragi, what were you doing at that training ground specifically? Hokage inquired dutifully. Oh, I just like to walk under the moon, Hokage-sama, Jin responded. Well, that's all right, but don't you bring her here? The village chief pressed. Well, he said, damn it, I did, however, I was denied entry by the gatekeeper. Tsubaki gave him a, are you crazy, expression. Really? Rado. When Minato called, a lone shinobi showed up. Did you guard the mansion's entrance last night? He turned to the shinobi and asked. Without hesitation, Rado said, Hi, Hokage-sama. So, is it accurate to say that you denied entry to my own daughter? With Minato staring at Rado and Tsubaki staring down in embarrassment, Naruto thought, now, only chance, Mangekyo Sharingan. With some hesitation, Rado responded, Hi, Hokage-sama. At this, Tsubaki's eyes nearly popped out of her head. What? You had the audacity to bar my daughter from my home. Why? Minato pushed. I hope no one notices. Damn, stubborn guy. Naruto thought. Well, hell, I guess it can't be helped. Rado answered absently, why you said not to let anyone enter, Hokage-sama, one more time. You idiot, everyone but my family, patrol work, for a whole week, Minato yelled. Rado said, Hi, Hokage-sama, and vanished in a cloud of smoke. Hokage exhaled. I guess you're off the hook this time, young lady, and I guess I owe you one, Kasaragi. Naruto grinned and said, oh, my lord, don't bring it up, I'm glad to help. Hypocrite, Tsubaki said, rolling her eyes. Excellent. I assume that both of you must be somewhere. Hello. At the same time, they both said, then, go, and Tsubaki. Yes, Dad? Make me proud. The girl smiled and said, hi, father, I will. The only thing that both of them overlooked was the dangerous narrowing of Jin Kasaragi's eyes. Outside, Naruto said, damn, that was tight. Comfortable. What the devil were you thinking, and what was up with that Rado guy? Tsubaki reprimanded. He seemed a little strange. And why in the world did he acknowledge what didn't occur? Tisk, tisk, tisk. Too many questions, princess. Jin responded. Let's talk about this later, or we're really gonna be late here. The girl replied, TCH, fine. But, Kasaragi-san, don't relax too much. You're still in danger. She turned around, only to feel someone groping her butt from behind. Princess, you're still in trouble. After saying this, Naruto bounded past her. What? You pervert, come back here, she shouted and chased after him. The Konoha Academy. Once Naruto and Tsubaki were seated in their designated spots in the classroom, he began. Damn, I thought we're gonna be late, how did we manage to get here 20 minutes earlier? Shrugging, the girl said, beats me. Hey, Jin? Well, you believe that there is a remote possibility that we will be assigned to one team? Tsubaki inquired. As he combed through his hair, Naruto said, anything is possible. That phrase again, Tsubaki's eyes widened slightly. Then Ruka arrived. And without further ado, here's what you've been waiting for. Well, congratulations to everyone who managed to pass their exams and become a real shinobi. The Chunin began. Team 1. Finally, Naruto thought, last night did sweeten the deal a little. Okay, a lot. If I don't get some action, I'll start killing civilians. 7th Team. Sasuke Uchiha. All of the girls held their breath in anticipation at this point. Haruno Sakura. Yada. The girl with the pink hair joyfully screamed. Grr, snarled Sasuke. All but 2 of the other girls thought, bitch. And, Namikaze Tsubaki. Iruka replied. Your Junin sensei will be Hitaki Kakashi. Gosh. Tsubaki muttered a curse, however, Sasuke was happy. Sorry Jin, You have nothing to apologize for, Naruto said, waving his hand. It wasn't you who formed those teams. Aburame Shino, Inazuka Kiba, and Hyuga Hinata make up Team 8. Yuhi Kurenai will be your Junin-sensei. Whispering, Tsubaki said, trackers, huh, pardon me? Naruto inquired. Well, those 3 are straight from clans, who specialize almost clearly on tracking, she clarified. Ah, I see. Yamanaka Ino, Nara Shikamaru, and Akamichi Choji make up Team 10. Sarutobi Asuma will be your Junin-sensei. That's it for now. Iruka-sensei, huh? Kasaragi-kun, yes? Are you not overlooking someone? Jin inquired. Yes, indeed. You, Kasaragi-kun. Abruptly, a kunai with a note attached fell onto Naruto's desk. Iruka concluded, you've been signed up for an apprenticeship. Ah, they all scowled. That means you will probably be working with every available team. Kya! All of the girls joyfully exclaimed. Naruto smiled at Tsubaki and remarked, well, I guess we will be able to work as a team after all. Maybe, but I wanted you on my team period, she said, giving him a seductive smile in return and rubbing his hip beneath the desk. Tough luck, princess. Well, will you read this note or not? Shrugging, Naruto said, and did so. What a brat. I will see you at Training Ground 44, sensei. Well, I guess it's time for me to leave, good luck, Tsubaki grinned. Yeah, you too, Training Area 44, also known as the Forest of Death. Where is this fucking sensei? Stupid forest. Yes. A kunai was about to strike Naruto's face, but he was able to catch it. Brat, nice reflexes. In front of him, a young woman wearing a trench coat and fishnet landed on the ground. Sweat dropping, Naruto uttered, not the best way to greet someone, you know. Stop talking. I'm Mitarashi Anko, and I'm sexy and single, she replied. And I'll choose the best course of action in every situation. Jin rolled his eyes and said, yes, and I assume that your attitude is the reason you're still unmarried. And, I know it sounds dumb, but, are you really my sensei? He sighed. I am, brat, damn right, and you're going to step into the realm of suffering, she said. Naturally, if you pass the final exam. At this, Naruto arched an eyebrow. Really? Which test? Anko smiled and said, you see, each Junin makes his own decisions. It will be yours to outlast me for 30 minutes in this forest. Disappointed, Naruto said, that's all. Then, a beautiful katana appeared in his hand. Come. Oh, a sword-wielding brat? I heard you were some big-shot genin, but I don't even think you know how to use this sword, inquired Anko. Are all Konoha shinobi that dumb? The blonde asked, sweat dropping once more. Brat, first lesson. The katana is too long to be used by ninjas. This kind of speed with it, she said, drawing 2 kunais. You can't achieve. Anko disappeared, then reappeared behind Naruto, the kunais already on his throat. Quiet. Are you giving up already? She asked arrogantly. Quiet. Well, you're too afraid to respond at all. What a failure. Naruto's body turned to ice, so his final 2 words, which were almost whispery, were, I guess I'll just cut open your throat. They warned you not to underestimate your opponent, didn't they? Naruto uttered the same arrogant words from behind her. Well, you seem like a spunky person. Anko attempted, but was unable to turn around. What have you done to me? Took you long enough to realize, Naruto snorted. Your legs were frozen by me. The area beneath her waist was, in fact, buried inside an ice cube, and Anko's eyes widened in shock as she looked down. Naruto pulled out his blue katana and said, now, will it be a pass if I decapitate you now? Ehehe, Anko said with a sheepish smile, after 20 minutes. What a brat. You could undo this ice thing, right? Anko shouted. With a shrug, Naruto said, I could, you could as well though. What? Your arms were free, right? Are you not familiar with fire jutsu? I was just waiting to see if you were clever enough to realize that. Thump. What a brat. Anko slapped him on the head and yelled, I'm your sensei. Could you please show more deference? And I just whopped your ass, Naruto said, shaking his head. You could also show more deference. Anko grinned and said, all right. We are now formally a team because you passed your fucking test. Naruto uttered the words, hooray, with a lack of enthusiasm. Oh, please get better. What was your name once more? With a sigh, Naruto said, it's Jin Kasaragi. Alright. We'll work as a fantastic team. My name is Mitarashi Anko. Do you know why? With slyness, she inquired. No, because D-rank missions aren't what I do. There are missions of this rank? Asked Naruto, raising an eyebrow. Hey, there certainly are, and guess what? Said Anko, we won't do them. Great. So, Jin-kun, tell me about your interests, passions, and aspirations. Anko yelled and gestured toward him. He began, well, I like my sword. I don't like a lot of things. Hobbies? I haven't got one. And killing someone is my dream. Yes, absolutely. Anko yelled abruptly. Pardon me? I also want to kill someone. See? She explained. We were meant to be together. I doubt it, said Naruto, rolling his eyes. The school. With her sensei still missing, Tsubaki thought. I wonder what Jin is doing now. I'll kill this guy when he comes, if he comes. Sasuke-kun, are you going out with me? For what must have been the 30th time in the previous 2 hours, Sakura inquired. Sasuke said icily, no, damn. Can this girl have at least some fucking pride? Tsubaki slapped her forehead. All of a sudden, may I take a seat here? Head up, Tsubaki said. Wah, Sasuke. Yes, please. After nodding, Sasuke took a seat. May I ask you a question? Ignoring Sakura's scowl, Tsubaki said, yeah, what's wrong with you? She faced him and said, pardon me. Well I thought we were friends, but, ever since that Kasaragi got here you're always with him. My, are you jealous, Sasuke-kun? Tsubaki grinned. Sasuke, to his credit, managed to contain his blush. Don't be silly. Simply put, we used to hang out together, walk home together, and sit together all the time, but... Sasuke, why do you want to be a ninja? The girl sighed. You already know the solution, he spat. Yes, but I want to hear it one more time. To beat him, I need power, TCH, he cried out. And there you have my reason, Tsubaki said, nodding. What? Sasuke, despite my best efforts over the years to change you, your hatred is simply too great. You'll eventually be destroyed by it, and I don't want to be destroyed with you. But once I kill him, you're pursuing Sasuke, a man who is most likely long dead. Wake up, damn it, and admit it. Sasuke sat silently, contemplating what Tsubaki had just said, without responding. Then, 3 genins turned to a masked man in a door frame and said, well, my first expression is, you are moody. He added, meet me on the roof in 5 minutes. And vanished in a cloud of smoke. Tsubaki said, so that's Kakashi, no wonder we waited so long. You knew him? What? Sakura inquired. Yep, never knew his name though. The roof of the academy. All right, let's present ourselves. With a little zeal, Kakashi began. Tell me about yourselves. Well, sensei, could you tell us first? Sakura inquired. Well, why not? Hitaki Kakashi is my name. The Junin began. My likes are. Well, you're too young to know that. Guess again, you masked pervert, Tsubaki beamingly said. Kakashi went on to say, I don't have any hobbies. My dislikes are a lot of things. And dreams. I never considered that. It's your turn now. Go, Pinky. Sakura laughed at the moniker, but she still did as she was told. You can call me Haruno Sakura. The person I like, my hobbies are, she stammered, looking at Sasuke and blushing. And my dreams are, squeal. Kakashi gestured for Sakura to stop, saying, I see, thank you Sakura. Now you, brooding prince. Uchiha Sasuke is my name. There are very few things that I like, and I detest a lot of things. Training is my hobby, and my dream, he said abruptly, looking at Tsubaki. I haven't made up my mind yet. Now that's unexpected, Junin said, raising an eyebrow. Okay, and the last one. Tsubaki gave her sensei a fierce look and said, you pervert, don't act like you're unaware of me. Sakura let out a gasp. Sasuke gazed with astonishment, and Kakashi laughed. Oh, remember not to act like that Tsubaki-chan, he said. Let's be courteous, shall we? All right, the girl sighed. Namikaze Tsubaki is my name. I enjoy. Both Kakashi's and Sasuke's ears perked up, but she noticed Kakashi's. It's none of your fucking perverted business, then, the red-headed person yelled. Kakashi pouted. Those who believe that being a shinobi is a game are now my pet peeves. I'm not really sure what my pastime is. And helping one person, or perhaps 2, is my dream. I see, Junin replied. Now you three just have to pass one little test before we can go to missions. Which test? Sasuke inquired. Oh, just a small survival exam. However, we passed it at the academy already, Sakura cried out. Well, I suppose you'll have to pass another one. It won't be that simple, anyway. In fact, your chances of failing are 66%. What? 3 genins yelled simultaneously. Oh, stop acting that way. You will definitely pass. With his signature smile, Kakashi said, meet me on the training ground at 9 o'clock. Oh, and don't eat breakfast. You'll simply throw up. He then vanished in a cloud of smoke. So, what are your thoughts? Uchiha inquired. Tsubaki said, don't skip breakfast. Sakura attempted to object by saying, but Kakashi-sensei just said. Hokage's daughter responded, a hungry shinobi is a dead one. I don't care what he said. Noted, Sasuke said, nodding, is there anything else? After giving it some thought, Tsubaki said, I would advise you to go at 11 o'clock. But why? The girl with the pink hair asked. Tsubaki pointed to Kakashi's seat and said, this guy has a fetish of arriving at least 2 hours later than scheduled. Sasuke remarked, you seem to know him pretty much. The red-haired girl answered, he was father's student. I see, don't worry, Sasuke-kun. I'm confident we'll pass. Sakura grinned and said. The following morning. You failed. What? You heard me. Kakashi exclaimed. The time is up, and I still got the bells. You failed, then. But we tried our best. In her, tied to a log, position, Sakura shouted. Then it wasn't sufficient. Kakashi stated. Yes, you showed some skill, but you weren't able to reach the main goal in the end. Tsubaki began, we couldn't possibly be that bad. Stop that, pervert. With a sigh, Kakashi said, it's been a while since I've seen so much promise. All right, I'll give you another chance. I'll give you another chance after you eat and unwind for a bit, but there's a catch. Do not feed Sakura. What? Why me? Young Kunichi inquired. Kakashi said, because your attempt was the weakest. Now you know what to do. He added, before vanishing in a cloud of smoke. So, what are your thoughts? Sasuke inquired. Incorrect goal. The real objective is not the bells, Tsubaki retorted. Then what is? Uchiha nodded, I guessed as much. All of a sudden. Now stop talking. I'm aware of that too. A recognizable voice said, hey everyone. Jin. Tsubaki joyfully called. Hi, princess. What is going on? We're in the middle of our genin test, Kasaragi, said Sasuke with a scowl. I advise you to go. Really? Asked Naruto, raising an eyebrow. So why does she have a log tied to her? He gestured to Sakura. With a, good point actually. Uchiha tied the ropes and held her. Sakura attempted to give him a hug, but Sasuke swiftly ducked away. Thank you, Sasuke-kun. Well, I heard that Kakashi is your sensei. Hold on a minute. Kakashi, as in Kakashi Sharingan, no? Naruto inquired. Nodding, Tsubaki said, that's the one. Sharon, what? Sasuke inquired bewilderedly. He didn't tell you, huh? Well, it's not really my place, so ask him yourself, Jin responded. By the way, what are you doing here? Sakura entered the discussion. Me? Actually, I was searching for a place to train, but it appears that this one is already taken. Can you assist us with our test, Jin? Tsubaki inquired. Which test? She clarified. Oh, I see. This is really simple, all you need to do is. Suddenly showing up and punching Naruto in the face, Kakashi said, you should not stick your nose into other people's business. But when Jin Kasaragi's head separated from the rest of his body and blood gushed out of his neck, his eyes widened to their maximum. Kya! Sakura let out a shriek. Kakashi exclaimed in shock, I didn't mean to hit this hard, I killed him. In the meantime, Naruto's head hit the floor and melted into ice. What the fuck? Feeling his legs freeze, Kakashi yelled. Naruto threw 2 bells to Tsubaki and shunshined away after saying, and you shouldn't come out too early. As I was going to say, you just have to surprise your opponent. Well, I guess you passed. Grr, Kakashi growled. Oh, he will pay for ruining my teamwork test. The office of the Hokage later that day Shiranui Genma said, Team 1 failed. Aoba, his friend, reiterated, Team 2 failed. Team 3 failed, they were miserable. Team 4 failed. Team 5 didn't make it. How did they even receive their academy degrees? Team 6 failed. Team 7 passed, quiet. What? Everyone yelled. What? Kakashi responded, perplexed. You failed every team you faced, Genma said. Kakashi said, yeah, well. They were good. Besides, I had to pass them anyway. Hokage remarked, very well. Next. Team 8 passed, Kurenai said, nodding. They're demonstrating some abilities. However, Hyuga has some personality issues. Good, Minato said, nodding. Asuma, Team 10 passed? Great. Is that all? Not exactly. Hokage muttered, ah, Anko, excellent. Everyone threw out their hands. You stay, Anko. Except for 2, everyone departed. So, Anko, tell me, when you kicked Kasaragi's sorry ass all over the Forest of Death, was he being pitiful? Anko. Tokubetsu Junin began, I apologize, sir. However, I didn't kick his ass. Pardon me? Minato questioned incredulously. In fact, it was the other way around. What? Minato leapt from his chair and said, I gave you a simple, little task to do. You dare to let me down. I apologize, Hokage-sama, but it appears that the rumors about him are accurate. In addition, why are you so keen to see him? I don't trust him, Yondaime scowled, and I don't like how he's getting closer with my daughter. Understandable, Anko said, nodding. You could just assign us tasks outside of the village, or you could probably give us something extremely risky. Nobody will be particularly upset if he dies while on an extremely risky mission, in my opinion. Could work. Replied Minato. But do you understand that if he's stronger than you, Anko, you will be in danger as well? The Kunoichi smiled malevolently, and I really like that. I asked the wrong person, Yondaime sighed, after a while. Naruto yelled, Shin-ne, and swung his sword. You missed again, yelled Anko. Fuck, it's getting away, Anko throw a kunai. How many? Inquired the Kunoichi. All of them, damn it. I won't let this piece of shit get away. Roger, yelled Anko as he threw a series of kunai. Damn it, it's too fast, help me. Naruto called out, I don't use kunais, and waved his hand. The words, Hashoken, sent 3 ice blades hurtling toward their designated target. It's close. Sene ta Jashu. Snakes grabbed her target after emerging from Anko's hand. Yes, we did it. Meow. Anko gripped harder, saying, quiet, you little shit. With a sly smile, she asked, what do you think we should do? Naruto returned the smile. I think I have an idea. The office of the Hokage thud. When Yondaime Hokage saw a cube of ice on his desk, he cried out in bewilderment, WHWH, what is this? One frozen cat inside an ice cube. As if everything were normal, Naruto answered, it's our objective. In fact, it was normal to him. Minato cried, I can see that much, but why is it frozen? Naruto gave a shrug. Safer that way, excuse me? The genin gave a headshake. You should thank me by the way. And why is that? Naruto said, well, it is alive after all. A little heat and everything will be fine. Anko though wanted to flay it. The Kunoichi replied, and I still think it was the right thing to do. No it's not, retorted Naruto. If we did, then it would have been a failed mission. Do you want another set of D ranks? Anko tightened her jaw. No, I don't. Jin gave a nod. He smiled innocently, or as innocently as he could, and said, good, that was our last, right Hokage-sama? Minato let out a sigh. Right, in fact, Minato initially made the stupid decision to heed Anko's counsel and threw the 2 of them into the heat after only 2 missions. He chose to send Yugo's Anbu team after they requested assistance. It didn't go exactly as planned. A flashback Yugo clarified, a warehouse, about 200 mercenaries inside. Naruto inquired, do we need something from there? No, Anko inquired, any shinobi there? No. Naruto repeated, so we are just to kill everyone inside? Yes. Then what the hell are we waiting for? Yugo let out a sigh. You're not working solo now, Kasaragi. Konoha is the strongest of 5 shinobi nations because of our great teamwork capabilities. She said. We work as a team and casualties are not welcome. Now here is the plan. 2 people infiltrate through the back door, quickly neutralize the guards and open the gates for others. Then we split in 3 groups and... Naruto abruptly said, I'm sorry, Yugo-san, but I see some problems with your plan. The woman narrowed her eyes. Really, and what problems are those? His head was scratched by Naruto. He began, well, how should I put it, how about this? And then his body melted and fell apart. Anko knew instantly what that meant. having been on a mission with him earlier. What a bitch of a son, she let out a furious scream. What? How did he do it? Startled, Yugo asked. A crash. Everyone's eyes widened in shock, and some even in fear, as they turned to face the warehouse, which now resembled a hedgehog. One with ice spikes in place of needles, many of which had bloodstains, and some even whole human bodies. Everyone inside was dead, of course. After a few seconds of silence, the ice gradually broke apart, revealing a completely unharmed and beaming Jin Kasaragi approaching his team. He said smugly, "I guess the mission is completed." What a jerk. Anko bumped him on the head and yelled. "It hurts. For what purpose was that? You failed to leave me any." "I don't think Hokage-sama will like it," Yugo said, shaking his head. Finish the flashback. Naruto was unable to comprehend why, but he didn't. Fan of teamwork, Jin concluded. What did Yondaime do? As a form of discipline, he sent them on a few D-ranked missions. The punishment ended today. What is our next task, then? With joy, Anko inquired. Should we murder someone? Someone rob? Stealing someone, killing him, and then raping his spouse and kids? Man, I'm glad she's my sensei. Naruto smiled at this line. Of course. I know just the place. It will keep the two of them away for a while, Minato thought. But I can't stand them. I need to send them away somewhere, anywhere. Yes, I do have a mission for you, the Hokage said with a smile. The door opened just as he was about to explain. It's... As he entered the office, Kakashi declared, Team 7 reporting for mission. Hello, Kakashi. Anko said hello. Naruto remained silent until... Jin. How have you been? Tsubaki rushed into the room and gave him a hug. It's been ages since I last saw you. Ahem. Minato coughed cleanly. Oh, hello father. The girl moved away from Naruto, flushed. All right, Team 7. Yes, it will be easier to deal with you first, Yondaime said, rolling his eyes. You can now pick between babysitting, weed pulling, and... No, Tsubaki said. What does no mean? Minato inquired bewilderedly. I'm sick of doing other people's chores, she explained. No means rejection, father. Give me a worthwhile mission. Hey! Naruto cried out. I like this girl, Anko continued. Two other genin cells had already complained about better missions. Not you too, Yondaime slapped his face. If you want a mission that is higher than D rank, then why don't you go with... Wait, that's actually a good idea. Team 7, you're about to get your first C-rank mission, he said. Our special genin cell of Jin Kasaragi and Mitarashi Anko will accompany you for this. Tsubaki smiled. Sasuke scowled. Sakura gave a squeal. Naruto and Kakashi were emotionless, and Anko shouted. Gosh! What's the matter? Naruto inquired. A genin team is what we're using. Damn, don't kill. Adding to his scowl, Sasuke said, we don't need anyone to complete our mission. When the Hokage saw Uchiha's glare, a tiny amount of murderous intent was released. Maybe so, but you also don't need to question my orders. Sasuke remained silent. He may be conceited, but he was certainly not foolish enough to dispute with the notorious yellow flash of Konoha. Excellent. The Hokage said to his secretary, sent the client in. An escort? Said Naruto, raising an eyebrow. Nodding, Minato said, you guessed it. The door then opened once more. What? I requested a real shinobi, not some brats, an elderly inebriated man inquired. This made Anko laugh. Maybe the only thing preventing Jin from hurling a couple of his Hashokens at this man was Hokage's presence. You'd do well not to underestimate them, said Minato. They're trained specialists. The old man said, well, we'll see about that soon enough. Tazuna, I'm a super bridge builder. You'll give your life to keep me safe. Sure, I will, Naruto said, narrowing his eyes. Where are we to escort him? Did he ask? Wave country. Minato said. You are to escort Tazuna-san there, and ensure his safety until he finishes his bridge. Naruto grinned and said, Wave, huh, the following morning. The first reason Jin didn't sleep well last night was Tsubaki, and it wasn't because he had a dream about her. The second was that he considered potential issues that might arise during this mission, their likelihood, and potential solutions. Ultimately, it appeared as follows, getting to know Ni-san. To put it simply, ha 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 ha, the likelihood is 1/100 trillionth. Kill, 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 nothing else matters is one possible solution. 2. Getting to know Mei. Description. Oh no, not once more. Probability. Wave is approximately 1/50th since it is near hidden mist. One potential remedy would be to prevent her from dragging me into something else once more. 3. Confronting Yugito. Fuck. Probability. I estimate 1/100th because Kumo is also not too far away. One potential remedy is to cast testicles to protect Jutsu, flee in terror, hide in a cave, and pray. 4. Get to know Karabi. Double fuck. You'd be better off meeting Yugito. Probability. I'd say 1/200th because he's not as open as Yugito. Potential remedy. The same as in point 3, but with twice as much prayer and no testicular protection. The encounter with Orochimaru. The worst situation imaginable. Probability is identical to point 1. Potential remedy. Avoid at all costs. There are too many variables, but none of them are truly applicable. The gates of Konoha. Naruto yelled, try to at least look rested. Yuwa. Sorry, I just can't help it, Tsubaki said, yawning. I should have listened to you, but I'm glad I didn't, she smiled. He smiled back at her, saying, yeah, I'm down with that as well. Well, I hope this mission will last, 'cause I want more nights like last one. I wonder what your father would say if he heard you now, Jin said. Tsubaki gave him a shoulder slap and rolled her eyes. Cease. Then she let out a gasp. What's the matter? I think hell is frozen over, Tsubaki said. What? Why? Take a look. The girl gestured. Kakashi, what the heck? No, you don't understand, he's on time, Tsubaki said, shaking her head. Is it really that strange? Naruto inquired. Yes? After she yelled, he even retreated a step. He consistently arrives at least 2 hours late. There must be a serious problem. She rushed to her sensei and said, Kakashi-sensei. What? Tsubaki-chan. What's the matter? The Junin inquired. You inform me. The girl let out a scream. I don't know what you mean. You're on time, well, I occasionally do things like this. Is it really that shocking? Sasuke stepped forward and said, pretty much. Sakura continued, yeah, quite a shocker actually. All right, everyone is here, except for, Kakashi said. Go down. Pushing Sakura out of Kunai's path, Naruto yelled, damn it Anko, she doesn't know your greetings. I'm sorry for her, Anko said, emerging from a cloud of smoke. Let's go, Anko. Kakashi said absently, don't attack my students. How about we go? Are you going to overlook this? Yelled Sakura, she attempted to murder me. And if you don't stop talking, I'll do it. You heard your sensei, Anko replied. Stop talking and start moving. TCH, after a while. Jin, Tsubaki inquired. Well, have you visited Wave before? With a nod, Naruto said, yep, been there. How does it appear? He shrugged and said, do not tell me, it's been 2 years since you were there. By the way, did you see that puddle we just passed? The red-headed person said. Sure. 2? Yes. Secret mist. Chunins. What ought we to do? The smirking Naruto said, I don't think we'll have to do anything. What? Why? What if they launch an assault? I'll be really surprised if they do, he said. We have 2 Junins with us. Yeah, but still, we should simply wait and observe. Believe me, Naruto gave a comforting smile. With a nod, Tsubaki said, I trust you. They continued to walk and nothing happened. See, I told you, Naruto remarked contentedly. Well, but what prevented them? Tsubaki grinned. I wonder, Jin's smile changed to an evil grin. Kakashi and Anko, who entered from the rear, conversed separately in the meantime. Anko, did you notice that? What? Masked Junin inquired. Who do you think I am? She asked, rolling her eyes. I saw that, of course. And what do you think? He asked, nodding. Well, there are only 2 choices because they didn't attack. First of all, they weren't pursuing us, but if my intuition is right, they immediately shunned us after we left. Kakashi gave nod. I was at the time. The second one comes next, someone. For her, Kakashi concluded, scared them off. My thoughts are being read by you. Do you believe it was you? Anko cried. There are only 2 choices because you are not well known in Kirigakure, Kakashi said after pausing. Either I did it, or... Jin-kun, yes. Do you think he knew them? It would be pointless to try to guess at this time, the masked Junin said, adding, maybe, maybe not. We only have our hints because they didn't attack. Let's wait and find out. Unknown region. Gato, stop that. The man with the enormous sword on his shoulder said, the demon brothers should arrive any minute. Zabuza, are you certain about them? A little man in a fancy suit inquired. Demon of the Hidden Mist replied, of course, I trained them myself. Ah, here they are. Zabuza-sama. A pair of chunins knelt before him. I think the mission is finished. Zabuza inquired. No, my lord, pardon me? You tell me you haven't killed one old man? Cried the man in the mask. He grabbed his zanbatu. One of the demon brothers said, sorry, Zabuza-sama, but we could not possibly succeed. Demon's brows knitted. What's the reason for that? That old man, he had a full shinobi team with him, and I'm not interested in that. You should have died trying to finish your mission then. Zabuza yelled as he got to his feet. However, Rattlesnake was with him, said the other demon brother. Hey what? Zabuza and Gato screamed in unison and turned to each other. You know him. You come first. Zabuza aimed his massive sword at the little man. Gato swallowed. He used to work for me. I think it was when I first opened up shop here in Wave. He is the reason why everything went so well for me. We had previously crossed paths, Zabuza said, nodding and lowering his blade. My ambition to rule Hidden Mist was dashed by him. The man snarled. If I may ask, how? The businessman inquired. He put an end to the civil war in Kiri by killing Yondaime Mizukage. It was because of him that 5th Mizukage was appointed. I was too late, Zabuza said, his fists clenched tightly. That's why I vowed to kill him, no matter what. Wrong idea, Zabuza, Gato said, shaking his head. He's a hard nut to crack, as I witnessed firsthand. I propose that we purchase him and attempt to steer clear of the dispute. It will truly be. Stop talking. Placing the tip of his sword against Gato's throat, Zabuza yelled, I will be the one to kill him. I won't demand payment for it, so don't worry. It will be enough if you pay the bridge builder. In addition, it's personal. Haku, Maizu, Gozu. Hello. Prepare, we have a date with destiny. Hello. Alongside Naruto. No, Uchiha, I won't teach you Kenjutsu. If the rumors are accurate, ask your sensei. He was quite skilled at it, Jin said. Don't you understand what privilege it is to teach a Uchiha? Sasuke scowled. Tsubaki cut in. Stop it, Sasuke. He said no already, embrace it. The Uchiha shouted, TCH, and sped ahead of them. It must be in his blood, the redhead said, adding, sigh, he will never learn. The Uchiha's pride and stubbornness are. Jin? You're where? In fact, Jin Kasaragi was no longer where he had been a moment ago. What is it? Anko inquired. That's Jin, he vanished, Tsubaki said. What? Just now, I caught him speaking to you, Sakura answered. Do you see him now, though? No, I guess I don't. All of a sudden, Kakashi said, Anko, this mist is too thick. Looking around, Tokubetsu Junin said, yeah, but what is going on? Everyone down. Sweden. Jutsu no Suiroden. A huge water dragon crashed directly where they were standing when an unknown voice yelled. What is this? Sakura stood up and asked. Kakashi said, Momochi Zabuza, Kirigakure's missing nin. No shit? Anko smiled. The very demon of the hidden mist? Sharingan no Kakashi, you're in charge of the bridge builder's life I see. Zabuza began, standing atop the water, I see you know me. Indeed. That's unfortunate, Miss Nin said, adding, but I'll give you the option to not fight me right now. If you want us to surrender to Zuna, then we, Kakashi said, squinting his eyes. No, that's not what I'll ask. So what? Kakashi, where is Rattlesnake? I know he was with your group, but I don't see him anymore, Zabuza yelled. I'll let you go this time if you give him up. Kakashi paused and said, the problem is that we don't know where he is. He vanished out of thin air. Well, that's really unfortunate. Zabuza clutched the hilt of his sword. I suppose I'll have to fight you. Everyone, defend the bridge builder. Kakashi glared. I'm fighting this. After saying that, he revealed his Sharingan. Alongside Haku as Haku watched Zabuza and that Konoha Junin fight, he thought, Zabuza-sama, please be alright. To her left, an unknown voice remarked, well, it will be pretty hard I think. Starting song, Gluttony Fang, by Daisuke Ishiwatari. Haku swiftly leapt for a few senbons from the tree branch she was standing on, but she stopped when the katana blade struck her throat. Rattlesnake. Haku spat. Naruto smugly remarked, "Ah, if my memory serves me correctly, you're Zabuza's little bitch. Did you really think I'd forget about you?" Haku simply gave a silent glare. "How frightening." Naruto sneered. "Well, that's not possible." He took Yukianisa's blade from Haku's throat and stabbed it into a tree branch after saying that. The whole space instantly turned to ice, from below Haku's waist to the tree branch. How did you harm me?" Naruto grinned and said, "How about this? Follow my instructions, and I'll ensure Zabuza's survival. Just a little precaution." Eyes widened, and Haku said, "Yes, I will do as you say." The grin expanded. "Excellent. Let's wait and watch Zabuza and Kakashi battle for the time being." "I have to find a way out," Haku stammered helplessly, high. Following a few water clone fights, Zabuza was able to throw Kakashi into the water and use Suiro no Jutsu to catch him. "Hey, this idiot will lose, I knew," Naruto said. "Haku!" Zabuza yelled abruptly, "Take this one out." "Oppa," Naruto said, raising an eyebrow. "Haku?" Zabuza said it again. Naruto put Yukianisa's tip back on Haku's throat and said, "Well, I guess our watch time is over." Haku? "Well, while it lasted, it was enjoyable. I'll quickly kill him, so don't worry." Fearful, Haku's eyes grew wide. But you promised." With a menacing grin, Naruto declared, "Never trust a rattlesnake." He then got ready to attack. "Haku-chan." "Gosh!" Naruto hissed and sprang back from the tree branch, saying, "You two idiots again?" "No, Gozu. Maizu," Haku yelled. "We'll keep you safe, Haku-chan." Together, they yelled and rushed towards Naruto. "Haku-chan? Hold on a minute. You're truly a bitch, then?" "Rattlesnake, die." Demon brothers used their claws to attack. "Stop talking." With a grunt, Naruto sidestepped and kicked them both in the face. "Oh." As they were launched into neighboring trees, the brothers gasped. "Hishoken." With a wave of his right hand, Naruto launched two ice blades that pinned the two brothers to their trees and stabbed them through the chest. "No." Haku let out a horrified scream. Naruto grinned and said, "As promised, Musou." With that, he formed a platform of ice that resembled a sharp spear, leapt on it, and shot at the demon of the hidden mist with amazing speed. "Zabuza-sama." Haku let out another scream. "Damn, what a loud bitch," Naruto thought as he approached his adversary. "Fuck." Zabuza saw him, let go of Kakashi, and attempted to use his sword to block the approaching attack. He was successful in doing so, obstructing the spear-like platform. But Naruto leapt over him and was just a second away from taking Zabuza's head off. "Senshausen." With a peerless downward slash, Naruto yelled. "Shit!" was all Zabuza could think before the katana's blade made contact with. Crack. An ice mirror. Oh. Zabuza escaped the critical hit, only getting a deep cut on his shoulder, but Naruto was able to cut through the mirror. "Zabuza-sama." Haku landed close to her master and yelled. Raising an eyebrow, Naruto said, "How did you?" "You ought to have frozen my arms too," Haku said with a furious glare. She spat. Jin nodded. "Excellent concept, next time, I'll do it." "The next time won't come. I've been waiting for this, Rattlesnake," Zabuza said. "This time, you won't get away from me." Hee. Naruto laughed hard. "Me? Not going to get away? You idiot. Look at the situation first. Two other motherfuckers are dead, your little bitch just stood motionless for 10 minutes, and your left arm is now useless. I don't think you'll get away this time, Zabuza." "We'll investigate that. Zabuza-sama, please, we can't defeat him at our current state, and he has two Junins for support," Haku interrupted. The Mist Ninja clenched his jaw and said, "Rattlesnake, this isn't over, I will return sooner rather than later." He let out a scream, and he and Haku plunged into the water. Naruto dropped his sword and turned around, only to find a furious Kakashi standing in front of him. They really did escape, oh well. He said, "I think we should talk, Kasaragi." "If I must," Jin shrugged. "You do, indeed, and," said Kakashi, he stumbled. Hee. "It was nice speaking with you as well, Kakashi. That is the result of prolonged use of Sharingan's power. Furthermore, he is not even descended from the Uchiha." Naruto picked up the masked Junin from the water where he landed and said, "Moron, still." Alongside the others. "Jin, Kakashi-sensei." Tsubaki shouted, "How are you, sensei? What happened to you?" Setting the Junin down, Naruto said, "Used Sharingan too much." "Moron." Anko said, I told him to let me assist, but they refused. Teamwork is essential. You're not helping, Anko, Naruto sighed. You'd better help me carry him. Kunoichi gave a snort. Hey, you hope? Sasuke? TCH, Jin inquired. Though helpful, the Uchiha responded, HN. I would like to know where he got that eye though. I don't belong here, Naruto said, shaking his head. When he wakes up, ask him. Sasuke gave a nod. Tazuna-san? Tsubaki began. Yes. All the nonsense about how Wave doesn't have enough money and why you're lying can wait, in my opinion. You're home? With a quick nod, the bridge builder said, oh of course, this way. The home of Tazuna. A tsunami. Tazuna knocked on the door of his home and said, open up, tsunami. Papa. As she opened the door, a lovely middle-aged woman exclaimed, I'm happy you're still here, she said as she gave him a hug. The bridge builder gestured to the Konoha group and said, well, say thanks to these guys. With a respectful bow, Tsunami said, thank you for keeping my father alive. That's very heartwarming, but is it possible for us to enter and put this son of a bitch down? He's pretty heavy, you know, Naruto said, gesturing to the unconscious Kakashi on his shoulder. The woman gave a quick nod, saying, of course, this way, exactly. After 20 minutes, when everyone except Kakashi sat behind the table, Anko began, well, perhaps someone will finally explain to me what the fuck is going on around. What in the world has happened to this country? It looks so bad, Sakura said. According to Tazuna, Gato happened. Of course, I helped him start here, Naruto nodded. I might also say he overdid a little, but that's none of my business. He came to this country and took control of all shipment. Tsunami clarified. We are a small island country, so ships are the only way for us to trade. Until the construction of the bridge, it will save our nation, Tazuna said. Naruto gave a snort. Jin? Tsubaki inquired. What's so amusing? The elderly man inquired. Well, let's see, well, you, naturally, what makes me so funny? Turning his head, Naruto said, I'm surprised you're not laughing, Anko. Oh, I do. The Kunoichi said with a malevolent grin. All I did was wait for you, ha 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 ha. What's making you laugh? Tsunami inquired. Sorry for breaking it to you, miss, Jin said, shaking his head. Tsunami. All right, I'm sorry to tell you, Miss Tsunami, but your plan will not succeed. With wide eyes, Tazuna said, no, it will, and. Sakura went on, yeah, I can't see any flukes. Naruto rolled his eyes as Anko began to laugh more loudly. What if Gato came over and destroyed your bridge? With a sarcastic tone, he asked. Tazuna's mouth dropped. What? He wouldn't dare, no. Oh, please. Unexpectedly, Sasuke said it. What's stopping him from blowing up your bridge if he could do this to your country and get away with it? Angrily, the old man gritted his teeth. Not just that. Naruto responded. Your economics is so fucked up, that even if you do finish that bridge, it is far too late to change something. Gosh. I don't care, Tazuna said, striking the table with his fist. I will persevere and complete it. I'll know I did everything I could, even if Wave doesn't get off its knees. Ho. A worthy goal, declared Naruto. Is this Gato guy wealthy, by the way? Anko inquired. He's one of the wealthiest people in the world, Tsunami said. Kunoichi with purple hair muttered, cool, it's no wonder he hired someone like Zabuza. He could probably hire Hokage-sama himself with his money. No, a man like that is not someone my father would ever work for, Tsubaki said. Please. Anko waved her away. Girl, you're too young. Just in case you forgot, we are ninjas. We murder people to make money. Honor be damned. But why was Zabuza initially so preoccupied with you? Sasuke questioned Naruto. Well, I kind of fucked up his plans, the blonde genin said with a sheepish smile. Which way is it messed up? Anko inquired. It's a long story, and. Grandfather. A young child rushed into the room. Inari. Tazuna grinned and gave the child a hug, saying, I'm glad you're okay. Grandpa, you're back at last, the child whispered. So, who is the child? Anko inquired. Inari. He's my son, replied Tsunami. Where is his dad now? Tsubaki inquired. She scowled and said, his father, he's. All of a sudden. Inari leapt to her feet, dashed into the room's farthest corner, collapsed, and kept screaming. What's the matter with him? With a laugh, Anko inquired. Inari, please keep quiet. What's the matter? Tsunami knelt in front of her son in an attempt to soothe him. Mom, it's him. Ah, it's him. The little boy let out a terrified scream. Who? Kasaragi-san. The woman inquired. I had no idea I was so frightening. He killed Dad. Everybody looked at Naruto in disbelief, or, in Anko's case, with a chuckle. The individual in question gave another sheepish smile and said, aha, ahaha, Oppa. A calm day. WHAT? Or not? You murdered Kaiza? Tazuna got up from his chair and yelled. Who? Naruto raised an eyebrow in question. With a glare, Tsunami replied, my husband. Ah, of course, the blonde said, rolling his eyes. That did indeed refresh my memory. Who the fuck was your husband? He said, nodding his head. Wave's hero was him. Inari let out a scream. Scratching the back of his head, Naruto said, hero of Wave, oh, I remember now. You actually murdered this man? Anko inquired. Jin said with a shrug, I guess so. Who was he? Sasuke inquired. I don't remember, some fisherman. Naruto waved him away. Anko arched an eyebrow at this point. A fisherman is a hero. That is obviously wrong, but why in the world would you kill a fucking fisherman? Jin shrugged and said, because I was working for Gato back then. Quiet. You what? How could you be employed by that jerk? Tsubaki shouted. Shaking his head, Naruto said, oh, hurry up, I needed money because I was a mercenary. In addition, I don't care who I murder. So, in order to get money, you would murder an innocent man? The redhead glared as he asked. Don't give me that, you would too. Naruto returned the glare. The girl's gaze expanded. No, you would, indeed, if you forgot, I'll remind you, Naruto interrupted. We kill for money because we are ninjas. Anko continued, he's right, you know. Yes, I guess he is, I still don't like it though, Tsubaki sighed. And you shouldn't. Jin responded, it would be far worse if you did. Yeah, all of a sudden. You have my undying forgiveness. Inari's screaming persisted. And I'm so unhappy about it, Naruto rolled his eyes and snorted. You're not that interested in us, are you? Tsunami inquired. You want a truthful response. Very well, he replied. No, I don't. I don't care about you. This piece of shit you call your son. This old worthless fool you call your father, or, to be honest, your whole nation. This little piece of shit in your arms is actually only alive at the moment because I wasn't compensated for his death, but I won't care about that small formality if he keeps glaring at me like he is right now. I like it, said Anko, that was cold, even for you. Tsunami's eyes narrowed and Inari's widened in terror. She said, I won't let you do this. After shrugging, Naruto said, then I'll kill you too. Tazuna stepped in now, saying, I won't let you. Jin interrupted, then I'll knock you out. What? Why not murder him? Sasuke inquired. Remember, he's our mission, right? Oh, cease. We won't kill anyone, Tsubaki cried. This nation needs assistance, not more threats. I'm tired of this. Time to release the tension. Naruto rubbed his temples. Well, he began, I suppose I should atone for my role in making this nation what it is. After all, I began a new life. I assumed you were unconcerned about us? Said Tsunami. I still don't. Replied Naruto. But I don't really like what Gato did either, never thought he will step this low, should have known better. So what are we doing at this point? Anko inquired. Who do you want to ask? In return, Naruto inquired. Well you tell us. Tsubaki smirked and said, you're the only active Junin right now. Looking around, Anko said, well, you can do whatever the hell you want. Sasuke got up and said, well, I suppose I'll go train. As he got up, Tsubaki said, I think I'll go walk around, see what's what. She was chased by Sakura, who said, wait, I'll come as well. Strange. Jin replied. I expected her to run after Uchiha. Anko continued, yeah, me too, so, what did you do to that Kaiza guy who made the whole nation tremble? When they were both alone in the kitchen, she inquired. Let's see, Naruto was attempting to recall. I think I cut off his hands, then I froze and crushed his legs, then I sent a shoken at his chest, and then I think I beheaded him. Whistling, Anko said, that's my pupil. Thank you so much, by the way, it was really difficult not to kill this little shit, the genin grinned. With a wave, the kunoichi said, "Tell me." Even though he was glaring at you, it still made me angry. Why? Well, he was looking as if he could do something except that glaring, or perhaps annoying you to death with his crying. Naruto laughed. Yeah, I heard that. Still, I don't want another round of these damn D-ranked missions. Anko gave a nod, saying, "You don't? If I see that fucking cat again at all." He cut her off, saying, "Don't worry, you won't." Why, huh? Have I not told you? She gave a headshake. With a menacing smile, Naruto began. Well, you see, I kind of forgot to mention that Yukianisa's ice erodes life. With bright eyes, Anko said, which means, that cat was already dead when I placed it on Hokage's desk. Hey, you are very intelligent. I know, the hiding place of Zabuza. You should not mess with Rattlesnake, I told you. Zabuza, Zabuza, Zabuza. But no, you believe you're so unbeatable that Zabuza's blade beneath Gadu's throat abruptly cut him off. Stop talking. I'll murder him, Miss Nin replied. Yes. As you did the last time? We both know you won't kill me, so put away this enormous butcher knife. Zabuza took his blade away and said, TCH, don't try to contact him. Gato mockingly said, why not? You simply don't understand, do you? Said the masked ninja, shaking his head. He is currently with Konoha. However, that's only because he needs it for something. Oh, what is preventing him from changing sides? I am aware of his lack of loyalty. Yes, but you also don't know his goal. The businessman smiled and said, and you do? Yes, I do, and believe me, nothing will stop him as long as he breathes air. The mist demon stopped. Which is exactly what I'm going to correct. Gadu exhaled. Fine, Zabuza, do as you will, but don't forget who you're working for. Don't worry, I won't, said Shinobi with a grin. The following morning. Oi, Z's, Kasaragi. Z's, Kasaragi. What? Sasuke said, the breakfast is ready, and walked out of the room. Damn, and I was having such a nice dream, Naruto sighed. Down the stairs. Oh, are you all present? Looks like I'm the last one today, Jin inquired. Kakashi said, you're late. Quiet, what? Are you the one who speaks? Everybody yelled at him. Junin muttered, Ma, someone's in bad mood, so, Anko began. What exactly are we doing? Should we murder that Gato guy, or what? Simply give up. Anyway, you're going to die, Inari said absently. Any company's future spirit is this. Everyone, including Inari's mother, laughed when Naruto yelled. What's making you laugh? What do you know about our suffering? The child cried. When Inari realized who he was speaking to, his eyes grew wide. That's right, child. Naruto made fun of you, saying, I know enough about your suffering. Besides, it's always the same. While some people lead happy lives, others lead miserable ones. Perhaps we ought to assist these folks? Sakura whispered a suggestion. All right, go ahead, but before you respond, can you kill anyone? Anko cried. No, exactly. They can, however, you must be willing to take lives if you wish to aid this nation, and I don't think that will be happening anytime soon, Special Junin went on. Naruto said, I guess training is in order. Sasuke gave him a nod of approval. Yes, but who is going to instruct us? Tsubaki inquired. I will. Said Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, however, you're still not well, and, Sakura started, but was cut off. I feel suitable for that. In addition, Anko will assist me here. You'll let me I meant train your brats? Kunoichi asked, his eyes brightening. I guess, WHIPPE, Naruto shook his head and said, you'll regret that. The forest nearby. So, Kakashi, what were you going to teach them? With hope, Anko inquired. Calmly, the masked Junin said, tree climbing. Quiet. Naruto declared, I'm outta here, and turned to leave. Eyes narrowing, Kakashi said, you're doing this too, Kasaragi. No, I'm not, Naruto said without pausing, because if you try to remember, I was standing on top of water, you moron. You're pushing your luck, the Junin said, clenching his teeth. The next instant, Jin appeared just inches away from him, and he said, when I recover, I'll. He's fast, Kakashi said, taking an unconscious step back. So perhaps I shouldn't hold off on killing you until you're better? Blonde's eyes widened as the Genin said, that arrogance. He reminds me of. He clutched his head in pain. What's wrong, Jin? Tsubaki inquired. Gah. After screaming, Naruto vanished in a cloud of smoke. What's wrong with him? Sasuke inquired. With a sly grin, Anko added, then again, you may do this even if I don't. Fuck me if I know, she said. I think I'll pass, Uchiha said, turning pale. Too bad. Starting song. Low of Solipsism, from the Death Note soundtrack, with Naruto. Hyojin Tuga. Standing atop the lake, Naruto yelled and sent a massive shockwave of cutting ice in the direction of nobody. You are weak, perish. Hishoken, he let out another scream. You have Sharingan, Ninpo. Tatsumaki no Reiryu. But you will never be able to reach the capability of a full Uchiha. Stop talking. Fuden. Renkuden, you couldn't protect her after all. Perish. Naruto used his sword to slash at nothing. Why won't you just fucking die? You will never surpass me. The blonde clenched his jaw in rage as he gradually lost sight of Itachi's outline. Ah, KH. Exhausted, he screamed and collapsed to his knees. He was flinging high-level jutsus for nearly an hour, so it makes sense. He paused to catch his breath before continuing, huff, I will kill you, I will not let anything stop me. Even if it's the last thing I ever do, I will kill you. A sudden voice said, Kasaragi-san, you are a really sad person. What? I didn't feel anyone. Was I blinded by my anger that much? Naruto's eyes widened. Haku, who slowly emerged from under the water, remarked, I am glad that your anger is not directed at me. Naruto got up from his knees and said, TCH. It could change its course at any time. What are you looking for? She wasn't a serious threat to him, but he was exhausted, really exhausted, so he prepared his sword for battle. She raised her hands and said, I came here to talk, so don't worry. With narrowed eyes, Naruto said, why would I want to speak with you? Please, Kasaragi-san, you will lose nothing from sparing few minutes of your attention. Jin let out a sigh and eased up a bit. Very well, speak. Haku gave a nod. I know you're with Konoha now, I don't really care why, but I think you got your reasons. She stopped. However, what I do care about is Zabuza-sama's well-being. Raising an eyebrow, Naruto said, and I know that you will kill him if he ever crosses your path again. Good thinking. I still don't get what's your point, said the smirking blonde. After pausing to collect herself, Haku said, my point is, I don't want you to do this. The back of Naruto's head arched. Ha 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 ha. What will motivate me to take this action? Or, perhaps, don't do this. She swallowed and said, I'll do anything you ask. He answered, HM, I don't need anything from you. Kasaragi-san, I truly mean it, if you want, I can even be your personal slave, don't kill him. I don't need slaves, Naruto said, rolling his eyes. They merely slow me down, and go to Zabuza and convince him to get fucking lost if you truly care about his life. You and I both know he's just too stubborn to admit defeat, said Haku, shaking her head. Well then you'd better find correct words. Naruto said as he was about to leave, because you were definitely right about one thing, if he crosses my path again, I will end his life. Tsubaki and others are back. Any updates, then? Jin. Don't ever run away like that again. Tsubaki joyfully exclaimed before rushing over to him and punching him in the stomach. Ouch, that hurt, damn it. Tsubaki went back to her exercises after adding, only more reason not to do this again. So, any updates? And where is Mr. Incognito? Naruto repeated. Mr. Incognito went back to heal his ass, Enko said, waving her hand. As for progress, well, as you can see, after 3 or 4 runs, Pinky was worn out. However, she was able to accomplish this. She has the smallest chakra reserves I have ever seen, so it makes sense, Jin snorted. Enko concurred, saying, exactly. Now, the other two, Uchiha is getting better every time, but the girl, she's adamant that I give her that, but why? Naruto interrupted her and went to his sister, saying, I'll handle this. Gosh. When she fell again, Tsubaki spat in rage. Issues? Glancing over her shoulder, she saw Jin approaching her slowly. The girl said, nothing I can't handle. She tried again, but again, the same thing happened. Naruto commanded, stop. You won't do it that way. You think I'm incapable of doing it? Tsubaki glared at him. Shaking his head, Naruto said, you're not. Simply put, you're doing it incorrectly. Instead of glaring, she appeared perplexed. But Kakashi-sensei said. I'm saying otherwise, Naruto hissed. I don't care what he said. It all comes down to who you trust the most. After pausing, Tsubaki said, I trust you. Good, Naruto said, nodding. This is what you will do next. Instead of running, approach the tree and plant one foot on it. The girl quickly complied, saying, all right, what now? Now try sending your chakra to that foot so it'll stick. After nearly 5 minutes of trying, she finally succeeded. Done. Are you certain? Naruto inquired. I guess, Tsubaki shrugged. Then try your second foot. She lifted her second leg off the ground after nodding, but she instantly lost control. I got you. Observing her bridal style, Naruto said. Tsubaki reddened and said, thanks. Have you realized your error yet? Jin, would you kindly put me down? Or I'm afraid I won't be able to hold myself down, the red-headed man said, blushing even more. Sure. Naruto gently set her down on the ground. Now, what went wrong? I tried to concentrate on my second leg and lost control over my first one. Jin nodded. That's right. Do it once more now. When Tsubaki planted a foot on the tree, it instantly became stuck. I'm afraid I'll fall again. Don't worry, I got it covered. Naruto grinned. All right, I'm on my way. She began to tumble once more, but I got you. Jin swiftly positioned himself beneath his sister and secured her. The reason the girl's eyes widened instantly was because Jin was holding her back with one hand while the other was a little lower. You fucking pervert, let her go. Sakura let out a shriek. Stop talking. Without flinching, Naruto replied. Now, Tsubaki-chan, get to work, he teased. Fucking bastard. You're paying for this later, she thought, trying to focus. Calm now, I need to get this done. Move chakra to one foot, move chakra to another foot, start rubbing, damn it. No, bad thoughts. Right, one foot, another foot, it's lower, you bastard. No, stop thinking dirty thoughts. One foot, another foot, stick to the wood inside, fuck. Naruto grinned and said, Tsubaki-chan, is something amiss? Maybe you're distracted by something? He teased her with a whisper that she could hear. And no, I'm all right. The grin got bigger. Really? Therefore, if I do this, he said, lowering his hand. Hey, she squeaked and quickly slapped her mouth with her hand. Stop it, Jin, people are observing. I don't care about them, he responded, the only thing I care about is helping you. With wide eyes, Tsubaki said, why you mean that? Yes. In Konoha, you are the only person I care about. Despite Naruto's taunts, the girl's eyes glistened with resolve and she redoubled her focus, saying, I can do it. One step, another, and another. Jin was pleased to see Tsubaki climbing the tree at a leisurely pace. I succeeded. When she got to the top, she shouted. Wow. Anko thought, with his assistance, she was able to do it on her second try. Naruto said, great, now get down here. Tsubaki followed suit, walking down just as slowly. How was she able to surpass me? I am a Uchiha. No one is better than me. Sasuke was glaring angrily at both Naruto and Tsubaki in the meantime. But Jin saw Sasuke's scowl and said, Uchiha, I'm not doing it for you. Tsubaki, would you like to eat? They left after the girl nodded and said, yeah, I just finished this exercise, I can use a break. Sakura, flushed, said, I can do the same for you, Sasuke-kun. Sasuke turned to face Anko and replied, you're his sensei, right? Yes. As she happily chewed her dango, the kunoichi said. So why don't you impart any knowledge to him? Just because I don't know what the fuck to teach him, Anko shrugged. Sasuke tilted his head sideways and said, pardon me? Well, it's kinda shameful to admit it, but he already saved my ass twice and kicked it thrice, Anko said, grinning sheepishly and scratching the back of her head. With a raised eyebrow, Uchiha said, he kicked your ass? You must be very weak if. He was pinned to a tree by the throat the next second, so he was not permitted to finish. You think I'm weak? Anko jeered. Well, I'm not sure what to call you. Sakura shouted, release Sasuke-kun, but Anko interrupted. Or what precisely are you going to do, Pinky? Sakura stopped talking after gasping. She turned back to Sasuke and said, now you'd better get one thing straight. There are people in this world who are stronger than me but younger than you. Do you know what makes them so powerful? Quiet. Because they have sufficient justification. The purple-haired kunoichi added, remember that well before calling another unfamiliar person weak. She let the genin fall to the ground, and then vanished in a cloud of smoke. Are my reasons not good enough? Uzumaki Naruto's face flashed before his eyes as Sasuke coughed on his knees. I hate him with all my heart, isn't hatred a reason enough? That night. So, did you successfully complete that exercise? When they were all seated behind the dining table once more, Kakashi inquired. Sasuke frowned. TCH. I suppose that's no, masked Junin pondered. I did. Said Tsubaki. Really? I was certain Sasuke would be the first one, Kakashi questioned incredulously. Yes, Jin-kun was very beneficial, with joy, the girl said. Tsubaki turned a deep red as Anko added, sure, by groping your ass. Is that accurate? Kakashi inquired. Naruto said, that was necessary. This made Anko laugh. Oh, hurry up. Simply acknowledge that you wanted to do it. Very well, Naruto shrugged, adding, I wanted to do it. You're a pervert. Sakura shouted. What the hell are you complaining about, even if it's true? Said Naruto, shaking his head. Well, exactly. Now stop talking and only speak when you're prepared to say something intelligent. You have no right to talk to my student like that. Kakashi's eyes narrowed. Calmly, Naruto retorted, and you have no right to show me my rights. I'm Anko's student, not yours. You cannot harm me in any way. The Junin scowled but remained silent. In any case, how do we handle this Gato guy? Anko inquired. Inari said, there's nothing you can do, you're just going to die. Naruto cut off the young boy's tirade with, Anko, gut him please. After pulling out her kunai, the kunoichi responded, sounds good to me. I can take only this much of melodrama for one day, she said. Don't do it, please. Please take me if you want to kill someone, Tsunami yelled, embracing her son. With a slap to his face, Naruto said, you know what, lady? You ought to have gotten your son over your knee and slapped his bitching little ass until he was unable to sit. A good teacher is pain. No, his suffering was sufficient, the woman answered. In many cases, it's the only way to make people sane, Jin explained, adding, not emotional pain, physical pain. It is quickly understood by all. Gato? Tsubaki inquired. Naruto answered, don't look at me, I don't give a damn. I assumed you wanted to make amends? Sakura inquired. Sakura, you still don't understand? Jin answered. Pardon me. What's stopping another man like Gato from doing the same thing, even if we kill him? Kakashi clarified. Exactly. Naruto replied. This country has no backbone and I think it never will. You are to blame for that. Tazuna cried out. Perhaps, but I can't simply return it to you. Enough, I'm going to bed, the blonde said, adding, you have to take it yourselves. In the morning, tell me what you have decided. The following morning. It feels good, Tsubaki. What on earth are you doing in this place? I assumed that Sasuke or at the very least Anko would be sharing my room. Yes, good morning to you too, the girl replied with a snort, and if you'd rather be with Sasuke than me. Sorry, I was just kind of surprised, Naruto said, shaking his head. An eyebrow went up on the redhead. Are you surprised? Do you frequently lose your sense of direction at night? Are you doing at night? Jin asked, raising an eyebrow. Damn, Kakashi was next door, he said, peering beneath the blanket. Don't tell me. Don't worry, I performed a silencing jutsu, Tsubaki said with a smile. With pride, she said. With a, are you stupid? Expression, Naruto said, silence jutsu? Alright, that was really helpful. Did you also add any jutsu to prevent the house from trembling while we were having a rabbit fucking fit? Silencing jutsu didn't stop the house from trembling, the girl realized as her eyes widened. Ups. Hey, my line is that. Unfortunately, besides, I don't really care if they knew or not, she said, giggling and sticking her tongue out at him. Then she sprang up and straddled him, saying, I want it one more time right now. Since when did you become so horny? Jin asked, raising an eyebrow. Since you entered my life. Tsubaki smiled at him. Oh, as she lowered herself onto his already erect penis, she gasped. Oh no. I simply can't get enough of it, no matter how many times I stick it in you. Oh, Jin, she bent over and gave him a passionate kiss. So good, Naruto helped her move by grabbing her ass. Oh, it's simply too good, Tsubaki let out an ecstatic scream. Why does it feel this way? It feels like we belong this way. With you inside of me, and it goes beyond simple sex. I wonder what she would say if she knew the truth, Naruto said, raising an eyebrow. However, he remained silent, simply closing his eyes and giving in to pleasure. Jin, don't stop, please, the girl shouted as she began to move her hips back and forth. I'll stop like the devil, with a thrust upward, Naruto said. Oh, I sense it. Tsubaki cried out with delight. I've reached my breaking point. Jin, hold me, hold on tight. Never. Jin put her arms around her and drew her in as he exclaimed. I'm coming. I'm so excited. Tsubaki. The sensation of her walls closing in on him was sufficient for Naruto, who used all his strength to pull her onto himself and release his load inside her, causing her body to tremble violently as she absorbed everything in her warm depth. When her orgasm was over, she finally collapsed on top of him, letting out a sigh and whispering his name, Jin, joyfully once more. Say, he began. Have you performed any silencing jutsu prior to our start? Immediately, Tsubaki's eyes widened. Ahaha, ups. My line is that. Down the stairs. Tsubaki said sadly, damn, Kakashi will definitely tell my father. That's not the worst, replied Naruto. If Anko heard, she'll never let me live that down. However, they were surprised, and relieved, to discover a very flushed Tsunami when they descended the stairs. Naruto gave her his iciest glare, which translates to, you heard nothing. It meant that she would be envious of Uchiha Itachi's eventual fate if she spoke. All Tsunami could do was nod. Good. Where is everybody? Tsubaki inquired. The woman answered, they went to the bridge to guard father. Well, I believe we ought to go too. Jin, what do you think? Naruto answered, you go, I forgot something. She ran off after saying, sure, I'll see you at the bridge. I'm sorry to bother you, Kasaragi-san, but what did you forget? Tsunami inquired. Naruto answered, my sleep. As you heard, I didn't get any last night, he added before turning to go. Kasaragi-san. Well, I don't know if it's polite for me to ask, but can you do me a favor? Tsunami bit her bottom lip. What kind of favor? Jin asked, raising an eyebrow. The woman gave me a kind smile, going back upstairs. Yes, indeed. More difficult. As Naruto pounded her pussy, Tsunami screamed, this is the best. Naruto let out a gasp, saying, gosh, I never thought a lady as courteous as you would be such a lioness in bed. Hell, you still haven't stopped after our 4th round. Father didn't know, but I worked at a brothel for a few weeks in my youth, she said with a menacing smile. In other words, I learned how to do everything there. Naruto grinned back. Show it. She immediately pushed him away from her before crouching down and inserting his penis inside of her. Then Tsunami leaned closer and put her tongue in his mouth, muttering in pleasure, He thought, damn, she's good. Perhaps I can convince her to give Tsubaki some tips? Naruto quickly lost the tongue-to-tongue battle with Tsunami for control of his mouth. All right, I'll make your sperm run dry now, she said, climbing and descending on top of him. Holy fuck. She might very well do just that. I mean, I did Tsubaki almost the entire night, and once in the morning. If it continues like this. Naruto's eyes widened at her speed and technique. With an evil smile, Tsunami said, you're feeling it again? I'll make you touch the heavens. She teased, taking one of her hands off his chest and lowering it. As she massaged his balls, the woman said. Naruto's body began to twitch violently at this point, and he grabbed Tsunami's butt roughly, pulling her onto him. I'm coming, shit. The genin bellowed. Tsunami licked his cheek and leaned in closer, saying, come for me, baby. Ah. With strained muscles and eyes in the back of his head, Naruto yelled once more. The woman groaned with pleasure as she felt her partner empty himself inside her again. Naruto said, panting heavily, huff, huff, never felt better. Tsunami licked her pussy clean after whipping some of his cum out of it. The young boy's semen is delicious, she said, I want to taste it more. Naruto's eyes grew wide. Hold on, he exclaimed, noticing that he was in fact still inside of her, didn't you get enough? Tsunami, to her credit, was able to smile even more meanly than Orochimaru. Yeah, after all, I haven't had real sex in 2 years, thanks to your efforts, by the way. She shook her head. Therefore, you should accept responsibility. OSHT, I won't give up, Tsunami said, getting back on her feet. Hold on, I just arrived. Although Naruto begged, it was in vain. With her eyes closed and a joyful smile on her face, Tsunami was bouncing up and down on top of him. Naruto thought, shit, she's serious, well fuck it, and grabbed her ass once more before thrusting against her. Yes, indeed, Tsunami shouted, like that, screw me, turn me into your bitch, get me to cum. Naruto, who could hardly keep up with her, thought, damn, she's amazing, way ahead of Tayuya and Tsubaki's league. Still way out of hers though. Yes. Indeed. Indeed. She let out a scream. With a sly smile, Naruto put one finger to her mouth. Tsunami groaned and hungrily sucked on it. You find it this enjoyable? With cunning, he inquired. Him. She gave a head nod. Naruto inserted the finger of another hand into her ass and remarked, well then, I guess I just have to make you feel real good then. Mime. Tsunami moaned in ecstasy. Wait, I'll come if you do that. This is exactly what I'm trying to make you do, Naruto said, sticking his finger even further. The woman began to roll her eyes into the back of her head. My God, I can't wait much more, she let out a scream. It's embarrassing for me to say it, but I can't either, Naruto said, clenching his teeth. Yes, indeed. Let your sperm run wild in me. I thought you wanted to taste it. Naruto raised an eyebrow in response. Shit. I want it inside, Tsunami answered. Everything. Gosh. I can't stand when girls talk like that, he grunted. Give it to me. Give your cum to me. Aw shucks. When Naruto finally lost it and shot her with yet another load, he yelled. HHH. When Tsunami had her best orgasm to date, her back arched. Phew, she collapsed on top of him, gasping for air. I've never had a better fuck in my life. Snorting, Naruto said, I'm glad for you. Could you please do me a favor now? Jin-kun. Anything at all. Get the fuck out of my room and let me finally have some well-deserved sleep. After 20 minutes, Z's, no, get out, Inari. Z's, let's kill the kid, Z's. No, I'll kill myself and bite my tongue off if you kill him. Z's, you're lucky, kid, Z's. No, I'm going to stop running, Z's, grr, right now, someone is going to fucking die. Outside. Release my mother, ha! Inari yelled as she dashed in the direction of the bandits. Nothing can save you now, stupid boy, said one of the bandits. Yeah, we'll kill, Hashokan. 2 bandits were struck by ice blades in their chests and fell dead, stopping Inari in his tracks. Wah, you idiot! Naruto approached from behind and exclaimed, what the devil was that about? I just wanted to be a hero, Inari said, her eyes welling with tears. Well, good luck. Because you would have only turned into a piece of meat. Heroism and idiocy are not the same thing, Naruto said, slicing down Tsunami's binders with his sword. Tsunami bowed and said, thank you, Kasaragi-san. Don't bring it up, Jin waved at her, but I suppose that means other people are also being attacked. I'll probably go see how they're doing. At the bridge. Sasuke. Tsubaki looked in disbelief at her teammate. Why, you did that, but why? You saved me, but why? The Uchiha grinned and said, I don't know, before collapsing. Crawling over to him, Tsubaki said, but what about your dream? It's not as important as your life, he said with a smile, please, don't die, and put his head back. Are you witnessing your comrade's death for the first time? He was a real shinobi? Haku inquired from one of her mirrors. Stop talking. With tears streaming down her cheeks, Tsubaki broke off, I will never forgive you. A pillar of red chakra erupted from her body as she screamed. Not too far away. Oppa. The blonde put one hand in his pocket and pulled out a 3-pronged kunai. That's not good, Naruto said, sprinting at full speed. I won't make it in time like this, he sighed. I guess I have to use it after all. At the bridge. Haku asked herself, what is this evil chakra? Who is she? I have never been so afraid in my life. All of a sudden. Puff. Tsubaki's eyelids closed almost instantly as a smoke bomb detonated beneath her feet, and she allowed herself to become unconscious. What? Haku inquired. Clang. A flash of yellow followed by a kunai stuck close to where the red-haired girl had fallen. Whoa, after all, it appears that I arrived in time, as he picked up his kunai, Naruto said. Rattlesnake. But that was Hiraishin no jutsu, cried Haku. Therefore, oh my god. Jin squinted and said, then you must understand why I can't let you live. I do. The young lady responded. You however made a big mistake by willingly entering into my ultimate technique. Oh, you mean these mirrors of yours? He asked, looking around without admiration. Yes. I see that you made dear Sasuke into a pincushion, but it's not very impressive. That's a little impressive, I suppose. Naruto hesitated, then said, no, I'm shitting you. What a stupid loser he is. According to Haku, He certainly wasn't looking like that. Appearances can be deceiving, Naruto snorted. Haku pulled out senbons and said, maybe, then I guess I just have to show you how impressive my ultimate technique really is. Any last words? Naruto smiled broadly, saying, yes, Sharingan Mangekyo. Dude. The world became red and black. The world of Tsukiyomi. Haku-chan. Welcome to my Tsukiyomi reality. You see, I have control over time, space, and even the mass of objects in this world, Naruto's image said. My big mouth is the only thing I can't control even here because, for heaven's sake, I have no idea why I'm telling you how this technique works. Haku closed her eyes and tried to hurt herself, but it didn't help. The girl whispered, this is just genjutsu. Genjutsu can't kill. You're so mistaken, Naruto cried out. You see, it makes a difference what kind of genjutsu it is. You tell lies. The only thing genjutsu can do is confuse your senses, she yelled. Really? What if I interfere with your perception of pain? He asked, raising an eyebrow. Or perhaps I should simply allow you to experience ungodly pleasure until the end of time? This is the best way to go. From her, tied to a giant cross stance, Haku merely glared down at him without reaction. Oh, that's frightening. Well, screw that, Naruto said. I know just what I'm going to show you. You will thus witness your beloved Zabuza being killed in front of you for the next 24 hours. Haku's gaze grew wide. No, anything but that. Oh, and you will also experience his pain. So, on that note, Jin continued. Zabuza appeared out of nowhere. Then there was another Naruto. You've failed once more. After saying this, second Naruto pulled out his katana. Slash. Oh. Zabuza collapsed to his knees after gasping in agony. Ah. Damn, yelled Haku, he didn't lie about pain. Did you enjoy it? There are only 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds left, inquired Naruto first. Oh, 1 second. Naruto grinned and said, yes. Savor the wonders of my ill fantasy. H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A is hilarious. A-H-E-E. Returning to reality. A-H-E-E. Haku let out a scream and collapsed from her mirror. Naruto approached. She grabbed his leg and begged, please, spare his life. Naruto squinted his eyes. You are weak, he said. No, then he swiftly took his blade out of its sheath and stabbed Haku in the chest. Instantly ice covered girl's entire body. Haku's body vanished as Naruto said, frozen requiem. No, it didn't even break apart. Instead, it turned into dust and blew away with the wind. I can't get swayed by emotions, he said, walking away from crumbling ice mirrors. I am an avenger. With Zabuza, Anko, and Kakashi. Kakashi said, you have no future Zabuza, while brandishing his trademark jutsu Reikiri. Grr. The mist demon snarled while being restrained by multiple dogs. Dude, stop that. Stop talking for 10 minutes straight, Anko interrupted. Just kill him already. Zabuza, who paid no attention to Anko, answered, you said I was going to die before, yet I survived. The eyes of Kakashi narrowed. You, Hashokan. Oh. When an ice blade pierced Nuke Nin's chest from behind, he gasped and said, Kei Kasaragi, you bastard, were one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist's final words. Thank heavens. As the mist dissipated, Anko joyfully exclaimed. With the sheathed Yukiinisa still in his left hand, Naruto approached and said, yeah well, I hate drama. Reikiri was cancelled by Kakashi, who said, Kasaragi, that was not your fight to end. Naruto just said, yet I did. Where are Sasuke, Tsubaki, and that other shinobi? The masked Junin chose not to respond. Instead, he inquired. Jin shrugged and pointed over his shoulder, saying, I don't know about shinobi, but Sasuke and Tsubaki are over there. Kun Sasuke. Sakura screeched and ran over to where her 2 teammates were lying. No, it can't be. Kakashi also ran over. Are they dead, then? When Kakashi was out of earshot, Anko inquired. Naruto waved at her and said, nope. I was just knocked out. How did the battle go? Boring. 2 idiots just played hide and seek the entire time, Anko said, and Jin grinned. What did you do, too? Eating dango, and... Nope, that's it. Naruto said, hard to believe. What about Sakura? How about her? What was she doing, aside from being worthless? Yeah. Well, she screeched. Now that's totally believable, Naruto said, nodding. What? What took place? When Tsubaki woke up, they heard her ask. Look. The princess has risen. Now she just needs to kiss her Prince Charming. Wait a minute, it's the other way around, cried Anko. You know, I'm glad we ended up as a team, Naruto said with a laugh. I would have killed Kakashi in his sleep by now if it had been him. Oh, you mischievous boy, I like it, Anko said. All of a sudden, Naruto said, hello, Gato, without even looking back. You've already noticed me, Rattlesnake? The businessman smirked as he asked. Naruto shrugged, saying, you know me. Yes, I do. It appears that you squandered Zabuza and his little bitch. Fantastic work. Told them that's exactly what you would do. Naruto grinned back and said, thanks, that's Gato, then? Anko inquired. Yep. Not very impressive. Young lady, I'm offended. Now my dreams are broken, Gato jokingly said, and I hope so much for a place in your heart. With an evil smile, Anko said, what heart? Hee hee. Rattlesnake is someone I like. Yeah, I do too. You do? The kunoichi asked in disbelief. Yay? Come on, let's have sex. Not her too. Naruto's eyes widened out. Well, Jin-kun, what will it be? Gato inquired. Suit yourself, Jin shrugged. Do you wish to pass away? Shaking his head, the businessman said, I'd rather not. Exactly. Naruto replied, like me, you are a cunning, sly, traitorous bitch's son. I truly don't want to kill you because of this. Is there no way I can convince you to drop this mission? Gato scowled. I guess not. Too bad, said the small man. All right, then, pack your bags, boys. We're heading out. The eyes of thugs grew wide. But Gato-sama, he's only one guy, one of them began. We'll perish like insects at his hands. I am giving orders here, Gato concluded for him. We're leaving this country, so pack your belongings. There isn't much to take with you. Glad you saw the reason, Naruto said with a smile. Yes, Gato said, nodding. I'm not sure why you're acting in this way, but I hope we can collaborate once you've found what you're looking for. He said, good luck, Rattlesnake, and walked away. Yeah, you too, murmured Naruto. Anko said, nice guy, can't see why people hate him. Returning to Tezuna's, you allowed Gato to get away? He was there, Inari yelled angrily. You ought to have murdered him. You already regret saving your life, Naruto said, glaring at the young boy. Ought to have let you die. How are you able to say that? And, Tsubaki inquired, Gato is a monster. To the surprise of everyone, well, everyone but Anko, Naruto said, and he has my respect. What are you saying? Sakura yelled, he denounced this nation, and I would do the same if I were in his shoes. Jin responded, and you would too. No, I would never do that. You would, indeed. Because you see only black, he said. Are you aware that Gato is a loving father and a faithful husband? That his actions were motivated by his belief that his family deserved a better life? Quiet. I thought so. However, the suffering of others cannot make you happy, Tsubaki said. Unexpectedly, Kakashi said, stop it. It's just the way the world is. He spoke so solemnly that even Anko was listening. Anyway, Tezuna-san, your bridge is finished. Some people are happy, and others are not, and probably never will be no matter what you do. We've completed our mission. Yes, and besides, even though Gato is still alive, he's finally out of here, the elderly man said, nodding. Most likely, we can enjoy some peace. Nodding, Kakashi said, it was a pleasure to help, but now I guess we must depart. Nodding in return, Tezuna said, yes, I dare holding you down no longer. They all left the table and began to walk away after saying, okay team, move out. However, after that, Kasaragi-san? Tsunami called. Yes. May I speak with you briefly? He turned to his teammates and said, sure, don't wait for me, I'll catch up to you. The woman said, I just wanted to thank you again for saving my life, Inari's life, and probably all of our lives. I won't take much of your time. And pardon my son, please. When you killed his two guardians back then, he fervently hoped to see Gato dead. I see. But you should tell him to stop relying on others, Naruto said, nodding in comprehension. He should complete the task himself if he wants it completed. I will, Tsunami bowed. Please know that you are always welcome in our town and at our house. Thank you once more. Hey, huh. First place ever. except for Kiri of course, but there ain't no way I'm going there. Sigh. I guess this mission wasn't so useless after all, Jin said as she walked away, waving. No Sato Konohagakure. The office of the Hokage after hearing the report from Team 7. Yondaime Hokage summed up. Sigh. Well, at least it didn't end in another massacre. Alright, all of you are dismissed, except for you, Kakashi. 5 of the 6 people who answered said, Hi, Hokage-sama. The masked Junin inquired, What is your wish, sensei? Is there anything you wish to add, Kakashi? You mean about Kasaragi, right? Yes. Kakashi paused to reflect. Well, I must say that his reputation is very much deserved, but... Hokage's eyes narrowed, but... He's hiding something. With a hint of rage, Minato answered, That I can say for myself, thank you very much. Tell me something I don't know. Kakashi said, I think he has some hidden motive for joining Konoha. What do you think it may be? Maybe, he wants to get close to somebody. Minato's gaze expanded. Tsubaki. A possibility. Kakashi gave a nod. What are your orders? The Hokage hesitated. For now just keep a close eye on Tsubaki. If Kasaragi tries anything, I will deal with him myself. Hi, very well, dismissed. Konoha Street. Yuwa. Naruto lets out a yawn. I really ought to get some rest. As 2 of them continued to walk alongside Team 7, Enko questioned, So, whatcha gonna do? Murmuring, sleep, Naruto said. Happy, Sakura said. Let's go on a date, Sasuke-kun. No, tell Naruto. Oh, you're no fun, Enko said. How about we go get something to eat? Tsubaki smiled. Besides, you didn't eat anything in the morning, right? Naruto's belly rumbled. TCH, fine. Yay. Let's go, Enko joyfully cried. Tsubaki went on. I know just the place. The ramen stand in Ichiraku. With his head in his hand, Naruto muttered, Just the place, huh? What? It's a nice place, exclaimed the red-crowned one. Sarcastically, Enko remarked, Yeah, right. Tsubaki went on, They serve dango here. Enko grinned broadly and exclaimed, I agree with her completely, this is a nice place. Naruto gave an eye roll. I'm sure they added them just for you, he replied. The blonde said to Sakura and Sasuke, What I don't understand, is why you 2 are still here. I thought you have some important business you always have, Uchiha. In response, Sasuke said, HN, without tensing up. Jin gave a nod. Nice answer, short and simple, easy to remember. The elderly man behind the counter inquired, So, are you going to order? Naruto waved his hand, Sure, give me a fucking ramen. Tuchi's eyebrow went up. Sorry, what ramen? Don't care, any ramen. The chef gave a nod. Okay. Anyone else? Enko exclaimed, Yeah, I'll have 5 plates of dango. Stoically, Sasuke said, Beef ramen. Sakura's response was, Diet ramen. Tsubaki exclaimed, I'll have 5 bowls of miso ramen, with enthusiasm. Everyone raised their eyebrows in her direction. What? Naruto questioned, Aren't you on a diet, or something? No, you're implying that I'm fat? Jin gave a headshake. Nah, but girls are always obsessed about their figure, aren't you? I am, said Sakura. According to Tsubaki, well I'm not, she remarked. A good shinobi must have enough food, as 5 large bowls appeared before her. Naruto remarked, I think it's more than enough. The girl yelled, Screw you, and started eating. Enko held up her hand and said, Oh, may I? G said, May you what? Screw you of course. You pervert, cried Sakura, flushed with rage. I wasn't talking to you, Banshee, so shut the fuck up, said Enko. Please, Jin-kun? TCH, Naruto turned his back on everyone and started to fume. Tsubaki nearly choked on her noodles as she began to laugh. Enko had a question. What's so funny? The redhead continued to laugh and said, Ha ha ha, can't you see? He just did a Sasuke. Enko followed shortly after. Naruto gave an eye roll. Is Sasuke now a new insult? Uchiha frowned. Hey, don't scowl at me. I wasn't the one who said that. Ah, there you are, everybody looked around. Kakashi-sensei, cried Sakura. Clutching his head, Naruto yelled, Stop the damn shouts. Kakashi raised an eyebrow and said, Alcohol? I wish, Naruto whispered. Well, enough fun, guys. Let's have a nice training session. Ah, whimpered Team 7. Bawahahaha, chuckled Naruto. Tsubaki questioned, what are you laughing at? Jin concluded by saying, duh, I'm not Team 7, so I will think of you in my sleep. Have a good training, before rising and leaving. TCH, frowned Tsubaki. Enko shouted, hey, wait for me, as she sprinted after her pupil. Hokage's daughter got up and said, he's gonna get it. But Kakashi-sensei. We just got back. Yes, Sakura, I know that, answered the masked Junin. Tsubaki ordered, get your lazy ass up and stop whining. Shinobi shouldn't complain about everything connected with his work. Very good, Tsubaki-chan. Let's go, with Anko and Naruto. Pillow, Jin chuckled. Anko said, you know, we're still on the street. Don't interrupt my daydream, all of a sudden. Screech. They paused and raised their gaze. Anko said, ups, I guess I have to go. In a hopeful tone, she asked, will you miss me? Yeah, sure. Just wear that bikini. Anko gave him an odd look. Excuse me, what? Naruto said, don't worry, I'm already sleeping, and turned to leave. Have a nice meeting. The Hokage Tower starting with, as you already know, Yondaime began. It is that time once again. The Chunin exam is coming, and this time it will be held here in Konoha. Now, rookie team joinins step forward. Anko, Kurenai, Asuma, and Kakashi followed instructions. Are there any students you wish to nominate for the Chunin exam participation? Kakashi got going. I, Hitaki Kakashi, Junin Sensei of Team 7 nominate Haruno Sakura, Uchiha Sasuke and Namikaze Tsubaki for participation. I, Sarutobi Asuma, Junin Sensei of Team 10 nominate Nara Shikamaru, Akamichi Choji and Yamanaka Ino for participation. I, Yuhi Kurenai, Junin Sensei of Team 8 nominate Hyuga Hinata, Inazuka Kiba and Aburame Shino for participation. The Hokage gave a nod. Anko, with a sheepish smile, Special Junin scratched the back of her head. I, don't really think it's a good idea, Minato cocked his head sideways. Huh? Why? Well, I think you should simply give him the rank. You know I can't do that. Anko gave a shrug. Your loss. I, Mitarashi Anko, Jin Kasaragi's mentor nominate him as a participant. Minato came to the conclusion, well, but we don't have enough participants right now. Hokage-sama? Yes, Anko. I think you should just let him take that exam alone. Kurenai said. What? Are you insane, Anko? Asuma went on. I think you're overestimating the kid. No, she's not. Minato said. Kakashi? The masked Junin went on. I witnessed his brief meeting with Momochi Zabuza firsthand. I think he will have no problems with entering this exam on his own. The Hokage paused to reflect. Very well. Jin Kasaragi has the permission to participate in the Chunin exam on his own. It's actually 3 in the afternoon, so forget about that for tomorrow morning. Naruto stretched on his bed and exclaimed, now that's what I call a nap. Now where are my damn pants? He hurried to the refrigerator after putting on his pants. When he closed the refrigerator door, he said, empty, no surprises here. Well, I guess I'll just go and eat at some place. Outside. HMM. Jin hummed and walked down the street. HMM. I've got the power, he exclaimed as he tossed Hoshokan apart. Oppa, sorry, all of a sudden. Hey, let go of me, you bully. Naruto gave an eye roll. Oh my god. A child is being bullied by someone. Is it possible for this village to get any worse? As he turned the corner, he thought. Oh, don't remember what I said. Someone from Suna, not Konoha, was the source. Jin chose to stay out of sight and watch. Sakura begged Suna Shinobi to release the child, saying, please, let go of him, it was my fault. Sand Ninja said, well, then I'll teach you a lesson as well. This was right before a stone struck his hand. To keep from laughing, Naruto bit his lip and put both hands over his mouth. Ha 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 ha. My goodness, to the rescue, Uchiha. Coolly, Sasuke sat on a tree and said, get lost. Then, as if it were something cool, he used his hand to crush another tiny stone. But, Sakura exclaimed, wah, Sasuke-kun is so cool, with another young girl. Jin gave an eye roll. Well, I suppose that we simply define cool differently. Suna Ninja removed some shit from behind his back and said, tough guy, huh? A girl standing nearby said, wait, Konkaru, are you going to use Karasu here? Karasu? Naruto squinted his eyes. A puppeteer then. Wait a minute, this girl looks kind of familiar, but I don't know the clown. A sudden, menacing voice said, stand down, Konkaru. Gaara, it was, they started it. Konkaru attempted to deflect attention. Naruto's eyes brightened as Gaara shunshined to the ground, saying, shut up or I'll kill you. He and his team turned around and said, apologies to you. Let's go. Sasuke said, wait, what is your name? Emmi. Temari said hesitantly. No, the guy with the gourd. Gaara pivoted. Sabaku no Gaara. I'm interested in your name as well. Uchiha Sasuke. The girl's eyes then widened for an unknown reason. Gaara. Your sand, it's frozen. Gaara's eyes grew wide now, too. Madly, the red-headed person yelled, it's him. Where are you? Naruto said from behind, over here. He yelled, trying to cut off Gaara's head, Sensehausen. Clang. Only for the girl's fan to block his sword. Rattlesnake! Exclaimed Gaara, stepping back a few paces from the unexpected danger. Naruto pushed the girl away and retorted, not a smart move. I was not attacking you. GH, was her reply, grunting as ice began to form on her fan. Move. Said Naruto. And no, Naruto pressed for 2 more seconds before taking his blade away. Very well. You are lucky your girl is protecting you. Gaara's gaze grew strained. I'm not as weak as you think, I trained hard since our last encounter. Sasuke said, wait, you know each other? HM. Jen laughed. And someone calls him a genius. Gaara questioned, what are you doing here, Rattlesnake? Jin gestured to his belt and asked, can't you see? With an enthusiastic smile, he declared, I'm a good Konoha shinobi now. Bullshit. Gaara said without emotion, you serve no one but yourself. Maybe, maybe not. Anyway, you shouldn't let people sneak on you like that. The Crimson Head scowled. I'll keep that in mind. Naruto turned to the girl and said, well, what's your name by the way? Temari, she said, showing a little flush. Well, sorry, Temari, for almost slicing you in two. Gaara cautioned, watch out, Kasaragi. Next time we meet, you might be the one who's surprised. Jin grinned. His body melted into ice as he uttered, next time we meet, you will be dead, or half dead anyway. See ya. Konkaru inquired, so, that was Jin Kasaragi? Yes. Gaara said in a risky tone. Uchiha, is it true what he said? Did he really join your village? Sasuke answered, as far as I know, yes. Immediately, the red-headed person said, don't trust him, he serves no one. Sasuke said, I'll keep that in mind. Temari, Konkaru, let's go. Alongside Naruto. Come out, now. So you've seen through my disguise. A worthy rival indeed. Naruto cocked his head sideways. You're that kid from behind. What the hell do you want? The child exclaimed, hey, I'm Konohamaru, and you will now be my teacher. Naruto scowled. I don't think so. Get lost, before I cut you down. You wouldn't dare, cried Konohamaru. My grandfather was the 3rd Hokage. Ha ha ha, chuckled Jin. Oh really? Yeah, really. And where is he? He's at home. Naruto made fun of a position of thought. I see, but how then he's going to stop me from killing you if he's there, The child went pale. Well, the blonde said, exactly. Not everyone will respect you just because of your relatives. He added, now get lost, with a hint of murderous intent. The child was gone the next moment. Naruto muttered as he turned to leave, stupid children, thinks being shinobi is a game. My hands were stained with blood from my fingertips to my elbows when I was his age. Children are running around, tossing fake shuriken, and believing that ninjas are cool because they can perform those dazzling maneuvers known as jutsus. Horrible, Konoha will ultimately succeed with such a mindset. Perhaps I ought to investigate it once Ni-san has passed away. There you are. Anko's voice cut through his monologue. Where the hell have you been all day? Duh, I was sleeping obviously. She handed him a piece of paper and said, well anyway, here. Sign this. What the hell is this? With a radiant smile, Anko said, your agreement to participate in the Chunin exam. She got it back from Naruto. I refuse. The eyes of Kunoichi swelled out of her head. What? Jin gave a shrug. I don't really care about being a Chunin. It's irrelevant to me. But, don't you want to show off your skills? He gave a headshake. I'm not Uchiha. Showing your skills is stupid. Well, You won't stop pestering me, won't you? Nope, said Anko. Naruto took the paper and signed it, saying, okay, give me this shit. There, are you happy? Who are my teammates? Anko grinned broadly. That's the thing, no one. You can take this exam alone. Naruto paused to reflect. You know, this might not be so bad after all. She vanished in a cloud of smoke after saying, I knew you would like it, be tomorrow at the academy at 3 in the afternoon. She sure is enthusiastic. Now what the hell should I do until tomorrow? Jin looked up. Let's go and get some money. Higurashi Armament Store. In response, the man behind the counter said, yes, what can I do for you? Naruto acknowledged, well, I was actually searching for Tenten. Oh, sure, the proprietor said as he passed by the staircase. Tenten, someone's here to see you. Coming, daddy, said the female voice. She just returned from her training with Gai-sensei. You know Gai-sensei? No, lucky you. Hey, daddy. Who's here? Ah, Jin-kun. Tenten cried, blushing. See, can I do something for you? Naruto said, sure. I just wanted to know how much I can get for this, he said, drawing out a sealing scroll thereafter. Puff. Tenten's father questioned incredulously, what the? Tenten yelled, squeal, and sprinted straight to a poster on the wall. Jin questioned, what's she doing? HM, the proprietor laughed. That's her special edition of Greatest Shinobi Swordsman poster. Naruto's eyebrow went up. Is there such a thing? There is. Done? Tenten joyfully cried. You're number 2 now, only Kisame remains. Tell me, how did you kill Zabuza? Well, Naruto began, holding Zabuza's sword in his shoulder. Tenten cut in. Did you cut off his head? Did you cut him in 2? Did you stab him with that ice blade you showed me? Naruto gave a nod. That one. Woohoo, I guessed it. The blonde let out a sigh. Anyway, how much will you give me for this thing? Well, Tenten's dad started. It's an exclusive weapon, and it belonged to a famous shinobi. I'd say 30 millions. Naruto's eyebrow went up. You have that kind of money? Of course. The man said with a bold smile. I'm the best weaponsmith in the entire village. Naruto set Kabikiri Hochiro on the counter and said, I see, well, here you go. A pleasure doing business with you, Mr. Kasaragi. Likewise, Mr. Tenzen. Yeah, nice to meet you. I should go. Kasaragi-kun? Tenten's blush deepened. I was wondering if you would like, to go have lunch with Emmy? Naruto paused to reflect. Actually I was on my way to get some food, might as well get some company. Yay! Tenten joyfully cried. Let's go, I know just the place. The barbecue restaurant in Akamichi, not bad, said Naruto. Tenten nodded, yup, they serve good food as well. He said, well, then let's get ourselves a table, and continued to walk. A middle-aged woman with a big bone problem said, welcome. Hi, Mrs. Akamichi. Oh, it's Tenten, says the woman. Good to see you again. And who's your friend? Naruto grinned. Jin Kasaragi, ma'am, a pleasure. What a gallant and charming young man. You are very lucky, Tenten. The girl flushed. Can I have my usual table? Sure, right this way. Usual table? Inquired Jin. You eat here that often? She shook her head. Nah. It's just when I do. I always sit at this table. It's comfortable. No doubt, Naruto sat down and said, I like the atmosphere. The large-boned woman said, what can I get you? Tenten said, I'll have 2 barbecue plates. And you, young man? 3. Jin said plainly. Akamichi said, in a moment, and walked away. Tenten said, so, what do you think of Konoha so far? Truly, she gave a nod. Careless, too careless. She gave him a perplexed look. What? He put his head on his fist and said, it's children. Have you been at the academy lately? No, say, while you were there, did you think that being a shinobi was cool? Tenten gave a contemplative look. Maybe somewhat. But my father explained everything to me very clearly. We are ninjas, we kill people for money. Strange choice of words for a smith, the girl said. Well, it's because he understands it like no one else. I mean, he creates weapons. He makes things that kill. I see your point. But look around, they said, glancing out the window to see some happy kids flinging dummy shurikens at one another. See what I'm talking about? I guess, here's your order. Enjoy. Thank you, Mrs. Akamichi. Naruto savored, as he bit into a piece of barbecue. It's good. Told ya. Tenten happily answered. Still, isn't it too much for you to eat? What about your figure? She dismissed him with a wave. Nah, my sensei will beat it out of me anyway. He's really an eccentric person. Oh, by the way, are you participating in tomorrow's exam? Jin inquired. Yep, are you? Enko made me. Great, said Tenten. Why is it great? She said. Well, we'll see each other there. Naruto's eyebrow went up. Can we see each other in some more pleasant place, like this one perhaps? My address is also not a great secret. You can visit me anytime you want. The girl's eyes grew wide. Do you really mean that? Sure. Anyway, see you tomorrow, the following day. The academy building. As Jin entered, she thought, damn, I never thought I'll be returning to this place for any reason. Please, let us pass. A voice he recognized said. Tenten. I mistook it for a second story. What is she doing? He glanced around. I see that she's acting. So let's avoid ruining her game. However, after that, he halted his ascent up the stairs and cried out, what the? Naruto shunshined away, whispering, so he's already here. I thought he will show his sorry ass only in the finals. Is that true, Kabuto? Hi, Orochimaru-sama. Rattlesnake is here. One of the fabled Sanins scowled. Excellent, I will make that fool regret. Naruto grinned from behind his mask. Of course you will. I'll kill him in the second portion of the exam. The blonde gave a nod. Thought as much, after I finish with Sasuke-kun. Naruto stopped grinning. He came to the conclusion that the idiot was still fixated on Sharingan. I can't allow it to happen, even though it's a pain. That idiot needs to be watched. 301 Room Ino shouted, HYA, Sasuke-kun, and threw herself onto Sasuke's back. I missed you so much. Sakura yelled, hey, get off him, Ino pig. Moving closer, Shikamaru exclaimed, damn you're loud. Tsubaki pointed to her teammates and said, I'm not with them. Ah, so you're here too. Kiba jumped with his group as they approached. So all the rookies are here. Stuttering, Hinata said, and not all. Kei Kasaragi-kun is missing. Yeah, true. Anyone saw him? Sasuke remarked, he doesn't have a team. Maybe he was left behind. I guess you should consider being a little less loud. Genin rookies looked around. And who might you be? Shinobi wearing glasses said, my name is Yakushi Kabuto, and I have taken this test before. Sasuke inquired, how many times you took it? 6. This will be the 7th one. Wow, you must know a lot, right? Indeed, I gathered much information over the years. Uchiha inquired, do you have information on certain individuals? Sure. Who do you have in mind? Sabaku no Gaara, Jin Kasaragi and Uzumaki Naruto. Kabuto's eyebrow went up. He pulled out one of his nin cards and said, strange, well anyway. Sabaku no Gaara. 8C rank missions and even 1B rank. Nothing much is known about his abilities, except that he returned from every appointment unharmed. Sasuke's eyes narrowed. Next is Uzumaki Naruto. Even less is known about him. Only known facts are that he's an SSS ranked noob nin, and no one has ever seen him after. Well, I don't need to tell you that, right? Kabuto grinned at Sasuke. TCH, Kabuto whistled, and finally, Jin Kasaragi. Quite a file. He is known as one of the most famous bounty hunters in shinobi nations. Many countries have a price on his head. Recently he joined Hidden Leaf Village. And he's also standing right behind you. Kabuto's eyes widened as he looked at Jin, who grinned evilly at him. Kasaragi, you're playing with fire. Tsubaki grinned, and here I thought you will miss it. Me? No way. Said Naruto. Says Sasuke, where's your team? Nah, no team for me, but, all of a sudden. Jin Kasaragi. Several people from the crowd were approaching him directly, you bastard. Why? What did I ever do to you? You killed my master, exclaimed one genin. Another said, you robbed my family, you destroyed my house. You burned down our village, you betrayed my father. You raped my sister. Tsubaki yelled angrily, what? Naruto went pale. Didn't do that one, but you did everything else, huh? A loud voice boomed, silence, you maggots. Throughout the room. I am Morino Ibiki, and I'm your proctor for the first part of the Chunin exam. Whispering, Naruto said, oh, a shame. I was about to kill some people. Now if you're ready, then hand over your paperwork. In return you each will be given a number. This number determines where you will sit. We'll start the written test once you're all seated. Jin's eyebrow went up. Written test. In response, Tsubaki said, that's what he said. This village is useless. Damn it. Skip time. When everyone was seated. Studying his test paper, Naruto thought, stupid. Ibiki went on, now I'll explain the rules. Listen carefully, because I will not explain them again. In the beginning, each of you has 10 points. For every unanswered or wrong answered question you will lose a point. Don't try to cheat. If these good men notice you're cheating, you will lose 2 points immediately. If someone loses all of his points, he fails and so is his team. Don't get caught, show that you are a real shinobi. He stopped. Oh, and if a team member gets a 0, he and his team fails. You have 1 hour. Begin. Naruto yawned and glanced at his test once more. I have no idea what these questions are about. He looked around to see if this was a joke. Oh, I see. I must therefore cheat. Some Hyuga were using Byakugan to his right. Inuzuka used his dog, Yamanaka used her mind tricks, Aburame used his bugs, and Uchiha used his Sharingan. Hold on a minute. I also possess it. Naruto saw that Ibiki was staring right into his eyes as he prepared to use his Sharingan. What's wrong with him? Ibiki kept his scowl. I can't use it like this, so screw it. He leaned on the back of his chair and said, I'll just sit and do nothing then. A kunai then swooped by his face. Wah, mumbled Jin. Ibiki said, you have been spotted 5 times, you failed. Naruto took a quick look behind him. Oh, was it really necessary to throw that thing so close to my face? The proctor spit out, you are not permitted to talk, Kasaragi. One more word and I will throw you out of here. With a shrug, Naruto put his hands behind his head. Number 32 didn't work, 47 and 63 didn't work. Number 51 was unsuccessful. Someone yelled, you have no proof, and as a result, he was given his ass. It was Naruto's thought, damn losers. Every second, a failed number was called. Ibiki was staring at Jin, while Jin was just staring out the window. All right, began the proctor. 45 minutes have passed. It is time for the 10th question. How about this query? Naruto examined his exam paper. Yeah, it's empty. Did I miss that part because I was so bored? But first, went Ibiki on. A hopeless rule, another rule? A voice said. Precisely. Now you have 2 choices. You must choose whether or not to take the 10th question. What happens if we choose not to take? Then your points will be reduced to 0 and you will fail. Of course we take it then, but if you choose to take it and answer it wrong, you will never be allowed to take this exam again. What? But there are people who were participating in previous exams, Kiba yelled. Well, then you're just unlucky then. This year I am the rule. Naruto remained uninterested. You're not a Chunin? I could not give a damn. I'm not going to stay in this village for very long. A hand was raised. I can't, sorry guys, I quit. His teammates got out of their chairs and walked away. People began to join them in large numbers. Weaknesses, Jin considered. It's only a stupid question. Ibiki glared at Jin and said, anyone else? Quiet. The proctor tightened his jaw. Without much enthusiasm, he added, then all of you, passed. What, passed? But, Ibiki said, I don't feel like explaining. Think about it yourselves. Congratulations on completing the first portion of Chunin exam. One of the windows suddenly broke. No time to relax. I'm your second proctor, Mitarashi Anko. Naruto grinned. I already prefer the second part. What's up, Ibiki? You're losing your touch, the scarred man said. Shut up, I'm not in the mood, and walked out of the room. Anko said, no matter. You brats have 2 hours to find training ground 44, go. When everyone was leaving the classroom, Naruto called out, hey, Anko. Oh, it's Jin-kun. You passed, yeah, and I didn't even do a single thing. That guy is a moron. He replied. Anyway, I couldn't help but notice one thing. Why was that scar face glaring at me the entire time? You mean Ibiki? I asked Anko. Don't you know? You killed his brother? Naruto's eyebrow went up. I did? When? Anko paused to reflect. Why yeah, he was competing in some race. But one side decided to cheat and hired you to kill him. Well, at least it's what we were told. Jin gave his head a scratch. Morino, I date? Anko said with a nod, that's the one, the blonde acknowledged. Yeah, I remember him. Really pathetic sight. was clinging to some little knife, until I cut off his hand, and another hand, and legs, and head, and balls. Well okay, I lied about balls. That's my student, excited the kunoichi. Now come on, let's go. We don't want to be the only ones who are late. Ground of Training 44. Welcome to the Training Ground 44, also known as the Forest of Death, said Anko. Now in order to take this exam, you need to sign these forms. I heard someone ask, what for? Kunoichi grinned. Killings are allowed in this portion. So, by signing these forms you relieve Konohagakure of any responsibility for your possible injury or death. Naruto said, thank God. Some action at last. Let's get this over with. Where do I sign? Here, take one. Tsubaki smiled and said, someone's eager. Of course, said Naruto. I hate paperwork, I just need to kill something right now. The girl went pale. What? My father always says the same thing. Naruto's eyebrow went up. Oh really? I'll buy him a drink then. Tsubaki inquired, so, what's your strategy? 'Cause you know, you're on your own and all. He answered, I think I'll have some fun, oh, and don't try looking for me. The young lady sighed. She turned away from him and said, who said I would? Jin placed his hand beneath her chin and turned her head back to him, exclaiming, don't lie to me, I can see through you. Tsubaki let out a sigh. Am I that obvious? Yep. Asshole. I know. Don't miss me too much, and... What? Don't die. Tsubaki gave a grudging nod. Okay, I promise. Time skip. Begin. Every gate opened at once. Yawning, Naruto said, Yuwa, and went into the forest. He closed his eyes and said, now where is this snake imbecile? Ah, there, and looks like he's speeding up towards Tsubaki's team. What to do? He had been so preoccupied that he hadn't noticed when. Halt. He was surrounded by 3 AIM genins. Wah, a bewildered Naruto inquired. How did you get here so fast? One of them said, none of your business, loser. Now hand over whatever scroll you have, or we'll kill you on the spot. His head was scratched by Naruto. Okay. He pulled out his scroll and hurled it at AIM genin. Catch. The genin grinned as she did so. However, he was unable to complete the sentence, smart thinking, but we'll kill. Slash. Since his head was not attached to his body. The lone girl on the AIM team yelled, Kenji. It seems to have been her final scream. Hishoken. You. The final AIM nin recoiled in terror. Please don't kill me. Jin gave an eye roll. Okay, give me your scroll. With a hopeful, sure. The genin pulled out the heaven scroll. Naruto yelled, well, what do you know? Just the scroll I need. Why you'll let me go now, right? Wrong, Hishoken. Another ice blade pierced AIM genin's stomach, causing him to gasp. Jin turned and said, never trust a rattlesnake, just 2. Jin Kasaragi. It was an Iwa team this time. My revenge is here. Naruto gave him a forehead slap. As he made his way to his next victims, he wondered if Orochimaru was also experiencing this irritation. With the 7th team, Sasuke questioned the imposter beneath Sakura's henge, what did you do to Sakura? The imposter laughed and removed his disguise, saying, HM, it looked like a breathing mask wearing AIM shinobi. She's alright, for now. But you'd better hand over your scroll, or... Now, Tsubaki. Sasuke cut in. Futen. Daitopa. AIM nin exclaimed, Gua, as a powerful gust of wind threw him back. Sasuke. Got it. Kaden. Gukakyu no Jutsu. Uchiha combined Tsubaki's jutsu with his fireball, causing a huge amount of damage. Tsubaki said, examining the charred corpse of AIM shinobi, looks like we got him. It appears so. Hey, someone untie me, a voice they recognized said. 2 genins let out a sigh. Will you, or should I? In response, Sasuke said, I'll do it. You search this one for a scroll. Tsubaki squatted in front of the body and said, Mon, I wonder if Jin-kun's enduring this annoyance too. Alongside Naruto while perched on a rock, Naruto exclaimed, Ah! The scenery looks much better now. All of a sudden, Jin Kasaragi, you, holy shit. Jin gave an eye roll. As he surveyed the forest clearing he was in, which now had roughly 20 dead bodies scattered about, he said, thank you very much for the nice comment. Anyway, are you here for my scroll, or do you want some revenge? Well, just take one and go if you want a scroll, but if you want retribution, the blonde said, taking another look at the corpses. No one's waiting. Are you sure about this, Tanaki? Kumo Genin swallowed. Why you killed my father, I can't back down now. Naruto let out a sigh. Damn, another Avenger, he gasped as he got to his feet. Well, what are you waiting for? Attack and die. Aye. Jin slipped out of sight and materialized between three teammates, saying, okay, I'll do it for you, Sekijin. They cried out, ah, as Naruto began to slash with his sword all around himself. Click. Yuki Anisa was sheathed by Jin. Enough of this shit. I have a reunion in my schedule. With the 7th team. Tsubaki questioned, who are you? What do you want? Kukakuku. Laughed Kusa Shinobi. Pretty silly to ask that on a battlefield, nay? Sakura exclaimed, you want our scroll then, not quite. Then what? Kusa Nin swore, I'm just here to kill all of you, and let his ki loose. When Team 7 saw their own death, they instantly gasped and went to their knees. Their adversary said, disappointed, weak. He resumed, I was expecting more out of you, as Tsubaki began to slowly stand up. She gave him a fierce look and yelled, I can't die here, I made a promise. Oh, now that's determination. Clapped the enemy shinobi. I actually came here to test Sasuke-kun, but I guess I can spare some time to test your skills too. Tsubaki began, Sasuke, take Sakura and run. Uchiha said, but what about you? Don't wait for me, go. The daughter of the Hokage commanded. Sasuke hesitated. After saying, I'll return for you, he seized Sakura and leapt off. Kusa Nin exclaimed, Kukuku, now that's noble. Sacrificing yourself for your teammates. Pure Konoha style. Morons never change. Tsubaki's head cocked. You're speaking like you're from here. He grinned. Maybe because I am. Oh really? And who do you claim to be? Orochimaru himself? Kusa Nin gave her a startled look. How did you know? The redhead said, haha, pretty funny. Orochimaru then tore off his own face in response. Holy hell, you are Orochimaru. That's right, girl. Do you understand now that you're no match for me? She nodded and said, of course I do, but I sure as hell won't go down without a fight. Orochimaru smiled malevolently, you know, I like you. Tsubaki answered, well, sorry, but my heart belongs to another. With multiple snakes launching from his arm, Orochimaru yelled, too bad, then I'll have to kill you. Sene ta Jashu. Tsubaki yelled, shit, while ducking behind a tree. According to one of the Sanins, you can't hide from me. Tsubaki emerged from her cover and slashed at him with a wind blade, asking, who said I was trying to hide? Oh, Kei's no Yeba. A pretty advanced technique for your age, Sanin replied. You have to be commended, but it won't be enough to defeat me. Damn! Exclaimed the girl. She couldn't hit Orochimaru because he was too quick. He was so quick, in fact, that she could hardly see him. Gah! She exclaimed, oblivious to the fact that he had struck her in the stomach. Orochimaru acknowledged, you are very skilled for a genin. Come with me, and I will give you more power than you can imagine. Tsubaki gave him a fierce look. Never, if I do that, Jin will never forgive me. Orochimaru's gaze grew wide. Jin? As in Jin Kasaragi? Yes. Ha 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 ha. Shouted the Sanin. He stepped closer and met her gaze, saying, he wouldn't even care if you defect. That guy is a traitor to the core. He betrayed everyone he knew in his worthless life. Believe me, girl. No matter what you tell yourself, Jin Kasaragi does not care about you. Tsubaki yelled, don't say that about Jin-kun. Orochimaru was taken aback once more when her eyes turned red. Wah, he raised his eyebrows, but that's impossible. The pupils had been replaced by slits in Tsubaki's red eyes. He pondered, I thought he was the only one, It might not be the best idea to kill her. The girl screamed, I'll tear you apart, and rushed at him. Orochimaru sidestepped her blow and remarked, wow, she became faster. After saying, but not fast enough, he grabbed her by the wrist and threw her into a tree, pinning the girl with the red hair by the throat. He voiced, let me see, as he lifted her shirt. He glanced down and said, ho ho, a C cup, niece, damn, what the hell am I thinking? Oh, here it is, damn seal. Why I wonder, well, no matter. Unfortunately this development makes you useless to me. So, Gogyo Fuin. When Orochimaru slammed his hand in Tsubaki's stomach, she screamed in agony, H. Well, that'll take care of you for now, Tsubaki, no. The Sanin grinned. Ah, so you really have returned, Orochimaru said, turning around after releasing Tsubaki. Sasuke-kun. Alongside Naruto behind his mask, Naruto sang to himself, I'm a roller, I'm a rider, I'm #1 motherfucking survivor. So move over, I'm the driver, and I'm high and I'm gonna keep getting higher, yeah, yeah, yeah. H, he muttered, ouch, as Orochimaru struck Tsubaki with something. He didn't hear, alright, he wasn't paying any attention. Poor Tsubaki. How could he hit such a pretty face? Sadist. Tsubaki. No, Jin cried out. Oh ho, Uchiha to the rescue again. This day just keeps getting weirder and weirder. I think I should buy a lottery ticket. Orochimaru and Sasuke were about to get into a fight in the meantime. Naruto leaned against a tree and said, Bah, I don't care. Where was I? Oh yes, move over baby, get on your knees. I'm gonna drive this little red love machine. With Orochimaru and Sasuke. Orochimaru jeered, Kukuku. How selfish of you, she sacrificed herself to let you escape, and now you are wasting her sacrifice. Sasuke shouted, shut up, and used his Sharingan. Oh, said the Sannin. Looks like you are ready to fight. Very well then, come. Sasuke hurled a fireball at his opponent, which he easily avoided, saying, Kaden. Gukakyu no Jutsu. Orochimaru jabbed, oh, come on. That's not all, right? Once more. TCH. Sasuke clenched his jaw and launched a taijutsu attack. Snake Master grinned and quickly deflected all of Uchiha's blows. Nah, you can't win like that, he said, kicking Sasuke's ribcage with a powerful spinning heel kick. When Uchiha's back struck a tree, he exclaimed, Gah! Then he glared at his adversary and spat some blood. As the genin looked at Tsubaki, he remarked, I knew I couldn't win against you from the very beginning. But I can't leave her. Orochimaru smiled malevolently. With mock bewilderment, he questioned, win against me? No, I did not mean me when I spoke about winning. Then who did you mean? Sannin grinned broadly. Perhaps you heard the name, Uzumaki Naruto. Anger instantly blazed in Sasuke's eyes. What do you know about him? Snake Man said, Tisk, 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 I know enough. But the most important thing is, at your current level he will crush you like a bug. Sasuke's fist clenched so tightly that blood was drawn. How do you know that? Kukuku, simple. I trained him. The eyes of two Sharingans grew wide. Why you? Orochimaru loomed over the Uchiha and said, yes me. He came to me in search for power, also offering his servitude in return. I agreed, but I shouldn't. He's a traitor. Hey, snorted Sasuke. Aren't you? The Sannin gave a scowl. You don't get it, Sasuke-kun. He betrayed everyone he worked with in the past, and he will betray his current employers as well when he gets what he wants, just like he did with me. Sasuke said, so what do you want from me? From you? Returned Orochimaru. He said, nothing but help you in your quest. I know where Uzumaki Naruto is. I know who he is, and even what his main goal is. But even if I tell you all of it right now, you won't do a shit to him. In fact, he'll simply dispose of you, and cut the crap. Spit out Uchiha. What are you proposing? The Sannin said, Kukuku, straight to the point, I like it, before continuing. What I'm proposing is this. I'll give you a taste of my power and give you some time to test it. When we meet next time, you must have an answer. Answer to what? Are you ready to leave this useless village behind to pursue your dream? Opening track. Cowan, from the soundtrack of Naruto Shippuden 2. Sasuke's gaze expanded. He wants me to defect, but he will give me the ability to beat him. It might be worthwhile to give it some thought. The teen with the raven hair nodded. Very well, give me your power. Kukuku. As you wish. Orochimaru's neck was stretched in that position. He bit Sasuke's neck as his head shifted forward. Kukuku. When Sasuke screamed and began to twitch in agony, the Sannin laughed. You will survive, Sasuke-kun. Your hatred is too strong, and it will lead you to me. Sure, for what good it does. As ice spikes erupted from the ground, Orochimaru's eyes widened and he instantly somersaulted backwards to avoid them. Shit. He swore when spikes continued to follow him everywhere instead of stopping. The Sannin backflipped once more, but as he was still in midair, a very familiar figure materialized behind him. Fubuki. Slash. Orochimaru's ass flew to one side while his torso flew to the opposite. Ho ho, home run, Orochimaru is out, ha 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 ha, Jin chuckled. However, after that, When Orochimaru's mouth opened, another Orochimaru emerged. The blonde said, "Yuck, I told you not to do this in front of me." The Sannin answered, "And I told you to never betray me." "Touché," cried Naruto. "But you should be more careful though. I sensed you even at the academy." Orochimaru gave a shrug. "Well, no one else did. That's because this village is full of losers." "Exactly." They both stopped abruptly and exchanged a strange look. "And here I thought we will never agree on something." "Exactly my thought, quietness." Naruto said, "Enough, or my fucking brain will explode. Let's simply kill each other, way too easier." Orochimaru yelled, "I agree, bah, let's do it," and began removing Kusanagi's sword from his throat. Hishoken. Before the sword could be drawn, Naruto hurled an ice blade at him. Orochimaru flung himself aside. At last, the Sannin took Kusanagi out of his mouth and uttered the words, "A dirty trick." Naruto grinned. "I'm a rattlesnake. Nice excuse, should write it down." The blonde grinned. It works only for me." "Why?" "Simple, I'm the only rattlesnake." Orochimaru launched another pair of snakes from his forearm at Naruto, saying, "Indeed. Sene ta jashu." "Raitu." Naruto hurled a wave of ice with his right hand, freezing snakes in midair. "Damn," Orochimaru swore, chopping off snakes to avoid freezing them too. "You're losing it, Viper. A year ago I wouldn't be able to do that. Looks like age has finally taken its toll on you." Orochimaru tightened his jaw, he had a sore spot there. "How dare you? I overcame death, Tuga Hyujin." "Fuck." The Sannin exclaimed as it leapt high, dodging a huge ice wave. He slashed with his sword, "Take this." Clang. Naruto blocked a downward strike and said, "Too slow." After saying, "Try mine," he wrapped himself in a circle and made 3 spinning slashes. One in each of Sannin's body parts. Orochimaru's response was to deflect 2 of the first blows and jump over the third, saying, "Don't forget who you're dealing with, I'm Fubuki." Slash. After being sliced in half once more, Orochimaru performed his mouth trick once more. With a sigh, Naruto clicked Yukiinisa into place. "As much as I hate to admit it, but it's useless," he said. Orochimaru grinned and said, "Oh? Giving up already? Haha. You should know better than anyone that I give up only when I can't possibly win." The Sannin gave a scowl. "Do you think you can now? Don't get your hopes high, boy. You might be gifted, but I'm still one of the legendary 3. A genius, who?" Jin pulled out a Hiraishin kunai and interrupted, saying, "Who got owned, yeah, I remember." He also activated Mangekyo Sharingan, saying, "Say, can I win now?" Orochimaru frowned and said, "TCH, what do you want, Rattlesnake?" Let me think. I want world peace." Orochimaru's gaze grew wide. Naruto laughed and said, "Ha ha 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 ha, that expression was priceless. But seriously, I don't really care about you, as a matter of fact, I wish you success." "Huh, why?" Jin gave a shrug. "I love this village no more than you do, so I'll tell you what, go on with your little destruction plan. I won't stand in your way." Orochimaru scowled. "What are you playing at, Rattlesnake?" Naruto grinned. "All I want is to get to Nissan. Everything else is irrelevant. Besides," he surveyed the area. "This is really not the place for the 2 of us to fight. If we go all out, the entire Konoha will be on our asses in a moment. And that's about 25,000 ninjas. Mind you. That's too much even for the 2 of us combined." "TCH, Orochimaru said, bringing his blade down. "As much as I hate to admit it, but you're right. I'll kill you some other time." Jin grinned more broadly. His words caused Orochimaru to frown even more deeply. "Suor. Only after you manage to block that move." In a burst of yellow, the blonde added, "But for now, have a little reunion with another student of yours." The Sannin's eyebrow went up. By that, what did he mean? Anko screamed, "Orochimaru," and landed where Naruto had been a minute before. Orochimaru nodded, "That's what," alongside Naruto. Well, that felt nice, after several months of playing with Genins to fight a normal enemy again. Quietness. Holy shit, I just called Orochimaru normal. Suddenly, he was surrounded by another team. "Hand over your scroll, or..." Slash. "Man, I feel good right now," Jin said, ignoring the 3 Genins he had just slain and moving on. "I need to drink something. Wait a second, why am I even still here?" He was puzzled. "Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Where Team 7 hides, aha." They're still alive, good. You always protected me. Sakura's voice reached his ears. Now it's my turn. Naruto looked at her from where he was hiding and said, huh? He saw another team and exclaimed, ho ho. The most useless team member is going to protect everybody. I'd almost pay to see that. No, we'll attack at daybreak. Oh really? Jin pondered. Well, I'm going to bed now. Skip time. Is it daybreak? Z's. Hey, Zaku. Let's kill this Sasuke in front of her. Z's. Good idea. Z's. Konoha Senpu. Z's. Who are you? I'm Konoha's beautiful green beast, Rock Lee. And I will protect beautiful Sakura-san. Z's. No matter, let's take him down. Z's. HMMM. Naruto swiveled out of his slumber. Z's. Time skip a crash. Z's. Boom. Z's. Impact. Naruto stood up and yelled, grr. Someone's gonna fucking die right now. Oppa. Looks like I overslept a little. Sakura cried out, ah, as a powerful air current flung her away. Okay. Maybe I overslept a lot. Sakura was reportedly saved while he was asleep by a green-clad clown and Team 10, and they were all decisively defeated. Damn, this village is weak. Did you really think you could beat us? Face it, you ninja are just a bunch of losers. From a second-rate village, all of a sudden. That's pretty tough talk. I guess that makes your village third grade. Naruto gave the newcomer a look. A Hyuga, and is there or not the haughtiness? I wonder if any of you amateurs are ready to take on the real thing. Hyuga went on. Jin gave himself a nod. Yes, it is there. Lee, Tenten, who was standing nearby, muttered. Hyuga spit out, you blew it. Hey, Tenten's team consists of these clowns. I suppose I shouldn't kill them all. Perhaps I'm considering making a difficult decision. Hyuga activated his Byakugan and yelled, it looks like someone used our teammate as a punching bag. No one does that and gets away with it. Oppa, murmured Naruto. The Hyuga turned abruptly toward him and said, wah, I know you're there, show yourself. Meh, Naruto emerged from his hiding place slowly, and all it took is your Byakugan to notice me. Hyuga tightened his jaw. He's telling the truth, damn it. It was only when I turned on my Byakugan that I sensed his presence. You dare to mock the Hyuga clan? As Jin stepped into the light, she said, damn right I am. You're just a bunch of overrated imbeciles. Just as the Byakugan user was ready to reply, when HHHHH screamed the sound girl, staring at Naruto in complete terror. No, please, I don't want to die. Naruto cocked his head to the side and asked, Kin? What's up with you? The bandage-wearing man said. But she just kept trembling in terror. Her face actually looks familiar, I thought. A flashback. Otogakure Naruto called out to a girl who was using his training field, hey you. This is my place to train. She looked at him defiantly and said, well, tough luck, pal. I got this one already. Find yourself another one. A huge error. Mangekyo Sharingan, wah. Looks like you need to be taught some manners. Jin said. For the next 36 hours I will cut your flesh with a kunai. HHH. Finish the flashback. Ah, now I remember you, smirked Naruto. She begged, please don't kill me. Sure, just get your ass out of here. The girl appeared as though she had just won a lottery prize for a cage title. She attempted to leap away, but one of her teammates stopped her. Thank you, you won't regret this, she exclaimed. What the hell are you doing, Kin? We have the order to kill the Uchiha. Fuck you, Zaku, Kin shot back again. If you stay, you will find out that there are things worse than death in this life. Now let me go. Fuck, Kin, called the man with the bandages. What is it about this loser that frightened you so much? The girl's eyes grew wide. You imbecile, please forgive him, Rattlesnake-sama. The eyes of two genins grew wide. See, can't be. Both of them abruptly bowed to him. Please forgive us. Absently, Naruto waved them away. Just get the fuck out of here. I'm not in the mood. Then they were gone. Tenten shrieked, Jin-kun, toward him. Did you know those guys? Yep, met them once, with a dangerous tone, Hyuga said. You, what is your name? Naruto answered, are you an idiot? She just called it. Hyuga gave a scowl. Don't push your luck, Tenten pleaded with her teammate, Neji-kun. Please, I'll handle this. Please, check on Lee. TCH, Neji said, turning to look over his shoulder. This isn't over. Jin simply grinned back. Tenten let out a sigh. Damn him and his Hyuga pride. You alright? Inquired Naruto. Why yeah, sure, what about you? The blonde said, had a nice sleep, nothing interesting since then. Oh, Tenten turned to face the world. These guys look pretty beaten. Naruto gave a snort. What did you expect? I guess you're right. By the way, are these two clowns your teammates? Why yeah, they are, clowns or teammates. Both. Alright, I'll go check on, Oppa. What? Naruto let out a sigh. He gestured with his finger. Look there. Gradually, Uchiha Sasuke was standing up. I can feel it, the power, I'm an Avenger, he said. Naruto sighed once more like a pathetic excuse of one. Hey Hyuga. Why don't you show us your superiority and knock this moron out? Neji gave him a fierce look. Why don't you? Jin gestured with his hand. I fight only to death. Neji got to his feet. Very well. Sasuke declared. You're the first I'll test my power on. Neji activated his Byakugan and responded, not this time, Uchiha. Shin-ne. Sasuke sprang forward, but Neji stopped him in his tracks and knocked him out with 3 well-placed blows. Not bad, said Naruto. Neji warned, you're next, Kasaragi. He turned to Tenten and said, we'll see about that. Deal with your team. I'm gonna check on Tsubaki. Oh okay. Naruto had already begun to move toward Tsubaki's lying position when Shikamaru said, can you explain something, Kasaragi? Why this sound girl called you Sama? Without even looking at Nara, Naruto retorted icily, you shut your mouth. I'm not compelled to answer to you. What are you going to do? Sakura inquired this time. He rolled his eyes and said, I want to check on her. Do you know what the problem is? I'm gonna rape her while she sleeps. Idiot. Jin, who was kneeling next to his sister, continued, what am I saying? Of course you don't. Let's see, said Orochimaru, who hit her with. He pondered. No, don't recall. Well, where did he hit her? Yes, in the belly. OSHT. Now I remember the word fuin. That means he hit her seal. That means I can't help her even if I want to, Blonde said, her eyes widening. Slowly, the girl's eyelids opened. Wah, Jin. Sleeping Beauty, get up and shine. Jin. I was so scared, she said, throwing herself onto him and giving him a tight hug. Don't worry. Tell me what took place. She began. Orochimaru the Snake Sanin attacked us. I swear he was here. Stop worrying, Tsubaki. I think you're real, but, she said, her eyes widening. You do? Then he shrugged and said, I have no reason to doubt you. Oh, okay. She made an unsuccessful attempt to get to her feet, saying, damn, what's wrong with me? With a sigh, Naruto said, that's the thing. It appears that Orochimaru did something to you that I am unable to repair. We must take you to your dad. However, the second scroll is not with us. Mine was burned by Orochimaru, and no worries here, Jin said with a smirk. I have extra scrolls to give to everyone, here. Holy shit. Where did you get this many? Yelled Tsubaki. Shikamaru continued, yeah, I'd like to know that as well. Looks like I have failed to realize that I gave you some hints about changing my previous answer, Naruto said, narrowing his eyes. Could you tell me which hints those were? Shikamaru wisely said nothing. Smart, shadow freak. Jin replied, and cut down your long nose, or I'll cut it down for you with my katana. Tsubaki said, damn, that was cold. I'm a rattlesnake. Let's leave. What about Sasuke? Wait, oh, him. Naruto glanced at Uchiha, who had been knocked unconscious. Would you like to bring your priceless Sasuke-kun to the tower, Sakura? With a flush, the girl answered, yes, I would. Excellent. Naruto said, there's nothing else for me to do in this forest anyway, so let's go now. The Tower of Death Forest. Naruto yawned and rose from his bed, saying, Yuwa. 2 days have passed since he got to the tower, and he spent the majority of that time sleeping. Yes, everything else was just too dull after his run-in with Orochimaru. Damn, you must be as lazy as Nara. He turned his head and said, Wah, the blonde said, oh, hi Tenten. What a pleasant surprise, but his voice was devoid of genuine enjoyment. The girl said, why aren't you doing anything? I mean, everyone is thinking strategies, or training. Naruto gave an eye roll. I have no one to counsel about strategy, and training for some reason doesn't sound like a good idea. Well, You can at least walk around, Naruto sarcastically remarked, with all those lunatics shouting how I killed their puppy, or raped their grandmother. Thanks, but no thanks. Tenten laughed. Yeah, I heard that. Raped my sister, Naruto recalled previous words. I tell you. Never in my life did I rape anyone. Hell, most of the time I can simply wink at the girl, and she will be all over me. She questioned slyly, oh really? Why don't you try on me then? HM. Jin now laughed. And here I thought you had a crush on that clown from your team. Hyuga, something, don't remember. Tenten chuckled. It's Neji, and no, I don't have a crush on him. Had before, but he has this thing stuck up his ass. What thing? A spear. Ho ho, cried Naruto. I'll have to commend the one who shoved it there. The girl answered, nah, you really don't want to thank that guy. Why is that? Because it's Hyuga Hiyashi, the head of the Hyuga clan. Jin gave a nod. Oh, I see, so fucking what? Why would I care if he's the head of this useless clan, or its ass? Tenten laughed. Well, maybe because unlike his nephew, he has at least 5 spears shoved up there. Naruto's eyebrow went up. Do you have some master, who's doing this kind of services? Ha ha ha, no why? Well, I know at least one more person, who I would like to see with a spear in his ass, or 5 spears. No, make that 25 spears, the brunette said quietly. Tenten's grin dimmed. Someone you wish to kill? Jin said, got that right. You know, she began. It's probably not my place to say, but you should drop your revenge cause. Naruto squinted his eyes. No, the girl pressed, but it will lead you nowhere. She exclaimed. Look at Neji. He's so stuck up, because his father was killed for the sake of the village. As Jin leapt from his bed and shoved her against the wall alongside her. You're saying like you know something about it, he yelled. Is your stuck-up teammate trying to do something about it? And no, not that I know, Naruto exclaimed. Then this is nothing but proof of his weakness. He can do nothing about it, because he's too weak, or too scared, or both. He's a loser and a coward. I will stop at nothing. That man took from me something that can never ever be replaced, and he will pay, he yelled his final words with rage. Tenten squeaked, Jin, you're hurting me. The blonde gave a headshake. He released his hold and said, sorry. It's just a sore subject for me. I shouldn't have snapped at you. I'll understand if you want to leave. She placed a gentle hand on his shoulder and said, it's okay. I shouldn't have judged you either. I was never in such position before, so what right do I have? Naruto chuckled. HM. Let's just forget about it, okay? We'll get nowhere by apologizing the whole day. She grinned broadly and said, yeah, you're right. Say, 5th day isn't over yet. How about a quick spar? Jin gave the back of his head a scratch. Well, I only fight to death. The girl gave an eye roll. Yeah. You fight only to death, but maybe you can make an exception, just this once? Very well. Great, she exclaimed, raising her fist. Let's go to the training area. Area of training. As Naruto entered the vast room, he remarked, sure, it's crowded here. Since none of the participants were able to return to the forest, it's either here or back in your room. Tenten continued to walk and said, well, I think we'll have some space for ourselves. You're not going to use any wide area ninjutsu, right? HM. Tempting, Jin. Pointing to the free corner, he said, fine. Let's go over there. Sure. They were facing one another. Tenten pulled out her katana, and Naruto pulled out his. The blonde raised an eyebrow. A katana? She replied with a smirk, you look surprised. Ho ho. So you want a sword fight then? Yup. Exclaimed the girl. She swung her blade a couple of times and said, I'm not as good as you, but I sure as hell can use this thing right here. Very well. Come then. Tenten raised her sword above her head and slashed vertically, saying, ha. Only for Naruto to use his right hand to seize her wrist and aim his sword's hilt directly at her. He said, you are coming too close. You are attacking with a sword, not bare hands. Your reach should be long enough for your enemy not to be able to do what I just did. In short words, keep your distance. Tenten's mouth dropped open as she gazed at him. She forced herself to say, oh okay, and stepped back. Again? Naruto gave a nod. The girl slashed diagonally this time. Only for Naruto to effortlessly avoid the blow by simply leaning his body in the opposite direction. According to the blonde, lesson number 2. When you swing your sword like this, Try to aim for lower regions, so your enemy would have to block or step backwards. Sure. Okay, again. After a brief moment of hesitation, she snatched up her blade and rushed towards him, slashing diagonally from below. Just to catch a glimpse of Naruto's katana tip directly in front of her eyes. Slyly. Lesson number 3. Never expect your opponent to simply stand there and wait for your strike. She sighed, damn it. Stop doing that, Naruto scowled. The weapon is useless, as long as it has no master. All of a sudden. Get away from my teammate, Kasaragi. Jin looked around. He turned to Tenten and said, Ho, well if it isn't Great Hyuga, whatever the fuck his name is again. It's Neji, came Hyuga's irate reply. You should learn it better, for I will be the one to put you in your place. Fate has already decided it. Ha 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 ha. Naruto let out a loud laugh. Put me in my place? Oh, I don't think so. Because I have a purpose in life, unlike you, worthless piece of garbage. He approached the Hyuga boy and aimed some of his murderous energy at him. And if I would have let imbeciles like you to stand in my way, I would have been dead many times already. Jin, the blonde said, sorry, Tenten. I don't feel like sparring anymore, and turned to leave. And you, I would really like to see you try. As he turned to leave, Neji glared at his back. Jin Kasaragi, we'll see. Hyuga's brilliant idea. No one can resist fate, nobody. In Naruto's room again. Naruto muttered as he opened the door, damn, 2 hours till this damn exam is over, now what should I, Oppa? Ah! Exclaimed the intruder. Hey, I remember you. You're that Tanuki moron's sister, Temari? It was, Tamari, she said. Oh, sorry, he then lunged at the girl, slamming her by the throat against a wall. Now start talking. What were you doing in my room? GHP, what, GHP, what? She gestured toward her throat. Naruto said, oh, sorry again, before letting her fall to the ground and letting go of her throat. Well, cough, I was, what? I was, what? I wanted to talk to you, damn it, cough. Naruto's eyebrow went up. Talk with me. About what? Gradually, the girl straightened up and stood up. She bit her bottom lip as she glanced at him. I wanted to ask you not to kill my brother. Which one? Both of them. Naruto snorted, hey, and why would I ever do that? Tamari scowled. I will do anything you want. He laughed and said, ha ha ha, there's nothing you can do to help me. Please, there has to be something I could do. Jin paused to reflect. Say, you're Gaara's sister, meaning you're Kazukage's daughter, right? Why yes, she gave a nod. Then here's the deal. You will become my spy in Sanagakure. You will inform me of every major occasion there and follow my every order. In turn, I promise to never make you do anything against your village, agreed? She paused before saying, okay, just please don't kill my brothers, they're everything I have. His gear came off and he said, fine. This was the deal after all. Now, my first order, put away your fan. What? But I gave you an order. Despite her frown, the girl followed instructions. Now, Jin stood shirtless after taking off the remainder of his upper garments. You will help me to entertain myself for the next couple of hours. She went a little pale. Help in which way? Naruto pushed her onto his bed as he approached. Take a damn guess. Her gaze expanded. Wait, but I have never. Yes, I can see that, or else you wouldn't be refusing. Tamari cocked her head sideways. Why? Because ninjas have very short lives to deny themselves the pleasure. She hesitated. Is it really this good? Naruto grinned. His words, now we're talking, caused her legs to spread wide. Let me show you. Her eyes grew wide once more. Wait, not yet, Kaya. Jin said, ho, what a nice sound, while using his right hand to massage the area between her legs and his left to take off her clothes. Keep doing it. She groaned, arching her back. What is this feeling? Naruto paused for a moment. You never tried, with yourself? And no, when he eventually took off her upper gear, he exclaimed, damn, well, I just have to correct that. There we go. Ho, no bra. It gets in the way, Naruto answered. HM, you don't have to explain yourself to me. Now seeing as you are finally naked, I guess it's time for this one. When he put his head between her legs and put his hands on her hips, Tamari said, wait, what are you doing? He leaned closer and said, I want to make the most of it because I haven't had sex in almost a week. The girl screamed, her hips twitching with pleasure. Wah, ah, wah, what is this? MMMHHMMMMHHMHMM. W what? Ah, he briefly interrupted, saying, shut up and enjoy. Not that she wasn't already, though. Tamari had never experienced such a feeling. The rest was soon overtaken by the overwhelming sensation. Her thoughts were becoming as clear as snow in no time, not long after. Wait, stop, she cried out. I feel something is coming out of me. Ah, I can't stop. MHMHMH, Naruto lifts her buttocks in laughter, and before long. Tamari screamed, her body twitching violently in ecstasy. Kya. This is the first orgasm the girl has ever had. She exhaled, ha, what was that, ha, chuckled Naruto. With his pants off, he exclaimed, that was just the beginning. Tamari muttered, oh my, this cannot possibly fit inside of me. No, after an hour and a half. Screaming while riding Naruto's dick, Tamari exclaimed, fuck the shit out of me, yes. With an upward thrust, he remarked, you stop the damn talking and move your fucking ass. More, God more. The girl pleaded, while bouncing her hips. You're so deep, shit. I'm coming again, don't stop. Come for me, bitch. Naruto ushered his entire length inside her, causing her back to arch once more. Tamari cried out, as she experienced another orgasm. She simply collapsed on top of Naruto, exhausted and unable to continue. She exclaimed, huff, damn, that was amazing. Jin gave a shrug. Nah, not really, what do you mean? Tamari questioned, perplexed. He reassured, don't worry, it has nothing to do with you. It's just that no one can compare to that woman in sex field. Tamari asks, really? Who is she? Naruto gave a snort. He said, the biggest bitch in the world, and one that I can't possibly resist. Well, what now? Naruto said, what do you think? We have an exam to finish, and he got out of bed. Area of training. Hokage Yondaime began. First of all, I congratulate you all on completing this portion of Chunin exam. Naruto gave an eye roll. Why didn't they announce that he would be giving a speech? I have half an hour more to sleep? The Konoha leader went on. Now I will explain to you the real meaning of the Chunin exam. Jin tightened his jaw. Can't you do that? Chunin exams were made in the time of peace to show off how shinobi of each village will behave in the time of war. In his mind, Naruto said, blah, 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 blah peace, blah, 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 blah war. But now, puff. May I continue for you, Hokage-sama? A shinobi who had just appeared asked. Yondaime gave a nod. Please do, Hayate. He turned to the participants. Now before we proceed, I must inform all of you that there are too many of you. Say what? Kiba yelled angrily. As I said, we don't have enough time to let all of you compete in the finals. First, is there anyone who wishes to quit? Quiet. Then we are going to have preliminary matches in order to lessen the numbers. What, right now? According to Hayate, yes, right now. Now the rules are simple. There will be a set of one-on-one matches. They will continue until one of participants is dead, or unable to continue the fight. However, if I say that the match is over, you have to accept that. Now as you probably guessed, killings are allowed, but they are not recommended. Naruto let out a sigh of relief. Well, if I kill someone, accidentally, of course, at least no one will question me. Then a huge display appeared on the wall as Hayate waved his hand. This display will randomly pick two participants who will fight first. The names began to spin, and Akado Yoroi vs Sasuke Uchiha. Two participants, whose names are displayed, please stay where you are, Hayate said. The rest please clear the area. Naruto thought to himself, poor guy, tch. He abruptly stopped in his tracks when he heard the words, he'll have to listen to a lecture about Uchiha superiority. Hold on, I'll have to hear it as well. Oi, Jin. He was awakened from his reverie by a familiar voice. Naruto said, Ho, Tsubaki. Haven't seen you in a while. To open the door. Where have you been? The girl's face flushed. Father said that he won't allow me to stay with others. Jin gave a nod. Not unexpected. You're his only daughter after all. Yeah, when they reached the top of the stairs, he said, well, how do you feel? In response, Tsubaki said, "Oh, fine. Father fixed whatever Orochimaru did to me." He didn't say what it was. No, figures. Hey, Naruto thought. He doesn't want her to even be aware that she is Jinchuriki. There was nothing else to watch, but Sasuke and that other guy were going to fight. Naruto didn't really care. The redhead questioned, "What is Sasuke doing?" after observing that Uchiha did nothing but sidestep Yoroi's blows. My guess is that guy, whatever his name is, he can." When Yoroi managed to grab Sasuke, Uchiha's eyes widened. He said, "My chakra." Naruto completed his sentence, "Do that." "He's draining his chakra?" Jin leaned his back against the rail and turned around, saying, "Yep. But I don't really think he can do anything else." Who do you think will win?" Uchiha of course. His pride won't allow him to lose," Blonde replied. After kicking Yoroi into the air and releasing his hold, Sasuke delivered a combination he called Shishi Renden. Naruto looked over his shoulder and said, "Oh, I wonder who taught him that." "That move," Tsubaki whispered the words. "That spandex guy used it before." "Who?" The woman pointed to. "That guy." Naruto recognized the clown. "Ah, that clown. So he can do something outside of being an eyesore." Tsubaki laughed. "I guess, in the interim." Hayate declared, "Winner. Uchiha Sasuke, instead." Naruto said, "Who would have doubt? Abumi Zaku versus Aburame Shino." "Boring," said Naruto. Tsubaki answered, "Hey, have some patience, will ya?" "Meh," the blonde said, facing away from the arena. He leaned on the rail and remarked, "I've been waiting for 3 damn days already." Shino-kun, he heard a faint murmur close by. Jin turned his head and asked, "Wah? It seems that Team 8 was standing directly next to them. You said something?" Hyuga Hinata's eyes widened as she turned to face him. "Kei Kasaragi-kun," she stammered out and said, "Yep, that's me. You want something?" No, I just, what? No, what? What? Stop it, Kasaragi." Yuhi Kurenai glared at him in anger. "Why don't you bully someone your own size?" Naruto smiled malevolently. "That's fascinating now." Pushing himself off the rail, he thought. "Someone my own size, someone like you maybe?" Kiba shouted, "Hey, get away from Kurenai-sensei." The Junin answered, "I can take care of myself very well, thank you, Kiba." She turned to Jin and said, "As for you, you're way out of your league, boy." Naruto grinned broadly. He said, "Boy, huh," as he approached. The blonde hesitated before continuing, "Remember that the name is Jin Kasaragi." He leaned closer so that only she could hear him say, "You know what? Forget it, don't remember it. For it will be my great pleasure to make you remember." Kurenai grinned. "As I said, you're way out of your league, boy. I am the best kunoichi Konoha has provided in 40 years, and..." Jin concluded for her, "And it looks like good old Konoha has a problem. You see, I have fought many shinobi in my life, and I also fought many kunoichi. And if you're the best Konoha has to offer, then it has problems." She questioned sharply, "Are you suggesting that I'm weak, Kasaragi?" According to the blonde, "Damn right I am. Then I've got a surprise for you." He interrupted, saying, "Nothing you can do will surprise me. Can you do something beside your genjutsu?" "It will be more than enough to defeat someone like you," Kurenai yelled. "Ho ho. Is that a challenge?" She gave him a haughty look. "I don't have time to waste on the likes of you, mercenary." Naruto smiled. He turned around and said, "Just like I thought. Watch carefully when you see my match, though, because that might be you." He then turned to leave. As he approached, Tsubaki inquired, "What were you talking with Kurenai-sensei?" Jin gave a shrug. With his back against the rail once more and his back to the arena, he remarked, "Nothing much, just some Konoha problems. Did I miss something?" According to the red-headed person, not much. Aburame Shino beat that sound boy, and one of ours got screwed by that guy from Sand. The final sentence made Naruto's ears perk up. Sand boy? Which one? According to Tsubaki, the one in black. Oh, that clown. Glad I missed it. With a cunning smile, the girl remarked, "You're so negative, you need to cheer up a little." Naruto returned the grin. He leaned closer and said, "Yeah, I just need something to keep me positive, you know what that is." Leaning closer, she said, "I can guess, but then." "Step away from Hokage's daughter, Kasaragi." This made Tsubaki jump, but Jin just sighed in annoyance. "Kakashi-sensei." You've been waiting for this exact moment to appear, right? Jin responded. I have no idea what you're talking about, said the masked Junin. I must stand beside my team. He gestured to Sakura and Sasuke, who were standing quite a distance away, saying, Go ahead, they're right there. Kakashi scowled. Tsubaki is a member of my team as well. Naruto let out a sigh. Damn, just say that her daddy told you to keep your eye on me, I'll understand. Kakashi remained silent. Figures, mumbled the blonde. Yamanaka Ino versus Haruno Sakura. Naruto's gaze expanded. Oh no. With a startled expression on her face, Tsubaki questioned, what? The blonde clarified, this is the worst possible pick. Why? You'll see, Naruto chanted as he sprinted about with his back against the rail. Hayate exclaimed, begin, and two girls engaged in a taijutsu duel. Tsubaki questioned, you sure you don't want to look at this? They're not so bad to tell the truth. Naruto looked over his shoulder and shrugged. Ino was able to give Sakura a forceful uppercut to the stomach at that precise moment. However, after that, slap. Naruto let out a wild laugh. Sure, elite kunoichi battle. Ha 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 ha. It seems that everyone, including Sakura and Ino, heard that. Sakura tied her headband to her forehead and uttered the words, fight seriously, Ino. Ino followed suit. Naruto gave an eye roll, one more pointless item. They both yelled simultaneously, I won't let you lose Sasuke-kun to you. Jin let out a frustrated sigh. That's it, blonde or pink? With a wave of his hand, he thought, I detest blondes less, Hisho. Holding a kunai to Naruto's throat, Kakashi admonished, don't even think about this, Kasaragi. What, you want to do it yourself? Be my guest. Shut up and stay put. Naruto gave a derisive bow. Sure, whatever you say, Junin-sama. Smack. They both looked toward the arena. Ino and Sakura lay unconscious on the ground. Well, what a surprise. I guess you should pick up one of your team members. Shouldn't you, Kakashi? Jin murmured. The Junin gave a scowl. Before he vanished in a cloud of smoke, he said, this isn't over, Kasaragi. Naruto said, looking at the sound crew, sure it isn't, they had lost their Junin-sensei. Oh, the building is no longer occupied by Orochimaru-chan. His eyes narrowed as he thought, how sad. The blonde looked at Kabuto and said, I wonder why that moron remained. He was the first to get away every time. Like a fucking rat. It's possible that Orochi left him to learn more about Uchiha, Tsubaki, or even myself. Temari versus Tenten. Hey, in fact, Naruto turned to face the arena and said, now this looks promising. Tenten immediately jumped backwards to create some distance as soon as the fight began. Oh, are you anticipating my next move? Not smart, Temari said, because the first thing you see is the last thing I do. I don't want this game to end too soon. Why don't you take the lead? Show me what you've got, girl, come on. Tenten frowned. All right, if you demand it. Recall that you requested it. With that she threw some shurikens at Temari, and missed. What? Did I miss it? Hooray. What a bitch. Naruto cried out. Tsubaki remarked, what do you mean, she missed? Not that one. He pointed to Temari and said, this one. The redhead said, I never saw her doing anything. Yet she did. Naruto shot back, pay close attention. Tenten is going to lose this battle. What's the reason? Because she has the worst possible opponent for her. Tenten up. The spandex-clad clown applauded, saying, show her your youth power. Tenten was about to take action once more when she turned to face the balcony as she heard a familiar voice say, don't listen to this moron. Jin? Word of advice, give this match up? Her gaze grew wide. What? Temari smiled and said, you should listen to your handsome friend. You can't defeat me. Quit and save yourself the humiliation. Tenten's expression became stern. You don't believe I can defeat her? Jin said with a shrug, nope, I don't. The girl with the bun hair frowned and pulled out two small scrolls, saying, TCH. Then I'll just have to prove you wrong. Naruto whispered, don't say I didn't warn you then. Tenten, meanwhile, began performing hand seals after setting two scrolls on the ground. Very kind of you to allow her to do that, Naruto said with a smile to Temari. Temari gave him a lively smile and said, it's not like it will work anyway. So sure you. Two scrolls flew into the air as smoke filled the arena. Naruto remarked, Ho, pretty technique, useless, but still pretty. What makes it pointless? Look at how many of those weapons there are, Tsubaki inquired. Jin answered, the amount doesn't matter in this case. Ninpo. Kamaitachi. Tenten was hit by a huge, cutting whirlwind as Tamari waved her big fan. You see? That's what I was discussing. Oh, Tenten's back fell directly onto Temari's fan, causing her to gasp in agony. Jin said, impressive. The sand girl said, why, thank you. Hayate declared, the winner of the 5th match, Tamari. Kunoichi grinned broadly. Hold on, after Tamari threw Tenten, the spandex guy leapt down in time to catch her. Hey, good catch, she said. What's the matter with you? She may have lost, but that is no way to treat an opponent who has given it her all, he yelled. You idiot, get over it, and take that sack of garbage with you, Tamari said. No. Lee. Hyuga let out a scream. Konoha senpu. Lee leapt into the air and kicked Temari's head forcefully, but Kokujin. His leg struck Jin Kasaragi's hand with an odd energy shield. What are you doing? Our village is where you are from. Ignoring that statement, Naruto simply waved his hand to throw him away. Tamari grinned and said, thanks, but I can take care of myself. Jin turned to her and said, it's not that. Ladies shouldn't fight clowns. Oh. She grinned broadly. So who should? No one. Clown fighting is absurd. I'll remember it. Naruto walked back to the balcony and said, please do, and remember to remind your brother. Whatever his name is. Walking next to him, she said, don't worry, I won't. Impressive victory by the way. Thanks, that's very sweet of you. Hey, don't get used to it. Okay, may I stand beside you? She inquired. I don't see why not. Why is she in this place? Tsubaki inquired with a hint of rage. Oh, someone's jealous? Are you two together? Tamari asked slyly. Well, Tsubaki noticed Jin's amused expression and muttered, no, I guess we're not, despite her natural desire to shout yes, with Kakashi behind her. Well, that's fantastic. As she approached Naruto, the sand girl retorted, because Jin-kun is actually my type of guy. Her father was there, too, and the redhead gritted her teeth, but there was nothing she could do at the moment. With a hand on her shoulder, the masked Junin said, look, no time to scowl. Yakushi Kabuto versus Namikaze Tsubaki. Of all possible picks, Naruto said, raising his eyebrow. Tsubaki walked to the staircase and said, I guess it's my turn now. Hi, Tsubaki. The girl's head twisted. Naruto gave her a kind smile and said, good luck. Yeah. Thank you, Jin. Allow me to show you my abilities too, she smiled in return. Hayate declared, Namikaze Tsubaki versus Yakushi Kabuto. Start. Too bad I'm not his opponent. Killing him here and now could solve a lot of problems. Well, I guess it can't be helped. What if? Naruto smiled. As Tsubaki said, it's nice to see you again, Kabuto-san. Kabuto said, I'm glad to see you too, Tsubaki-san. Let's play fairly, shall we? He continued with an ear-to-ear smile. The girl nodded, okay. How trusting, I have to beat it out of her, said Naruto, shaking his head. You don't like how this freak in glasses is fooling this girl? Tamari said. You seem unpleased. No, actually, I don't like it at all. Tsubaki pulled out some shurikens and hurled them at Kabuto in the meantime. Kabuto began, avoiding the attack with ease. Please, Tsubaki-san, you will lose if you're not going to take me seriously. She made a few hand seals and said, very well. Futen. Daitopa. Whoa. The space was too small for Kabuto to dodge this time. Tamari remarked, this girl is not bad. B-class wind jutsu. Oh. Wiping some blood from his mouth, Kabuto said, that was pretty good. Now it's my turn to attack, he said, gasping as his body was slammed against the wall. Kabuto's glowing palms caused Naruto's eyes to narrow. Chakra scalpels. Naruto thought, looking at Tsubaki's bewildered expression. No, she doesn't know what that is. And if Kabuto used them, then he's going for the victory, but what is his goal? Is it to eliminate Tsubaki from competition, or to advance in the finals? He paused, then said, no, wait. This is Orochimaru we're talking about. So he probably, haha, of course, that's all. He just wants to know the extent of her strength. Tsubaki-san, exercise caution. The chakra scalpels technique is my favorite. I can now use a single touch to cut every muscle in your body. What idiot tells the enemy his method? Temari inquired. Naruto responded, the one who is 100% certain of winning. Come on, look up here, you piece of trash. Tsubaki sprang into action, holding 2 kunais, and said, thank you for explaining, Kabuto-san. I will be careful. Is she a moron? So that she wouldn't come close, he told her. Wait, Kabuto, you are a bitch. Jin pondered. By claiming that he is extremely dangerous in close combat, he insulted her pride. You foolish girl, run. Tsubaki exclaimed. Ah, as Kabuto finally succeeded in making a touch on her hip. Sigh, I told you, Tsubaki-san. My close combat skills are pretty advanced. You have no chance to beat me now, give up. And no, I won't back down. Kabuto let out another sigh. I don't want to hurt you, Tsubaki-san, but I will if you won't surrender. Come on, darling. Say something resolute. In his mind, Naruto begged. I'm not done yet. Tsubaki stated. I'm sorry I'll have to use this technique against you, Kabuto-san. Yeez. Naruto grinned and slightly altered his tone. Go, Tsubaki. Don't give up. He exclaimed abruptly while clasping his hand over his face. Kabuto looked at the source of the cheer and said, do not give her false hope. This was a grave error. However, he discovered it too late. Genjutsu. Utakata. When Kabuto found himself in front of a massive, dark sun that was rapidly scorching his body to a crisp, his eyes widened. Of course, there was only one thing he could do. His agonized scream, ah, startled everyone. Temari said, wah, what happened, to his ears? Just before. Naruto said naively, I don't know. Tsubaki yelled, Rasengan, and slammed a spiraling ball of chakra into Kabuto's chest. As his body was flung into the air again, Orochimaru's spy let out an even louder scream. Gah! Tsubaki collapsed to her knees while clutching her wounded leg. Hayate declared, this match is over. The winner is Namikaze Tsubaki. Medics, please check the condition of Yakushi Kabuto. Approaching his daughter, the Hokage remarked, well done, Tsubaki, I see you have finally mastered Rasengan. Yes, father, the girl with the red hair said. One of the medics called Yondaime and said, Hokage-sama. It's Yakushi Kabuto. He's dead. Say what? Exclaimed Minato. And no, Tsubaki muttered instead. The words? Ha 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 ha. Naruto chuckled to himself. Fantastic. It appears that even this piece of shit couldn't handle the pain that Rasengan and Utakata were experiencing. Excellent. I don't have to murder him myself anymore. Temari said, oh, that killed him? Looks like I underestimated this girl. Naruto said and leapt to the ground, seems that way. Are you alright, Tsubaki? She looked up into his eyes. Jin, I killed him. As the blonde put it, don't worry about it. Killings were allowed after all. But, Naruto looked at her father, who continued to work with the medics. Don't blame yourself, babe. You're a killer, that's what you do. She answered, why yeah, I guess you're right. Can you give me a hand? He picked her up bridal style and walked to the medical team, saying, sure I can. Where are you going? Take me back to the balcony. Nope. You have severed muscles in your hip. You need medical care. Don't worry, I'll tell you everything afterwards. After we have a cup of coffee? Naruto smiled. Yeah, and play chess, 5 times at least. Promise. Sure. Namikaze Minato yelled. Get away from my daughter, Kasaragi. He placed her on the stretcher and said, sure. Be well, okay? Okay. I said back off. Jin gave a headshake. As you command, Hokage-sama. He exclaimed before vanishing in a cloud of smoke and resurfacing next to Temari. Welcome back. Thanks, say, is your brother down with your standing right here with me? The sand girl shrugged. Well, I just kind of forgot to ask him. Clever. Rock Lee vs Inuzuka Kiba. YOSH! Cried the spandex clown. Time to show my flames of youth. Akamaru, let's give it everything we've got, Kiba said. Arf. Barking back, Akamaru said. Bah, another fight of 2 losers, Naruto uttered, once again facing away from the arena. Temari followed suit and added, I see what you mean. Lee said, hey, put that dog away, I don't want to hurt it. Putting his dog down, Kiba said, fool. You are the only one who is going to hurt. He added, stand down, Akamaru. I will finish it myself. And charged at Lee. A huge error. Konoha Senpu. Smack. When Lee's foot struck Kiba's head, the latter flew into the wall. Gah! Kiba exclaimed in agony as his body made contact with the wall. Damn. I guess I underestimated this guy. Lee cried out, I forgot that I had weights. Is it over? Inquired Naruto. In response, Temari said, looks like it. They both continued to face away from the arena. Boring. Yeah. Kiba was being taken away on a stretcher in the meantime. Hinata said, Kiba-kun, and ran to him. Are you alright? With a grip on his ribs, Inuzuka remarked, could be better. More importantly, Hinata. You are still in the tournament. Remember, if that sand guy or Kasaragi are picked as your opponents, surrender immediately. Same with Neji. He will show you no mercy. All she could do was nod in agreement and observe her teammate being carried away. Sabaku no Gaara versus Dosu Kanuta. Naruto turned around and exclaimed, Ho, Tanuki time. In a whirlpool of sand, Gaara teleported to the arena. He told Hayate, I don't want to fight that trash. I want to fight Rattlesnake, mother wants his blood. The proctor said, it cannot be changed. Either fight or be disqualified. Gaara gripped his head for support, fine. Pointing down, Naruto asked, heard that? Your mother wants my blood. Temari said, it's not my mother, huh? I thought you were brother and sister. Stop it. You know who he was referring to. Jin smiled. Of course. Doesn't stop me from laughing at it though. The girl gave a headshake. Only a psycho can laugh at something like this. Which is exactly my case, Sabaku Q, Oppa, looks like it's already over. Yep. Sabaku Susu. A sharp cry of, ah, came from Dosu and echoed throughout the room. Winner. Sabaku no Gaara. Sand user said, you're next, Rattlesnake. To which Naruto replied, sure, get in line. Hayate remarked, enough. You are interfering with the next match. Tsuchi-kin versus Hyuga Hinata. To Hinata's credit, she was surviving rather well, which was not the case for her opponent. The poor sound girl was genuinely afraid. She just witnessed the most heinous murder of one of her teammates. Not too long ago, the other one was permanently disabled. Yes, she received all the necessary moral support. I give up, Kin said with hesitation. She may have failed, but at least she had a chance of surviving this way. The proctor questioned, are you sure? Why yes. Very well. The winner of this match is a result of forfeit. Hyuga Hinata. Hinata's gaze expanded. I passed, now please clear the area. Akamichi Choji versus Nara Shikamaru. What a drag, said Nara. I give up, I don't want to fight Shikamaru, Choji said. Shikamaru let out a sigh. Troublesome, I was just about to say that. Smack. Ouch. What the hell, Ino? You two lazy morons, that's what. The winner of this match is a result of forfeit, Nara Shikamaru. TCH, now the next and the last match is Hyuga Neji versus Jin Kasaragi. Please come down to the arena. According to Temari, kick his ass, sure thing. Lee exclaimed, show him your power of youth, Neji-kun. Neji began as they faced one another, a word of advice, Kasaragi. Give up. Fate has already decided the result of this fight. Naruto's eyebrow went up. Oh, and what is it? You are going to lose. Really? Why? Because that is your fate. And that is all. Ha ha ha, chuckled the blonde. Really convincing? My eyes see many things, Neji continued, but Naruto cut him off. He mockingly said, your eyes? You mean Byakugan? Please, don't be ridiculous. Your useless clan will die in the end because of your stupid arrogance. Hatred blazed in Neji's eyes. How dare you? What do you actually know about Hyuga clan or our hatred? He yelled. Actually, I really don't care. Not about you, not about your useless clan, not about your damn hatred. You dare mock the Hyuga clan? Ha ha ha, clan, clan, clan. You speak almost like, Naruto halted, his eyes brightening. Clan, family is everything. Ga, he gripped his head painfully. What, Yukianisa, Enko said, oh. That's not good, you should stop this match, Hokage-sama. Minato remained silent. Hokage-sama, he said, be quiet, Enko. Neji said, Proctor, I'm going to kill him. Hayate also remained silent. Neji then charged at Naruto at full speed, intent on killing him with a single blow. As Hyuga yelled, Juken, and thrust his palm forward. Naruto lifted his head and met his eyes. No, nothing was out of the ordinary, except that they were now cold as 1,000 murders. Even though Neji only hesitated for a single second, this was sufficient. Hirensu. With lightning speed, Naruto pulled out his sword and extended it backwards. Neji wasn't hit, but Hyuga's arms were completely frozen. Blonde's eyes merely narrowed a little before he slashed both of his frozen hands off at the elbows with his katana. Neji cried out in agony, "Ah!" and collapsed to his knees, helplessly observing his hands break into tiny pieces of ice as they hit the floor. But Naruto wasn't finished. He raised his blade once more, trying to sever Neji's head to end his life. Clang! However, there was another sword in the way. In an attempt to push Naruto away, Hayate uttered the words, "Withdraw your sword, Kasaragi. Back off, or you will be disqualified." Naruto merely kept moving forward. Proctor said, "TCH, this is your last warning." Grr! The blonde snarled and put his sword away. He walked away, saying, "Never get in my way again." Hayate scowled, but even so, the winner, Jin Kasaragi. Naruto ignored it. "Ni-san. I have to locate Ni-san." "Stop right there," said Rock Lee, who materialized before him. "How could you do this to a fellow Konoha shinobi?" he shouted. Jin answered, "Get out of my way, trash, or else you will share his fate." When Lee felt a hand on his shoulder, he assumed a combat stance. "Gai-sensei." The Junin remarked, "Calm down, Lee. What has occurred right now is also Neji-kun's fault." Lee yelled, but it's him who cut off Neji's arms. He was going to kill him as well." Guy nodded, "Yes. But if you remember, Neji was the first one who went for the kill. Kasaragi-kun only countered his move. Besides, they were in a match. You were about to attack a fellow Konoha shinobi without any approval." Sighed the genin. "You are right, Gai-sensei. I apologize." Hayate declared, "The matches are over. Now I ask all winners to come down." Naruto frowned, TCH. He had to remove some stream immediately. Proctor pointed to a hat and said, "Here. Each one of you will take a number from this hat. This number will determine your opponent in the finals of the Chunin exam that will happen in 1 month." Tamari questioned, "What? We're not going to do this now?" He let everyone take their number and said, "No, now you'll have time to prepare. Tell me your numbers." Tamari said, 1. Hissing, Gaara said, 8. Lee said, "Yosh, I've got 3. Shino said plainly, 9. Then Hinata stammered, S6. Sasuke said, 5. Kankuru added, 10. Could you guess who said, Mendoku's, 4. Naruto finished, 7. Hayate remarked, "That means Tsubaki-san got 2. He showed them the table and said, "Now look at this. Here are the matches. First, Sabaku no Tamari versus Namikaze Tsubaki." Suna Kunoichi wore a smile, looking forward to it. Then Rock Lee against Nara Shikamaru, Yosh. Mendoku's. Next will be Uchiha Sasuke versus Hyuga Hinata. HN. Hinata remained silent. Jin Kasaragi versus Sabaku no Gaara will be the 4th match, Hayate said, pausing. "Oh no." HM made Gaara laugh. "Mother will have your blood, Rattlesnake." Unexpectedly, Naruto remained silent as well. Aburame Shino versus Sabaku no Kankuru will be the final match of the first round. "Tough luck, pal," said Kankuru. Shino said nothing. "Now you know your opponents. Be at Chunin Stadium at noon in this same day next month." Dismissed. Konoha Medical Center, Jin Kasaragi. The squinty-eyed shinobi guardian began, "By the order of Yondaime Hokage you are forbidden to visit his daughter. Leave immediately, or I will have to use force." Naruto gave a sheepish smile. He turned to go, saying, "No need to get violent, Junin-san. See, I'm leaving. That didn't go as planned, huh? I suppose I can still go to Tenten, but that bitch just has to pry into other people's affairs." The room in Tenten's hospital. Tenten called out, "Jin," from her bed. As he entered, Naruto said, "How are you doing, girl?" She shook her head, "I'm fine. Better tell me, are the rumors true?" At this, the blonde arched an eyebrow. "What rumors?" "That you cut off Neji's arms?" Naruto said, nodding, "Oh that? Nah, of course not." Tenten let out a sigh of relief. Naruto concluded, "I froze his arms and then I cut them off." The girl let out a gasp. "How could you do this? Weren't the rumors saying that Neji tried to kill me first?" Tenten gave him a perplexed look. And no, they said only about you cutting off Neji's arms. Yeah, well I had a little breakdown during our fight, and he decided to use it, Naruto said. I'll be honest with you. I tried to kill your teammate, and if not for that proctor I would have done that. The girl scowled. I understand. It was a death match after all. Neji knew the danger. It was his mistake in underestimating you. Naruto grinned. Thanks, I knew you would understand. She gave a shrug. We're shinobi. We face death every day, whether it's our enemy or our friend. Jin gave a shrug. He stated, well, he isn't actually dead. His ninja career has gone to a toilet though, actually, with his attitude, I'm surprised it didn't happen sooner. Tenten laughed. To tell the truth, I always thought he will end up like this, she said. His destiny speech and all that stupid crap about how fate already made him the winner. All those times he mocked poor Lee. Who? My other teammate. The blonde grinned sheepishly and said, oh, that thing, I mean that guy. Tenten grinned. I understand. You know, Guy-sensei actually tried to give us the same suits. Ouch! Jin cried out. Thankfully Lee was there to save the day. Naruto got up and said, lucky you, speaking about days, looks like our time is over. She began, I guess, say, I will be out tomorrow, can we train together maybe? Naruto thought, tempting, but I have plans for this month, so, sorry, girl, but I'm going to be busy. Maybe some other time. Tenten scowled a little. Okay, take care, yeah, you too. The office of the Hokage, what do you think, Ibiki? The head interrogator stated, Hokage-sama, and nodded. During their match, I felt a surge of power, coming from elsewhere. And it is safe to say that your daughter did not cause Yakushi Kabuto's death. Minato questioned, are you certain? Ibiki gave another nod. I had a member of Yamanaka clan scan his brain. The results were astonishing. What have you found? We learned that before he was hit by Tsubaki-san's Rasengan, Yakushi Kabuto was attacked by a very strong genjutsu. It made him feel being burned to a crisp by some dark sun, that's why he screamed so much. The Hokage remarked, I don't know any genjutsu like that. The scarred man said, neither do I, but whoever the attacker was, he was no genin, that's for sure. I see. Is that all? No, that was actually the less important part. Minato squinted her eyes. Continue. Ibiki gave a nod. Apparently, while scanning Kabuto's mind we learned something really big. Kabuto was actually Orochimaru's spy, and he was close to the traitor himself. Yondaimi's brows went up. He said, now that is interesting. That really narrowed the list of suspects. Why is that, Hokage-sama? The Hokage retorted, you didn't get it yourself. Looks like you're getting old. Yakushi's killer must have known about his spy status. That's the only reason someone could want him dead. That actually narrowed the list to one person, Jin Kasaragi. The name caused Ibiki's fists to clench and his eyes to widen. Why him, Hokage-sama? When he first came here, introduced the blonde, he gave me info on Orochimaru. That means he was actually acquainted with Orochimaru, obviously he was acquainted with Snake's servants as well. Should we arrest him? Ibiki requested enthusiastically. He should have told us, but, no, I don't think we should. I'll talk to him about that, but later, said Minato. He only spared us the time to catch that Kabuto ourselves. The only thing I don't like about him is getting so close with my daughter, but I can't count that as treason now, can I? Ibiki said, gritting his teeth, no, if you excuse me, Hokage-sama. Sure, you're free to go, the apartment of Naruto. Using Naruto's chest as a pillow, Temari cried, damn, I just can't get enough of this. Naruto remarked, you know, you actually look better with your hair untied. Maybe, the young lady answered, but they get in the way in a fight. Naruto gave a frustrated grunt. Oh, fight, what is it? Inquired Temari. Sorry, babe, but I have things to do before this day ends. She pouted, Jin answered, haha, don't give me that face, better go check on your brother. Blonde Kunoichi said, fine, I'm going, and slowly got out of bed. Jin asked abruptly, say, do you remember our schedule for the finals? I guess, Temari said, pulling on her panties, why? Do you remember who Uchiha is fighting against? Uchiha, Temari kept trying to recall. Oh, that super shy girl from your village. Ah yes, I remember. Thanks. Then she winked at him and said, don't mention it, see you soon. I hope so, Naruto said as she walked away. As he put on his trousers, he muttered, good girl. Smart, strong, quite pretty as well. All of a sudden. Knock, KKOCK, knock. His door was knocked on. Perhaps she overlooked something. As he opened his door, Naruto pondered. Who the hell is this? That girl from Hidden Sound was standing there. Naruto said doubtfully, eh? Good old Orochimaru sent you to kill me? That's insulting. He can as well wait for me to die from old age? She swallowed. I'm not here because of Orochimaru. Jin gave her a raised eyebrow. Oh, why then? She hesitated. I have nowhere else to go. Naruto declared, I don't do charity. She begged, please, Rattlesnake-sama, please, help me survive. I will do anything. He gave an eye roll. His words, I don't need anything from, were interrupted. Actually, there is one thing. Come in. She did so with joy. So, what's your name again? Kin, Tsuchi Kin. Naruto nodded and said, yes, I remember now. So you want to survive, Kin? Yes. My team failed, and Orochimaru-sama doesn't treat failures well. Snorting, Naruto said, I heard that. All right, here's what I'm going to offer to you. I'm listening. You see, began Jin. There is a group of people in this village, 3 to be exact. These 3 people are in desperate need of a slow and painful death. Kin gave a nod. I understand. Good. Now the thing is these people are really hard to get to. He went on. Originally I simply planned to offer them my services, but your presence here opened new options. I see. You want me to lure them out for you. Smart girl. Now here's the deal. You will lure those people out for me, and I will make sure that you can stay here in Konoha, as a ninja even. Kin paused to reflect. All right, I'll do it, but I'm not that exceptional as a shinobi. Naruto grinned. Maybe, but there is something else you can offer. The room in Tsubaki's hospital. Frustrated, Tsubaki said, where is he? He told me he will come. Abruptly, she had a thought. She called out, hey, Junin-san? Yes, Namikaze-sama, responded her guardian. Did anyone try to visit me? Well, she added some key to her voice and said, I would appreciate an honest answer. Junin said, all right, yes, you had a visitor earlier. Oh, and who was it? I'm not. Who was it? She inquired once more. The protector sighed. Jin Kasaragi. Tsubaki lost his temper. Then why wasn't he allowed to see me? By order of, the guardian halted. My father? Yes, I see, the redhead scowled into thin air. You are dismissed. Konoha Street Kin questioned, why am I wearing that? Naruto retorted, you need to look neutral, and not in your sound outfit. Makes sense. So, what are we doing here? Do you remember what to say? Yes, I do. Said the girl, are you sure this works? Naruto gave a shrug. It's my best bet. Now, go inside, this bar. Take this earphone. I will give you additional commands if I find this necessary. Kin did it at once. Okay, am I good now? Pretty much, off you go. Where will you be? Jin grinned. You won't see me, but I will follow you constantly, go. After giving a nod, Kin went into the bar. The bartender said, we do not serve kids. With as little emotion as possible, Kin stated, leaves may fall, but roots will remain. The bartender narrowed his eyes dangerously. How do you know that? She did not respond, but instead said, I have information for your master. Take me to him, and you will receive his gratitude. The barman was hesitant. And who do you think my master is? Danzo, the leader of Root. Don't try to lie, I'm very well informed. Very well. The bartender snapped his fingers, and 4 shinobi that resembled ANBUs materialized in a cloud of smoke surrounding Kin. Check her for weapons. With the same lack of emotion, the girl declared, I am unarmed. One of Anbu checked her and said, she's telling the truth. The bartender said, that was pretty daring of you. Anyway, you have to understand that Danzo-sama is a very busy man. You must have very important information in order to see him. Kin's expression was emotionless. Are Orochimaru's plans and the location of his hideout good enough? The bartender's eyes grew wide. Important indeed. I only wonder how you stumbled upon it. I used to be Orochimaru's subordinate, used to be? He betrayed me, and I don't really take betrayals well. I see, good motive. Said the barman. Very well. Guys, you know what to do. Kin lost consciousness after feeling a blow to the back of her head. Take her to headquarters. After giving a nod, 4 shinobi bounded out of the bar. HM. Naruto laughed as he emerged from the shadows, worked like a clock. Root headquarters. Huh. Where am I? Kin awoke in a room with walls made of gray stone. Is this Root headquarters? The voice in her earphone said, it is. Rattlesnake-sama. A girl with raven hair muttered. Where are you? Naruto stated, already here. Whatever happens, do not panic. This must be done as quietly and quickly as possible. Remember, your job is to distract them long enough for me to deal with everyone else. I remember. Please, be careful, Rattlesnake-sama. Call me Jin. The door opened abruptly. The masked ninja called out, Tsuchi-kin. Danzo-sama will see you now. A nod from Kin said, very well, lead me to him. Root headquarters. The viewing room, an elderly man with bandages said, so, you say you know about Orochimaru and his plans. Danzo, of course, Kin thought. Naturally, I was one of his subordinates. Then Danzo cut in, that means nothing, and Orochimaru does not trust his subordinates. Which means you got the information elsewhere. Shit. The girl pondered, he didn't think I was real. Don't panic. I'm almost done, he had less people than I expected, now say this. Kin grinned. You are very sharp, Danzo-san. I got the information from Yakushi Kabuto. He was a spy in Konoha ranks. In reality he worked for Orochimaru. Yakushi Kabuto, murmured Danzo. Wasn't he killed in Chunin exam preliminaries? Kin nodded, saying, he was. Which is partly the reason I'm here. Orochimaru never trusted me, but Kabuto was another case. After his death, I do not think Orochimaru will keep me around for long. Danzo nodded and said, understandable. Very well, I will hear your information. It will be more useful if you have a map. A shinobi holding a map materialized as Danzo snapped his fingers. Kin gestured toward the map and said, all right. Here, Ricefield Country. Otogakure is there. More specifically, right here. She was pointing. The old man said, great. What about his plans? He plans to attack Konoha during Chunin exam finals. Kin said. The main goal is to kill the Hokage. Danzo's only eye was nearly beaming with happiness. That was very interesting, young lady. What do you want in return for your services? In her ear, Naruto said, change of plans. Say this. Wait a moment, Danzo-san. What is it? Kin said, I have more information to tell. Something I didn't mention before. And what that might be, I think you should call Homura-sama and Kaharu-sama for this. Danzo's gaze grew strained. Why is that? The information is about Uchiha Itachi. For a while, the elderly man sat quietly. He questioned, is it important? Kin nodded and said, very. Danzo snapped his fingers again and said, very well then. In the smoke, 2 of his bodyguards vanished. They will be here any minute now. As Udatane Kaharu walked alongside her former teammate Mitokado Homura and 2 of Danzo's bodyguards, an elderly woman asked, why have you called Danzo? I. Rengoku Hyoya. When 4 people in the surrounding ground were entirely covered in ice, the Root leader's eyes widened. What the crash? 4 people simply stood there as the ice broke, leaving no visible signs of them. Danzo yelled, who is this? Show yourself. Darkness chuckled, from, well, darkness. Naruto entered the spotlight and said, ah, we have finally met face to face after all these years, nice to see you again, Danzo-san. Kasaragi. The Warhawk questioned incredulously. Danzo called, what do you think you're doing? Root. Nothing. Jin smiled and walked over to Kin, putting his arm around her shoulders and saying, ahahaha, sorry, old man, but that won't work anymore. Because when this nice young lady was giving you this very necessary information, I was actually killing your men. One, by damn one. You. Danzo gave Kin a fierce look, you have betrayed me. The girl chuckled. I never said I was offering my loyalty now, was I? Danzo gritted his teeth and said, TCH. What do you want, Kasaragi? Money? Power? Rank? Council membership? I can give you all that. We don't have to be enemies, you. No, actually we have, Naruto cut in. Old age must be getting into you after all. Why is that? Because you missed how I said it's good to see you again. I lied by the way. Danzo knitted his brows. Who are you? Yeah, we have never met before. Naruto's grin faded. Who I is not important. The important part is why I am here. And, revenge, excuse me? Naruto hesitated. 6 years ago, you, alongside your 2 elder puppets, ordered an assassination of a certain clan. This nearly caused Danzo to gasp. I don't really care about said clan, but what I do care about is that because of your order, the most important person in my life was killed. That I will never forgive. The elderly man inquired, who was that person? Uchiha, Makoto. Danzo's gaze expanded. I should have known, her infatuation with you was sick? I'm glad she has died. Shut up. Naruto yelled, brandishing his katana instead, for that you will die in the worst way possible. Danzo got to his feet. He took off his bandages and remarked, you fool. Even without my men, I am still a worthy adversary. Kai. Naruto whistled as the seal around his right arm broke. Wow, that's shitload of work you've done it yourself, he said. Kin, meanwhile, made the astute decision to move to the room's farthest corner. Arrogantly, the old man asked, now do you understand? No one can best me with these eyes and this arm? Ha ha ha, sure. Just say that to yourself more often, Hishokan. Danzo dodged the ice blade that was aimed at him. Danzo pulled out his own blade and exclaimed, not good enough, boy. Let me see your power and take it from you. I don't think so. Naruto swung his sword at his adversary, and the two engaged in combat. The room had very little light, and 2 fighters could only see each other's faces when their swords struck one another and sent sparks flying. Danzo said just before, you won't defeat me, I cannot be beaten. Hirensu. Naruto's next blow broke the tension and froze Danzo's body. Ha ha ha, after all this talk. I am still here. Naruto's eyebrow went up. Strange, I could swear I cut you in half. Now, do you see the extent of my strength? I will become Hokage with this power? Jin grinned. Nope, you won't. For you made the biggest mistake. Oh, and what is this mistake? Naruto's eyes reddened as he said, you suggested I do not know this technique. Danzo cried out, no, just before his entire world went dark and crimson. That is impossible. How is that possible? You are not an Uchiha. Naruto began. I guess I can tell you my little secret now. When Makoto-san sacrificed her blood for me, Kyuubi made it so I receive her genes. That's why I have these. He was pointing to his eyes. Danzo scowled and said, that will still give you nothing. I have no fear, I almost don't feel the pain of my body. There's nothing this genjutsu can do to me. The blonde grinned and said, ho, you even know how this technique works. That sure is admirable. But, no fear you say? How bold, everyone has it. You just don't know yours, so let me show you. Their surroundings changed. Now they found themselves in a council room. As he moved around Danzo to get a better look and to whisper in his ear, Naruto smiled. The blonde spat angrily, welcome to your own personal nightmare. Danzo. For the next 72 hours, you will see how Namikaze Minato will foolishly lead Konohagakure no Sato to its imminent destruction. The elderly man's eyes grew wide. No, Yondaime declared, I am lowering the security of our borders. No, Danielu muttered in terror. Naruto laughed behind him, HM, how amusing that such a smart man's greatest fear is so stupid. Have a nice show. I'm opening free access to our village, no. I am disbanding the council of this village, no. I am closing the academy, no. Naruto wore an evil smile in the real world. He grabbed Yukianisa and used Sharingans to cut off Danzu's right wooden hand, saying, Izanagi, a technique that can shift the reality. But it can't shift created reality. Whispering, Frozen Requiem, he pierced the arm and watched as it froze and turned to dust. Not yet. Naruto dropped to his knees and ripped Danzu's right eye off his head. Crushing the eye in his fist, he continued, you won't need this anymore. The old man did nothing because the illusion persisted. I promised you will die in the worst way possible, you son of a bitch, Naruto yelled. Take this, Amaterasu. Danzo didn't scream even though black flame was all over his body. It would be nice to scream, but it might attract attention. Naruto recognized that. It was sufficient for him to know that Danzo was still experiencing all of the pain. I hope you will get everything you deserve at the bottom of hell, where you, no doubt, are going right now. Jin replied as he turned around. Kin approached him and said, Is it over? Jin pointed Yukianisa at her throat and said, not really. Please, begged the girl, don't kill me, you promised. Never trust a rattlesnake, Kin yelled. I can still be of use to you. I will spy on Konoha for you. After a moment of hesitation, Jin took his blade away. That's acceptable. Very well, come with me, the office of the Hokage. Naruto said as he entered the office, just nod your head at whatever I say and answer when asked. Yondaime said, Kasaragi. What is it? It started with the Jinchuriki, good day. Hokage-sama. There is something I wish to ask of you. Go ahead. Naruto gave a nod. This is Tsuchi-kin. She was my spy in Otogakure no Sato. She has vital information for you in exchange for a sanctuary in Konohagakure and a chance to join this village's shinobi forces. Minato questioned, is it true? You spied for Kasaragi while working on Orochimaru? Kin said, I never worked for Orochimaru. I was Jin-sama's spy the entire time. I don't really like it, but fine, very well. Now what is the information? Kin gave a nod. Orochimaru is going to attack Konoha during Chunin exam finals. The signal to attack will be given by Orochimaru himself from Cage's box, where he himself will be stationed disguised as Cage. Oh, and Suna forces will aid Otto in this battle. Hokage's gaze grew strained. So those fools really decided to try it, he yelled. Kunoichi went on, I also know the exact location of Otogakure. I can provide you with this information if necessary. Minato nodded and said, please do. Let's do your documentation first. Then you will tell me the rest. You are dismissed, Kasaragi. Jin nodded and walked away, saying, hi, Hokage-sama. I'll see you later, Kin. That's finished now, next. Oh, and one more thing, Kasaragi. Yes? Minato was staring at Naruto with narrowed eyes as he slowly peered over his shoulder. Next time you're going to kill someone without my consent, prepare to meet the consequences, Yondaime said. You're lucky I have my hands full right now, and the man you killed was a traitor. Otherwise you would be having a nice date with our head interrogator Morino Ibiki right now. Naruto's fist clenched. I understand, Hokage-sama. Good. And stay away from my daughter. Training grounds in Konoha. When Naruto arrived at the training grounds, he thought to himself, son of a bitch found out, but hey, I guess I'm too useful to dispose of before the invasion. Now what was I going to do? Fuck someone? No, already did that. Kill someone? No, already did that too. In fact, my Konoha campaign is officially over. Now all that remains is to wait for, oh, right. That's what I was about to do. Now how was I going to do that? All of a sudden. Kaya. Naruto looked around. Team 8 and their sensei were present. The girl from Hyuga was lying on the ground. Hinata. Are you alright? Hinata yelled, no, and got to her feet. Please, take me seriously. Jin's eyebrow went up. We'll see how she does. Kaya. Hyuga collapsed to the ground after receiving yet another blow. Naruto let out a sigh. Oh my god, how could she be so? Hold on a minute. A flashback, he asked abruptly, say, do you remember our schedule for the finals? I guess, Tamari said, pulling on her panties. Why? Do you remember who Uchiha is fighting against? Uchiha, Tamari kept trying to recall. Oh, that super shy girl from your village. Finish the flashback. That's precisely what I intend to do. As he approached them, Naruto pondered. He cheerfully said, hey there, to Team 8. This elicited conflicting responses. Kiba snarled, Kurenai scowled, Shino did nothing, and Hinata began to tremble in terror. Dangerously, the female Junin asked, what do you want, Kasaragi? Jin cried out, someone's hostile. Why, I was simply passing through. Kiba yelled, move along then. Jin said as courteously as he could, I wasn't talking to you. I think some of your team members need to be taught some manners. Kurenai answered, I will be the judge of that. Now if you don't want me to force you, I suggest you leave this place quietly. Naruto grinned and said, just what I needed. When he held up his hand, Yukianisa emerged, asking, was that a challenge, Kurenai-san? I accept then? Hinata let out a gasp. Kurenai questioned, are you really that dumb to fight a Junin? HM. Jen laughed. I have faced people who were far meaner and more experienced than you. I killed them all as well, most of them at least. She said, very well then. Kiba, Shino, Hinata, please back away. But Kurenai-sensei. This is an order, Kiba. Despite frowning, Inuzuka complied. Ready, Kurenai-san? Yes. Come. Naruto waved his hand and shrugged. Hishoken. Kurenai was struck by a single blade of ice, but her body vanished in a whirl of sakura petals. The blonde's eyebrow went up. He turned abruptly and kicked backwards, asking, "A genjutsu?" "It seems to have hit its target," Kurenai exclaimed, "Gah," as she felt her breath taken away. Naruto smiled malevolently and said, "I told you before, didn't I? Genjutsu is useless against me." The woman stood up and drew a kunai, saying, "Tch. Ha ha ha," chuckled Naruto. "You are going to fight me with this? Might as well tie your hands behind your back." Kurenai yelled, "Silence," and rushed forward. Slash. The kunai was sliced in half by Naruto's blade. With a high spinning kick to Kunoichi's head, Naruto added, "Stupid." Kurenai cried out in agony, "Ah," as she was flung into a nearby tree. Naruto walked over to her downed form and said, "That's what you are, a rookie. And you made a mistake of a rookie as well. Only a fool would underestimate his enemy. You." He was confronted by Team 8. Inuzuka shouted, "Get away from Kurenai-sensei." Naruto sneered, "Ah, how sweet. But that was unnecessary, I wasn't going to attack again." According to Shino, "Prove it." Yuki Inisa vanished as Naruto held up his hand. "Is that enough?" Aburame relaxed a little and said, "Quite. Now will you please stop interrupting our training?" Jin began, He turned to Hinata and said, "I wasn't going to interrupt it from the very beginning, but I would like to have a few words with you." Hyuga went pale. "Like hell," exclaimed Kiba. Once more Kurenai stood up and said, "Enough, Kiba. Why do you wish to talk to her, Kasaragi?" Jin, "Please, very well, why do you want to speak with her, Jin?" "There is something I must ask her," with another scream, Kiba asked, "After what you did to Neji? What happened to that fool was his own damn fault, and no one else's." "You," Kurenai interrupted and said, "Quiet, Kiba. It's not your choice, but Hinata's." The girl paused. Oh okay." Naruto gave a nod. "This won't take too long. Just go stand over there and observe. I will tell you when I'm done so you can continue your training." "Fine. Let's go, Kiba, Shino. But, this is an order, Kiba." "Tch, fine." Hinata shifted uneasily. She stammered, "What do you want to ask me about?" Jin gave a headshake. "That won't work, I'm afraid. I suppose we need to change our mindset." She shuddered again as Naruto approached. "Tell me, Hyuga Hinata, are you happy?" The girl's eyes grew wide. What? Are you happy with yourself? Tell me." Come on, don't be shy. I won't tell a soul, promise." She hesitated. Yes, Jin cut in. "I only want to help you, so it is pointless to lie to me. Now I ask another question. What is your goal? What do you want to achieve in this life?" Hinata muttered, "I want to get my father's approval." The blonde questioned, "And, do you think you can do that with the way you are now?" Hinata remained silent. "That's right. You may try to deny it, but your father is arrogant and prideful. He will never acknowledge a timid and shy person like you." The girl's eyes began to water. Naruto yelled, "No, that's not the answer. Crying and pitying yourself will solve nothing. If you want to achieve your goal, you must change yourself." But how?" Naruto grinned. "I know just the way. The question is, are you willing to take my help, or not?" "Help?" inquired Hinata. "Why would you help me?" "I have a reason." Now, Naruto held out his hand. "Yes, or no?" Reluctantly, Hinata took his hand. "Why yes," the blonde had an ear-to-ear smile. "Excellent. Training grounds in Konoha. I have a reason." Now, Naruto held out his hand. "Yes, or no?" Reluctantly, Hinata took his hand. "Why yes," the blonde had an ear-to-ear smile. "Excellent." In an instant, Kiba was at the girl's side, asking, "What the hell are you doing, Hinata?" With a shout, he pointed to Naruto and asked, "Why are you shaking hands with him?" Blonde said, laughing. "Why so angry, dog boy? It's just a handshake. We were not having sex." "What?" exclaimed Inuzuka. Only the word, sex, caused Hinata to flush crimson. As he approached, Kurenai said, "What's going on, Kasaragi? I told you to call me Jin. And your mouthy student has imagination problems." "What, Kiba gave Naruto a fierce look. "What did you say to her?" Jin gave a shrug. "I just offered some help," Kurenai said. "She has people to help her." Naruto answered, "Your help won't do a shit here. She's almost a lost cause. If she stays as she is for any longer, well, I won't envy her then." Kurenai stopped talking. Kiba yelled, "She is fine as she is." The words, Kiba-kun, were stuttering. Inuzuka looked over at her. You won't go anywhere with him, Hinata? I won't allow it. This caused Naruto's eyes to narrow. He gestured to Kiba and said, okay. This will be your first lesson, Hinata. Tell this idiot to fuck off. The girl went pale. Do you want to change? Why yes. Do you want to be strong? Why yes. Do you want to make your father proud? Why yes. Do you want my help for all that? Why yes. Naruto yelled, then fucking do as I say. Who does this moron thinks he is, ordering you around? This is not how the heiress of the strongest Konoha clan should act. Put that fool in his place. Hinata began to tremble. Shut up, Kiba cried out. Don't listen to him, Hinata, he will. Naruto cut in, help you achieve your goal, nothing must stand in your way, especially someone like him. Hinata was still trembling. No, don't do this Hinata. You are a nice person. It will destroy your heart. You are better than this, don't let him to. To do what? Naruto cut in once more. You have failed to realize that she is a ninja. There are no nice ninja in this world. Hesitation means death, and she will face hers if she stays like this. What would your father say if this happens? Hinata paused to tremble. He will say that I am a useless mistake, unworthy of being a Hyuga. Naruto smiled as Kurenai's eyes widened. No, Hinata. Don't do this, you. Kiba. She looked up at him without emotion. Know your place, and never order me again. Jin laughed and said, ha 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 ha, yes, that's the way. Kurenai questioned, what are you planning on doing with her, Jin? With a wave of his hand, Naruto said, nothing terrible. A little attitude adjustment. Come with me, Hinata. Hi. The girl dutifully followed him. Kiba exclaimed, Kurenai-sensei, after they had left. Why did you allow this? He will. Shino said abruptly, Kiba. Yes, he was present, but he didn't raise his voice once during the conversation, but now. What, Shino? Jin is right. Hinata needs to change, and we can do nothing to help her. What are you saying? Kurenai whispered, he's right, Kiba, as much as I hate to admit it, but we won't be able to help her change. Become stronger. Probably. Change? No, Kasaragi might be her only chance. Downtown Konoha. Hinata said, what are we going to do, Jin-kun? He looked at her and said, first, we'll go shopping, then, no, wait a second. First of all, stop covering yourself all the time. Stand straight. Hinata shuddered. Naruto walked behind her and said, TCH. Heads up, shoulders wide, back straight. That's the way. Hinata attempted to retract her arms once more, but Jin yelled, you keep your hands right where they are. If I see you covering again, I will cut your arms off, understand? Reluctantly, she nodded. He grabbed her jacket and ripped it open, saying, good. Now, give me that jacket. Why? Do as I say. She did. Naruto grabbed the jacket and tossed it in the trash. You won't need this anymore. But Jin entered a clothing store and said, shut up and come here. Why are we here, Jin-kun? We are here to remodel your wardrobe. What's wrong about it? Naruto gave him a forehead slap. You are a girl. You need to look like a girl. Then again, you are a kunoichi. One of the main attributes of a kunoichi is her sex appeal. You won't seduce anyone in that outfit. Hinata reddened. Seduce. Jin let out a sigh. Okay, lesson number 2. Stop fucking stuttering. Learn how to speak clearly. You will be a clan head someday, act like it. But do you remember how your father speaks? Yes. Naruto turned to clothing stands and said, try to copy him. He handed Hinata clothes and said, okay, you will need this and this. Go, try it on. She nodded and proceeded to the dressing room, saying, okay. After 5 minutes. Are you sure I should wear this, Jin-kun? He thought, at least she didn't stutter. Yes, show me. Naruto raised an eyebrow as she moved the curtain, saying, all right. Well, not so bad at all. Now that Hinata was dressed differently, nothing was left of her old attire. A very thin top that exposed a good portion of her belly took the place of her usual shirt. There were no pants left at all. Rather, there was a very short black leather skirt. It was an extremely short skirt, so no, you didn't understand. And finally, a black female version of her sandals took their place. Very nice, said Naruto, and don't even think to cover. Hi. Okay, it's getting dark. I actually don't give a shit, but your father does. So we will continue tomorrow. Meet me next morning at 12 o'clock at the training grounds. Hi. And if your father asks anything about your new outfit, say it is your first step to change. And add that you will make him proud, just don't stutter. Hinata nodded and sprinted away, saying, okay. Jin let out a sigh. Okay, easiest part done, a recognizable voice said. I have to say, just then. I'm a little intrigued by what you are doing. Naruto grinned. You should know better than to try and sneak on me. Tamari returned the grin. You think so? I know so. By the way, what were you doing with that Hyuga girl? Naruto's eyebrow went up. What's the matter, jealous? Tamari flushed with shame. Oh, of course not. I just got intrigued, that's all. Oh, that's so. Well, I have to disappoint you here. This is a part of my plan, which you must know nothing about, or I will have to kill you. Tamari let out a sigh. All right, I got it. Let's go to your place then. Naruto's second eyebrow went up. What the hell, didn't you get enough last night? Nope. She said with a bright smile. And what about your brother? Tamari gave a shrug. He's not my type. Jin gave an eye roll. That's not what I, sigh, fine, let's go. The office of the Hokage. Hokage-sama. A very anxious Genma said as she walked into the office. Hokage-sama, we have an emergency. Minato squinted her eyes. What kind of emergency? Danzo. He was killed. Yondaimi's eyebrows went up. Eh? We found out that he still did not disband his root squad and sent our man there to infiltrate. Genma clarified. He found only a bunch of corpses. Minato squinted even harder. So he disobeyed my orders again. I told him to end all his root activity. I don't think it matters anymore, Hokage-sama. He's dead anyway, Junin replied. How he died? He was burned alive. Minato couldn't resist grinning, fitting. Genma went on, one more thing though. The elders. Homura-san and Kaharu-san, they disappeared. What do you mean disappeared? Just like it sounds. They simply vanished from the face of the earth. Only thing though, we found their traces leading to root headquarters. Minato grinned more broadly. Then those old fools most likely killed themselves along with Danzo. Today is just getting better and better, the Hokage pondered. What are you going to do, Hokage-sama? Huh? About what? Genma yelled. About the one who did this. Yondaimi gave a shrug. Do you know who did this? No. Well, me neither. And as long as it stays that way, we can do absolutely nothing. You are dismissed, Genma. Hi. Junin bowed before vanishing in a cloud of smoke. When Genma left, Yondaimi thought, someone wasted Danzo with the elders. If I ever see him, I'll buy him a drink. For a long time, those idiots were a pain in my side. The only question is, who would need their death? No, hold on a minute. I am one of hundreds of such individuals. Another question, though, is, of these hundreds, who is able to sneak into Danzo's base? Secret base. Mind you, it's quite an accomplishment to kill everyone inside and disappear without anyone noticing. The door opened abruptly. Something bothering you? Minato's gaze brightened. Kushina, a joy for my sore eyes. HM, laughs the woman. How's your work? Hellish, said Hokage. I hate paperwork. I just need to kill something right now. Easy, tiger. Nothing much to kill here, Minato laughed. Haha, not quite. Kushina's head cocked. What is that supposed to mean? Yondaimi let out a sigh. It's Danzo. Apparently, he continued his little root program despite my order to do otherwise. Oh, and someone took him out, along with his base, all his people and elders. Wait a second, elders, as in the elders, Minato smiled. Yep, Sarutobi's old teammates, how could he put up with them? Minato, but this is a disaster. We must find the killer and... Minato held up his hands in defense, saying, calm down, Kushina. That killer actually did me quite a favor. I was planning on doing it myself after all. The woman's gaze expanded. Minato, you, yes me, they were pushing it, Kushina. Who gave them the thought that they are someone important? I am the Hokage, the strongest shinobi of this village. My orders are absolute. No one has the right to usurp them. But, no buts, Kushina. They were told to leave like Sandaime-sama did, but they just couldn't give up the power. Kushina scowled. Yes, power is a dangerous thing. Right, come here, sweetheart. The following morning, the room in Tsubaki's hospital. Dad, Tsubaki joyfully cried. Minato grinned and said, hey there, princess. How are you doing? Oh, I've been great, unless you count some order. Do you remember it? Hokage went pale. What order? I don't remember any order. His daughter yelled, the order you gave to this guy outside. You told him not to let Jin inside. Yondaime let out a sigh. Look dear, this guy is dangerous. I didn't want to say this, but you should stay away from him. What? It's for your own good. Tsubaki shouted. I know what's good for me, thank you very much. Minato's expression became stern. Tsubaki, I am your father. And I don't want to see my daughter around someone like Jin Kasaragi. He was named criminal by many countries including ours and rightfully so. Stay away from him. Tsubaki scowled. As you wish, Hokage-sama. Minato felt her heart hurt. She didn't call him that. Alright, now we should discuss your training for the finals. Tsubaki gazed emotionlessly out the window. Fine, what will Kakashi teach me? According to Minato, nothing. I will be training you myself. The girl gave him a quick look. I'd rather train with Kakashi. Hokage sighed. He will be training Sasuke. Tsubaki frowned. Are you done? I guess. Then you should leave. I need rest. With that Tsubaki lay down and turned away from her father. Minato scowled as she got to her feet. She will comprehend. Training grounds in Konoha. Awa, yawned Naruto. Sorry I'm late. To which Hinata answered, it's nothing. So, what are we going to do? The blonde started. Okay, look here. You are going to impress your father, along with the entire village actually. The girl asked, how? By fighting the Uchiha, and beating him. Hinata scowled. Sorry, Jin-kun, but I don't think I will be able to defeat Sasuke. Jin shook his head. Nah. Not defeat. You are going to beat him, but later about that. With my help you will do this. But we'll start with basics first. Tell me now, what will you expect from a Hyuga? Hinata paused. Juken. Naruto nodded. Yes, your precious gentle fist style. Now question number 2, what you will not expect from a Hyuga? Hinata's brows went up. Well maybe, I don't know. Naruto let out a sigh. Anything else than Juken, but we will work later on that as well. First we'll do the necessary. He called upon Yukianessa. Now I will attack you with my sword, and you will try to dodge. The girl's eyes grew wide. Are you kidding? Naruto swiftly drew his sword and exclaimed, Fubuki. And just before she was killed, Hinata did a backflip. Are you trying to kill me? Yup, you're going to participate in a death match after all. Naruto said, now dodge. Kaya, unknown region. Orochimaru whispered, so Kabuto is dead. Akato Yoroi said, hi, Orochimaru-sama. He was killed in a fight against Namikaze Tsubaki. The Sannin let out a sigh. No he wasn't, Rattlesnake killed him. Yoroi's gaze expanded. Rattlesnake. But how? They said only 2 people were at the arena except for Proctor. The response from Orochimaru was, Genjutsu, you moron. Oh, I understand now. Will there be any change to our plans? Orochimaru hesitated a second. No, proceed as planned. But Orochimaru-sama, if Rattlesnake won't interfere with our plans. I know what his main goal is, and it has nothing to do with Konoha. The Sannin spoke up. I'm still mad at him, but he's not really on my mind right now. Sasuke-kun is what important. Later that night, the room in Tsubaki's hospital. Tsubaki thought to herself, idiot. Jin won't ever harm me. The sudden voice said, hey there, gorgeous. And she snapped out of her reverie. Jin, she joyfully exclaimed. How did you get here? Father ordered not to let you inside. The blonde gave a shrug. I have my ways. So, how have you been? Tsubaki smiled. Terrible, no one to cuddle to. Naruto said, tisk, 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 and shook his head. He leaned in and said, we can't have that, can't we? The girl whispered, I guess not, as their lips met. I've been anticipating this. So, Naruto abruptly cut off communication and began kissing her neck. Anything new? Declared Tsubaki. Nothing. Except that I will be training with father for the finals. Really? Jin asked, taking off Tsubaki's shirt before beginning to massage her breasts. And what about Kakashi? Yes. Naruto's eyebrow went up. Yes what? Yes, don't stop. Oh. Naruto did not stop kissing her belly. So, Kakashi. Groaned Tsubaki. He will be training Sasuke. Jin said, not very good sensei he is, as she removed her underwear and rested her legs on his shoulders. Looks like you've been treated poorly, so now it's time for your special treatment. He continued and began to dig in. Ah! The red-headed creature exclaimed with delight, encircling Naruto's head with her legs. Please, Dr. Kasaragi, I really need treatment right there. Naruto smiled. No worries, Namikaze-sama, I'm a professional. Oh my god, exclaimed Tsubaki. Yes, more. Ah, doctor, my chest really hurts. The blonde responded, we can't have that, and started using both hands to massage Tsubaki's breasts. The girl's body twitched. Ah, doctor, my body's going numb, I'm going too. What's the matter? Tsubaki screamed in orgasm, holding onto Naruto's head with both arms. Jin, I'm coming. Naruto experienced extreme pain in certain areas. So, how do you like my special treatment, Namikaze-sama? Tsubaki smiled. Huff, huff, you weren't lying, doctor, you are a professional. Naruto pointed down at you-know-what and said, indeed, but it looks like I need some special treatment too. Tsubaki moistened her mouth. I'll do my best, doctor. But all of a sudden, they heard someone say, right this way, Uchiha-sama, outside. In response, Sasuke said, thank you. Fuck, swore Naruto. I can't use Hiraishin in front of her, and I have nowhere to hide. Tsubaki said, quick, under the bed. Jin muttered as he climbed beneath Tsubaki's bed. Damn, looks like there is no other way. Tsubaki, Sasuke said as he entered. Oh, Sasuke, said the girl, how nice to see you. Uchiha's head cocked. You look flushed. Is everything alright? Tsubaki's brows went up. How can I explain that I'm flushed because I had Jin's tongue between my legs only a minute ago? Yeah, everything's alright. Anyway, I just wanted to check on you, to see if you're alright. Well, I'm alright as you can see. Now don't you have training with Kakashi? Sasuke's eyebrow went up. How do you know? Father told me. Oh, Uchiha scowled a little bit. So we both made it to the finals, huh? Tsubaki gave a shrug. Seems that way. So, what's your strategy? I haven't decided yet. What's yours? Sasuke gave a snort. Against Hinata, there's no way I can lose to her. Beneath the bed, Naruto smiled. Oh, you don't know. Careful, Sasuke, Tsubaki cautioned. You should never underestimate your opponent. Sasuke grinned. If I lose to Hinata, then I will publicly kiss Kasaragi. Naruto coughed beneath the bed, and Tsubaki's eyes grew wide. Sasuke leapt to his feet. Who's there? Tsubaki asked innocently. What? Where? Sasuke went to investigate and exclaimed, under your bed. There's someone there. No, wait, nothing, mumbled Uchiha. Tsubaki's brows went up. What do you mean nothing? Oh wait, of course no one is there. Now come on, go get training. You don't want to kiss Jin, are you? Sasuke frowned and walked away. Tsubaki peered beneath her mattress. How did he? The apartment of Naruto. Thank God for Hiraishin no Jutsu. Excellent, now I know what to do. The following morning, training grounds. Hinata bowed and said, good morning, Jin-kun. Naruto waved his hand and said, yeah. Now look here, I learned that Uchiha will be trained by Kakashi. Then we can expect high speed, extreme taijutsu and some ninjutsu. Also, if I'm right, then he's a moron, and he is a moron, which means I'm right, so with that being said, I think he will teach Sasuke his signature jutsu. Hinata asked, what signature jutsu? Ji clarified, it's called Reikiri. It's an A- rank assassination technique. And if odds will start to turn against him, he will not hesitate to use it on you. Hyuga swallowed. The blonde said, don't worry, I got this. This jutsu also have a pretty good downside and I will teach you how to use it. But later. Now, he raised his sword. Let's continue. Kaya, time skip. Naruto put down his weapon and remarked, okay, I think it's enough for today. Huff, Hinata got to her feet slowly. But I can still. No, you can't. Go and get some rest. We will continue tomorrow. Hinata nodded. Hi. Thank you for your time, Jin-kun. Nah, don't worry about it. Nothing much for me to do anyway. Hot springs in Konoha. As Naruto thought to himself, I feel somewhat sore, maybe I should jump in. Sounds like a good idea, I haven't relaxed in a while. All of a sudden, hey. Naruto's eyebrow went up. Wah. Hey. Where is, oh, shit, he now had two pieces of news, one positive and one negative. He had located the source of that noise, which is a good one. And the bad news is that he had discovered where the noise was coming from. Naruto looked at the back of an elderly man with long gray hair and thought, damn it, one more man I was dying to see. Still, he said, approaching and sitting next to him. The blonde inquired, anything interesting? You bet, the old man replied, look there. Naruto peered into a tiny opening. Kurenai, not bad actually. Although her usual dress leaves little to the imagination, I still like her more without it. The elderly man smiled. Turning to face the unidentified speaker, he exclaimed, finally, someone who shares my vision of the world. And his smile vanished. You. Who? Me? Inquired Naruto naively. Yes, you, the elderly man exclaimed. You think I don't know you, Jin Kasaragi? What are you doing here? With an apologetic gesture, Naruto held up his hands. Look here, Jin said, gesturing to his belt, no need to get hostile, Jiraiya-san. What? Yelled Jiraiya. What was that brat thinking, letting someone like you into his ranks? Naruto sulked. Why are you so negative? The hermit toad scowled. What are you playing at, Kasaragi? Jin gave a shrug. Playing? I don't know what you're talking about, I'm a good genin of Konohagakure now. Jiraiya grinned. A genin, pretty low rank for someone who killed Yondaime Mizukage. Naruto smiled malevolently. Ah, yes, I forgot you've heard about that, a shame. I was trying to hold it in secret for as long as possible. Jiraiya questioned incredulously, and why is that? Don't you want to brag about your achievements? Not really. Do I look like Uchiha to you? Jiraiya's expression became stern. Why are you here, Kasaragi? Jin shrugged once more. Is it so hard to believe that I'm only a guy who grew tired of being a freelancer? Yes, exclaimed Jiraiya. I heard you enjoy suicide missions. Why would you suddenly turn from an A- rank bounty hunter to a good little genin, The answer from Naruto was, safety. The thing you forgot to mention is that I lived in constant fear that no one covered my back. The Sannin scowled. Maybe, you used to travel alone, Jiraiya. You know what it's like. Yeah, I do, and I will also appreciate if you will keep the Mizukage killing fact in secret. Jiraiya squinted her eyes. You know I can't do that. Jin gave an eye roll. What good will it do? Only that they will write my name in history book, nothing more. Besides, I'm trying to change here, and you're going to ruin all that. TCH, fine, Kasaragi. But if I ever hear that you have betrayed Konoha, then you can tell all you want to anyone you want. Very well, Naruto answered. Oh, by the way, I suggest you turn around. Jiraiya turned around and asked, why? Smack. Only to be kicked in the balls with a crushing force. Ai. Jiraiya pounded while maintaining his crouched position. Dangerously, Kurenai asked, were you looking? With an innocent smile, Naruto said, what, of course not, Kurenai-san. Besides, he approached, after saying, good day, Kurenai-san. If I were to admire your body, I would say so, and I do. The blonde was about to leave. I'm glad I saw him first. Jin smiled. He would have undoubtedly told anyone my little Mizukage secret if I hadn't. Maybe he would have told someone else too. Yes, it's nice to be the son of a bitch. Skip time. Finals day. Training grounds in Konoha. Naruto said, so, are you ready? Hinata nodded her head, hi. The blonde said, good. Let's go then. And began to move. Remember, you don't even have to win this match. Hinata remarked, I remember. Very well. Can I ask you something, Jin-kun? Go ahead. Hinata hesitated. You helped me in this month and I thank you for that. But what about you? Why weren't you training? You have a match with Gaara and he is strong. Ha 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 ha. Naruto chuckled enthusiastically. Gaara strong. He doesn't even know the meaning of this word. No offense, but he's just like Hyugas in that aspect. Hinata cocked her head sideways. In what aspect? Jin let out a sigh. Hyuga thinks that if they possess the best taijutsu style in the world, then they don't need to know everything else. Gaara is the same. He uses his sand and never even counts a chance that it won't work. That's why he's weak. A good shinobi is prepared for everything. I see. Hinata gave another nod. Thank you for your explanation. Don't mention it. The stadium in Konoha. Tsubaki raged. Where the hell is he? The finals are about to start. If he's gonna miss it, I'll kick his sorry ass. Shikamaru answered. Mendokus, relax, will you? I don't think he will miss it. Tsubaki responded, yeah, I guess you're right, Shikamaru. She remarked mockingly, say, did you learn anything in this month, or your laziness won again? TCH, whatever, muttered lazy Genin. He gestured behind his back and said, by the way, here he is. Tsubaki looked around. Yes, Jin was approaching her, walking with her. Holy shit, is this Hinata? Naruto exclaimed, hello, Tsubaki-chan. With joy, how was your training? In response, Hokage's daughter struck him in the shoulder. Ouch, what was that for? Tsubaki said, for making me worry, damn it. Where the hell have you been? Jin gave a shrug. Well, here and there. Hinata said, good day, Tsubaki-san. She nodded her head. As Tsubaki looked at Hinata's nearly non-existent clothing, he exclaimed, oh my god, is that you, Hinata? To which Hyuga answered, indeed. This is me. What caused this? Hinata grinned. Let's just say, someone opened my eyes. Naruto surveyed his surroundings. I don't see Uchiha. Tsubaki gave a snort. Maybe it's because he's not here yet. Naruto smiled. Yeah, there is a slight possibility of this, so, what have you been learning all this month? The girl grinned brightly and said, nope, not telling. Though I hope you will be eliminated before you face me. I really don't want to beat your ass and humiliate you in front of the entire village. Jin's eyebrow went up. Quite a proclamation. I hope you will be able to back it up with your actions. Oh, I will be. You don't have to worry about that. All of a sudden, the lone Junin in the arena yelled, hey, stop talking. Greet the public. You are stars of this show. The stadium in Konoha. Naruto muttered, looking up, sure is a lot of people, too many. I don't like this. Oh boy, said Tsubaki. Don't tell me that big bad Jin Kasaragi is afraid of some crowd. Jin grinned. I guess I do. Wanna help me overcome it? Sounds good to me. Genma said, enough of this, you two. Hokage-sama is about to speak. Naruto's smile vanished the moment he looked up. Namikaze Minato was standing there with his wife. The village chief greeted everyone, saying, welcome to the Chunin examination finals. These young men and women are the best shinobi world has to offer right now. And they will prove it today right in front of your very eyes. Naruto tightened his jaw. All right, I'll demonstrate it by piercing your skull with my sword. Minato sat back in his chair after saying, please welcome our first two participants. Namikaze Tsubaki from Hidden Leaf will face Sabaku no Tamari from Hidden Sand. The first match is up. The comment from Kazekage was, quite a speech. In response, Yondaime said, thank you. Actually I'm not good with those kinds of things, Kushina wrote it for me. The woman punched him in the shoulder and asked, why did you tell him that? Minato retorted, ouch, don't do that, everyone is watching. Besides, our daughter is going to fight next. Everyone was departing the arena when Tsubaki abruptly grabbed Naruto's wrist. Aren't you going to wish me luck? Naruto gave a shrug, good luck. The girl grinned, that's not what I meant, and you know it. Jin's eyebrow went up, do you really want me to do that in front of your father and your mother? I'm not even speaking about daimyos and the rest pieces of trash. Tsubaki's grin faded. She did want to express her feelings to her father, but her mother. Then she released Naruto's wrist. I'll see you up there. Confident, are you? Genma said, you're in the way, Kasaragi. Remove yourself, or you will be disqualified. Jin apologetically raised his hands. Naruto exited the arena and went up the stairs, saying, all right. See, I'm leaving. I wonder what the signal will be and when he will attack. I'm sure I'll recognize it right away. When he approached, Hinata nodded and said, Jin-kun. He waved his hand at Hinata and said, hey, Hinata, what's up? She said, Uchiha is still missing. What should I do if he won't show up? Naruto paused to reflect. If he won't show up, then it's bad. But knowing him, he will arrive at the last second in the coolest way there is. Gaara abruptly said, I hate to say it, but Kasaragi is right. He will come. Jin inquired, why do you think so? You don't even know him. His eyes. Said Gaara. He's searching for a way to test his strength, to see if he is worthy enough to stand against his archenemy. Naruto gave a nod of comprehension, but Hinata. What? She inquired. She caught the blonde's attention. He's just saying that Sasuke is a dumb piece of shit that will pursue his useless dream by any means and still fail in the end anyway. Stupid. Gaara retorted. No, not stupid. He has a purpose. Well, it's a stupid purpose. The man he's looking for is probably long since dead. And how do you know that? No one saw him in years. Maybe he's just good at hiding. Maybe. Begin. Just in time to do so, two Jinchurikis glanced down at the arena. Ninpo. Kameidachi. Fuden. Daidappa. A huge shockwave was produced when two powerful wind jutsus collided. Yao. Naruto cried, his face hidden. I've seen Tsubaki use a wind jutsu before. Is she a wind type? Tamari said, smirking confidently, looks like you know some wind techniques. You should give up though, for there is no way you are my match in that field. Tsubaki gave a headshake. Nah, I think it is you who should give up. And why is that? Tsubaki returned the grin. She did some hand seals quickly and said, because, unlike you, I actually know other fields. She said, Kaden. Hausenka no Jutsu. Temari's gaze expanded. Shit, she dashed to the side, but Tsubaki was directly in her path. Konoha Senpu. Tsubaki's heel made contact with Temari's fan, but Sunakunoichi was still flung against the wall by the force of the impact. With amazement, Lee cried, that's my. Ga. Tamari exclaimed as she was deprived of air. Tsubaki said, see, that's why I told you should give up. You know nothing about taijutsu and any element beside wind. Face it, you have no chance against me. Tamari clenched her jaw and got to her feet. I will not allow myself to be humiliated by this bitch. She looked at the box of participants. Not in his presence. So, what's it gonna be? Hey, Temari's grin returned, after saying, you must be insane if you truly believe that I'm going to give up. She bit her finger and spilled some of her blood onto her fan. Let me show you the true power of wind. Kuchios. Kiri Kiri Mai. When Tsubaki saw a ferret with a scythe flying at her and using wind to cut everything in its path, her eyebrows went up. The redhead thought, not good. She performed a one-handed ram seal with her right hand in front of her face, saying, I didn't want to use it unless I face Jin, but I guess there's no avoiding it. Minato's gaze expanded. Oh, she will put it to use. Hiraishin no Jutsu. When Tsubaki vanished in a flash of red, Naruto arched an eyebrow and asked, Ho. But why red? Lee exclaimed in surprise, as this. Shikamaru said, it is. Man, how troublesome. Tsubaki then showed up beside Tamari and ejected her admirer. Tsubaki yelled, Jusho Dageki, and struck Temari's solar plexus with a powerful uppercut. The blonde exclaimed, Ga, as she was deprived of air. Tsubaki swiftly wrapped her arms around herself and exclaimed, not yet. Boshi Ryut Ru. When Tsubaki's leg struck Temari's face, sending her flying across the arena, Naruto's second eyebrow joined the first. Wow, he thought, I'd better not aggravate her because I don't want to get kicked in the balls like that. In the meantime, Tsubaki created Rasengan in her hand as she approached a fallen Tamari slowly. Still want to continue? Tamari tightened her jaw. If she is aware of that jutsu, this is useless, she told herself. Proctor, I give up. Genma gave a nod. The winner of the first match, Namikaze Tsubaki. Cheer. Jin rubbed his ears and said, ow. Why so loud? Shikamaru answered, well, she is Hokage-sama's daughter. I wasn't talking to you, Nara. It was a rhetorical question. Naruto said, you know, for a genius you're quite stupid. Troublesome. No, not troublesome, I said you were stupid, but it looks like you're also deaf. He felt two arms suddenly encircle his waist. A recognizable voice said, you're so negative. You need to loosen up a bit. Jin smiled. I guess you're right. Wanna help? Certainly. Oh, that was a very youthful match, Tsubaki-san. Lee yelled. Tsubaki asked, turning her head as she at last became aware that Jin and she were alone. Thank you, Lee, I guess. By the way, isn't your match next? Lee's gaze expanded. Of course, how could I forget that my match is next? As a punishment I will climb Hokage Mountain with my dick, asked Naruto abruptly. Lee's face flushed. Wah. I heard you climb that mountain with every part of your body, Jin said. Ever tried with your dick? Lee was at a loss for words for the first time in his life. I don't know, I have to ask Guy-sensei. In an attempt to contain her laughter, Tsubaki turned around and covered her mouth. Yeah, do that, please, Naruto answered. I wish I could watch his response. Genma declared, the next match, Rock Lee against Nara Shikamaru. Yosh! Shouted Lee. I will win this battle of youth, and if I won't, I will run 500 laps around Konoha. And if I can't do that, I will do 300 push-ups on my thumbs, and if I can't do that. Lazily, Shikamaru said, Oi, I give up. Lee's mouth was open as he questioned, Wah. Nara said, I won't be able to beat you, Lee. You're simply too fast for me. As a matter of fact, you are the worst opponent for me after Kasaragi. The green-clad genin said, Oh, I understand your reasoning, Shikamaru-kun. But that isn't exactly young. TCH. Winner by forfeit. Rock Lee. This time, there's no joy. Naruto looked around. Well, you're up next, Hinata. Ready. The girl gave a head nod. Ready for what? Inquired Tsubaki. Jin smiled in response. He said, Oh, this is something you shouldn't miss. You're not going to believe your eyes. Minato summoned one of his guardians in the cage box. Rado. Yes, Hokage-sama. Is Uchiha here? No, Hokage-sama. Yondaime said, then he's disqualified. Send the order. Cage's gaze expanded. Wait a second. I think you shouldn't do that. Hokage said with a hint of rage, and why not? I don't care if he's a Uchiha. There are rules, and if he doesn't want to follow them, then Chunin's life is not for him. Cage was about to say, well, but, when Kakashi and Sasuke emerged in the center of the arena as a whirl of leaves. Ah, I guess there is no need to disqualify him now, is there? Minato frowned. TCH. Fine, proceed with the matches. Cage gave a satisfied nod. Good, Kukuku. Name? Inquired Genma. Sasuke's head turned slowly. Uchiha Sasuke. Gaara said, see, I told you he will come. Naruto gestured to him with his hand. Don't say it this way, I was telling you the same. You're up, Hinata. Show this motherfucker who you really are. With a nod, Hinata descended the stairs. Tsubaki started, leaning on the rail next to him. You know, I know your work when I see it. So spill, what could you possibly do to her to cause this? Naruto gave her a raised eyebrow. This, you have seen nothing yet, princess. With a smile, Tsubaki leaned in closer to him. I like it when you call me that. Jin inclined toward her. Wanna make me scream it? Sure do. She also leaned in. Kankuro cried, oh, for Christ's sake, stop it, Kasaragi. Instead, there are other people here if you didn't notice. Naruto grinned malevolently. People, where? Hinata just left and I don't see anyone else. Gaara's gaze grew strained. Watch it, Kasaragi. Jin answered, shut your damn mouth. You can save all your threats for when we'll go down there after this match. Jinchuriki Suna hesitated. Fine. Tsubaki exclaimed, oh look, she's coming out. And, ha 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 ha. Jin roared with laughter. What's so funny? Look at Uchiha's expression. Tsubaki looked from Sasuke to Hinata and then PFF'd ha 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 ha. She could hardly have walked. Too bad I don't have a camera. Yeah, a real shame. Suddenly, Kakashi said, I'm sorry. But wasn't Sasuke going to fight against Hyuga Hinata? That's right. Genma gave a nod. This is she. The masked Junin's mouth dropped. He vanished in a cloud of smoke after saying, all right then. Good luck, Sasuke. Asking her father, Hyuga Hanabi said, Daddy, is this Nei-san? Hiyashi gave his eldest daughter a fierce look. Yes, that is her. Watch this match closely, Hanabi, and memorize what you shouldn't become in the future. Hi, father. In the meantime, Hinata arrived at the arena's center and took a position facing Sasuke. Do you have objections? The two combatants shook their heads. Well then, third match, Uchiha Sasuke vs Hyuga Hinata. Begin. With his trademark smug grin, Sasuke gazed at Hinata. What about Hinata? She returned the look with equal haughtiness. But not with a smirk. Uchiha started, HN. You should just give up. There's no way you can win against Uchiha. Then something occurred that nobody had anticipated except Naruto. Hinata chuckled. Her typical, kind, laugh, however, was more like, do you even believe what you're saying? Laugh. Ahahaha. And Uchiha, what is that? Sasuke tightened his jaw. How dare you? The Uchiha clan is Konoha's strongest. The Uchiha what? Shrugged Hinata. Did you just say clan? I may be no genius, but one person can't really be counted as a clan, right? The stadium was silent as everyone stared at her. She persisted in her attack, asking, besides, you say Uchihas are the strongest. But weren't they all wiped out in one single night and by a child of all people? There is no way Hyugas would have allowed something like that. At that, Hiyashi's eyes grew wide. He heard Hinata praising her clan for the first time in his life. Sasuke shrieked, "Take that back." "Or what?" Hinata questioned haughtily. "You know, I heard some rumors. And you know what people say. They say that Uzumaki Naruto spared you simply because you were too pathetic to even kill." Sasuke pulled out a kunai and sprang at her, saying, "That does it." Hinata smiled contentedly. A flashback. "Now tell me, what do you think is the first part of our take down the Uchiha plan?" Jin quizzed her. The girl paused. Should I attack him with my Juken?" She exhaled in relief when he said, "Absolutely right." But he added, "You shouldn't." Hinata's brows went up. "Wah, attacking him is the last thing you should do." Jin said, "You don't know it, but his taijutsu style is called Uchiha Interceptor style, and it relies strictly on counters." "Oh, then what should I do?" Jin grinned. "What do you know about Sasuke?" Hinata hesitated. "Well, he's somewhat arrogant and reckless." Jin cut in, "What are you saying?" She cast a shamed glance down. "Sorry." The ex-mercenary declared, "He's ridiculously arrogant and reckless. Not using this will be too stupid, so here's what you must say." Finish the flashback. As Hinata dodged beneath one of Sasuke's legs and struck another with her Juken, she mentally recited one of Jin's favorite sayings, "Worked like a clock." Da. Sasuke dropped to his knees, but he continued to hurl his kunai at his adversary. Hinata avoided being thrown a kunai by cocking her head to the side and saying, "Pathetic. Is this all your almighty Uchiha clan is capable of? Haha, you even forgot to use Kawarimi, and someone actually called you a genius." Sasuke's rage was now boiling over. Hinata went on, "You want to know a secret? I actually did not activate my Byukugen when you attacked. Yes, your attack was so weak that I would only insult myself if I activated my Dujutsu." Grr. Sasuke got to his feet slowly. "Oh, so you still have some fight left in you." Uchiha screamed, "Shut up." And used his Sharingan. "I will destroy you." "Haha, yeah sure, just tell that to yourself more often." Sasuke yelled, "Kaden, Gukaku no Jutsu," and hurled a huge fireball in her direction. And Hinata grinned more broadly. A flashback. "But Jin-kun, doesn't Sasuke-kun have long-distance techniques?" Jin nodded his head and said, "That's right. That's why I said you will be learning something else than Juken." "But what?" He grinned. "Take a damn guess." Finish the flashback. Sweden. Sujin Heki. Half the stadium gasped, "Wah." Subsequently, Sasuke's fireball struck a wall of water, negating both strategies and producing a significant amount of steam. Sasuke asked incredulously, How? Why so surprised?" In response, Hinata asked, "You actually think a Hyuga can't learn something beside their taijutsu style?" Quiet. Hinata did some hand seals and said, "I guess you did. Well, too bad for you." Ninpo. Kurigakur no Jutsu. The eyes of Kakashi swelled out of his head. "What?" Minato grinned. "This girl came prepared and knows what to use against him. I enjoy that." Sasuke swore as he searched the haze for Hinata. "Damn." Her voice sounded from all directions as she jeered, HM, having problems with finding me I presume. "Wanna know another secret? Unlike your pretty little Sharingan, there is no way a petty technique like this can block Byakugan." "So?" Sasuke cried out, "Ah," as a kunai was abruptly delivered to his shoulder. "As you probably already noticed, I can see you pretty well." "Ah." When Hiyashi heard Sasuke scream once more, he was astounded by what he was seeing. In reality, his daughter, whom he consistently disregarded as a failure, was outperforming the final Uchiha. Furthermore, she was working to improve her clan's reputation. Perhaps, after all these years, I was mistaken about her. Hatake Kakashi was cursing himself at the same moment. How did this occur? I should have known better than to train Sasuke to face everyone but her. She was able to change so much, but it's always the quiet ones. The mist cleared shortly after he had that thought. Hinata was standing there with a smug grin on her face and one hand on her hip. Sasuke was sitting there, with numerous cuts and bruises, but without a smirk. Hinata said, "I expected more of you." Once more. "You know what, I actually agree with him." Sasuke looked up at her once more. "Uzumaki Naruto." "Don't say that name." Hinata grinned more broadly. She said, "Naruto was right. You were too pathetic to kill." Sasuke felt something snap inside of him that moment. He must have mustered the strength to run up the wall in addition to standing up. Hinata squinted her eyes. I suppose that's what Jin-kun intended. A flashback. Now let's talk about the final part. Jin replied, if it comes to that, then you've done everything right. Hi, Jin-kun, he started. Okay, listen here. There is a high possibility of Kakashi teaching Sasuke his signature move. I told you before, it's called Reikiri, and it's an A- rank assassination technique. Hinata slowly nodded her head. What it does, it infuses user's hand with lightning, turning it into blade that can cut through anything, at least from Kakashi's words. And in reality, Jin said, totally overrated. For example, it can't cut through anything. Hinata questioned, what it can't pierce. The blonde gave a shrug. My sword, Shadaime Hokage's armor, Hyuga's Kaden. Many things actually. So I need to learn Kaden. Jin smiled malevolently. Nah, this jutsu has more disadvantages than you think. Here's what you will do. Finish the flashback. Around his hand, lightning began to spark, and Sasuke exclaimed, ha! Kurenai turned and glared at Kakashi. Why did you teach him that jutsu? Junin in the mask shrugged. He needs it. If he will harm Hinata, I will. Guy cut her off, saying, this is a death match, Kurenai. But know this, Kakashi, you have lost my respect. Kakashi pretended not to hear and asked, what, you said something? No, I did not. Guy didn't overreact for the first time in his life. Only that you're not my rival anymore. As you wish. Tsubaki gestured to Sasuke and said, Jin, is that? Naruto nodded, yep, that's your sensei's dear self-created technique. The girl squinted her eyes. It's an assassination move, he's going to kill her. What do you mean We must stop it. Naruto answered, nah, we shouldn't. I don't think he will succeed. Watch. But, do you trust me? Why yes. Gaara said, big mistake. You should not. Returning his attention to Jin, Tsubaki stated, I don't think it's any of your business. Okay, I will do as you say. Naruto grinned. Smart move. Now watch Hinata and learn how to counter this move. As Jin did, said Kunoichi grinned. Now is the moment. Then Sasuke hurried forward. Hinata yelled, HN, and produced a kunai. Kurenai's gaze expanded. What is she doing? This jutsu cannot be stopped by a mere kunai. However, as Sasuke charged at her like a maniac, Hinata remained composed. Now, she exclaimed as she hurled her kunai, but it missed Sasuke and instead fell to the ground in the space between them. Hey, Sasuke smiled, thinking, that bitch can't even throw a kunai properly. He kept running forward, and when he came to the fallen kunai, he just ran over it. Hurry up, Uchiha. A flashback. Do you see what that jutsu's biggest flaw is? Jin inquired. Short strike range, Hinata proposed. No, the biggest flaw is. Finish the flashback. Limited vision. Boom. Sasuke was thrown several feet backwards by the sudden explosion of the kunai. You knew? Tsubaki asked, turning to face Jin. I told you to trust me, didn't I? Naruto grinned. That's right, girl. Now for the curtain call, he said, turning back to face the arena. Hinata approached Sasuke, who was tired and injured. Looking down at his defeated form, she spat, pathetic, Uchiha. To be honest, I don't care about this tournament at all. Actually, all I wanted to do was demonstrate that Hyugas are better than Uchihas, or any other clan, for that matter. The girl hesitated before continuing, but after that weak display, no, if you are this weak, I don't suppose this tournament will have any competition at all. And quite frankly, I actually considered you the best competition in here. When Hinata held up her hand, Sasuke's eyes widened, anticipating a last blow, but she abruptly said, Proctor, I do not wish to continue. This exam is not worthy of a Hyuga heiress. She then turned around and made her way to the exit. Silence for 10 seconds. Genma said, the winner of this match, Uchiha Sasuke. What? Everyone in the stadium yelled. Hey. Naruto chuckled. I'm going to assume it's also part of the plan, Tsubaki inquired. He acknowledged, yeah, she wouldn't have a chance in subsequent rounds. Actually, aside from Sasuke, Lee and Nara are the only people she could likely defeat. Regarding Lee, I'm not entirely certain. But in this way, look, everyone is seeing her in a new light, he said, surveying the arena. The Kunoichi said, I see. But why did you help her? To you, what is it? Naruto arched an eyebrow. Did you not think that Uchiha's and the stadium's response was satisfactory? Maybe, But, from the arena came the words, "Get down here, rattlesnake." What? Naruto lowered his gaze and said, "Gaara. So who's?" No one was to his right. "Oh, all right there. Do you want to wish me luck?" Grinning, Tsubaki said, "That way. Well, your parents can't see us here." "All right, then, I've been waiting a whole month for this," she said, putting her arms around his neck in a hurry and giving him a passionate, deep kiss. "A victory like this, I'd prefer to be killed instead. What was my training for? How can I defeat him like this?" Sasuke was cursing himself at the same time. His cursed seal pulsed abruptly. Maybe I should consider Orochimaru's offer after all. "So, did the match meet your needs?" Smiling, Minato posed the question. "Well, it wasn't really what I had expected," replied Kazekage. "And it looks like the public shares my view. After all, a lot of people wanted to see the final Uchiha in action." "That might be the case." Hokage nodded. "However, I don't think they were happy with that action." "True," Minato went on. "In any case, only Konoha people and civilians were interested in the last match. Rich people and feudal lords are more anticipating the next match. Since I placed a wager on Kasaragi winning, I am actually included." "Yes, I made a bet too. You think your son is capable, don't you?" "No, I actually bet on Kasaragi's victory as well," Kazekage said. Yondaimi's eyes narrowed. "Are you a bad father?" Suna leader said, "Being a parent has nothing to do with making money. But I wonder what happened. How could Sasuke-kun be beaten like that? It seemed like that Hinata girl knew of his every move before he even tried it. Who could be cunning enough to not only predict his actions but also know exactly what to say and, wait, that's it." He smiled under his mask. "Well done, Rattlesnake. You actually pushed Sasuke-kun in my direction, thank you." "Rattlesnake." Naruto broke the kiss with a, "damn," sound. "I'll see you up here." Naruto said, "Yeah, you will," and leapt to the ground. The upcoming game, Genma declared. The Desert Terror Sabaku no Gaara vs Konoha's Rattlesnake Jin Kasaragi. Raising an eyebrow, Naruto said, "Konoha's Rattlesnake." Shrugging, Genma said, "Hokage's orders. So why do we all have nicknames?" The blonde applied pressure. "I suppose that only you two are sufficiently well known. Now that the match has begun, Uchiha, why are you still here?" Sasuke gave the proctor a look. "Remove yourself, or I will have no choice but to disqualify you." TCH. Proctor's words replayed in his mind. "I am the last Uchiha, am I not famous enough?" Sasuke frowned and turned to leave. "Only you two are famous enough." "The fourth game starts," Genma said, leaping away. Gaara gave Jin a close look and said, "Rattlesnake, I've been waiting for this." He uttered those words and let go of all of his sand, even using his gourd and sand armor. What are you doing?" Confused, Naruto inquired. "Our last battle taught me well," Gaara said, squinting her eyes. A flashback. Gaara was looking up in horror at the man who had just beaten him in a matter of seconds, looking very downed and soaked. Who are you?" Ikibi Jinchuriki let out a terrified scream. "You're not so sure now. Never expected to be attacked with water in a desert," the blonde swordsman said, grinning. "You ought to have realized that there is a lot of it underground." Finish the flashback. Come on. With clenched teeth, Gaara uttered those words and assumed a combat stance. "Oh, and where is your extremely cocky, folded arms stance?" The blonde sneered. "I can't fail right now. Mother waited too long for your blood," yelled Gaara. After saying that, he let his sand loose. "Whoa, you're too serious, friend," Naruto said as he began to dash around, avoiding the sand. He paused and said, "You must relax a little or your mother will be angry." The sand user clenched his jaw. "Kasaragi, I am aware of your strategies. I won't lose control again because of you." "Hey," Jin laughed, dancing around Gaara's attacks. "Control? Which control? You believe your mother to be a fucking demon. Stop talking. Grasp your sword and fight," yelled Gaara. Avoiding another blow, Naruto smiled, "Sword? Oh no, for a loser like you, my sword is too much. I only need 2 fingers to beat you," he said, pointing with his right and middle fingers. "Give it a shot." Naruto shrugged and said, "Yes." He then hurried wildly at his opponent. Moreover, Gaara punched him. Whoa, as Jin ducked beneath Gaara's slapping hand, he cried out, "A real punch." But from someone who spent his entire life working with sand. Gaara kicked in a spinning motion after that. My real-life taijutsu, Naruto mocked, blocking Gaara's kick with 2 fingers. But you know, his eyes suddenly widened when he felt sand on his left hand. Shit. Kasaragi, you're too reckless. With a quick glance around, Naruto saw that Gaara's sand was all around him, but rather than panicking, it only made him smirk. Jin raised his right hand and performed a one-handed bird seal, saying, well, I guess it's finally time to use this. Suiryuden no Jutsu. Gosh. Gaara swore and quickly withdrew his sand, but he was not quick enough, and roughly half of the total amount of sand became wet and useless. With a hint of conceit, Naruto remarked, I still can't counter this trick I see. Kasaragi. Gaara yelled, charging frantically at Jin and fighting him hand to hand. As she effortlessly dodged or blocked every attack from Suna Jinchiki, the blonde said, weak. You weren't using your muscles for the best part of your life. Really, do you think? He halted abruptly and cast a downward glance. From underground, Gaara's sand seized both of his legs. I got you, haha. Raising his hand, Gaara said, Sabaku Q. Fuck. As sand covered his entire body, Jin swore. Kasaragi is overconfident. You stupidly believed that I couldn't fight with my hands and use my sand at the same time, said the sand user. You were mistaken, you know. Naruto remained silent. What's wrong? Are you unable to speak? Jokingly, Suna Jinchuriki said, where has all your conceit gone? Speak up. Hyoku Getsume, of course. When an ice arrow struck Gaara's stomach from behind and became lodged in the wall in front of him, his eyes widened in surprise. Oh, sand user spat blood from his mouth. How? Inside the sand coffin, Jin's body froze. Naruto said from behind, that's how. Gaara dropped to his knees and said, how about using 2 fingers to beat me? Never put your trust in a rattlesnake, the blonde shrugged. Now remain motionless while I. Wah. When Gaara's body abruptly turned to sand, he raised an eyebrow, saying, I thought he used all of it. All of a sudden, rattlesnake, you're done. Gaara screamed from behind as sand swirled madly around him again. Ryu Saba. Getsume Hyoku. Gaara felt a sharp pain in his chest, and the name of technique died in his throat. As his body melted into ice and he himself strode from behind a tree, Naruto remarked, I guess mummy won't have a meal again. How unfortunate. Gh. Ga. Oh no, you don't. Naruto blurred out of view and appeared in front of raging Jinchuriki. Heads up. With 2 fingers, he applied a seal paper to Gaara's forehead after saying this. The sand user lost consciousness as soon as his eyes rolled into the back of his head. Jin answered, I suppose he can't continue. Genma gave a nod. Jin Kasaragi won this match. There was a loud cheer once more, and then a lot of moans. Stupid. Never bet against cunning bastards, Naruto thought, I guess some people made a bet against me. Minato grinned broadly in the cage box and said, nicely done, Kasaragi. Cage nodded and said, yes, that boy fought well. Minato's smile persisted despite his eyes narrowing a little, but it became more perilous. A flashback. Are you certain about that? Yondaime inquired. Sure as hell, Jin responded, they will use him as a weapon in the attack. Oh no, and until then, there's nothing I can do. Minato swore. Why not? You forgot who will be facing him in the finals, Jin said with a menacing grin. With a sideways head tilt, Hokage said, you. Yes, and I know exactly how to get rid of him quickly and quietly. In which direction? Are you familiar with the demon restriction seal? The smile on Minato's face now matched his words, can you do that? Obviously, you simply take him to the hospital for treatment without removing the seal after I neutralize him. And who am I to tell you that after the invasion? Yondaime laughed and said, Kasaragi, you will be rewarded for your success. Finish the flashback. As Minato watched Jin pull away, she thought, well, I guess he has earned his reward. But I still don't trust him. Jin, Kushina whispered, isn't this the man Tsubaki is constantly mentioning? And there's that. Yes, this is him, Hokage sighed. I can understand her, he's quite handsome. Maybe, but I don't trust him. The woman answered, at least you can give him a chance, honey. Minato said, maybe I will. Under Cage's disguise, Orochimaru could hardly contain his laughter as he glared at Naruto's retreating back and said, give him a chance. Haha, idiot, 1 chance is the only thing he needs. And I sure as hell won't give it to him. Looking down at the arena with concern, Tsubaki whispered, do your best, Jin. Tsubaki. The brows of Redhead furrowed. She knew exactly who this was. Tsubaki, please, I need to talk to you, Sasuke said, bending down on the rail next to her. Oh, that's too bad. Because I have no desire to talk to you, she interrupted. Uchiha's eyes grew wide. How come? You have no idea why. Why would I want to talk to you after you attempted to kill Hinata? Tsubaki yelled. But you saw what happened, said Sasuke, clenching his teeth. She made me look bad in front of everyone. The fact that you attempted to murder her remains unchanged. You were in the same class as her. That match was fatal. In addition, your beloved Kasaragi attempted to murder Hyuga Neji during the preliminary stages. Yelled Sasuke. That's only because Neji tried to kill him first. Tsubaki glared at him. She yelled back, you attempted to murder your opponent just because she was outperforming you. This has nothing to do with it, said Sasuke, clenching his fist. Additionally, when did you become interested in Hinata? You still don't get it, do you? Tsubaki said, narrowing his eyes. This has nothing to do with Hinata. This concerns your willingness to murder anyone who stands in your way, even if they are a friend. However, I would never do this to you, he cried. Wouldn't you, huh? What if my passing makes you want to murder Uzumaki Naruto even more? Sasuke started to say, but paused, looking down in embarrassment. Tsubaki said, just as I thought. Now leave me alone. Sasuke muttered and turned to leave her. Gazing at his retreating back, the red-headed man pondered, why can't you understand, Sasuke? Vengeance won't bring your beloved ones back. And in the end, you will only have emptiness inside. Sasuke glanced at her over his shoulder as if he could suddenly hear her thoughts, and Tsubaki noticed something in his eyes that she had never seen before. The desire for vengeance was still there, but at least now there was something different, the willingness to change. Perhaps he isn't lost yet, Tsubaki said with a small smile. Jin Kasaragi is the victor. Hokage's daughter gave the arena a quick glance and noticed that Gaara was unconscious as she lay in front of a beaming Jin. I missed it, damn it. But there is no way I'm gonna miss this. She grunted, then saw that Jin was vanishing inside the arena entrance. Tsubaki-san, where are you going? Lee inquired, observing the girl's retreating shape. Your second match is about to begin. Over her shoulder, Tsubaki smiled at him and said, don't worry, Lee. I'll arrive on time. Beyond the stadium, as Hinata left the arena grounds, she thought, well, I did everything I could. And even if this doesn't work, at least I know I tried. She stopped in her tracks and turned around when she heard the sudden voice, Hinata. Dad, hesitantly, Hiyashi said, I saw what you did. And he sighed, I wanted to apologize. Hinata's gaze expanded. Hiyashi bowed his head and went on, I always dismissed you for being weak. For being too shy and timid. I thought these qualities are not fit for the future clan head. However, I now realize that my father's responsibilities were being interfered with by my clan head duties. He stopped abruptly when he felt a hand on his shoulder. Hinata, or should I have given you more attention and? She said, I was wrong, too. It's okay, father, I never did anything to change myself, even though I knew what you wanted from me. That someone opened my eyes is a good thing. Who was that? Hiyashi asked, his eyes brightening. It doesn't matter, said Hinata, shaking her head. Let's move forward and raise the Hyuga clan to even higher heights, as father and daughter, instead of looking back. Taking her hand, Hiyashi said, let's do that. A flashback. Everything will be chocolate if you say that. Just keep in mind that you will eventually need to compose your own speeches. Finish the flashback. I'll do it, Jin-kun. The stadium. The restroom. You know, I don't really think we should do that, Jin said. At least not right now. Pulling him inward, Tsubaki retorted, too late to talk about it now. Indeed, more difficult. Gosh, how I missed this, Naruto said, resting his head on the girl's shoulder and inhaling her scent. As her back repeatedly struck the wall, Tsubaki groaned, you have no idea how I missed this. Damn father, she exclaimed, encircling Naruto's waist with her legs. Oh god, more training. Damn it, and fucking. Yes, keep going. Jin, I'm almost there, almost. Dude, I am coming, Tsubaki. Yes, give it to me, she shouted. I'd like it inside. Naruto's head arched back as he felt her tighten even more. OSHT, he grunted, unable to contain himself any longer, and let loose a large load of his seed that was already coming Tsubaki. Ah! The redhead twitched violently around her lover while screaming in orgasm. With a passionate kiss on Tsubaki, Naruto exclaimed, "Huff, huff, you are the best, girl." She gave him a smile and returned his kiss, saying, "Jin, promise me one thing." "What?" "Promise that you won't leave me, whatever happens, you won't leave me." Feeling awful all of a sudden, Naruto closed his eyes, then opened them again and grinned. "All right, I promise." Tsubaki gave him another kiss and said, "Thank you." With her tongue in his mouth, Naruto thought, "Shame on you, Uzumaki." Participants box. How does my hair look? Naruto rolled his eyes and said, "Niece. And don't ask that, I've told you 5 times already. In addition, you just got into a fight with a wind user. Nobody will believe that what you did to me just now caused your hair to become ruffled." "Did I?" Tsubaki cried out. "Obviously. You caught me in a hallway, pulled me into a restroom, and had your way with little defenseless me," Naruto said. "My ass is defenseless, and you were the one who proposed that we try again." "Yes, I did suggest that. In contrast, you threw me to the ground and continued to beat me for 2 more rounds." "Well, you were already here," Jin interrupted, saying, "Keep quiet." When Tsubaki finally realized they had reached the participants' box, he exclaimed, "Oh, so what did we miss? Where have you been?" "Ask again, Sasuke." The girl paused, then said, "I was in a toilet." "Well, that's true," Naruto said with a mental shrug. "Tsubaki-san, Yash, you missed a match between Aburame Shino and Kankuro," Lee yelled. "It ended in a draw just now." "The last match of the first round ended," Naruto said, raising an eyebrow as he looked at the cage box. "What's taking him so long? I thought he would start his fucking invasion after seeing his precious Uchiha's match, so why, of course." So good old Orochi was not too pleased with the outcome of said match. "I guess he wants to see the next one then. And if my calculations are correct, Rock Lee vs. Namikaze Tsubaki will be the next match," Genma declared. Naruto smiled and said, "This is perfect. That means I'm up against Uchiha. Good, let's play on old pedophile's nerves a little. Strange, shouldn't it be the other way around?" He was too preoccupied to notice Tsubaki's quick kiss on his lips. "I'll see you at the championship game." With a wink, she vanished in a burst of crimson. "Gosh, I will not lose," Lee yelled and leapt to the ground. Naruto leaned on the rail and thought, "I really doubt that," but then. "Stay away from Tsubaki." "What?" Jin's head turned. "Uchiha, did you say something?" "Yes, I did warn you to avoid Tsubaki. You can't handle her," Sasuke insisted. "Sorry, but I'm afraid I'll have to decline," Naruto snorted. "Looks like we have a misunderstanding here," snarled Sasuke. "That was a demand, not a request." Naruto smiled malevolently and said, "Oh, I understand. However, you're right about this misunderstanding. You see, in order to make a demand, you must be supported by something." The Uchiha said, "And I do. I have Konoha Council behind me." Jin arched a laughing eyebrow. And what are they capable of doing to me?" With a sly smile, Sasuke said, "How about preventing you from rising to a higher rank?" "I don't really care." "What?" Sasuke's eyes went wide as he yelled. "Are you hard of hearing? I don't care about ranks," I said. "Did you hear that, or should I say it again?" Harshly, Naruto said. "But, hear me out, Uchiha. I'm a heartless killer, and you're just a pampered kid. You can't threaten me with anything you say. Now stop talking so I can watch the fight." He's right. I never killed anyone, how am I going to kill him?" Sasuke's eyes widened even more. He put an end to his thoughts and looked at Jin. What a perfect opportunity. Not only will I learn how to kill, but I will also dispose of Kasaragi. And the best part, no one will punish me because it will be legal." Sasuke grinned evilly and said, "Let's see who will have the last laugh." The arena, Konoha Senpu. Lee used his trademark move to strike out. The fight started a while back, and up until this point, both opponents had only used taijutsu. They were surprisingly equal in that field, but when Lee took away his weights, things became difficult for Tsubaki, but she was still strong enough to fight in spite of these odds. "All right, Lee," Tsubaki smiled and said, "Try mine." Ryut Boshi, she yelled and used her new spinning roundhouse kick in response. But Lee dodged Tsubaki's kick with his superior speed and he said, I'm sorry, Tsubaki-san, before swiftly emerging behind her back and launching his red head into the air with a powerful kick. But I have to show that I can become a fantastic shinobi. Renge omit. Shit. Tsubaki's eyes widened as she felt Lee grab her shoulders and get ready to pile drive her into the ground. How could I let that happen? She mentally cursed. I'm not going to lose. I'm going to show Guy-sensei. Tsubaki scowled and said, I apologize, Lee. I was aware of your condition and wanted to use only taijutsu to fight you, but it appears that you are truly exceptional in that area. Naruto clutched the rail so firmly up in the participants' box that the pressure turned his knuckles white. A crash. Did I win? Huff, huff. Lee, who was kneeling and breathing heavily, asked. A three-pronged kunai's blade brushed Lee's throat, causing his eyes to widen. I'm sorry, Lee, was abruptly heard from behind. I never wanted to use it against you, but your last move left me with no choice. Additionally, I need to prove something, and the only way I can do that is by winning this competition. I appreciate what you were trying to do, Tsubaki-san, said the surprisingly taijutsu user, with a warm smile and a sigh. I appreciate you giving me a fair shot at victory, but I hope we'll fight to the best of our abilities one day. I give up, Proctor. Namikaze Tsubaki is the winner. Genma nodded. Appreciate. Cage box. Cage said, a good match, Hokage Dono. Tsubaki-san has demonstrated her proficiency in ninjutsu and now demonstrated her extensive knowledge of taijutsu. Your daughter seems to excel in all areas. Minato grinned proudly and said, of course. After all, I trained her myself. Who do you think she'll play against in the championship match? Well, either Kasaragi or Uchiha will do. Knowing Kasaragi, Sasuke's Sharingan will barely be sufficient. Oh, you have no idea. Unlike you, I know that he's a match for the two of us. Sasuke-kun will be crushed in a matter of seconds. That being said, he cannot use Hiraishin or Sharingan. I wonder how hard Sasuke-kun will push him. Cage's eyes narrowed. The arena, the second match of round 2. Uchiha Sasuke vs. Jin Kasaragi, the rattlesnake of Konoha. Genma declared. As he passed Jin, Tsubaki remarked, good luck. Don't be too hard on him. They were practically face to face when Naruto stepped forward and said, I'd rather be too hard on you. She walked away after saying, with a sly smile, maybe, after I beat your ass in the final match. With a smile on his face, Naruto turned back to Sasuke and said, I'm sorry, sweetie, but there won't be a final match. He gritted his teeth and said, this will be the last time she ever does that. Who was furious? She wished good luck to him. Uchiha Sasuke vs. Jin Kasaragi. Start. Naruto grinned and said, are you certain you don't want to give up? After all, Hinata really roughed you up. Joke all you want, Kasaragi, but in the end it will be me who will have the last laugh. Sasuke gritted his teeth and opened his red eyes, saying, let me show you the true power of Sharingan. Naruto made every effort to contain his laughter. Yeah, the actual strength of Sharingan. Are you really under the impression that I am ignorant of your dujutsu? No, friend, your Sharingan is not yet developed because you only have 2 commas in your eyes. Stop talking, you're no match for Uchiha, even if what you say is true, Sasuke interrupted. Ho, the powerful speech of Uchiha. No match, huh, I actually remember one Hyuga saying the same, Naruto sarcastically said. However, it's actually a good tactic, because if I hear 2 more sentences like that, I'm probably going to kill myself, so, he waved his hand. Now let's get started, Hishoken. Sasuke reacted immediately, dodging Jin's ice blade and leaping high into the air. Kaden. Jutsu no Gukakyu. The final Uchiha blew a massive fireball out of his mouth while still in midair, and to Sasuke's surprise, it found its target. What, he just let it hit him, Sasuke said, tumbling to the ground in bewilderment. Not really. Sasuke made a sharp but insufficient turn. Fubuki. Incredibly quick sword slash and. Oh, Sasuke's right hand sustained a nasty cut. Oh, how unfortunate Sasuke was. Once more, Naruto made fun of her. You idiot, I'm not Hinata. I'm not going to play around and just murder you. Sasuke gave him a savage look in return. Never. Until I kill him, I cannot die. After saying that, he grabbed a kunai in his left hand and charged at his opponent once more. In the stands up there. With his fists clenched, Kakashi thought, hold on, Sasuke. This is your hardest challenge yet. Kakashi, what, Kurenai, Yes. Did you instruct Sasuke in that jutsu so he could battle Kasaragi on pair with G? Asked the female Junin. Kakashi nodded and commented, you are correct. Then you've made a big mistake. What? Confused, the masked Junin cried out, what went wrong? Sasuke will kill someone with that jutsu, but it certainly won't be Kasaragi. With narrowed eyes, Kakashi said, how do you know that? Simple, I had a quick sparring session with him recently, Kurenai shrugged. Asuma grinned and said, ho, you mean to put the little boy in his place? Kurenai grudgingly replied, well, not exactly. But the most crucial thing is that he countered my genjutsu. Very important, many genins can dispel genjutsu, Asuma said. Are you hard of hearing? Kurenai nearly screamed, I said countered, not dispelled. He convinced me that my genjutsu was still effective, which turned it against me. Kakashi said, Sasuke has Sharingan. This means nothing. His ability to see through genjutsu will be enhanced. You simply don't understand, Kakashi. Kurenai shook her head. Kasaragi is not only stronger and more experienced than Sasuke, but he is also more shrewd. His work is Hinata's transformation. All Kakashi could do was grit his teeth in rage. Returning to the arena, I own you, Sasuke shouted, sending Naruto high in the air with a kick to the chin. Shishi Renden. After that, he used a decent mix of kicks and punches, but crack, Naruto's body just turned to ice when it struck the ground. What, are you not very conscious, Uchiha? From beneath a tree, Naruto inquired. Sasuke turned and glared at him. Oh, that's frightening. As he pointed to Sasuke's wounds and bruises, Jin scoffed and said, you really don't look very well. Let me guess, Kakashi taught you high-speed taijutsu so you could beat everyone except Lee. So far, you would use ninjutsu for him. Sasuke simply kept glaring. I believed so. However, he taught you his valuable jutsu because he knew it wouldn't work against me. What in the world are you waiting for, then? Why not take advantage of the one chance you have to defeat me? You'll be sorry you said this. Uchiha yelled and fell backward onto the arena's edge. What is he trying to accomplish? I know he's just playing with Sasuke-kun, but what is? Orochimaru's eyebrows furrowed up in the cage box. Chidori. Sasuke yelled and ran wildly at Jin once more. And Jin just held up his right hand. Kakashi was clueless about what he was doing. Tsubaki was clueless about what he was doing. Minato was clueless about what he was doing. Orochimaru's eyes widened in shock and fear, though, because he knew. Even I couldn't avoid that move, but it's impossible. He knows that if he kills Sasuke, his chances of finding Itachi are 50% reduced. What is he? He's going to use Ukikaze on him. Snake Master concluded, attempting not to get up from his seat. Now he will make a shield, then Sasuke will strike that shield, and then Sasuke will die. Then he received his response. An evil smirk, a quick, direct eye contact, and a slight head turn. Son of a whore, he's pushing me up to start the invasion. Orochimaru said, his eyes narrowing. Sasuke was on the ground, getting closer to Jin. TCH. All right, I was starting to get boring anyhow. Go ahead, Orochi, and start the damn invasion already. I played with these kids long enough, said Naruto, who had noticed Orochimaru tense from his location. Boom. Additionally, the cage box was the site of the explosion. At last, a sigh of relief left Naruto's throat. What? Sasuke stopped his run and looked in the direction of a sudden explosion. What's going on? The exam is over, Genma said. If you want to test your strength, help your village. All right, Sasuke said, nodding. Where did he go, Kasara? We'll finish this later. Beats me, how was he able to disappear under everyone's nose? Genma asked, glancing around. The Hokage Tower. Tsuchikin bowed and said, I've got all the files you requested right here. Naruto looked over some papers and said, well done. What took you so long, if I may ask? Naruto snorted and said, it seems that when Uchiha gets his ass kicked, our former master gets a strange feeling in the pit of his stomach. He chose to watch it twice as a result. I see. So, how do we handle him? Kin gestured downward. What? It appears to be Mizuki, Oppa. What the fuck was he doing here? Jin yelled. The words, Forbidden Scroll, and Orochimaru-sama, were among the few words I was able to hear, Kin shrugged. But I had to get rid of him because he was getting in the way of me finishing your assignment. I see now. It's even better. Someone will now be held accountable for this intrusion. Killing the clan, HMM, ordered, interesting. Request to spare little brother. Alright, got that. Next, Akatsuki. Already knew that. Tracing demon hosts. Now that's an interesting piece of information. So Akatsuki are after tailed beasts. That's good to know. Fortunately, I have one I'm very close to. Yes, only Konoha's higher-ups are aware of Tsubaki's Jinchuriki status, but for some reason, I think these Akatsuki guys will know too. Rattlesnake-sama. Not right now. Now, I have two options, Jin yelled. One is to stay near Tsubaki and wait for Akatsuki to attack her. Then, capture and question at least one of them to find out where Nisan is. Two is to lure Sasuke out of the village and draw Nisan directly. What to do? Well, let's stick with one for the time being because the other would definitely blow up my cover, which would prevent me from going back to Konoha. Not that I'll miss it, but Tsubaki is here, and Akatsuki will come looking for her. If I break my cover, I'll have to find another demon host. Rattlesnake-sama, what? Naruto put the papers back on the table and asked. He's waking up. As he knelt before the soon-to-be former academy instructor, Jin turned to face Mizuki and said, "Oh, hey there, buddy." Kasaragi. Regaining consciousness, Mizuki said, "What are you doing?" "Not much. Just blaming you for what I just did," Naruto grinned. Sharingan Mangekyo. Mizuki's eyes widened in an instant before slowly closing. With a sideways head tilt, Kin said, "That's it." "Yes, shortcuts are always used by jerks." The girl grinned and said, "I'll keep that in mind. Are we finished here?" "Yes," Naruto replied hastily, but paused, saying, "You know what, hold on a minute. Locate the file of Senju Tsunade." "For what purpose?" Jin snapped back, "Because I said so. Now go." "Hi." Fearfully, Kin hurriedly went through the files and said, "Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobarama, here it is, Senju Tsunade. Let's see, legendary medic. Already knew that, super strength taijutsu. Yeah, know that too, even tested it," Naruto said, taking the file and peering inside. "Now that's more interesting part, high emotional trauma, young brother and boyfriend brutally killed, hemophobiac, wait a second." He winced, recalling something unpleasant. Hey. Naruto let out a wild laugh. "What's making you laugh?" Kin inquired warily. "Have you heard of a medical professional who has hemophobia?" "No, now you did." Kin's eyebrows went up. "What, you're referring to Tsunade, right? Legendary medic, fuck. All right, I got what I desired." The blonde put the papers back where they belonged and said, "It's strange, but the last time I saw her, she wasn't displaying any signs of homophobia." "Bah, no matter." After hurriedly leaving the tower, Naruto and Kin entered the battlefield. "Fubuki," Naruto yelled, severing the poor sound shinobi in two. "What should we do now?" Kin said, "Damn, they really went on with this. What I do is none of your concern." Jin replied, "You on the other hand are going to the hospital." But, she started to inquire, but she stopped herself. "Why?" "You will find our friend Sabaku no Gara in one of the rooms." The young man replied, "And your goal is to make sure that he, as well as the seal on his forehead remains exactly where they are." "All right, I understand." Kin jumped away after nodding. "Good girl, smart and obedient. Glad didn't kill her." Now, Naruto grinned and turned to face the stadium, which had a square barrier above it and was covered in trees. Jin's smirk grew as he saw this and said, "Excellent. The rooftop of the stadium. Nice barrier, Cage. Minato smirked and said, "Orochimaru, perhaps." Cage took off his disguise. "Kukuku, Minato-kun, it's been a while. Did you work it out on your own, or did your wife assist you as well?" "Not my wife, but, say, have you ever heard of Jin Kasaragi before?" Minato shrugged. The grin on Orochimaru's face vanished in an instant. "Sadly I did, and you are a fool to trust him." "I trust him. Who said that?" "I had rechecked all of his information several times," Yondaime said with a laugh. "Well, I guess you're not as dumb as you look." Sanin gasped. "That probably means you know why I'm here." "Sure, you're here for my head." "Exactly, and this little barrier here will make sure it all goes the way I want it to." Minato grinned more broadly. "Oh really?" Taking out a three-pronged kunai, he said mockingly, "You say you're so smart, do you know what that is?" Orochimaru just gave a silent glare. Hokage's smirk changed to an evil one as he said, "Yep, That's the thing that made me famous, and this is also the same thing that gave me the title of a Hokage instead of you. You really have guts to say that to me, said the snake user, gritting his teeth. Particularly in a circumstance like this. Oh, I'm so grateful. However, aren't you overlooking something? Harem allows me to teleport wherever the beacon is, outside of this barrier for example, Minato said slyly. Shit, I was counting on his brashness and pride. Orochimaru's eyes widened. If he actually uses his brain and escapes. Minato kept interrupting Orochimaru's thoughts, saying, but I won't. What? Sannin inquired bewilderedly. Yondaime reiterated, I said I won't. You believe you have me confined within this barrier. Oh no, you and I both locked ourselves inside this barrier. This is my chance to get rid of you for good, so I can't let it go by. With a sigh of relief, Orochimaru said, thank God he was so dumb. And let's delay this no longer, I have a village to defend. Very well, Jutsu and Harem no, Edo Tensei, Kochios. Alongside Tsubaki. Jin, where are you? In a desperate attempt to find Jin, Tsubaki muttered, where did he go? How could he vanish in front of everyone? I doubt he left the stadium, but I looked everywhere already and. Two sand shinobi landed in front of her, interrupting her thought process. One of them said slyly, sorry, but this is a dead end, Sunshine. Don't stand in my way, there is someone I must find, Tsubaki said, squinting. Well, too bad for him, because, the poor guy saw a kunai in his throat before he could finish his sentence. From behind, Tsubaki said, I'm sorry, but I can't let you get in the way. Why you? The second shinobi spun around and struck with his club, but Tsubaki vanished in a burst of red minutes before the blow made contact. Rasengan. The second ninja's back was struck by a lethal chakra ball as the red-headed figure yelled. Tsubaki. She turned around when she heard a familiar voice calling. Sasuke. What is it? Kakashi-sensei ordered me to find you and bring you to him, the Uchiha said, walking closely. I can't do that, said Hokage's daughter, clenching her teeth. She turned her head away and said, there is something I must do first. I understand, but I have an order. TCH, fine, lead on. With a nod, Sasuke leapt off, Tsubaki following closely behind. Jin, you had better be okay or I'll take your ass. The rooftop of the stadium. Rasengan. Minato yelled, slamming a spiraling ball of chakra into the abdomen of the second Hokage, but the next second, first gave him a hard kick to the back. Gosh, it's difficult to fight these two together, Yondaime swore, reassembling in midair and lowering himself to one knee. Hey, Minato quickly vanished in a flash of yellow to avoid Orochimaru's lethal overhead sword slash as it came from behind. You forgot you also have me to fight. Son of a bitch. Minato gritted his teeth and vanished again, this time appearing between first and second, slicing one's throat and slamming Rasengan into the head of the other. However, they just recovered and got back up. Minato-kun, what's wrong? Orochimaru jeered, you failed with your most notorious methods. I still have quite a few tricks up my sleeve. Minato scowled. He uttered those words before teleporting in front of Orochimaru and fighting him closely. TCH. Snake Sannin frowned and used his Kusanagi sword to block Yondaime's kunai strikes, which actually caused a great deal of discomfort because Minato's speed was nearly unrivaled. However, Tobirama swiftly retreated, and the snake user struck out with a flying kick to the head. To his credit, Minato avoided that blow as well, but he felt something suddenly wrap around his left leg after Hashirama delivered a leg sweep. What? Yondaime looked down. It was a tree branch, coming out of one of many trees Shadaime has grown. Shit. Minato-kun, I got you now, said Orochimaru. Very unlikely. Minato sealed his face with one hand and then stopped. With a sideways head tilt, Orochimaru said, what the fuck are you doing? Minato stood silently for 2 more seconds, which surprised him, and then, ah, screamed uncontrollably and passed out. Orochimaru scowled and said, what the hell? After waiting for anything to happen, he finally made up his mind and said, go check his life signs. After taking a few steps forward, first and second suddenly became as bright as Christmas trees. When Orochimaru finally realized, what the hell was happening, it was because his puppets were burning with black flame, not just any flame. Ho ho ho, cheers to Christmas. Orochimaru gave the newcomer a glare of pure rage when he abruptly left Shadaime's forest. Rattlesnake, old fuck, nice to see you too. Happily, Naruto said, how about a hug? Why in the world are you here? I guess that's a no. Oh well, my heart is broken, Naruto scowled. In any case, you might wonder why I'm here. Are you truly that foolish? Do you want to murder him? The Sannin inquired. Good job. I certainly do. Not right now, though, Jin said. I need him to be alive for things to go my way. So what is? You think you planned this? Naruto remarked. You know, for a genius you really are dumb as shit. You think he planned this? He asked, waving his hand around. He said, pointing to Minato. I had this invasion planned out from the start. Oh, please, Orochimaru snorted. I came here to kill the Hokage and destroy Konoha, so don't give me that bullshit. What? Naruto cut in, of course you did. Just like I knew you would. And, as I had anticipated, you really dazzled with that fucking barrier. And, as I had predicted, you called forth these idiots from the underworld. And, as I knew you would, you gave Shadaime the order to plant this forest so that no one could see us. However, what are you doing with all of that? The Sannin inquired. Simply put, you are the only person next to me who is aware of who I really am, Jin grinned. And I can't let things continue this way. It's time to cut it short, he said, calling forth Yukianessa in his left hand. You are the only lose and I have. And now that Daddy is here, I even have the ideal person to hold accountable for your passing. I appreciate you allowing me this chance, you old fool. Ha 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 ha. Orochimaru cried out in his mind, damn it. I have no choice but to fight him now. Take down the obstacle, he said and, nothing. Huh. Did you really believe I wasn't ready? Asked Naruto mockingly. They can't hear you if you use quick genjutsu. Nice, isn't it? Be damned, Rattlesnake. You want a fight, you gotta fight. Orochimaru yelled angrily. I'll take care of you myself, this has been long overdue. Placing Kusanagi's sword in front of him, he exclaimed. Get moving, old man. Let's get this done. Daitapa, Fuden. Orochimaru started by directing a powerful air current towards Naruto, but his eyes widened a moment later. Jutsu and Hiraishin no. What? Surprised, Jin said, vanishing in a burst of yellow. From behind, he already inquired, but I don't know why. Following your battle with this idiot known as Hokage, the area is teeming with these adorable little kunais. After his battle with Minato, the Sannin looked around in disbelief and saw that the entire rooftop was covered in three-pronged kunais. Geezer, you have no time to look around. Hishoken. Orochimaru chose to use his sword to block the ice blade because it came so quickly that he had no time to dodge it. Naruto teleported directly in front of his adversary and exclaimed, big mistake. Harensu. Oh, when Naruto froze and severed his hands, Orochimaru hissed. Yeah, being old is not healthy. Stop talking. The Sannin screamed, shedding his skin using his, coming out of mouth, trick. I am immortal. This truly embodies immortality. Yuck, I would rather be mortal if this is immortality, Naruto cried. Take a look at yourself. I only see an elderly psychopath who is using a fire hose in place of a tongue. Are you that afraid of dying? How about you? You share my fear of death, Orochimaru retorted. Given that I have someone waiting for me on the other side, Jin stated gravely, you are wrong. And I genuinely can't wait to see her once more. And since you have no one, you will never comprehend that. No one is necessary for me. And I shall never perish. The Sannin cried, calling forth Kusanagi in his grasp. I'll discover the truth about this world and learn all the jutsus. Naruto responded, no, you won't. I already know the truth about this world. The reality is to figure out how to pass away. You won't find it, I suppose, because you're not going to die. Be damned, Rattlesnake. Orochimaru yelled and charged at his old pupil, fighting him with a sword. Actually, Naruto was taken aback by Orochimaru's intensity, and it dawned on him that this battle had halted for a reason and had turned into a conflict of beliefs. I'm going to ruin you. With deadly precision and reckless attack, Orochimaru yelled. All right, just say it again. They kept exchanging blows, but eventually Naruto was able to avoid one blow rather than block it, which was sufficient in a fight of that magnitude. Fubuki. Like he did in Forest of Death, the blonde drew his sword crazily quickly and severed Orochimaru's legs. You don't understand. This is pointless, Orochimaru exclaimed, shedding his skin once more. I am, shit. The reason he cursed so abruptly was because he was staring into Naruto's fiery red eyes. Amaterasu. Ah. Orochimaru let out a painful scream, and he tried desperately to shed his skin again, but he was unable to do so before his legs caught up again. Hyoya Rengoku. When Naruto drove his sword into the ground, Orochimaru discovered that the region beneath his waist was extremely frozen, which caused him to look horrified because he was no longer able to shed his skin. Orochimaru was now confined. Hey, that's an intriguing scenario. Observing the expression on his former mentor's face, Naruto said with satisfaction. Remember not to do this. I can provide you with anything, the Sannin begged. Jin pulled out his blade and said, thanks, but no thanks, buddy. I already know what I want, and I don't need any helpers. For me, you are now nothing more than a loser. No, Kasaragi, show some common sense. Upon killing him, what comes next? You'll need me and allies. Ahahahahahaha. Naruto laughed hard. Ali, who needs enemies when you have allies like that? No, I can. Goodbye, Orochi, the blonde said, lifting his sword for a last blow. When I say that I won't be missing, I mean it. Jin. Naruto glanced sharply to his left and. No, in a flash of yellow, it vanished. Orochimaru simply gazed at the area that Naruto was occupying. He thought, what the hell just happened? This day keeps getting weirder and weirder. Fuck it all. Take down the obstacle. Work, please. Kai. The Sannin saw the barrier vanish as soon as it was heard. Thank God. Orochimaru saw what took place. Sakin, observing his master's condition, asked in disbelief. There's no time. Get me out of here, now. The Sannin said, adding even more shock. Rattlesnake happened. Hello. Sakin and Jirobo jumped away after getting under their master's shoulders. Minato. Immediately, Kushina was by her husband's side. Look, there they are. Acquire them. Kushina-sama. Hello. Several Anbu tried to pursue Orochimaru and the Sound Four but got stopped by Kidomaru's net. Damn it, they're fleeing. Cease. Kushina commanded. Enough. Seeking Orochimaru is not as important as helping Minato. Assist me. Hello. Alongside Tsubaki. Kaden. Jutsu no Gukakyu. No, Sasuke. As she watched Uchiha's jutsu burn the seal on her newly placed kunai, Tsubaki yelled. Girl, it's time to die. Tsubaki. Sasuke let out a terrified scream. The sound shinobi's kunai were just inches from her face when she abruptly turned around. Jin. Oh. When the tip of a katana emerged from her assailant's stomach, Tsubaki's eyes widened. From behind him, Naruto declared, you won't harm her, ever. He then took out his sword and severed the sound ninja's head. Jin. Tsubaki inquired warily. Who else? Shrugged Naruto. Hello, how are you? Jin. I was so scared, Tsubaki cried, leaping forward and giving him a firm embrace. I thought I was going to die. While massaging her head, Naruto whispered, easy, girl. No one's gonna hurt you, I'll make sure of that. He added, doing his best to control his rage. Sasuke gritted his teeth as he watched this scene, and at last he made his presence known. We still have an order, Tsubaki. The girl nodded, pulling away from Naruto. All right. In what order? The blonde inquired. Sasuke said, we have to return to Kakashi. After taking a deep breath to calm himself, Jin said, very well, I'll come with you. Sasuke, not wanting to argue right now, agreed. Fine, follow me. Tsubaki approached him and said, Jin, as they ran a little behind Sasuke. Yes, I appreciate you saving me. I owe my life to you. With a small frown, Naruto said, don't worry about it. I wonder what you have said if you knew that I saved you because I need to draw Akatsuki out. He thought, smiling. No Sato Kanahagakure, Chamber of the Council. Please keep quiet. Namikaze Kushina's stern voice cut everyone off. I understand you all are angry, I am too. But Hidden Sand Village capitulated completely. They admitted that they were tricked into attacking us by Orochimaru. Further actions against Sunagakure will be useless. But Kushina-sama, asserted a council member, we can conquer their village completely and... Hokage's wife said, no. Our forces took a major hit already. Further actions may weaken us even more, and that will give Kumo or Iwa a perfect opportunity to strike. Besides, Minato wouldn't allow that. Starting with, speaking of Hokage-sama, Hyuga Hiyashi started. What's his condition? Kushina let out a sigh. Everyone scowled when she said, he is still in coma. And the worst thing is that we still don't know what Orochimaru could possibly do to him to cause this. Aburame Shibi inquired, what about Shadaime-sama and Nadaime-sama? Kushina said, No, they never possessed such skills. Jiraiya questioned from the corner of the room, are you even sure that it was Orochimaru? Nara Shikaku responded, huh, what do you mean, Jiraiya-sama? Toad Sanin began, I know Orochimaru well, you are all aware of that. That's not the way he works. He likes to look into people's eyes as they die. Besides, he's not that much of a genjutsu user. Inuzuka soon questioned, what is your point, Jiraiya-sama? What if there was someone else inside that barrier beside them? Impossible, said Morino Ibiki. The team of bulk ops was right outside the barrier. They saw the fight before trees blocked the view. There were only Orochimaru and Hokage-sama inside. Yamanaka Inoichi came to the conclusion that, yes, the only way someone could get inside is by using Hokage-sama's Hiraishin no Jutsu. But Hokage-sama was already inside, and the only one who can use that jutsu beside him is Tsubaki-san, who has an alibi. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes and said, are you sure only Tsubaki can use it? With trepidation, Kushina said, what are you talking about, Jiraiya-sama? You know what I'm talking about, aren't you, Kushina? The woman scowled. Please not now, we must help Minato first. Jiraiya said, fine, but we'll speak of this again. What do you propose? Kushina yelled, our medics can't figure out the problem. I'm afraid we're going to need Tsunade's help. Can you find her? Jiraiya let out a sigh. I can find her, yes, persuading her to return here will be next to impossible though. I'm afraid I won't be able to do that alone. What do you need? Sanin said, I need your daughter to follow me. Perhaps Tsunade will pity a girl who lost her father. Kushina gave him a doubtful glance. Will you be able to protect her? Jiraiya gave a snort. Who do you think I am? Kushina declared, world's greatest pervert. And I also think that you will run off to do your research the first chance you get. Jiraiya scratched the back of his head and said, well, no, I won't put my daughter in danger. If you need her for your mission, then I will comply, but I want to make sure that she will stay safe, so I will send one more person with you. Someone I can trust with my daughter's safety. Jiraiya's eyebrow went up. Who is that? The apartment of Naruto. Z's. Rattlesnake-sama. Z's. Our Rattlesnake-sama. Z's. Grr. Someone's gonna fucking. Oh, it's you. Naruto leaned back on his pillow and mumbled. Kin tried to hide behind a blanket and muttered, I'm sorry. Naruto gestured with his hand. Nah, don't worry about it. I just don't like being waken up. The girl with raven hair said, but don't you get up early to train? Jin answered, not really. I hate training. I prefer a good old mission with adrenaline and everything. Besides, who told you that you need to get up early for training? Kin remained silent. Naruto closed his eyes once more and recalled what had happened the day before. I thought so. Chunin exam finals, the invasion, Akatsuki's information, the battle with Orochimaru, saving Tsubaki, etc. He let out a mental sigh. Squandered such a chance. He was already disabled, on a silver platter. And nobody would really be aware. He let out another sigh. I can't have that, though. I would really hate to see her die. Shit, am I attracted to my own sister? Jin opened his eyes and gazed at the ceiling with a sorrowful smile. Tsubaki is my best chance to get to Nissan, and also. Rattlesnake-sama, huh? His thoughts were interrupted when Kin spoke again. Rattlesnake is for my enemies, he said, adding, call me Jin. And if you don't consider yourself one of those. No. Not at all. Jin-sama. Sama is too good for me too, Naruto grinned. You can use san or kun, or even omit the suffix entirely. Hi, Jin-kun, admitted Kin, blushing. This girl proved to be extremely useful. Orochimaru didn't know what he has lost. First helping me dispose of Danzo and his cocksuckers. Then infiltrating the Hokage Tower and taking out a Chunin, who indeed got blamed for everything in the end. And then there was the hospital. Naruto couldn't help but smile at her with this statement. In fact, Naruto ordered her to protect Gaara and the seal on his forehead. It turned out to be a wise choice because Temari arrived during the invasion to save her brother. Fortunately, Kin was already there, and even though she couldn't compete with Suna Kunoichi in combat, Kin strategically placed roughly 24 explosive seals throughout the room and threatened to detonate them. Temari didn't leave because she was foolish. Naruto wanted to encourage her, but he didn't want to see her bitch of a mother. Tsubaki quickly found out what had happened to her father after Orochimaru left, and she hurried to his side, along with her mother's. Instead, he went to the hospital and picked up Kin, telling her that her mission was over. Jin then used Hireishin no Jutsu to teleport them back to his apartment, quickly assisting her in removing the explosive tags. Of course, he closed her eyes before that. Because it was already late, Kin asked to stay at his place. Jin informed her that his apartment only had one bed. Kin said she didn't mind, and she blushed a little. Naruto thought, what the hell, she asked for it. As you can imagine, this continued until the next morning. Which leads us to this precise moment. So, did you have anything to say? Naruto opened one eye and asked. Kin slowly got out of bed and showed him her nude body, saying, yes actually. We were all told to get to the briefing room in morning. Naruto grunted and tossed his blanket aside, saying, damn, fucking Konoha and its mornings. There's a proverb that goes, good things are not done in the morning. Well, nowhere did you hear it. In my mind right now. All right, let's dress our asses. The room of Namikaze Minato at Konoha Hospital. Tsubaki held her father's hand and whispered, Father, please return, I'll do anything. No answer. GH. The girl clenched her jaw. Orochimaru, she said perilously. I will track him down for what he did to you, Dad. And I'll hold him accountable when I do. She widened her eyes abruptly and asked, did I just say that? And the door opened as she was saying that. May I enter? Sasuke. The redhead asked, peering over her shoulder. Yes, please come in. She wiped away her tears. After entering the room slowly, the final Uchiha put some flowers in a vase. Tsubaki remarked, thank you for that. That made Sasuke scowl. Please don't say it. Why not? She asked, cocking her head to the side. He paused, then said, I nearly killed you, Tsubaki, indirectly, but nonetheless. Don't worry about it, Sasuke, Tsubaki said with a smile. I'm still here and. No. Sasuke knelt down in front of her chair and yelled, you are my friend. The only friend I've ever had. My only friend. Additionally, I nearly killed you, how could I? It's okay, Sasuke, the girl said, putting a hand on his shoulder. Really, I don't blame you. I was getting stressed out because of the tight circumstances. It's simply that things happen. Alright, I understand. Uchiha gave a nod, but if there's anything I can do, just ask. Tsubaki grinned broadly and said, hi, I will. Tsubaki-san. They were interrupted by a voice from the door. What? Can I assist you, Anbu-san? Tsubaki asked, turning her head. Tsubaki-san, Kushina-sama wishes to see you in the council chamber. Okay, lead the way, said the red-headed person, nodding. Konoha Street. As he walked down the street, Naruto said, damn, now I will be yawning the whole day. Come on, it can't be that bad, Kin said with a laugh. That's just my fucking body. I will yawn for the remainder of the day if I get up earlier. Well that's, hey. When two breasts pressed themselves against the back of Jin's head and two arms encircled his neck, he abruptly stopped. Hello, Anko, he whispered. Jin-kun, Kaya, you've been sorely missed. Junin, who was overjoyed, cried out, I wanted to see you and. Who's she? Anko's eyes grew wide. Is she your girlfriend or what? How were you able to? How could you be unfaithful to me, poor me? Furthermore, we had never had sex before. How in the hell could I cheat on you if we didn't have sex before? Naruto exclaimed, perspiring. Anko's eyebrow went up. Well, what's the big deal? Come on, let's get it. Jin-kun? Who is that? Kin inquired. That's Anko, Naruto said, pointing behind his back. My sensei is her. Your what? Kin's eyes widened. My sensei, shrugged Naruto. You forgot that I'm still a genin, or what? He asked in a mocking tone. Then Kin laughed once more. Oh, right, anyway, Anko, will you also be attending the briefing room? Gazing over his shoulder, Jin inquired. No, and actually you're not going there either, Anko said, jabbing him in the nose. With a raised eyebrow, Naruto said, huh, why not? Special orders. Junin said, I'm to escort you to the council chamber. What a lovely day. It hasn't even begun yet, and already I have a huge pile of shit on my plate, the blonde said, slapping his forehead. Life isn't fair. Suck it, Anko joyfully exclaimed. Then I guess I will be seeing you later, Kin. Naruto frowned. TCH. Hi, take care, chamber of the council. Jin Kasaragi, are you aware of the reason for your summons? What? Namikaze Kushina inquired. Fuck you, bitch. Naruto stood in the center of the room, rubbing his temples. Pardon me? Jin said aloud, I said I have no idea, Kushina-sama. Well, I want to give you a personal mission, which is why you are here. The wife of the Hokage declared, this mission will be an SS rank. Whistling, Naruto said, wow, that must be significant. It is. Kushina said, you will be protecting someone of great importance. She will be accompanying Jiraiya on a personal mission. And who is that individual? The door opened abruptly. Mother, did you send for me? Tsubaki asked as he walked into the room. Tsubaki. Jin. Tsubaki's eyes widened just as she saw him. Jin? She ran forward and gave him a tight hug as she yelled. Naruto rubbed her back and whispered, hey there, girl. Ahem. Tsubaki blushed wildly as two genins leapt away from one another. Sorry, mother, Kushina grinned and said, anyway, Jin-kun, you will be protecting my daughter Tsubaki. Based on what I've heard, you can be trusted with her safety. Do you understand that I want you to watch her 24 hours a day? Crystal. That's the chance I was waiting for. Tsubaki outside the village with only 2 people to protect her. Great, they will definitely strike, said Naruto excitedly. Mother. Where am I going? Tsubaki inquired. Jiraiya-sama is going with you, Tsubaki. You two need to convince his old teammate to return here. With wide eyes, Naruto said, former teammate? Isn't that Orochimaru? No, you are going to bring back Tsunade. Tsunade? Oh shit, Naruto's eyes widened even wider. What is wrong, Jin? Tsubaki inquired. Ahaha, really, it's nothing. What time do we begin? The sooner the better. Kushina began. For only Tsunade can bring your father out of his state. Tsubaki's eyes widened now. We're going to leave right away. Somewhere down the road, a few hours later as he walked next to Jiraiya, Naruto swore, damn. Why must I travel with you of all people? Sanin's eyes narrowed. Believe me, it's a reciprocal feeling. However, Kushina was correct in one regard. I won't be able to constantly monitor Tsubaki because I'll be too busy gathering information. Yes. And where precisely will you be gathering this information, in brothels or at hot springs? Naruto interrupted. Jiraiya stared at him. No, I think I'll just walk inside Kirigakure and ask who killed their 4th Mizukage. And how will that help you find Tsunade? Jin snorted. I really hate you, you know, the Toad Hermit said with a frown. And I feel so bad about it, abruptly. Gosh, why does this not work? Yeah, Jiraiya decided to train her a little while they were traveling, and that's what he came up with. Naruto glanced over his shoulder at Tsubaki, who was frantically attempting to cut a leaf between her palms. Tsubaki needed to fully master her element, so even though she was a wind type and already knew some wind jutsus. You piece of shit, cut, with a sigh, Jin said, let's take a short break. No, we won't, he was yelled at by Jiraiya, this mission takes priority and... Naruto walked calmly towards Tsubaki and said, shut up. Are you having problems with this exercise? Jin, no, not really, the girl said, looking up at him. But this damn leaf just won't cut in. To stop her, he held up his hand and said, okay, I got it. Kasaragi, what are you doing? Jiraiya inquired. I'm trying to teach, the blonde mercenary said, something you are obviously incapable of doing. Jin? Tsubaki put his hands on her temples and walked behind her, causing her to exclaim a little uneasily. He avoided any more inquiries and said, shush. Forget everything around you and listen only to my voice. Tsubaki gave a grudging nod. At first, Jiraiya wanted to stop him, but he was simply too interested in what Jin was attempting to accomplish. Naruto went on, now, close your eyes, it was Tsubaki. Slow down. Put your anger aside and get rid of your fear and hatred. Wind is the most difficult element, so don't be fooled by it. Although wind is chaotic by nature, it can only be truly mastered by someone with a calm heart who can stand in the middle of a hurricane without raising an eyebrow. Lose all of your senses of sight, sound, and smell. Focus solely on what you desire. Manage it. Let it yield to your will. Be better and resist the urge to merge with the wind. Faster and stronger. Jiraiya simply stood there, his eyes wide, as Jin's speech captivated him, asking him what he thought of Tsubaki. Naruto kept whispering in Tsubaki's ear, now when your mind is in the right place, imagine that leaf you hold in your hands. Don't strain your muscles. You won't need them. Give the wind instructions, and it will take care of everything. After a brief pause, he said, now open your eyes and look at your leaf. Order it to do your bidding, leave no chance to decline. When Tsubaki did so, she was astounded to see that the leaf had been cut in 2 identical pieces. I succeeded. The redhead joyfully exclaimed. Naruto took his hands away and grinned, saying, yes. All you required was the appropriate inspiration. Thank you, Jin, Tsubaki said, turning around and giving him a firm hug. Without you, what would I have done? Being stranded with this guy? He grinned and gestured to Jiraiya. Aha, ha, very funny, Kasaragi. Nevertheless, that was fantastic, the Toad Hermit retorted. You learned that from whom? No one. Jin answered, I spent most of my time studying on my own. What do you suppose ice is? Wind? Just water and wind. That makes sense. Oh, and something else. What? Remain clear of Minato's daughter. Jin and Tsubaki both muttered, son of a, simultaneously. The town nearby. With some trepidation, Jiraiya began, say, are you guys carrying any cash? I'll require it in order to collect information. Well, I have some, said Tsubaki, reaching for her wallet. Abruptly, Naruto seized her arm and said, don't even consider it, he will only waste them on girls and drinks, he yelled, turning to face her. The girl's brows went up. Really, Kasaragi, you're a fucking bastard? Have I expressed my hatred for you? Jiraiya hissed. 17 times. That would be the 18th, then. How is it possible for someone like you to be a spy? Naruto slapped his face. You only complain and yell at people. Oh, I see. Then, Mr. Big Shot, how about a wager? Jiraiya folded his hands. Instead of me gathering information today, you do it. And I will get all of your money if you don't succeed. Well, all right. However, if I am successful, Jin smiled slyly, you will then grope Tsunade's butt when we locate her. His eyes widened, and Jiraiya said, why you wouldn't dare? I already did. What? Tsubaki inquired bewilderedly, Jiraiya-san, I know she'll be upset, but why are you so scared? I'll explain why, Naruto answered, hardly suppressing his laughter, because a house can be crushed by Tsunade's punch. Oh, all right, I'm going to start gathering data, and you, watch her like your damn balls, he said, gesturing to Jiraiya. You'll have no trouble getting angry with Tsunade if something were to happen to her. TCH, smartass. Jiraiya grumbled. Come on, let's find a place to stay for the night. Will this not work? Tsubaki gestured toward the adjacent hotel. I suppose, the Toad Hermit shrugged. He said, let's go, but then he noticed a pretty girl winking and waving her hand at him. But you can do it yourself, he said. You see, I have to do something really important. All right, said the red-headed woman, rolling her eyes. Go, or she'll go. You're amazing, Tsubaki-chan. Thank you. Jiraiya cried out and fled. Damned pervert, after a few hours. First, knock, then knock. Tsubaki muttered, probably Jin, as he rose from his bed. First, knock, then knock. I'm on my way, hey, Jin, huh? She said as she opened the door. Who are you? The stranger said, I'm here to take you with me, Tsubaki-san, and... With wide eyes, Tsubaki exclaimed, Sharingan, Sasuke. No, not him. Who is this? Another voice said, let's just cut off her legs because she will be a nuisance if we let her run around. Tsubaki became extremely drowsy after hearing Sharingan wielder say, no need. 4 more seconds later, she sagged to the ground with a thud. Pick her up and let's go, Kisame. Hi, still, cutting her legs would have been, however, just as Kisame was ready to raise the unconscious Tsubaki. Dane Hisashibori. Ni-san. Itachi slowly turned around. If it's not Jin Kasaragi, only to myself, second swordsman. Kisame cried. You fought Kid Zabuza, I heard. Jin, however, ignored him and simply gazed at Itachi with a sick delight. You called me Ni-san, but why? What? Sasuke's brother inquired. As he closed his eyes, Naruto's crazy smile grew. Remember that, Ni-san. Itachi nearly gasped when he suddenly opened his eyes. Sharingan? But aren't you the only one, Kisame said, bewildered. Kisame, the mission was cancelled, now withdraw. What? The blue swordsman asked, looking at his partner bewildered. Why should? Now, Itachi yelled, spun around, and began to run. Ni-san, you're not leaving, Naruto followed his lead and yelled. Kisame moved Samahada out of Naruto's back and stood in his way, saying, I don't know what's going on, but... Trash, get out of my way. As a red chakra arm materialized from behind Naruto, he screamed and merely pushed the Kiri swordsman aside. What the devil? As he stood up, Kisame pondered, no one is pushing Hoshigaki Kisame in that manner. Taking after Naruto, he said angrily. Alongside Itachi running on top of the lake, Itachi thought, he is alive, damn it, that's not good. He has Mangekyo, and in my weakened state, but was startled out of his reverie by a flash of yellow that crossed his path. Fubuki. Oh, Hiraishin. But that's impossible. That means that he's Uzumaki Naruto. Madara said Kushina was Uzumaki before. Oh shit. Itachi grunted, narrowly avoiding a deadly sword slash. Ni-san. Are you going somewhere? You will make a grave mistake by killing me now, Uchiha said, narrowing his eyes. No. The fact that I didn't murder you in your sleep 8 years ago was a serious error, but I'm going to fix that right now, yelled Naruto angrily. Hyojin Tuga. TCH. Itachi swiftly ducked under the approaching ice wave and vanished among the crows. Ni-san. Lame. Hashoken. My eyes are stronger than yours, Naruto said, hurling an ice blade at his adversary. Whatever you do, I can see you. Itachi inhaled deeply and said, you got stronger. There was nothing else to do. He opened his eyes, revealing Mangekyo Sharingan burning brightly. HM. Mangekyo, huh? Naruto laughed ominously. Isn't that bad for your eyes? With a silent frown, Itachi said, I need its strength regardless. Tisk, tisk, tisk. That it won't assist you this time is such a shame, Naruto scoffed. Sharingan Mangekyo. That's not the eyes I saw before, that means, Itachi said, his eyes widening. You're correct. As though reading Itachi's mind, Naruto answered, my Sharingan has reached its ultimate form. Uchiha clenched his jaw and said, that isn't possible. You're not related to any Uchiha. No, but I had Kyuubi and Mikoto-san's blood, Jin smiled. It seems to have been sufficient. Mom? Exactly, are you happy to see your mom's eyes once more? You sick jerk. You're no better than him, Itachi said. Hee. I have no fucking idea who you're talking about, and I don't care if I'm better than him or not, Naruto said with a loud laugh. I only want to drive my sword's blade into your fucking heart. Ni-san, die. Tsuki Yomi. The world around them turned red and black as they both yelled simultaneously. Hee. Greetings from the world of Tsukiyomi, Ni-san. Yeah, that's what I've always wanted to say. It's going to be a little different this time, isn't it? Said Naruto. Time and space are no longer under your control, Yukianisa said, appearing in his left hand. We now share them. You will not win this fight on your own, Naruto. Itachi also brandished a sword. Smirking, Naruto said, who said I'm alone? Greetings from my furry little buddy. As Kyuubi's silhouette materialized behind him, he yelled, Ni-san. Thank you for bestowing this power upon me. It's time to deal with the fallout. Itachi collapsed to his knees back in reality. Ha 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 ha. Naruto drew his blade and laughed hysterically. No, I cannot die, not yet, I still haven't. Itachi's world began to stop. Ni-san, I win. Jin charged forward, determined to land the ultimate blow, but... Clang. You dare stand in my way again, yelled Naruto angrily. Kisame. You'd better go, Itachi-san, Kirinuke-nin said, adding, hey, looks like this kid is more than he seems. Things are going to get messy here very soon. Naruto's eyes grew wide as Itachi slowly stood up, gripping his left side of his face. No, I will not allow you to escape. He struggled against Kisami's blade and screamed. Go, I will catch up to you soon. Itachi gave a nod and slipped out of sight. No. Naruto screamed and finally threw Kisame away from him. You imbecile. Are you aware of what you have done? Hee. Kisame laughed and said, I had some fun. Enjoyable. Have fun. Naruto was so furious that he wanted to tear this man to pieces. All right, let me have a little fun. That's what I mean, youngster, Kisame yelled, forming a few water clones and launching an offensive. Such a daring move, because Naruto knew right away where the real one was with his Mangekyo activated, and when that reel struck. Naruto uttered the words, Kokujin, as Kisami's sword slashed the energy shield that encircled his right hand. What the fuck? Yukikaze. Naruto completed behind Kisami's back already. When did he do that? The blonde mercenary sheathed his sword and declared, it's over. Click. Oh. Kisami's stomach became so shattered that his intestines nearly fell out. Naruto retorted, I hope that was fun enough. Kisame hissed in agony, damn, but you are terribly wrong if you think that it will be enough. He revealed a sly smile. That hurt, you know. As Kisami's would began to close quickly, the blonde slowly cocked his head to the side. Not fun enough, I see. The good times are just beginning. Kisame yelled with excitement and charged at his adversary once more. As he watched the blue-skinned Akatsuki member sprint towards him, Naruto remained motionless. Perish. Kisame brought his sword down, only for Jin to disappear in a flash of yellow. Wah! He lost his enemy entirely after noticing a few more yellow flashes surrounding him. Jin said, "You are slow," as he stood behind Kisame once more, too slow. Click. Dude. Kisame looked down and saw that he was indeed covered in hundreds of cuts, and his eyes widened as blood spurted from every part of his body. Kisame coughed up blood and said, "I'm not done." Raising his blade, he screamed, "As long as I have my sword." Fubuki. Naruto grabbed falling Samahata in midair, drew Yukianisa, and severed Kisame's striking hand. "Ah. Thank you. Still not enough fun, I see." The blonde grinned cunningly. "Well, then, make sure to take full advantage of this. Salutations." HHHMM. When his body was engulfed in black flame, Kisame let out a crazed scream, and the agony was so intense that he lost control of his chakra flow and began to sink beneath the flames without pausing to burn. Naruto sealed Samahata in a scroll and said, "I hope you had fun, please come again." Then it hit him. "Ah, Kuso. Kuso." He dropped to his knees and punched the water's surface. What a great chance. I had him already. Fuck. However, after taking a few deep breaths, he stood up and said, "Okay, that's okay. In the first place, I never thought I'd see him here. My little, drawing out in the open, plan is still in place. Let's go back to it." Returning to the inn, as he was getting closer to their room, he heard Jiraiya say, "That's not possible. Sasuke is the last Uchiha. No one else can possess Sharingan, it's just your imagination." "But I swear I saw it," Tsubaki countered. Jiraiya didn't believe. "That's good. And though I'm grateful that he wasn't there," Naruto sighed in relief and put on his best angry face. "Bitch." What? Tsubaki questioned in disbelief. "That long-haired, toad-summobing bitch is useless," Jin yelled, gesturing toward Jiraiya. Tsubaki let out a sigh of relief. When the Sannin began to say, "Now you see," Naruto interrupted him. "I left you a single, easy task. Even that you failed," he yelled angrily. "Tsubaki nearly got abducted because of you, if I weren't here." "Jin?" Tsubaki inquired, "You came to my rescue once more?" "Yes, but that's not the main idea. What matters is that he allowed it to occur." All right, I apologize. I'm the one at fault," Jiraiya said, raising his hands apologetically. "No, that's not right. Now I understand why Kushina-sama wanted me here," yelled Naruto. Tsubaki took his hand and said, "It's okay, Jin. I'm safe after all." "All right, I get it. But I'm not leaving you again until this trip is over. Got it?" The mercenary sighed. Smirking, the red-headed person said, "I wouldn't want it any other way." Oh my. Slowly, they both turned their heads to see Jiraiya sitting there, frantically writing something in his notebook. Tsubaki and Jin exchanged a quick look. "Rasengan?" the girl inquired. "Hishokan?" Naruto proposed. "Perhaps together?" Jiraiya went pale a little and said, "Hey, come on now, ahem, let's talk business." "Like?" Naruto raised an eyebrow in question. "For example, Tsubaki-chan, how did your assailants appear? Other than Sharingan, have you noticed anything else?" She said, They wore cloaks, black cloaks with red clouds." Jiraiya paused to ask a question. "Yes." "Kasaragi, is that accurate?" "Yeah, I saw those cloaks, but they fled rather swiftly." "Why?" Sannin's face instantly twisted in rage. "That must be paid for by someone." "For what purpose?" Naruto inquired. "That's top secret information and I cannot reveal it to a genin." Jiraiya replied. "Wait a minute. What? These people who tried to kidnap Tsubaki call themselves Akatsuki," the hermit said. "This is an organization that consists of several S-ranked criminals, and they are always traveling in pairs." All right. So it's really hard for me to believe that you forced two S-ranked criminals to flee from you," Jiraiya yelled. Jin thought, "Oppa, fucking busted. I need to come up with something fast." Thankfully, though, Tsubaki saved his life. Perhaps they wished to conceal who they were. Maybe. Jiraiya said, "But Kasaragi, you're not quite done yet. You still don't have my trust." Naruto exhaled and remarked, what a shame. Oh, and by the way, Tsunade is in Tanzaku town. Prepare to perform the you-know-what. Motherfucking son of a cock-sucking bitch. Sanin's eyes widened. The forest area. It appears that Kisame underestimated him just as I did. This is not good. Itachi thought. I hate to face it, but he is stronger than me. This is really bad. With his desire to destroy me. He got up and began to run. Uzumaki Naruto, he has Mangekyo, Hiraishin, and Kyuubi, and that aside from his ice techniques and sword skills. With wide eyes, Uchiha halted abruptly and said, wait a minute, that's it, oh, the irony. But Naruto, with such power at his disposal he might be able to take Madara out before he realizes his plan. He said aloud. I wanted Sasuke to surpass and kill me, but from Yondaimi's reports he doesn't even know I'm alive and he wants to kill Uzumaki Naruto. All right, now I know what I have to do, and if it will require me to sacrifice myself, then so be it, Itachi said, nodding to himself and clenching his fists. He was startled out of his reverie by the sudden voice, you're late. Sama Madara. Where is Kisame? As he emerged from the shadow of a tree, the masked man asked. Itachi inhaled deeply. We failed on our last mission. Kisame lost his life in combat. What? Madara sounded genuinely surprised. Killed? Jiraiya, who could do that? Itachi paused and said, no, he was killed by Jin Kasaragi. A mercenary? Number longer. He has apparently joined the Konoha forces. With a narrowed gaze, Madara said, I see, then he is our enemy, be sure to dispose of him next time you meet. Hi. Itachi, tell me how one mercenary could defeat Kisame and you both together. He didn't. What did he not do? Itachi, anticipating the question, said, he got Kisame off guard while I was busy with Jinchuriki. He didn't take on two of us together. Oh, how did he accomplish that? Madara inquired. I don't know, Kisame waited outside. Madara said. All right, Kisame did that. However, why couldn't you simply remove him and end the matter? Itachi clarified, I could. However, Kasaragi caused a stir when he removed Kisame. I was also aware of Jiraiya's proximity. In addition, you personally advised me to conceal my identity at all costs. Madara paused and said, yes, I did. All right, Itachi, come back for the time being. When you get there, I'll have your new orders. The town of Tanzaku, a fancy place, Naruto remarked, surveying the area. I don't mind staying here for several days. With a seductive smile, Jiraiya added, yeah, me too. Rolling his eyes, Naruto said, you pervert, don't do that. Damn it. Stop making fun of me. I'm a super pervert, not a pervert, Sanin yelled. Jin grinned and said, really? I think you're a huge loser. For you can't even get laid for free despite all of your amazing achievements. Why you? Enough already. Stop arguing all the way here and let's try to find this Tsunade person, Tsubaki interrupted. All right. Let's spread up, Jiraiya said, waving his hand. Kasaragi, do you know where to look? Yes, I am aware of where to look. Come on, Tsubaki. Jiraiya interrupted, saying, I don't think so. This time, Tsubaki-chan is accompanying me. Glaring at him, Naruto turned around. Oh? You mean the same as before? I will never again leave her with you, no matter what. Sanin's eyes narrowed. Kasaragi, I wasn't asking. You forgot that I just gave you an order and that I am in charge of this mission. Tsubaki attempted to counter. But Jiraiya-san, Mother said that Jin must be with me all the time. Enough arguing, you will do what I said. After rolling his eyes, Naruto concluded that there was no use in arguing any longer. As he walked away, he said, okay, I'm going, and remember what you have to do when we find her. Son of a motherfucking, ass-licking, Jiraiya frowned. Well, Jiraiya-san? Tsubaki inquired. Yes? Where do we intend to search? The hermit toad pondered, aha. It appears to be our location. However, that is a bar, the red-headed one cried out. With Tsubaki following, Jiraiya entered the room and showed the bartender a picture, saying, exactly, now come on. Have you seen this woman around here? A shrug from the bartender said, I don't remember. How about now? Jiraiya asked, tossing him some coins. Oh, that helped me remember things. Yes, yesterday she was here, and I don't believe she went too far, based on how much alcohol she drank. He turned around and gestured for Tsubaki to follow him, saying, thanks. Was that a photo of Tsunade? The Sani nodded, yes. However, I mistook her for a teammate, and if that's true, she must be around 60? The girl cried. Jiraiya's forehead got a tick mark. 50, oh, sorry. Do I appear that old? Do you want an honest answer? Tsubaki said, biting her bottom lip. No, I think I'd rather hear a lie, Jiraiya scowled. All of a sudden, a crash, wooa. Tsubaki abruptly spun around and asked, what was that? Kasaragi found Tsunade in that way. Come on, girl, or we're going to have a couple of corpses, Jiraiya said, accelerating. They won't kill each other, won't they? Tsubaki said, his eyes widening. One another? I highly doubt it. But the city will be destroyed if we don't put an end to them right away. Alongside Naruto. Where in the world is this jerk? While strolling through Tanzaku town, Naruto hissed, as if I don't have more important things on my mind. Nissan got away and, oh damn, how come I didn't think about it earlier? Now he knows that I'm not just Namikaze Minato's son, but also the long-forgotten Uzumaki Naruto. He entered a bar while lost in thought, thinking, this is bad, but wait, if he relay this information to Akatsuki. Hey kid, we don't serve children here, get lost. He pulled out some coins and said, you have to keep your train of thought going. Do you now serve children? Well, what are you going to have? A bottle of sake. Sake? Have I muttered? No, fine, here it is. Thanks. Naruto grabbed his bottle and headed to find a table. If he tells this to Akatsuki and only to Akatsuki, then this might not be so bad after all, he thought as he sat down. If they find out that I am not officially the Hokage's child, but also because I took out one of their own, they will come for me instead of her. But for that to happen, Akatsuki must not tell this information to anyone. Since they didn't reveal Tsubaki's Jinchuriki status to the world, I doubt they will. Hey, brat, what do you think you're up to? This table is already occupied. Naruto jolted out of his reverie, saying, I apologize for not seeing you, Tsunade? Looking at his face, the blonde woman said, how do you know? You. OSHT, smack. A crash. Wooa. Flying through the bar wall, Naruto screamed, shit, her punches as strong as ever. Kasaragi, fearfully, Naruto looked up to see Tsunade using her trademark heel drop to descend on him. Fuck. I can't use Hiraishin, Sharingan, and Kyuubi, and worst of all, I must hold back this time because we need her alive. Naruto swore as he leapt away to avoid the impact. You can't escape. Fuck off twice, Naruto hissed, summoning Yuki and Essa. Fubuki. Obviously, Tsunade ducked in midair and went for the punch, you're mine. Smack. What a jerk. When his body broke into ice fragments, the woman swore. Where are you, Kasaragi? Behind your back. Tsunade abruptly spun around and said, you. Sekijin. Naruto swiftly pulled out his sword and slashed it rapidly. Oh. Tsunade screamed, covering herself with her arms, and as a result she now had several nasty cuts on them. You son of a bitch. I'm not going to let that stop me. And I'm not. He responded, look, Tsunade, I'm not here to fight you. Unfortunately, I am. Whoa. Naruto cursed when Tsunade ran at him again. Hirin. Together you must persuade his former teammate to come back here. Jin's eyes widened. To do that she must be alive, he thought, stopping his technique, but Tsunade had other plans. Grab this. She stepped in front of him and gave Jin a forceful punch to the chest. Oh. As he crashed through another building, Naruto gasped. What? Tsunade stood in her place with wide eyes. Why did he take that punch? I know he could dodge that, she thought, slowly walking to her victim. Why didn't you evade? Cough. Naruto fought to his feet, gripping his chest, saying, I told you I'm not here to fight, cough. Damn, must you hit that hard? Fuck you. Tsunade took hold of his collar and said, I have to kill you right away for what you did. Oh, forget about it. You lost 3 times, not just once or twice. Think of it like a man. I mean, woman, you understand? Tsunade frowned and said, TCH. Don't think you're off the hook just yet, but amuse me a bit. You're here, but why? Cough. A mission, mumbled Jin. What? Which mission? I can explain that, Tsunade. Glancing over her shoulder, the slug mistress said, Jiraiya? One more bar. Ha 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 ha. Tsunade laughed, pointing her finger at Jin. A genin. He created a genin for you. Ha 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 ha. It's not like I enjoy that much, Naruto said, shedding a drop of perspiration. Stop that already. You don't, of course. Had any missions with a D rank? Ha 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 ha. I did, but only as punishment. What? Tsunade halted her laughter and asked, what do you mean? Well, I signed up for an apprenticeship rather than being placed on a team. I therefore avoided D-rank missions until we made a mistake once. The blonde lady folded her arms and said, I see. What do you want from me? Have you heard about the recent invasion of Konoha? Jiraiya echoed the question. Perhaps, said Tsunade. Have you heard that Minato suffered some sort of injury in the battle? No, I didn't hear that, the woman said, raising her eyebrow. What took place? Father was hit with something. Tsubaki said. We don't know what it was, but he is in deep coma and no matter what we do he just won't come out of it. Tsunade came to the conclusion, and I guess you want me to fix that. Please, Tsunade-sama, does that require me to go back to Konoha? Slug Sanin stepped in. Hi. The legendary medic said, then I refuse. This is not worth my while. Jiraiya exhaled. Look, Tsunade, I didn't want to start this discussion, but you were allowed to leave only because of Minato's order. With narrowed eyes, Tsunade said, are you attempting to blackmail me? Grunting, the toad hermit said, what I'm trying is. Naruto interrupted, holding up his hand, saying, enough. You won't persuade her like that. Oh, I see. And you believe you're capable of more? Tsunade growled, after what you did. Be glad I'm even speaking to you. Now hold on a second, Jin began, but, Tsubaki cried out, what did he do? The eyes of three people widened. Jiraiya, of course, was unaware of the specifics, only that Tsunade was upset with Jin for some reason. On the contrary, Tsunade flashback. Half a year ago. Ha 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 ha, lady, you're awful. After winning another poker match, Naruto said. There were roughly 8 players at first, but after Naruto won every single game, everyone thought it was useless and left, leaving only Tsunade, who was obstinate. Child, watch what you say. Once more, Naruto snorted and said, all right. Dealer, one more game. After receiving her cards, Tsunade grinned triumphantly and said, ha, full house. You brat, beat that. KHKHKHKH kahahaha. Turning his cards over, Naruto chuckled and said, 4 of a kind, you lost again, lady. Ha 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 ha. What a brat. Tsunade cursed, hitting the floor, again. Hey, you really should stop. Naruto replied, because, well, I've never seen someone suck so badly at poker. What? Would you like to take this outside? Anytime, lady, I hope your fighting skills outstrip your gambling skills. That's it. Tsunade got to her feet and said, I'll kick your ass. Outside. Is this something you truly want to do? For the amount of sake you consumed just now, inquired Naruto, bored. Shut up. Now, child, I'm going to kick your little ass, Tsunade answered. Naruto clenched his jaw and said, stop calling me a child. The kid I have won't fit in your mouth. Oh, I see. Let's check on that, she said as she hurried over to him. Shit, she's fast. Jin's eyes widened, and he ducked under her punch, rolling forward to avoid another one. Not bad, youngster. Let's watch how you manage this. Tsunade leapt to a great height, aiming for the heel drop. How will I respond to this? Like this, Naruto called forth his sword, Fubuki. Even though Tsunade was a skilled shinobi and managed to dodge the critical strike in time, she still took a lot of damage to her striking leg. Oh no. She dropped to one knee and swore. Let me hell, Naruto sighed and put his blade away. Smack. Oh. With a gasp, Jin flew backwards. Brat, I'm not done with you. Tsunade struggled to her feet and screamed. Oh no. With a menacing snarl, Naruto rose from the floor and said, so you want to do this the hard way? All right, Hishoken? The woman tried to leap away, but her right leg failed, and her eyes widened as she saw an ice blade flying at her with incredible speed. OSHT, stab. Tsunade was hit squarely in the stomach by Naruto's technique. When Jin realized what he had just done, he muttered, oh damn. Sorry, I didn't think it would hit you. Let me assist you here. Shit off. I can help myself very well, Tsunade hissed as she withdrew the ice blade from her abdomen. She then performed some hand seals, causing her hand to glow green. With a raised eyebrow, Naruto said, medical jutsu? It appears that there is more to you than meets the eye, he concluded. Really? Tsunade remarked mockingly. Yeah, and you're a really good puncher. I nearly broke a rib out there. Well, You deserve it, for attempting to assist. Hurry up. Alright, alright. Alright, I apologize. Tsunade said, taking her hands off her already healed stomach. I just overreacted. Naruto's eyes grew wide. Gosh, that was quick. What did you expect? Snorted the blonde woman. You know, I'm not a famous medic for nothing. With a sideways head tilt, Jin said, a legendary medic? Kids these days, ever heard the name Tsunade? Tsunade said, shaking her head and starting to tend to her injured leg. With raised eyebrows, Naruto said, You're Tsunade? However, shouldn't you be around 60? 50. Alright, you're actually Tsunade, then? She gave a nod. Damn, I'm glad you're drunk like shit or I would have probably been a stain on the wall right now. Don't be so self-critical, Tsunade grinned. Jin Kasaragi. Hey, you say Kasaragi? Don't tell me you heard it, Jin said, giving her a doubtful look. In any case, I won't believe. Really? Tsunade grinned broadly and said, You see, I have an acquaintance. Maybe you've heard about him too. Jiraiya is his name. And he did hear about you, okay? Naruto gave a snort. Yes, exactly. From whom? Obviously from the residents of Kirigakure. Naruto's gaze expanded. I believed so. Fuck, what? My chakra is being disrupted by the alcohol. There is not enough for me to heal my leg. With a sigh, Naruto held out his hand and said, Come on, I'll take you to your place. Where do you reside? Not too far away. Hurrah, be careful, please. Sorry. After picking Tsunade up, Naruto encountered an issue. What was the issue? Naturally, it was how to carry her. In the end, he had to settle for bridal style after attempting piggyback style first, but Tsunade's breasts got in the way. He then attempted to drape her over his shoulder, but that proved to be a literal burden. I hurt myself in the middle of the night, and now I'm carrying a 50-year-old woman. Damn, that's so romantic, Naruto remarked cynically. Stop talking. It's not like I want to be in this position, Tsunade cried, putting her hands firmly around his neck. He answered, All right, I understand. Tell me, why do you gamble if you never win? That's the precise reason. Next time, I'm going to prevail. Damn, you're addicted, Naruto said, examining her doubtfully. I'm not. Yes, without even attempting to deny it, you are. Every man makes his own life decisions, so I won't judge you anyhow. Tsunade gave him an odd look. What do you have on a henge? Abruptly, she inquired. Why do you ask? No, because you sure as hell don't sound like a kid. Naruto laughed and said, There are a lot of situations that force you to mature rapidly. Looks like you're not that simple as well, Jin Kasaragi, Tsunade said, her eyes widening as the image of her deceased brother flashed before her. Is this it? Naruto pointed to the house and asked. Yeah, that's the motel I'm staying in right now. The blonde mercenary kicked the door open and said, Let's go then. The innkeeper said, Welcome back, miss. And, this will probably be a stupid question, but is the gentleman of age? Hell no. I didn't just think of that. Bad Tsunade. Tsunade told Jin, her cheeks blushing slightly. However, her astonishment was unbounded when he grinned in. No, we will violate the law, and if you're not going to let us in, then we will do that right here on your desk, Naruto said cunningly, his grin growing. The innkeeper's mouth dropped. What will it be, then? Fine. Here is your key. Naruto grinned and carried Tsunade upstairs, saying, Thank you. She said, Nice trick. Is there a medicine pack here? He opened the door and declared, I'm a rattlesnake. Jin put Tsunade on the bed and asked. Yeah, in the bathroom. He vanished behind the bathroom door and reappeared a minute later, saying, Okay, I'll be right back. Now I need you to take your pants off. You damn pervert, I'll do it like hell. Tsunade yelled angrily at him. Yes, I am. Naruto said, shocking her. But I would just say so if I wanted to fuck you. I was going to bandage your wound right now. You know, you definitely have a set of balls, the blonde medic said, simply staring at him. In front of me, no man would ever confess to being a pervert. Shrugging, Naruto said, What's the big deal? Bandaging Tsunade's leg, the mercenary questioned, If a man is not a pervert, then he is either frigid or moron. What? Why is that? He began by saying, Well, it's just, you women are just stupid sometimes. No, hold on, let me explain before you hit me. I take it you don't want a pervert? You're looking for a gentleman who will write you love letters, respect your feelings, and sing beneath your window, aren't you? In response, Tsunade said, I guess. But think about it. You meet this guy. An ideal gentleman who will compose poetry, perform serenades, and engage in other foolish activities. You like having him around and all that, but when it's all said and done, oh no, saying something like, you are not ready yet, or, first time must be fabulous, he would leave. In actuality, though, he is merely a coward who is unsure of where to put it. Eventually, you'll say something like, fuck me already. Now that's an interesting way to put it, the woman said, raising an eyebrow. Not only that, but also an honest one. What are you saying? I mean, at least perverts acknowledge that they like women's bodies, Naruto sighed. Why is it so awful? Saying something like, holy fuck. In my entire life, I have never seen a more attractive woman than you. Are you not going to be happy? I might, but that doesn't mean I'll relish being treated like a piece of meat. Damn you women and your prejudices. Jin slapped his face. You won't be viewed as a piece of meat because of it. Let's look at a girl who isn't particularly attractive. Will men treat her like a piece of meat, in your opinion? Absolutely not. Let's now contrast her with you and your enormous melons. Pervert, I'm grateful. Let's now contrast you with her. Although some men do view women as sex objects, let's not use them as an example. He's just a regular guy who has to choose between the two of you. He must first get to know you better, of course, but which of you and the unattractive girl do you think he will pick to know better? That's right, because a woman is first and foremost an attractive object, whether you like it or not. Everything else is a benefit. Fucking hell, Kasaragi, you sure have a way with words, Tsunade said, staring at him incredulously. You nearly convinced someone like me that perverts are cool. I mean shit. Did I? Almost. Since I've never encountered a pervert, who could have known where to put it or how to say it? Then you did a bad job of searching, but hey. Naruto grinned and said, now you know one. Tsunade cocked her head sideways and said, what? Who? Naruto pointed down at himself and said, you. With a laugh, Tsunade inquired. Yes, after all, I'm not even blushing as I gaze at you in your underwear. Good point actually. The doctor replied, you know, Jiraiya could learn something from you. What? How to be a man. Jin said, hey, if you say so, and spun around. Where are you heading? Hello. Tsunade hurriedly inquired. He said, out obviously. I got you here, I took care of your wound, or should I also help you to the toilet? Tsunade muttered, asshole, where are you staying? Nowhere actually, Naruto said, scratching the back of his head. I never had the opportunity to secure lodging for myself. I suppose it's better late than never. Hold on, you can stay here, if you'd like. Naruto's face broke into a leering grin. Oh, what am I listening to? Is the world's largest pervert hater, Princess Tsunade, inviting a pervert to stay at her house? Hell must be frozen over, shit. Stop making jokes already, will you be staying? After giving it some thought, Jin asked, is that free? Yeah, he undressed and said, then sure, I'll stay. Where should I sleep? Willn't bed suffice? Yes, it will. Do you want to have sex? What? Tsunade's eyes widened. No, shrugged Naruto. After that, I'm leaving. Good night. He turned away from her and hid under a blanket. Hold on, it's just, how can you be so bold? She called. Come on, Jin said, slapping his face. We are shinobi. The majority of ninjas don't live past their 30s, so people like you are truly an exception. Most likely, I won't even make it to my 20s. I have no time for shyness. You're referring to Kurigaka? The blonde medic inquired. Yes, it was a straightforward suicide. He paused, then said, but well, I'm not afraid of dying, so all problems will be gone. There was silence for a few seconds, and then, will you swear not to be too harsh? What? Naruto glanced back at himself. I didn't have sex in a while, Tsunade gulped. How much time? Very. Well, it's not like I'm going to use my Sharingan. And now that I'm looking at her, Naruto thought. All right, let me know if I'm being too harsh. He then ripped Tsunade's top in two and tossed her onto her back. Oh, the renowned physician yelled, you're too harsh. Avoid being absurd, Jin answered, we haven't even begun yet. Shit, they're real, he said, cupping her breast. I've been wondering since I saw them, so I just wanted to make sure they're real. Well, what were you anticipating? Tsunade exclaimed with pride. Well, fuck, what are they, an H-cup? Yeah. I would have done terrible things with these things. But hell, let's skip that and go straight for the Naruto spread Tsunade's legs wide. Bingo. What are you doing? Wait. She inquired. Well, you were depriving yourself for a while, aren't you? After taking off her underwear, he inquired. Tsunade gave a nod. Then let's relax you a little. Jin smirked and leaned forward, protruding his tongue as he spoke. Kaya. Tsunade's head arched backwards as she gasped, oh no, I've already forgotten that sensation. Tsunade's hands on the back of Naruto's head caused his smirk to widen. Oh, yes, exactly. Naruto laughed, using 2 fingers in place of his tongue. It's not a bad taste. Additionally, it appears that you still know how to properly use your pussy. How long has it been since your last fuck? How much time? 20, Tsunade said, biting her bottom lip. What is 20? 20 years. Naruto gasped for air. You're not serious. She blushed and turned her head away. You are. Holy cow. And I'd rather die. Stop talking and carry on. Tsunade exclaimed, wrapping her legs around his neck and pulling him closer. Ah, you wretched jerk. Why? Jin was able to inquire from his position. Why didn't you mention how skilled you are at it? We could have gone straight to this stage. Leaning back a little to speak more freely, Naruto bit her clit a little and said, well, I didn't know that you were so sexually frustrated. Yeah, Tsunade yelled in pleasure, and that moment something snapped inside of her. To hell with it, she hurried to stand up and changed places with Naruto, or rather, she made him take her place. My goodness, he spoke in a little surprise, talking about rough. Tsunade, however, was not paying attention. She had already removed his pants and her mouth dropped. That isn't possible. You're what, 15, she said. 14 actually. However, that isn't feasible. It is impossible to have something this large. Naruto smirked and shrugged, saying, I'm a genetic freak, what can I say? Are you going to do something at last, or are you just going to stare at it? With a sly smile, Tsunade said, oh, I'll do something okay. And I'll do that until your sperm run dry, she said, laying on top of him. That sounds good. Let me assist you. Naruto then took hold of Tsunade's hips and violently lowered her onto his dick. Ah, you're in so deep, yelled the blonde medic. Tsunade, stop shouting and get out of there. Grinning, Tsunade began to rise and fall. Tell me, just tell me one thing. Well, how, God, how is it possible for you to be both irresistible and such a bastard? As he started massaging her breasts, he said, a natural charm. Do you like this? Why yes, speak up. This is nice. Declare your love for my cock. Naruto's eyebrows shot up in perplexity as he said, where did that come from? Oh, indeed, I adore your cock. Tsunade let out an ecstatic scream. Holy fuck, she actually said it. Naruto's eyes widened. Yes, more quickly. You're on top, so move your ass faster if you want faster, Naruto shrugged. Instead of going up and down, Tsunade went back and forth. Oh, the medic moaned, feeling how Naruto's dick was rubbing against her insides. Kasaragi, I believe I am. Coming, yeah, but wait, I'm also close. Hold on. I'm not able to. Tsunade arched her back. Hold it, I said. Naruto persisted. Oh god, I can. I'm cuming. The woman twitched uncontrollably and screamed in orgasm. Gosh, with a curse, Naruto rolled onto his knees and said, open your mouth. Tsunade did so without protesting, only to have Naruto thrust his cock straight in. She moaned as she sucked on it, OSHT, it's coming. Mime. When Naruto exploded directly in Tsunade's mouth, her eyes widened. Too much, she thought, spitting some out and swallowing the remainder. Whoa, wiping his forehead, Jin exclaimed, that wasn't bad at all. He remarked, glancing down at Tsunade and, ha 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 ha, what's so amusing? Dangerous, she asked. Gosh, if your friend Jiraiya saw you like that, I believe he would give his left testicle. After giving it some thought, Tsunade began to laugh as well. Hee hee, yes, he would definitely give his hand, though I'm not sure about the testicle. Hey, what do you know? Jin asked abruptly. What? Tonight, you lost to me for the 3rd time. With victory, he said. With narrowed eyes, Tsunade snatched him by the hair and tossed him back onto the bed. This evening is not yet over. Let's see who will be laughing in the morning, she said, rising back to the top. Naruto simply responded with a smile. The following morning, Tsunade, who hadn't felt well for a while, rolled over on her bed and said, Kasaragi. The legendary medic asked, but received no response. Hey. Once more, silence. When the blonde woman turned over, her room was deserted. When she eventually noticed a note on the table, she said, Son of A, let's see what this bastard has to say. Hi, Tsunade, she read. I apologize for not giving you a relaxing massage in the morning, but I'm not yet retired and I have business to attend to. Thank you for the last night. People to murder and such. Well, who am I to tell you that? At that, Tsunade grinned a little, but then, Tsunade-sama. Shizune, where have you been? Shizune began her story, but stopped when she noticed Tsunade's condition. Sorry, I assumed you didn't sleep in your undies. With a downward glance, Tsunade said, well, it was hot and I couldn't sleep. I see. Shizune nodded. So, as I was explaining, I was assisting at the nearby hospital. Hold on, where are our funds? Tsunade-sama, don't tell me you were gambling once more. What? Tsunade shook her head. Obviously not. The cash is. She looked down at the money case, or more like the place it should have been. What? But yesterday, it was right there, and, her eyes grew wide, and she swiftly went back to the note. P.S. Rattlesnakes should never be trusted. As an added bonus, ha 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 ha. A bitch's son. Finish the flashback. You really thought I wouldn't be so forgiving of you. Naruto grinned and said, obviously not. He said as he produced a scroll. Jin, what is this? Tsubaki inquired. Jin responded, you said it's not worth your while, and a case materialized in a cloud of smoke. Oh, Tsunade's eyebrow went up. It has twice the amount I took from you. With bright eyes, the blonde medic said, well. And we're going to casino tonight. Deal. Nice to have business with you, oh, and Jiraiya. Jin smiled. Yeah, reluctantly, the toad hermit answered. Time to do the you-know-what. Son of a useless, miserable, cock-sucking, cum-drinking, Jiraiya said, going pale. Tsubaki walked next to Jin and inquired, how did you do that? Simple, you just need to know people's weak points. He responded, look at Tsunade for example. She obviously has no love for good old Konoha, but she has love for money and gambling. So what will you do? Hope for pity or try to give people what they want? The redhead nodded and said, good point. But why casino? Naruto's eyebrow went up. What, are you saying that you've never heard about Princess Tsunade? The worst gambler ever. Yeah, they actually called her the legendary sucker, because of that. Jiraiya continued. Jin retorted, that's not the real reason. Hey, I'm right here, you know. Jin gave a sheepish smile and said, Oppa, sorry. So, Jiraiya said abruptly. Kasaragi took your money. That's why you were so mad at him, right? Tsunade reddened a little. Well yeah, you sure there is nothing else? The medic yelled, yes, I'm sure. At him. Or do you want me to kick your? Tsunade-sama. Oh shit, Tsunade exclaimed, her eyes widening. What? Inquired Naruto. Shizune. Who? Shizune, my apprentice. Naruto's eyebrow went up. So. You'll see, Tsunade-sama, said Shizune, a black woman with black hair, as she approached them. Where do you? Oh, good evening, Jiraiya-sama. The toad hermit nodded and said, hello, Shizune. So, where do you think you're going, Tsunade-sama? Not casino I hope. Well Naruto cut in, and what if she is? What are you going to do about it, girl? Shizune's gaze expanded. I refuse to be pushed around by a brat. As she reached for her senbon needles, she thought. However. No. Tsunade seized her apprentice's arm in a flash. Do not fight him, ever. But Tsunade-sama, quiet, this is an order. Shizune dropped her head in embarrassment. I'm sorry, master. Jiraiya said, all right, let's not talk on the street. Right, Jin gave a nod, I know the best casino in town. But Tsunade-sama, casino is, Naruto yelled, oh, for Christ's sake, shut up already. How can you put up with such a noisy student? Tsunade gave a shrug, I manage. By the way, what was that about the best casino? Oh, we'll be there shortly. It's a place where only rich and professional gamblers are gathering. Tsunade's gaze brightened. Hell yeah, I'm going. Jiraiya said, yeah, I know of this place. But how do you know? Naruto gave a shrug. Tsubaki laughed when he declared, I'm a rattlesnake. The toad Sani narrowed his eyes and remarked, "That's not the answer I was hoping for." Naruto opened the door and said, "Oh, we're here. Too bad, because that's the only one you're going to get. You'll like it here and, Gato. Ho, if it isn't Rattlesnake," said the small man, grinning, as he got up his table. "Nice to see you again." The mercenary nodded and shook Gato's hand, saying, "Yeah, you too." The ship magnate went on, "Oh my, what company you have. Princess Tsunade herself and ho-ho. Even Jiraiya-sama is here." Tsunade grinned and said, "Gato. I heard you're one slimy motherfucker." Gato grinned broadly. "Ah, from Rattlesnake no doubt." "No, actually it was from Jiraiya." Gato gave Jiraiya a doubtful glance. "Shame on you, Jiraiya-sama, we have not even met." Jiraiya frowned. "I didn't need to meet you to know that you're a bastard." Suddenly the magnate said, "Motherfucker please. My parents were married, thank you very much. Now if you would grant me the honor of sharing my table." Jiraiya said sharply, "I'd rather not." Tsunade said, "Oh, and I don't mind. Gato seems like a funny guy." Gato's gaze brightened. "Oh, Tsunade-sama, I knew we were meant for each other from the moment I saw you." The renowned physician gazed at him in astonishment. "Please, my mistress, I know I'm married, but I will divorce my wife for the sake of our love. And I will make you the richest woman in the world." Tsunade laughed. She said, "Haha, that's very sweet of you, Gato, but my heart belongs to another." Then, to her surprise, two things occurred. Naruto cackled, "Ha ha 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 ha, come on, come on." Gato, however, frowned and reached for his wallet. He whispered, "Son of a bitch," and handed Naruto 100 ryo. Tsubaki questioned, what was that about?" With his money in his pocket, Naruto said, "Oh, just an old bet. He asks a girl to go out with him, and if she refuses then I get 100 ryo. The red-headed person pressed, "And if she accepts?" Jin smiled malevolently. "Then I quickly disappear. I hate losing." Talking of losing, Jiraiya reminded them. "Weren't you going to play?" "Hell yeah I was," said Tsunade. "Where is the poker table?" Wow, hold on a second." Naruto interrupted her speech. "These guys are good, really good. So what do you say if I play for you tonight?" When Tsunade recalled their earlier meeting, her eyes grew wide. "Ha, sure, clean these guys up." Gato called, "Hey, Rattlesnake. Yeah, these guys have a lot of money, but you were right when you said that they are good. So what you say we'll team up until they're all gone and then decide who will get the money between the two of us?" Naruto paused to reflect. "Fine, let's get it on." After an hour. "That is not possible, you're cheating." Another player lost after putting their all into the game. He put his hand on Naruto's chest. "Shame on you, buddy. You lost, take it like a man." Tsunade, who was standing behind Naruto, muttered, "Hey, Jiraiya. They busted 5 players already. How are they doing it?" In the words of the Toad Hermit, they are giving signals to each other. For example, right now Gato showed 3 fingers when only Naruto was watching. That probably means that he has 3 of a kind. Naruto abruptly yelled, "I raise," and raised the wager. And now Kasaragi is raising the bet a little to see everyone who is willing to play further. He's doing it also to make others think that he is dictating the game. Another card was drawn by the dealer, and another player exclaimed, "I raise," as though he had already won. And now that guy is confident he got something better because he betted so much. Naruto smirked as he tossed his cards aside and said, "I fold." Remaining in the game, Gato answered, "I call." "Ha, not smart, Paul. Straight." Gato smiled. "Full house." "Gato wins," said the dealer. "Fuck." Tsunade was staring with wonder. "Shit, perhaps I should ask him for a few lessons rather than constantly bitching." Well, Rattlesnake. Looks like it really came down to the two of us." "True, say, how about we bet it all on this one last game?" Gato pondered. Ha ha ha. You're on. Let's determine the fortune's chosen one." Tsunade yelled, "Hey, that's my money you're betting." Naruto gestured with his hand. "Don't worry about it, usual way is just too damn long." The dealer began, but Naruto interrupted, "Big blind is." He pushed all of his chips forward and said, "No need. All in." Gato smiled malevolently. He responded, "Let's do it, Rattlesnake." All in, and followed suit. The dealer whispered, Alright, and threw the cards. Open up, sure. At the same time, two players took their cards and turned them over. Gato received 2 kings, while Naruto received 2 and an ace. The magnate said, "Ho, a bad start, Rattlesnake. We'll see about that." When the dealer dealt the first 3 cards, Gato burst out laughing. An ace and 2 kings were involved. Ha ha ha, I got 4 kings, Rattlesnake. Fortune is with me today. Naruto merely smiled. Another ace was dealt to the dealer. Gato's brows knitted. The final word, "You can't be serious," died in his throat. Why? Because another ace was dealt by the dealer. The winner is Jin Kasaragi. Quiet, KH, kahahahaha. Gato chuckled as he pounded his fist against the table. You never cease to amaze me, Rattlesnake. Tell me how. Naruto grinned broadly and shrugged. Just pure luck, pal, nothing more. Huh, Tsunade asked, staring at Gato bewildered. You've lost everything, why do you laugh? The magnate laughed and said, everything. Haha, a funny joke. What did I lose? 800,000. Please, that won't even be a noticeable withdrawal from my account. Jiraiya's eyebrow went up. I didn't know you were that rich. Hey, smirked Gato. After my depart from Wave Country I got my things settled up in Sea Country. It is a very rich country, but they were deep in shit with some kaima. I hired some goons and they took it out. Apparently, oh you will love this, it was an experiment of your old pal Orochimaru. A girl who underwent incomplete transformation. It was Tsunade who said, and what did you do? What else? Killed her of course. Naruto handed Tsunade all of his money and said, good man. Here, I believe these are yours. Hey, that's 5 times the amount it was. Are you sure? Naruto gave a snort. Of course, money has no meaning for me right now. Gato said, I'd take the money, Tsunade-sama. He won't offer it a second time. The slug mistress took the big bag and nodded, saying, okay then. According to Jin, alright, we had our fun. Time to have some rest, where are you staying? Tsunade answered, Tanzaku Plaza. Ho, cried Gato. That's my hotel. Really? The magnate said, yeah, bought it today. That's why I'm here actually. But since I enjoyed your company so much, what the hell, your stay is for free. Tsunade grinned at the little man and said, thank you, Gato. Jin was right, about you. He pondered, being slimy motherfucker. The blonde medic said, no. About. Good man, part. Why thank you. Feel free to visit anytime. And Rattlesnake. Yeah, if you ever need a job, I know where to find you. Gato nodded his head, saying, right. The ship magnate turned around and left after saying, good night and enjoy your stay. Tsunade said, well, that sure was entertaining. Let's get Shizune and Tsubaki and, where are they by the way? Whoa, Jiraiya looked around. I guess that's our answer. A small group of people were present. As Naruto and 2 Sanins approached, they noticed Tsubaki seated on the ground. Tsubaki uttered the words, Han, and, whoa. Tsubaki-san is amazing, stated Shizune, who suddenly materialized. She won 32 games in a row. Naruto turned back to Tsubaki and asked, oh really? Cho or Han? The redhead paused to think. Han. Whoa, that is not possible, you are cheating. Tsubaki looked up slightly alarmed. No, the man who had just accused Tsubaki exclaimed, collapsing. Jin held a blood-stained sword in his hand and said, if anyone accuses this girl of cheating one more time, he will die. That was your first and final warning. Jiraiya yelled, oi, stop it right now, Kasaragi. Naruto sheathed his blade and said, tch, fine. Come on, Tsubaki, we're leaving. Tanzaku Plaza. Jin. Yeah, Tsubaki remarked, thanks for standing up to me. Naruto gave her a smile. It's nothing, girl, I'm here to protect you after all. Tsubaki grinned and leaned in, saying, you must always keep your eyes on me. Jin also leaned in closer, but he said, yes, in day and night. Dangerously, Jiraiya yelled, avoid Hokage's daughter, Kasaragi. You must guard her, and not seduce. With a frown, Naruto was about to tell Jiraiya what he thought of all his demands when the woman behind the counter said, you are our special customers. Here are your keys, Tsunade-sama, but I have to disappoint the rest of you. We have only 2 spare rooms, so 2 of you will have to live together. Pointing at Jiraiya, Naruto yelled, I'm not staying with him. Instead, the toad hermit retorted, and I won't let you share the room with Tsubaki-chan. Hokage's daughter answered, then I guess I will stay with Jiraiya-sama. Tsunade's gaze expanded, are you really going to stay with him? Well yes. As he walked upstairs, the renowned medic said, I envy your guts. The room of Naruto. While lying on his bed and gazing up at the ceiling, Naruto muttered, damn that's boring, I hope Tsubaki will be able to come, but with that long-haired frog-stinking cocksucker, he exhaled. Life is shit. His door opened abruptly. Oh, so you actually came, Tsunade. What the hell are you doing here? Blonde Sannin gave a menacing smile. She lowered her robe to the ground and questioned, did you really think that I will simply agree to your terms without demanding a rematch? Naruto received a hard-on right away. Shit, that was hot. Tsunade laughed, observing his response, HM, did you miss me that much? Naruto returned the smile. If I say yes, will it give me some bonuses? She knelt in front of the bed and said, maybe. By the way, we forgot about it last time. When she sandwiched his best part between her massive breasts, Naruto's eyebrows shot upward. Let's see now who will laugh when the morning comes. Beyond Naruto's window, Kasaragi, I'll find out what you're concealing. Gazing through the window at Naruto, Jiraiya pondered. The door then opened. Aha! In triumph, the toad hermit reflected. Wait a minute, that's not Tsubaki. I knew he was training Tsubaki-chan to be his sex slave so he could. Tsunade entered. Tsunade. When Tsunade threw her robe to the ground, Jiraiya's mind was racing. What is she doing? No, hold on, remember it. Trying to stop his nosebleed, he mentally yelled. However, why would she act in that manner? Kneeling in front of the bed, Tsunade got ready to do the you-know-what. Jiraiya's gaze expanded. No, I must stop. When Tsunade began to do the you-know-what. Jiraiya sat silently for a while. But then, he pulled out his notebook. You do realize that I never came here and saw anything. The following morning, Tsunade rolled in her bed with a joyful moan. Oi! Quiet. Hey, Kasaragi. Once more, silence. Tsunade's eyes opened. Yes, one note and no jin. She muttered, son of a, as she took the note. Hey, sleeping beauty, I apologize for compromising us in that way again, but I can't do it. Jin, I won again, by the way. Ha 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 ha. At least you have the money, PPS. Bitch, Tsunade concluded, grinning as she tore up Jin's note. Out of town. With a curious glance at Jiraiya, Jin questioned, what's the matter with you? You look like you have won a country in a lottery. Jiraiya did indeed look amazing, but I suppose I should keep my happiness to myself since I now have enough material for at least 5 books. He pondered. It was true that he detested seeing Tsunade with someone else. However, after witnessing her behavior, he made the decision to bury his hatred deep within himself. To which the hermit replied, who knows, maybe I did. Tsunade glared back, or maybe you spied at hot springs again. Jiraiya yelled in terror, what are you saying? Of course I didn't. Ha ha ha, chuckled the renowned physician, you're so funny, I don't care if you did. The size of the diner plates caused Jiraiya's eyes to widen. You what? Hey, I just came to understand a man's nature better, she said. A Rasengan was made by Jiraiya. Who are you, and what did you do to the real Tsunade? Tsunade waved him away, saying, calm down, old pervert. I'm real. Jiraiya's Rasengan exploded in his hand as she was finishing her sentence. You on the other hand. Tsubaki hurried over to Jiraiya and exclaimed, Jiraiya-san. Jiraiya then collapsed to his knees and began to convulse in agony. What is happening to him? Shizune rushed over and said, let me see, Tsubaki-chan. He has been poisoned. But when? With his eyes narrowed, Naruto said, during breakfast. I knew I saw that waitress bitch somewhere. Nice eye, rattlesnake. Jin whirled around. Orochimaru. He glared menacingly. Kukuku. Nice to see you again, Rattlesnake-kun. Naruto tightened his jaw. It was obvious that Orochimaru was enjoying the moment. Orochimaru, yelled Tsubaki angrily. She drew a 3-pronged kunai and sprang forward, declaring, you hurt my father, I will have my revenge. However, Hessenden, the red-haired girl stopped in her tracks as a number of projectiles hit the ground in front of her. As he landed in front of his master, an albino man with 2 red dots on his forehead said, you will not raise your hand against Orochimaru-sama. Long time no see, Jin. It was Naruto who growled, Kimimaro. Tsunade chuckled, huh, you know him. Unfortunately I do. Why unfortunately? Naruto hesitated. Because he's good, really good. And if not for his illness he would have been the main threat, not Orochimaru. Kimimaro grinned. It's good to see that you still hold me in such high regards, old friend. Naruto returned the grin. His smirk vanished as he asked, how could I not after all these years of practicing together? But you should know better than to challenge me right now. You couldn't best me before, and right now you're on the verge of death. Orochimaru interrupted, actually, that's the exact reason we're here. You can come out now. 3 individuals emerged from the shrubbery. A girl with red hair and glasses who appeared so scared that she would have screamed and fled at any moment. A man with 2 heads then appeared, and at last. Jin's gaze expanded. To Yuya, she turned away as soon as he attempted to meet her eyes. Orochimaru gestured to the girl wearing glasses and said, this is Karen. And she has a rare talent in medicine. In fact, she can cure almost anything. But the thing is, she lacks experience. And that is where you come in, Tsunade. He said with a wicked grin. The renowned physician scowled. What do you want from me? The summoner of snakes sighed. Well, Kasaragi was right about one thing. Kimimaro-kun here has a lethal illness that will kill him in a few months. Now Karen believes that she will be able to cure it, but she has never faced cases like this one before and the time is running short. So we need your help, Tsunade. Tsunade said, oh, and what do I get out of it? Orochimaru grinned broadly. What did you get out of helping Jiraiya? How about 8 million ryo? Snake Sanin's eyebrow went up. I certainly wasn't anticipating that, he thought. Well, I don't have that much money, so I guess we'll simply kill you all if you refuse. Tsunade's expression became stern. And you really believe you can do that? You bet your old wrinkled ass I can. In the meantime, Naruto looked at Tayuya. What on earth are you doing in this place? He gave a mouthful. Tayuya simply pointed at Orochimaru while rolling her eyes. How about you, jerk? Naruto grinned. He pointed to Tsubaki and thought, it's still the same name. At last, Tsunade said, I refuse. Well, that's just too bad. Orochimaru stabbed his own palm with a kunai after saying that. Tsunade's eyes widened instantly, and her body began to tremble. Blood, blood, murmuring, oh fucking no, Naruto said. Tsubaki questioned, what's wrong with her? Jin snarled and knelt before the trembling medic, saying, I forgot she's a fucking hemophobiac. He repeated, Tsunade. When she didn't answer, he slapped her. Tsunade. Why yes. Will you be able to neutralize poison in Jiraiya's body? I believe I will. Naruto stood up and said, then do it. Now, forget about the blood and turn around. Don't look at anything that's gonna happen right now, concentrate only on Jiraiya's body. Tsunade's eyes were filled with fear as she gazed at him. But what about Orochimaru and? Drawing his sword, Naruto declared, I'll take them. As the blonde woman exclaimed, don't be ridiculous, Kasaragi. You won't be able to. I will. Tsubaki hurried to his side and said, wait, Jin. I will aid you. Shizune also ran over. Yes, I will too. With composure, Naruto said, no, you will not. You both will protect Tsunade. She is our mission. Besides, she is defenseless now, but if she cures Jiraiya, then it's a victory. But Jin, objected Tsubaki, you can't fight all of them. Jin said, advancing, no, I will only have to face 2. Just one thing, Tsubaki, if you see an opening, try to eliminate that girl in glasses. Hi, but if things will go bad, you will not enter this fight. Promise me. But I promise. Tsubaki let out a sigh. Very well, I promise. Naruto turned away entirely and turned to face Kimimaro and Orochimaru, saying, good. The albino began, you know, she was right. Do you really think you can take on Orochimaru-sama and myself at the same time? Naruto gave a shrug, I don't really have a choice in the matter. According to the snake Sanin, Kukuku. You did. He then opened his mouth and pulled out the Kusanagi sword, saying, even though you went with the worst option, I can still make Tsunade help me. But I guess I'll just have to go through you first. Kimimaro let out a sigh. Please, Jin, you know you can't win this fight. Do what we ask and no harm will come to you and your friends. Made Naruto laugh. Do what you ask. You mean let Tsunade help you? Well, I can't really do that, it will be meaningless, after all, I have spent all those months poisoning your food not so you could be healed afterwards. Even Orochimaru was a little taken aback, and Albino's eyes widened. Kimimaro whispered, You poisoned me. So this is not an illness then. This is all you're doing. Defensively, Naruto raised his hands. Hey, guilty. I thought we were friends. I thought so too, until that day. A flashback. Clang. Dua. Kimimaro landed on one knee with a grunt. Naruto sheathed his sword and said, Very good, buddy. You almost had me just now. With a sly smile, Kimimaro got to his feet. I swear that one day I will be able to pierce through your defense. Naruto remarked, maybe, as they both took a seat on a bench to rest. Say, Kimimaro. Are we friends? I guess. And what does that mean to you? Kimimaro was genuinely surprised by the question, and his eyes widened. I don't know. Well, let me ask you this then. If I ask you to do something, will you do it? Yes. And if I ask you to kill someone? Yes. And if it's Orochimaru? Kimimaro hesitated. No. Naruto paused now. And what if Orochimaru will order you to kill me? Will you do it? Without hesitation, Naruto averted his gaze. I see. Well, I guess our break is over then. Let's continue. Finish the flashback. Naruto asked, laughing. Do you remember that day, Kimimaro? I do. That was the first time I actually saw you as an obstacle. I knew that one day I will have to face Orochimaru in a death match and you will be right there, trying to protect your master with your useless life. Kimimaro tightened his jaw. As long as I am alive, no one will harm Orochimaru-sama. And you are not an exception, Rattlesnake. He yelled, forming a sword out of his shoulder. In response, Naruto glared and assumed a fighting stance. That's the difference between us, you damn puppet. The only dreams I carry with me are my own. And I will not let anyone stand in my way, especially imbeciles like you. Jin, Kimimaro, Clang. They brought their blades forward and ran at each other at breakneck speed, causing some sparks to fly. Naruto said ominously, attempting to subdue his longtime friend, You cannot win against me, Kimimaro. Kimimaro pushed the blonde away and exclaimed, Yes, I can. As long as I have Orochimaru-sama. Hessenden. Naruto dodged multiple finger bullets by rushing to the side, but Orochimaru struck from behind and said, You haven't forgotten about me, have you? With a menacing smile. Naruto's body was easily pierced by Kusanagi's sword, but it quickly turned to ice and crumbled. Shit! Exclaimed Orochimaru, turning around. When Orochimaru's body melted in the dirt, Naruto's rage knew no bounds. Harensu. He swung his sword forward, cleaving Sanin's body in half. The blonde frowned and said, Tch. Kukuku. Orochimaru from the subterranean laughed. Not so sharp without your little advantages. He laughed. He's right, damn it. Without Sharingan, it will be much more difficult to fight him, Jin reflected. He turned to face his other opponent and said, Orochimaru will just keep doing the damn kawarimi, but I could bode with Kimimaro's speed and technique. First, I'll have to take him out. After having that thought, he charged at Kimimaro once more and engaged him in a furious sword duel. What a battle! As he watched from the sidelines, Tsubaki pondered. I now understand why Jin wanted me to avoid getting involved in this. Whether I was Hiraishin or not, I would have died right away if I had even approached that Kimimaro guy. She glanced at the girl with the glasses and her two bodyguards. She narrowed her eyes and said, Don't worry, I understand my role now. Just one opening. Just one. Kimimaro yelled, while slashing with two swords. However, this left his chest exposed. Furthermore, even though Naruto was too far away to use a sword. Hishoken. He threw a sharp ice blade at Kimimaro's chest with a wave of his hand. Gwa. The albino exclaimed as Naruto's blade struck him in the head, causing him to drop to his knees. When Orochimaru saw this, he became furious. Mad Sanin rushed forward, calling out, Rattlesnake. Naruto made the sensible decision to leap aside. You will pay for that. Naruto smiled. I doubt it. That leaves just you and me, Orochimaru. Do you think you of all people can make me pay? Fire blazed in Orochimaru's eyes, and Naruto gazed at him bewildered. What's bothering him? He pondered. He appears to be fighting with himself over something. However, what is he capable of? Jin's heart skipped a beat. Oh fucking shit. Holy fucking hell. He is aware. He recognizes me as Naruto. He is aware of it. Hold on a minute, then why didn't he? For a while, he pondered. What will he gain from it? Of course, I will be compromised. What is he going to lose? Yes, exactly. More than anything, what does Orochi-chan desire? The Uchiha. However, Sasuke-kun is pursuing my head. And only Orochimaru knows who I really am, or at least that's what he believes. And that's the main reason Sasuke is looking for old Orochi. That's it, then. He must keep my secret or he will miss his best chance to win Sasuke. Ha 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 ha. Naruto roared with laughter. Snake user questioned, what are you laughing about, Kasaragi? Are you insane? Nah, it's just, I have just realized why you can't tell what you really want. Ha 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 ha. Orochimaru raised his blade. You son of a bitch. I don't care anymore, you're going down. The voice of Kimimaro said, wait, Orochimaru-sama, from behind. Orochimaru sacked, looking over his shoulder, Kimimaro-kun. The albino said, I can still fight, as his changes began. I will fight, to uncover the truth of this world, alongside you, Orochimaru-sama. Oh shit, swore Naruto. Jin, exclaimed Tsubaki. Tesenka no mai, exclaimed Kimimaro, pulling out his own back. Die, rattlesnake. When Yukianessa was brought up to defend against Kimimaro's homemade whip, the whip wrapped around the blade and held it in place rather than just blocking. Hana, suddenly, a sharp spear encircled Kimimaro's left hand. A moment later, the spear was stabbed into Naruto's stomach. Ah, Naruto let out a painful gasp. Tsubaki yelled, Jin, but was stopped by Shizun's hand. No, let me go. He needs me. Not right now, the medic with the black hair said. It is too dangerous. But Tsunade abruptly said, without pausing her work, don't rush, Tsubaki-chan. This guy is tougher than he looks. Tsubaki nearly gasped in surprise as he turned to face Jin again. Once more, Naruto raised his blade and attempted to decapitate his old friend. Kimimaro frowned and leapt away, saying, TCH. You can't just go down that easily, can't you, rattlesnake? HM. Naruto smiled and pulled the spear away from his abdomen. Ouch, that hurt, you know. Smirking, Orochimaru yelled, give up, Kasaragi. There is no way you can possibly win without using any of your advantages, and we both know you can't do that right now. Oh really? Naruto's expression mirrored Orochimaru's. Looks like your memory is failing you. When the snake Sannin asked, what do you mean by that? With his sword raised vertically in front of his face and his right hand resting on the hilt, Naruto declared, there is something I can use, even right now. Dai Roku Kusoku Kikan Kaihao. Jigen Kanshu Kaiasu Hujin Tenkai. Deployed Dimension Interference Field, released Restriction 666. When dark energy began to swirl around Naruto's body, Orochimaru's eyes widened. He was aware of his former apprentice's actions. Naturally, he made this device, so how could he not be aware of this? He yelled, no, don't let that happen, and Kimimaro hurried forward once more, only to be evaded by a flurry of flying senbons. Shizun grinned and said, he never asked me not to interfere. Code. SOL Bray Brew, Keto. Naruto's eyes turned yellow as the dark energy surged into his body. Hee ha 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 ha. Let's see who can't win now. Orochimaru was completely insane. My device was just used by that bastard. He removed all of Kyuubi's physical obstacles from him. And since Kyuubi's chakra surge won't occur, nobody will even notice. It's useless to fight any longer. He was going to order the withdrawal when Kimimaro gave him a fierce look. I don't know what you just did, but it will not be enough to stop me. Orochimaru cried out, Kimimaro-kun, no, but it was too late. HN. Naruto grinned and used his bare hand to grab Kimimaro's spear. I am. Impossible. HM. No, not impossible. Simply beyond your comprehension, Hiransu. Kimimaro let out an agonized, ah, as Naruto's blow penetrated his bone defense and produced a thick gush. Grr, snarled Orochimaru. You bastard, took you long enough to figure. Abruptly, the snake Sannin's head turned. He said, all right, then, you took away my prize, I'll take away yours, and hurried directly toward Tsunade. Shizun cried out, Tsunade-sama, as Orochimaru rushed past her and Tsubaki. The renowned physician only had time to turn around prior to stab, before she noticed Kusanagi's sword protruding from Jin's chest. Even Orochimaru was taken aback by this. For heaven's sake, He could never have imagined Jin Kasaragi covering someone with his body. In fact, he was shocked for another reason. He still needed Jin alive in spite of everything he said and said. Sasuke desires the head of Naruto. Since Naruto is Jin and Sasuke won't look for him if Jin is dead, it stands to reason that he won't look for Orochimaru either. The snake user pulled out his sword and said, "Fool. Why protect her? What is she to you?" With a grunt, Naruto dropped to one knee. "Hey, cough. I guess I just love her sandwiches too much, cough." Calling her master, Teiwa said, "Orochimaru-sama? Kimimaro needs immediate treatment." Orochimaru frowned angrily. He lowered his sword, saying, "We will meet again, Rattlesnake. Withdraw, now." Everyone gave a nod and vanished as swiftly as they had appeared. Jin. Tsubaki hurried over to Naruto's side right away. "You're hurt. You need medical tray." He cut in, "No, not really." Tsunade checked Kasaragi with her ninjutsu and said, "Be quiet, Kasaragi. Shizune, finish with Jiraiya. Once he wakes up, hit him in the balls." Shizune's gaze expanded. But Tsunade gave an eye roll. As she began her healing technique, she exclaimed, "It was a joke, damn it. Now get to work." "Don't worry, Jin. You will be alright in no time." Naruto's eyebrow went up. "Oh, so it's Jin now? Not brat, or kid, or any other shit?" Tsunade grinned. "After saving my life? Yes, I guess you're Jin now." Naruto muttered, attempting to calm himself, "Thanks, deactivating it before I was hit is a good thing. If that hadn't been done, the wound would have healed instantly. This way, at least, I won't cause suspicion." Jin? Yes, Tsubaki. I wanted to thank you." "Eh? What for?" Tsubaki bit her bottom lip and said, for removing me from this fight. You were right. I would have simply died out there." "Oh, well, you're welcome." Additionally, she added, "And also, I saw what you did. It was incredible. You fought off a Sannin and another powerful enemy by yourself. I want to be like you. I want to become stronger. Will you help me?" Tsunade answered on his behalf, "Oh, he will. Only after you tell me how good he is in bed." Tsubaki blurted out, "Oh, he's great," before realizing what she had just done. I didn't mean." "Oh, I doubt you didn't. Were you the one who came onto him?" Tsubaki just turned red. "I thought so." Nato laughed and snorted. Great Tsunade turned into a pervert. What's next? Jiraiya falls in love with your apprentice. All of a sudden. What? I died and seeing an angel. Jiraiya's voice sounded abruptly. According to Tsunade, next time you have a predicament, keep it to yourself. No Sato Konohagakure. The office of the Hokage. Minato muttered, "Damn it, here we go again," as she signed another document. "I almost miss my coma." It's true that the legendary Yondaime Hokage was eventually discharged from the hospital and allowed to resume his duties, much to the delight of his wife. Yes, she was working on everything while he was away. "Fuck it all," swore the Hokage. "I would much rather fight Raikage, at least he can give me some challenge." Still, his mind went back to the attack day. What was that back then? It sure as hell wasn't Orochimaru, I just know it. But if not Orochimaru, then who? No one was there, and no one could, except Tsubaki. But there is no way she's strong enough to put me in a coma in a matter of seconds. As she opened the door, a female voice said, "You're wondering about it again?" Minato's gaze brightened. "Kushina, finally I see something pleasant today." The woman laughed and said, HM, enjoying your work I see." Yondaime frowned and said, "TCH. Fine, laugh all you want. Laugh at your poor husband, who bought that tale about how great it is to be a Hokage. Ha ha ha, relax, Minato. At least I'm not worrying sick about your safety every freaking day." "Yeah, instead we have to worry about our daughter." Kushina frowned and said, "Yeah, but at least now we have someone who can look after her while we cannot." Minato's eyebrow went up. "Really? Who? Jin Kasaragi?" Minato instantly raised his second eyebrow. "What do you mean, Jin Kasaragi?" "Didn't I tell you?" reciprocated Kushina. "Tell me what?" "I sent him with Jiraiya and Tsubaki for our girl's protection, and that was the right decision. He managed to save her life on that journey." "Oh," was Yondaime's silent response. "Well, I still don't trust him." "Come on, Minato," exclaimed the woman. "It's clearly that Tsubaki is head over heels about that guy. That's exactly why I don't like him. You are a very hard man, you know that." Minato grinned. Sure, especially in certain parts. Kushina's brows went up. Did you just mean what I think you mean? Hokage grinned more broadly. I already ordered another desk this morning. Konoha Street. That movie was so nice, Sakura said, her eyes full of love. What do you think, Sasuke-kun? I guess. What about you, Tsubaki? Though she also recalled how she used red chakra and how Jin used some weird black one, she said, well, the movie itself was nice, but what was that about 7-colored chakra? Chakra is always blue. Sasuke nodded in agreement with her, saying, yes, true. Why do you think Kakashi asked us to watch this film? Tsubaki gave a shrug. She hurriedly shoved Sasuke aside, preventing him from being hurried over by a horse. I don't know and, look out, she said. Thanks, said the Uchiha. You're welcome, but why was she in such a hurry? Abruptly, 4 additional horsemen rushed past them, encircling the unidentified woman. Hey, cried Sakura. She exclaimed, that's Fujikaze Yukie. What is she doing here? I don't know, Tsubaki said, but perhaps we should help her. Let's come closer. Please, Yukie-san, shouted an elderly man. Stop these useless actions, only you can play Princess Funen. I refuse, Yukie shouted. There is no way I'm going to that country again. If you refuse to play, then I will make sure that you will never work as an actress again. I don't care, leave me alone, Sandayu. Tsubaki made the decision to step in and ask, hey, what's going on here? With a scowl and a knuckle crack, Sasuke added, you have exactly 10 seconds to explain. With an apologetic smile, the elderly man turned to face them. Oh, I'm sorry for the confusion. My name is Sandayu, and I'm Yukie-san's producer. Ah, I see, Tsubaki gave a comprehension-filled nod. So what is the problem then? Sandayu started, well, in order to make this movie we need to go to Snow Country, and Yukie-san here. I will not go there, exclaimed the actress, and you won't make me. Yes, Yukie-san is afraid of something. We even went as far as ordering a team of shinobi to guard us in our trip. Sakura's gaze expanded. Wait a second, that's why Kakashi-sensei told us to watch that movie. We are your team. Sasuke said, yes, it seems that way. Yukie yelled, it doesn't matter. Once more. Shinobi or not, I'm not going to that damn country. Tsubaki let out a sigh. Alright, let's try this, Yukie-san, it's clear to me that you're afraid to go there. But you should embrace your fears instead of running from them. Look them in the eye and, fuck. Where is Jin when I need him? His convincing speeches are so much better. This made Sasuke frown. But, Jin? Yukie inquired abruptly. As in Jin Kasaragi? Yeah. The actress's gaze brightened. You know him? Tell me that you do? I do. Sasuke said, we all do in fact. Yukie exhaled a sigh of relief, thank God. Please take me to him. Konoha Medical Center. Ah. Yes. Tsunade exclaimed joyfully as her back repeatedly struck the wall. Naruto rolled his eyes and said, you do realize that it was supposed to be a simple medical checkup? The medic wrapped her legs around his torso and screamed, yeah, but I just can't help it. Fuck me harder. Naruto grunted, damn, don't squeeze me so tight, or I'll. However, he was unable to complete because Tsunade's back arched at that precise moment. She screamed, as a mind-shattering orgasm overtook her. Naruto squinted as a sudden feeling sent him over the edge. Oh shit, he said. But he was unable to pull out because Tsunade's legs were wrapped around him. In order to release his load of hot cum deep inside her womb, he did the only thing he could. Push as deep as he could. Huff, huff, Tsunade gasped and then thrust her tongue into Naruto's mouth for a passionate kiss. He groaned, then withdrew a few seconds later. Thanks, that was refreshing. Tsunade responded, you're a motherfucker, Kasaragi. Jin let her down by saying, sure thing, mommy. Are you able to stand? Tsunade stood up and began putting her clothes back on, saying, I think so. I can't believe I'm enjoying sex with a kid. With a zip of his pants, Naruto exclaimed, hey, that kid made you pass out twice. By the way, you do know that Anko was standing outside of this door the entire time? The doctor grinned. Nah, don't worry. This is a soundproof room, she didn't hear a thing. Just before opening the door, Naruto looked over his shoulder as he prepared to depart. Oh, okay then, in his words. Also, think of another reason to call me here. This has been my 14th medical checkup this week. Fine. Now get the fuck out of here. I have a job to do. Naruto laughed, HM, and walked out of the room. Anko reprimanded, damn, what took you? And rose from her seat. She glanced at her watch and said, that was one long checkup. Why? She was checking me for 3 minutes, and you, 47, what was she checking? The back of her head was scratched by Naruto. Well, I don't know. Ask her next time. Anko yelled, you bet your ass I will. Now let's go, we have more missions to kill people. Naruto grinned. Anko, you're the best sensei I could have hoped for. Outside. Anko pointed to the Hokage Tower and said, so, how do you want to do this? Speed run? Combat run? Or maybe you will simply carry me back to your place and we'll go 2 hours later? Naruto's eyebrow went up. Anko was just fucking asking for it, so sure, he wouldn't mind at any other time. However, after spending nearly an hour with Tsunade. No, maybe another time. The Kunoichi sulked, then. The cat-masked Anbu member called out, Anko, and landed in front of them. Jin said, oh, it's Ryuga-san. How are you doing? Ryuga nodded and said, okay, thanks. But I am here to give you a message. You are ordered to be at the Hokage Tower ASAP. Me or Anko? Both. All right, speedrun it is, Naruto exclaimed as he bounded ahead. Anko ran after him and yelled, hey, get back here, you cheating son of a bitch, instead. The office of the Hokage. As Minato massaged his temples, he thought, damn, I think I'm getting old. It seems that Fujikaze Yukie, the actress, was attempting to endanger one of his missions. Who cares that the poor girl doesn't want to visit Snow Country? Of course I don't. Even though this girl was already on Minato's bad list, she was already in the top 50 after requesting Kasaragi's presence. The door then opened. Hokage-sama? Anko said as he walked into the workplace. Were you requesting for our presence? Minato began by saying, yes, but, Jin, Yukie hurried over to embrace Naruto as he just stepped inside. Confusion gripped Naruto as he muttered, what the, Yukie? What are you doing here? The actress exclaimed, they want to bring me back, instead, back to Snow Country. Naruto squinted his eyes. Who wants to do that? According to Yukie, my producer, then two things occurred. Sandayu was abruptly struck in the left eye by the tip of Jin's katana, and Jin then placed Minato's kunai on his throat. Father! Exclaimed Tsubaki. Ignoring his daughter, Yondaime ordered, lower your weapon, Kasaragi. This is your only warning. Jin turned away from Minato. Who are you? He asked, looking Sandayu directly in the eye, not the one he was nearly prodding with his blade. I'm Yukie-san's Produ, Naruto cut in, don't give me this crap. Tell me who you really are. Minato said, I won't repeat myself, Kasaragi. Either you. Naruto lowered his sword as Sandayu said, I am a samurai of 50th Brigade under the true ruler of Snow Country, Kazuhana Sosetsu-sama. With a click, he sheathed his katana and it vanished from his grasp. Just as I expected. Now tell me why you want Yukie there. Sandayu frowned. Our people are losing hope. We need a symbol, a reason to fight for. Slam. Jin slammed the elderly man against the wall after swiftly ducking beneath Minato's kunai. Many were taken aback by that, and Tsubaki even let out a gasp. Jin is more irate than she has ever seen him. Naruto screamed, you selfish son of a bitch. I understand that you stubborn morons are just looking for a way to die, and I'm fine with that. You are old and useless, just like your people, and if you all die, nobody will miss you. But you're not satisfied with that, oh no. You need to bring an innocent girl down with you simply because she is the daughter of a weak leader. And you will ruin her career just because your damn people want hope. How dare you, rejoined Sandayu. Sosetsu-sama was great and kind man. He was generous and... Suddenly, Naruto said, and weak. Because he died like a useless fool and left his only child with nothing but nightmares. TCH. Gritted Sandayu's teeth. Koyuki Haim. How can you allow this ingrate to speak such words about your own father? Yukie gave him a stoic look. I can, because I agree with him completely, and don't you dare calling him ingrate. He's worth more than all your people altogether. Koyuki Haim, putting his hand on Genin's shoulder, Minato uttered the words, enough, Kasaragi. Put the man down. TCH, fine, Naruto let go and let the elderly man drop to his knees. Sandayu said, cough, Hokage-sama, once more. I paid you a lot of money for this mission. Yondaime's eyebrows went up. Well, that's true. Naruto's gaze expanded. Wait, you can't let him do that. Yes, I understand that. But a mission is a mission. Jin, muttered Yukie. Naruto scowled. Sorry, Yukie. Looks like my hands are tied this time. I'm still a genin and I don't have any authority here. The actress cast a downward glance. She looked up sharply, then said, I understand. Hokage-sama? Yes. I'd like to make an additional request for this mission. Yukie said. I request Jin Kasaragi's presence on this mission. Minato was about to say no when he realized that the payment was more than nice because it was an A- ranked mission. Well, Kasaragi is still a genin, so he will have to go with his sensei Enko here and that would cost. I don't care. Name any price. Sasuke gave a scowl. I don't think his presence will be necessary, Yukie-san. Our team is quite capable of defending you. Yukie interrupted him abruptly. I will decide what is necessary, boy. So, do you agree, Hokage-sama? Sold. Yondaime smiled as he pondered this. Nice to have business with you, miss. Open ocean. The upper deck of the ship. I'm sorry I couldn't stop it. Naruto frowned and said this. Yukie gave him a sorrowful smile and said, It's okay. I understand that you did all you could. The blonde said, Not all, but I did everything that was allowed at that time. Still, you're here, going back to your precious family. Yeah, but at least I have you with me, so I'm not losing all hope. Right, don't lose it. That's all people like you and I have. The actress gave him a look as though she had something to say, but one of the employees called, Yukie-san. We are ready to begin the filming. Yukie said, coming, and turned to leave Jin. Let's talk later. Naruto said, yeah, and turned to face the water. Jin? Naruto looked around. Yes, Tsubaki? The red-haired girl approached, biting her bottom lip. It looks like you know Yukie-san pretty well. The blonde scowled. You could say that. Oh, 2 arms encircled his neck, and a pair of breasts made contact with the back of his head. And where from? Jin gave an eye roll. First of all, stop doing that, Enko, at least in public. Secondly, get off me. With a, fine, special Junin let go. Now spill, where did you get this girl? Naruto let out a sigh. Well, it's a long story. According to Tsubaki, it's a long trip. Jin hesitated. Alright then, as you probably already guessed, Yukie's real name is Kazuhana Koyuki and she has a very fucked up family. Enko nodded. Yeah, we got that, but what's the reason? Naruto said, the reason's quite simple. Yukie's uncle, a fuck named Dodo, wanted to be a ruler instead of his brother. So what he did, he hired some shinobi and took over by force. I wasn't lying when I said that Yukie's father was a weakling, that's a damn true. He didn't even put up a resistance when they tried to kill him. But even after taking over, Dodo was not satisfied for some reason. He needed Yukie. What for? Inquired Tsubaki. For some reason, the blonde turned away and said, I don't know, and quite frankly, I don't care. But she escaped and he brought her back. Enko said, ah, so that's the story. You saved a princess from her big bad uncle. My, how romantic. The reply from Naruto was, actually you're wrong. I was the one who caught her and brought her back. Tsubaki's gaze expanded. But why would you do such a thing? Jin gave her a funny look. Because I was a mercenary, of course. Dodo offered a large sum of money and the work was not very difficult. Enko tried again. Ah, so that's the story, she said. He didn't want to pay you, so you took the girl and ran. Naruto chuckled. Sorry, but wrong again. I did take the girl and ran, but it was not because of Dodo's treachery. Quite the opposite, in fact. He offered me a large bonus for completing the task so quickly. Tsubaki pondered. Then why did you do what you did? I did it, after she told me her story, the one I just told you now. A flashback. Yukie sat on the floor of her cell and asked absently, so, are you happy with herself? Naruto gave a shrug. I'd be lying if I said that I'm not. I mean I got the money and ruined my life, the girl whispered softly. Oh, come on now. He's your uncle. That didn't stop him from killing my father. Jin's brows lifted. What did you say? The princess turned to him, her face amused, and said, he killed my father and the rest of our family. What he didn't tell you. The blonde paused. No, he did not. Yukie gave a headshake. This changes nothing. It's still too late for me. Hey, what's wrong with you? KH. Naruto clenched his jaw and held his head tightly in agony. until he saw Dodo's face in his mind. A face that abruptly changed and became Itachi's face. His vision began to blur. Gah, ah. A security guard ran over and said, "Oi, are you alright?" But... Slash. Yukie covered her mouth with her hands and yelled, "Eep," as the guard was sliced in two. Naruto, meanwhile, fell to his knees and began to pant. Yukie said, "Why you, what are you doing?" with caution. As Naruto stood up and drew his sword, his breathing gradually returned to normal. "Stand back." "What?" "But," I said, "stand back." Reluctantly, Yukie crawled back to the corner that was the furthest away. Sekijin. The bars vanished after a brief flurry of sword slashes. Naruto held out his free hand to the girl and said, "Come." With terrified eyes, she rose slowly to her feet. "Where are you taking me?" He said simply, "Away." Yukie's gaze expanded. "But we're in the middle of..." Naruto interrupted, saying, "Just take my hand." After the princess took this action, they both vanished from the castle and resurfaced miles away. "How?" inquired Yukie. Naruto simply said, "I always have a trump card," and held out his hand again. "Come, I'll carry you out of here." But why? You have brought me here in the first place." The blonde gave her a kind smile. "Let's just say I had a change of heart, but if you wanted to stay so much." Yukie took his arm and climbed onto his back, saying, "Not really, what do you want for this?" Recalling Makoto's kind grin, Naruto closed his eyes. "Just stay alive." Yukie's gaze expanded. Yes, I will. Finish the flashback." The words, "He killed off my entire family," reverberated in his mind. Anko said, "I don't understand. You are so cold-blooded, yet you couldn't let one girl die for a large sum of money?" Jin hesitated. "How'd I explain that she simply made me think too much of Makoto-san?" He pondered. "Let's just drop it, okay? I did it and it's just that. But I did it right under Dodo's nose, so he's now offering a bounty for my head as well." Tsubaki began, "Wow, that's just," but was abruptly cut off by a member of the ship's crew. "Hey, look at this!" exclaimed the sailor. Naruto looked around. "Well, I'll be damned, a motherfucking iceberg." The director exclaimed, This is, a gift from the heavens. Let's continue right there." On the iceberg. Jin folded his arms and said, "Man, that director sure is fucked up in the head." "Yeah, but you have to give this girl a credit, she sure knows how to play," replied Anko. Naruto began, "Well, she is after all," but was cut off abruptly. Kasaragi. When the blonde looked back, he saw Sasuke and Kakashi coming toward him. "Yes, can I help you, Hitaki?" Masked Junin inquired. "Have you been here before?" "Yes, I was." Naruto nodded in response to Kakashi's statement, "Then you know what we're up against. We all know that this film is simply a cover to get Koyuki Harem back." According to Jin, "That's true, but our actions depend solely on you." Sasuke inquired, "What do you mean by that?" Kakashi let out a sigh. "What he meant was that I'm our team's leader. But our mission is to simply protect Koyuki Harem during this trip. To help this rebellion or not is up to me and me only." Immediately, the Uchiha said, "Then I suggest we do it. This might prove a challenge." Naruto answered, "Careful, Uchiha. This challenge, as you say, may be too much for you." With a scowl, Sasuke was about to reply with one of his characteristically superior Uchiha statements when he felt Kakashi's hand resting on his shoulder. Kakashi turned to face Naruto's sensei and remarked, "Enough, Sasuke. Kasaragi is right this time. You don't have very much experience to seek up challenges like you do. What do you think, Anko?" The unique Junin grinned malevolently. She answered, "What do you think I think? Jin-kun said they have shinobi. I'm always up for killing cute little shinobi." Kakashi gave him a forehead slap. "I should have expected that. What about you, Kasaragi?" Naruto gave a shrug. "I've said it before, coming here was a big fucking mistake. Sasuke said, spoken like a true coward. Without glancing at the Uchiha, Jin went on, "We are not protecting ourselves. And the opposition might get good. After what happened last time, I believe Dodo made some arrangements to upgrade his security personnel. We are fighting the unknown." Anko said, "Well, I don't see us fighting anything. I'm bored out of my fucking mind here and..." Blast. The whole iceberg shook with an explosion. In a contemptuous tone, Naruto called forth his katana in his left hand and said, "Well, here's your fight. I wonder who it is." "What happened?" Tsubaki inquired as she landed next to her teammates, Sakura following. Sakura went on, we heard an explosion, is everyone alright? However, nobody responded. The exploded area was the focus of everyone's attention. One woman, Akunoichi, with blonde hair was standing there when the smoke had finally cleared. Naruto raised his eyebrows. He whispered, of all possible places. Kasaragi, cried the Kunoichi. You motherfucking son of a bitch. Tsubaki gave a snort. Are all girls from your past greeting you this way? Jin answered, nah. Remember Yukie? Remember Tsunade? Naruto's expression contorted. Touché, Kakashi, meanwhile, moved forward. Ni Yugito from Kumogakure, correct? The blonde Kunoichi spat, correct. Well, said masked Junin. I have a good idea already, but still I must ask. What is your business here? My business? Hissed Yugito. Well, I guess there will be no harm from telling you. I am here to brutally kill Kasaragi. Ouch, flinched Jin. That hurt, and I so hoped for a place in your heart. Shut up. Kakashi repeated, so you're not here for our client then? Yugito gestured to Koyuki and asked, you mean that girl? Nah, she's way below my pay grade. Kakashi let out a sigh of relief. Well, it's just. Yugito abruptly went on, though. She gestured behind her back and 3 shinobi materialized, saying, it's their job. Ho, cried Naruto. So you decided to bring reinforcements this time, Neko-chan? Fuck you. Shouted Kumo Kunoichi. You will pay for what you did that time. Kakashi questioned, Ma, you fought her too, Kasaragi? Jin answered, nah, not really. I simply knocked her up and ran away. Tsubaki and Yugito both yelled, what? Simultaneously. Jin chuckled, ha 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 ha. That expression was priceless. Why you, enough toying with them, Yugito senpai. A Kumo ninja called out to the others. You, rattlesnake. Tell us which one of you is Kazuhana Koyuki. Without hesitation, Naruto gestured toward Sasuke. He is. The girl with the dark skin said, he definitely doesn't look like a princess. Well, he certainly acts like one, Jin smirked, knowing that Sasuke was staring at him with a death glare. The girl grabbed the hilt of her long sword and screamed, are you trying to fuck with me? With a laugh, Naruto asked, fuck with you? Are you blind or what? I'm still in my pants, see? How can I fuck like that? The girl was about to lunge when her teammate abruptly stopped her. Enough, Karui. Fighting him is not our job, but Darui, that bastard is pushing it. That's exactly what he's trying to do, declared Darui, a dark-skinned man. If you were to attack him now, he would have simply killed you. Remember who we're dealing with. Why yeah, replied Karui frowningly. With a kunai drawn, Anko cried, so they're here for our Harem-chan after all. This will be fun. The final person from the 3-man cell, a blonde woman with a lot of, assets, came forward when Darui said, Samui-san. Then Samui said, Jin Kasaragi, surrender the princess and we might let you go. Ma, Kakashi examined her. You sure look confident in your skills, I guess you also know my name. Samui gave a nod. Indeed, Sharingan no Kakashi. We are Kumogakure's elite and... Naruto chuckled, KH. Kahahahahaha. Elite you say? Police. If you're Kumogakure's elite, then I'm Uchiha. Samui's gaze grew strained. We are the elite, and we are fully capable of taking you down. Naruto laughed once more. PFF'd. Ha, he said. You couldn't take me down last time. And now, even with Neko-chan here, you won't be able to do a shit. The Kumo captain, who was blonde, grinned. Oh, you think so? I know so, said Jin. Besides, last time I was alone. This time I have an entire team with 2 Junins on my side. Face it, you have no chance. Darui stated, we do not think so. Naruto gave a shrug. Suit yourself. Kakashi, you take that guy with the sword. He's proficient in Suiden, Raiden and Kenjutsu, so be careful. Anko, that blonde girl is yours. She's pretty average, but she's still a Junin. Tsubaki, that mouthy girl is yours. You should be able to handle her. Uchiha, back her up. Sakura, just shut up and stay put. I'll take Neko-chan. Tsubaki gave a nod. I got it. Sasuke frowned, tch. Although he disliked following Jin's instructions, it wasn't too bad because he would be fighting with Tsubaki. Yay, let's go, Blondie-chan. Anko joyfully cried as she licked her kunai's blade. Naruto sighed as Kakashi said, do you remember that I'm still in charge, Kasaragi? Fine. What are your orders then? My orders, Kakashi pondered deeply. Well, I order everyone to do what Kasaragi just said. Naruto gave an eye roll. He turned to face his opponent and said, very professional, Hitaki, ready, Neko-chan. Yugito gave him a fierce look, but, now wait a second. A voice said abruptly. Who will take on me then, motherfucker? Naruto gazed at the top of the iceberg, his eyes nearly protruding from his skull. He swore, holy fucking shit. With a hint of concern, Tsubaki said, what happened, Jin? Naruto yelled, Kakashi, change of plans, emergency withdrawal, now. What? Kakashi questioned incredulously, who is that? The voice repeated, don't blush and keep your cool, I'm Kirabai, you fool. Kirabai? Kakashi asked, his brows knitted. Never heard of you, who are? Kakashi, cried Naruto. He turned away from Yugito and continued, this is not the time for talking. Grab everyone and run, I'll hold them off. A huge error. You're mine. The girl punched him in the head as she charged at him at full speed. As she got closer, Naruto grinned. No, you are mine, he retorted, avoiding her assault and giving her a frontal knee. Yukianisa's blade was then positioned at her throat after he swiftly kicked her beneath her knee and moved behind the girl. I knew you won't be able to resist attacking me from behind. With her sword drawn, Karui yelled, damn you, Kasaragi. Hold it, commanded Naruto. One wrong move and Nibi-chan will lose her pretty little head. Nice, Jin. Exclaimed Tsubaki. Naruto said, no, the situation is still fucked up. He turned to face Karabi and said, now look here, you're going to let them leave and I will let her go. Tsubaki asked, a little scared and perplexed, what do you mean let us leave? I mean that if I go with you, taking her as a hostage, they will simply follow us. I have to stay. No, exclaimed Tsubaki. I will not abandon you, I will. Quiet. Kakashi cut her off. What happened, Kasaragi? You were so determined before. Do you see that guy in sunglasses, Hitaki? Naruto inquired. Well, this is Raikage's brother, as well as Hichibi no Jinchuriki. He can take on our entire team and win. We have no chance. An additional Jinchuriki. Incredulous, Kakashi thought. Not only did he know that Yugito was, but also that Kirabai guy. That was just absurd. At this, Karabi arched an eyebrow. Surprised that you don't know me, yo. Me and your sensei fighting was a show. Kakashi's one open eye grew wide. You fought sensei? Sure. Motherfucker, or do you think I'm just a baka? That's not good, damn it. The student was asked by Anko, but what about you? Jin answered, don't worry, I'll think of something. Now take Yukie and go. Jin, said the princess pitifully. You don't have to do this. If he is after my head, then let him have it. I won't let you sacrifice yourself. Naruto interrupted, saying, no, Yukie. You promised to live. Besides, he's not after your head, he's after mine. But at least this way I will be the only one to perish. No, Jin, I won't let you. Smack. Tsubaki collapsed, face down. Sakura exclaimed in surprise, Kakashi-sensei? Masked Junin picked up his unconscious subordinate and remarked, we have no choice. I hope you know what you're doing, Kasaragi. Everyone on board. As his teammates boarded the ship and set sail, Jin grinned and watched with satisfaction. They were now just a small speck on the horizon. HM, he laughed, worked like a clock. Rubbing his hands together, Karabi exclaimed, bravo, nice spectacle, motherfucker, a beautiful lie. Naruto smiled and threw Yugito on her back while aiming his blade at her throat, saying, thank you. Now tell me, Neko-chan, are you still a virgin? The kunoichi gave him a death glare and said, fuck you. So you are, damn it, that's unfortunate. I told you to lose it before we meet again. Shut up. Naruto grinned and said, oh, now that's an interesting situation. Only last time you were a bloody heap. Karabi said, let her go, Kasaragi. Jin took his blade from Yugito's throat and laid it on his shoulder, saying, sure. Yugito took advantage of the situation and quickly fled. Jin smirked and said, so, what is your real reason for coming out of your hole, pal? It can't be working for Dodo, can it? What do you think? Inquired Karabi. I see, so, what is it? The man with the sunglasses said, HM, sharp as always, rattlesnake. I guess that's why my bro is holding you in such high regards. Naruto grinned more broadly. That, or probably the fact that I graced him with that scar across his left eye. Kurabi gave a shrug. Maybe that too. How dare you? Yelled Karui. How dare you to speak about Raikage-sama as if. Hishokan. As Naruto's ice blade drew closer to the dark-skinned girl, her eyes grew wide, however, just before it got to her head. Crack. The sword of Darui stopped it. He said, that wasn't nice, Jin Kasaragi. Naruto turned back to Kurabi and apologized, saying, sorry, I just wanted to shut her up. So, I'm still waiting for an answer. Well, you see, Kurabi began, after your infiltration. Infiltration? Cried Naruto, laughing. Shame on you, Neko-chan. How could you deceive the entire village like that? Huh? What are you talking about? Yugito yelled, don't listen to him, Kurabi-sensei. Sure, what did she tell you? That big bad criminal Jin Kasaragi has infiltrated Kumo to kill the Raikage or something. Actually yes, tisk, 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 lying is bad, Neko-chan. Shut up, and stop calling me Neko-chan, sorry, can't help it. Anyway, I had no desire to infiltrate your village and even less desire to attack your Raikage. I was just meeting with my contact there, nothing more, nothing less. Actually it was a one-time thing. We were simply both close to that place, so we decided to meet there. In fact, I was already leaving when dear Neko-chan decided that she should capture me, and alerted the entire village by trying to do so. I managed to beat her two-tailed ass if you remember, but then your brother arrived and I had to hit it. Nodding, Kurabi said, I see, but it has nothing to do with why I'm here. You see, motherfucker, bro was so fascinated with you that he decided to make you an offer to join Kumo. Naruto arched an eyebrow, he would do that after what I did to him? He's doing it because of that, no one was able to hurt him in years and you managed on your first try. And also, Kurabi took a breath. He said that he will train you personally to become the next Raikage. Karui and Yugito both screamed at once, what? Naruto came to the conclusion, wow, that's quite the offer. But can it wait for a bit, like a few years? There are things I must do before. Kurabi cut in, I'm afraid that's not possible. Bro's impatient, and he said that if you refuse, then I will have to kill you. Naruto frowned, tch. I don't wish to fight you, Kurabi. Neither do I and you might avoid it, just say yes. Naruto shut his eyes and pondered for a while. I guess I'll test the power of Ichibi after all. The eight-tailed Jinchuriki said, so be it. With his 7 blades drawn, he added, bad choice, motherfucker. Jin closed his eyes and said, no, it's not. With a flaming Sharingan inside, he opened his eyes and said, I'm not afraid of dying. My reason for living was taken from me a long time ago. I'm already dead. It's only a question of how many I will take to the underworld with me.